Congratulations! You've opened the novice gift package and received the golden entry for unlimited summons. While others can only summon a limited number of insect beasts based on their level, I can summon billions of swarming insects, conquer the toughest solo dungeons, and clear them at an unprecedented EX level. Congratulations! 10 consecutive draws have successfully unlocked a new talent, Disease. Looking at the vast Zerg army under my command, I decided to inflict a sheep tail disease on them and send them off to live their tiny, chaotic lives. Congratulations! 100 consecutive draws have been successful, unlocking the talent, Synthetic Evolution. With millions of Zergs at my disposal, I chose to begin synthesizing. Synthesize 100 million Blade Queens. And 100 million Zerg Titans too. Wait. What's this? 100 million Blade Queens can synthesize into a mosquito Taoist, bloodthirsty black ant mosquito? Insect Master, you can develop into the Combat Reconnaissance Department or the Life Department. Think about it carefully. The staff responsible for awakening students shook their heads. It was a pity that I had awakened a rare profession, but it was as an Insect Master. Oh my god, I actually awakened as an Insect Master. Not only did I miss out on top combat professions, but I'm also not even as good as ordinary combat professionals. My male god has fallen? Xiaohong, with Qin Che like this now, should I go comfort him? Is there a chance to be with him? What are you thinking, Li Hua? I know you're a face dog, but Qin Che has no future. Are you crazy to go to him? We are noble combat professionals. What is he? Just an insect master. As I stepped down from the awakening platform's magic circle and saw my classmates' attitudes shift, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The warmth and coldness of human feelings were all encapsulated in this moment as I went up and down the awakening platform. Only the class teacher, Feng Shang, reached out and patted my shoulder. He looked at me with some regret and offered comfort. It's okay, Qin Che. Being a scout in the rescue team is also a good career. If you're willing to join, I can help you find some connections. Feng Shang patted my shoulder and suggested I work as a rescuer in the rescue team. But he didn't mention anything about entering the combat department or further studies at the combat academy. An insect master is a branch of the summoning department. It should have been a combat profession, perhaps even a rare one, but it's particularly unpopular in the combat department. The insect beasts summoned by insect masters are simply too weak. Other professionals at the same level can wipe them out with a single move. Not strong enough at all. The number I can summon is also limited. The most powerful insect master in the world can summon only thousands of insect beasts at once. My combat power feels quite lacking. Even those who stubbornly insisted on becoming combat reconnaissance masters usually ended up switching to life reconnaissance masters and joined the rescue team recommended by Feng Shang. Insect masters even struggle with their reconnaissance abilities. The control distance of my insect swarm is short, making it inferior to those sharpshooters with eagle eye skills or spiritualists with telepathic induction. Still, insect masters excel at fine reconnaissance. The insects I control are perfect for navigating narrow and complex spaces, making them well-suited for search and rescue operations. The rescue team is where most insect masters work, which is why Feng Shang recommended this life profession to me. But I shook my head, rejecting Feng Shang's suggestion. Teacher Feng, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I want to think about it again. I wasn't ready to settle for being a life professional. Watching me leave alone, Feng Shang sighed lightly. He understood that I ranked first in the grade in spiritual power, yet I had awakened to what many considered a useless profession like insect master. Anyone would feel that gap. I hope he can come out of it, he thought. After sighing, he shook his head and moved on to care for other students. Once I left the awakening square, I opened my personal panel. Qin Che, profession, Bugmaster, level 1, life, 260, mana, 150, strength, 13, intelligence, 15, constitution, 13, agility, 12, attribute points to be allocated. 6 Qin Che's personal panel attributes are quite good. The 4 basic attributes of strength, intelligence, and physical agility have all been trained to exceed the 10-point average of normal professionals. This is why he has always been favored and can firmly occupy the first place in the grade. Before awakening, Qin Che was a versatile person. Before awakening at the age of 18, the more each physical attribute is trained to an average of more than 10 points, the higher the probability of awakening rare and top-level professions. For ordinary life professions and combat professions, 5 free attribute points can be added for each level up. For rare and top-level professions, 6 and 7 free attribute points can be added for each level up, respectively. Qin free attribute points are 6 points, and he awakened to a rare profession, but unfortunately, this rare profession is Insect Master, which is recognized as promising in combat professions. The skills of Insect Masters are particularly weak, which can be seen from Qin initial skills. Because he had just awakened, Qin now had only one initial skill, which was also the signature skill of the Insect Master, Summon Blood Mosquitoes, skill, Summon Blood Mosquitoes, entry level, cooling down, none, current number of summons, 1, summoning times +1 for every 5 levels, casting cost, 10 mana, manipulation distance, 20 meters plus professional level times 2, effect, summon 100 blood mosquitoes to assist in combat. The attributes of a single blood mosquito are 5% of the professional attributes, and the speed attribute is twice that of the professional. It looks pretty powerful, but Qin consumed 10 mana points and used the skill to summon the blood mosquitoes. In an instant, there was a constant buzzing sound in front of Qin, and a dark red mosquito flew into a ball in the air. These were the 100 blood mosquitoes summoned by Qin. Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the blood mosquitoes in his hand. The blood mosquito was slightly larger than a normal mosquito, blood red all over, with sharp mouthparts, and looked very extraordinary. However, their individual attributes are pitifully weak. Blood mosquito, summon creature, level 1, +1 for every 5 levels of blood mosquito, life, 20, mana, 10, strength, 1, intelligence, 1, constitution, 1, agility, 24, ability, sharp mouthpiece, blood drain. Except for 24 points of agility, the rest is useless. If it weren't for the fact that the global digitization does not allow any attribute points to exist, this blood mosquito would not have even a bit of strength, intelligence, and constitution. With this attribute, even with the talent of sharp mouthpiece, it is difficult to break the defense and cause damage to any monster. The attributes after digitization are not allowed to be 0, but the damage can be. Among all combat professions, Mushishi is the only one who can cause 0 damage to the same level, or even lower level professions and monsters. Do I really have to switch to the life department? I'm not willing to accept this. Hey, what is this? Why is there another system panel? Just as he was worried, Qin suddenly found that in addition to his own digitized personal panel, there was actually a system panel under his panel. Looking up and looking around, seeing that no one noticed him, Qin opened the second system panel to take a look. Talent item infinite extraction system, what the hell? Talent items, infinite extraction? Qin was a little puzzled. After the global digitization, everyone has a system panel, but everyone's panel is the same. I have never heard of anyone having such a second system. Never mind, let's take a look first. The things on this panel are very simple. There are several large treasure chests of different colors on it. There is an unknown 100 in the lower right corner, and the rules are written under each treasure chest. Bronze Talent Treasure Box, each time you open the box, you need to spend 100 points of talent coins, and you have a chance to get Talent Fragments Gold level talents. After 10 consecutive draws, you are guaranteed to get a Bronze level talent entry. After 100 consecutive draws, you are guaranteed to get a Silver level talent entry. Silver Talent Treasure Box, each time you open the box, you need to spend 1000 talent coins, and you have a chance to get Bronze to Diamond talents. Draw 10 times in a row to get a guaranteed Silver level talent entry. 100 consecutive draws are guaranteed to obtain a Gold level talent entry. Golden Talent Treasure Box, each time you open the box, you need to spend 10,000 talent coins. Talent Treasure Chest, and talent coins? Such things, this newly appeared system panel made Qin feel a little incredible. The system also introduces how to obtain talent coins, which is to clear dungeons and kill monsters, or clear secret realms and kill thousands of people. The system said that for every monster killed in the dungeon, Qin would receive 1/10 of the monster's level of talent coins. And if you kill all races, you can get the same number of talent coins as the opponent's level. Killing BOS level units will also give you a 2 times equal level multiplier bonus. In addition, Qin also received a Novice Talent Gift Pack, which allowed him to directly obtain a Golden Talent entry. Whether it's true or not, you'll know as soon as you open this gift package. Qin looked at the second system panel in front of him, and he was already convinced. Open the Novice Talent Gift Pack. Qin chose to open the Novice Talent Gift Pack on the panel. The Novice Talent Gift Package was successfully opened and obtained the Golden Talent entry, Unlimited Summons. Infinite Summons. Qin quickly moved his gaze back to his first personal panel. As expected, the system panel had changed. There is a new column under Qin's personal data, talent entry, infinite summoning. At the same time, Qin initial skill introduction has also changed. The number of times the initial skill, summon blood mosquito, can be summoned has also changed to number of times that can be summoned, infinity. It directly becomes an infinite special symbol. Summon the blood mosquito. Qin directly spent 10 mana points to activate the skill summon again. It's true. Qin looked excitedly at the masses of blood mosquitoes in front of him. After he launched the second summons, the number of blood mosquitoes in front of Qin increased from 100 to 200. Blood mosquito summons. Blood mosquito summons. Blood mosquito summons. Qin used the blood mosquito summoning skill many times in a deserted corner, and succeeded every time. Sure enough, because of the talent, infinite summoning, Qin number of summons has no upper limit. Qin waved his hand to disperse all the blood mosquitoes in front of him and lifted the summons. Qin was filled with excitement. The insect master who could summon infinitely had a qualitative change in ability. Each of the insect master's summoning skills does not consume much, and summoning does not have a skill cooldown limit like other professions. The only thing that limits the number of summons for the insect master is the hateful upper limit. Without a limit on the number of summons, Qin can now directly summon 1,500 blood mosquitoes. Oh, by the way, I still have 100 talent coins. After reading the rules of the infinite talent system, Qin also knew what the number 100 on the panel meant. This number 100 is the talent coin Qin currently owns. After activating the system, Qin came with 100 talent coins in his backpack, which was enough to draw the lowest level bronze talent treasure chest. Extract. I hope you don't draw talent fragments for me. Qin prayed silently in his heart. He only had these 100 talent coins. The number of blood mosquitoes that can be summoned has increased, but the blood mosquitoes themselves are still weak. Qin hopes that he can draw a talent entry that can enhance the combat effectiveness of the blood mosquitoes. Extract bronze talent treasure box *1. The treasure chest is opened successfully and the complete talent entry is obtained. Gods also have to lose blood, silver level. Gods also have to lose blood, all your attacks have +1 solid damage. Holy shit, talent for fixing injuries. Qin was originally squatting by the flower bed, but now he jumped up. After global digitization, people have awakened to become professionals. In addition to basic attributes such as blood defense, physical and magic attack, and agility brought by strength, intelligence, and physical agility, they also have critical hit, attack speed, and real damage, and many other special attributes. And solid injury is an attribute that stands at the top of special attributes. Even more noble than real damage that ignores defense. True damage can penetrate most defenses, but it also needs to be reduced by a few defensive abilities such as damage reduction and percentage damage reduction, but solid damage is different. Solid damage cannot be reduced. The solid of solid damage means fixed. No matter what kind of defense, the fixed damage caused by solid damage cannot be weakened or reduced. The noble injury fixing talent, even if its value is only 1 point, has been rated as a silver level entry. As the name of this talent says, if you suffer a solid injury, even if the god is hit by level 1 Qin, he will still lose a drop of blood. God help me. Qin grinned. The solid injury of a drop of blood was useless to others, but to him, who was an insect master, this was a magical skill. Even if there is another gold entry for a silver level entry, Qin will not change it. 1,500 blood mosquitoes, 1 attack per time, that's 1,500 damage. Qin's face flushed. Just ask, which professional can deal 1,500 damage in 1 attack at level 1? I want to apply to join the Battle Academy. Qin waved his arms, feeling excited. Oh, by the way, my cousin is still waiting for me outside. I have to find her quickly and tell her the good news. Qin suddenly remembered that he had been delayed in the Awakening Square for a long time, and his cousin should have been waiting anxiously. Qin's cousin is Qinyao, the daughter of Qin's uncle. Since Qin's parents disappeared strangely in a secret operation 3 years ago, Qin has been staying at his cousin's house. And this sister Qinyao is very attached to him, and is like his little fangirl on weekdays. At this moment, after seeing the attitudes of others, Qin didn't want to tell others his good news anymore, but only wanted to share it with his sister Qinyao. Thinking of it, Qin ran out a little faster. As a result, as soon as he left the Awakening Square, Qin saw a scene that made him furious. Qi Donglai. Get your dirty hands off me. Qin looked angrily at Qi Donglai, who was not far from the entrance of the square. This bastard was holding his sister's waist with one hand, and the other hand. Mad, fuck him. But Qin Shi still reached out to pull his sister first, wanting to pull his sister Qin Yao out of Qi Donlai's hands first. As a result, what made Qin Shi's eyes widen and his movements stagnate was that when he reached out his hand, his cousin Qin Yao actually avoided him. She even took the initiative to shrink towards Qi Donlai's body. Qin Shi was very puzzled. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Ah, Qin Yao, it seems that your useless cousin has not yet recognized the reality and still wants to control you. Qi Donlai's laughter made Qin Shi frown. Qin Shi was not stupid. He noticed something fishy from Qi Donlai's words. Recalling Qin Yao's action of dodging him just now, Qin Shi felt a little cold in his heart. He turned to look at Qin Yao, who was leaning in Qi Donlai's arms, wanting her to give him an explanation. In the past, Qin Yao had her own protection, but Qi Donlai, a playboy like him, wouldn't even look at her. How could it happen today? Who would have thought that Qin Yao just curled her lips and said words that chilled Qin Shi? Qin Shi, don't call me sister outside anymore, and don't use the name of brother to control me anymore. From now on, it will be best for both of us to stay farther apart. Yao Yao? Qin Shi suddenly felt that his cousin Qin Yao had become very strange. Call me Qin Yao from now on. Don't call me Yao Yao anymore. Qin Yao interrupted Qin Shi with a cold face and a bit of disgust in her eyes. Not only that, what Qin Yao said to Qin Shi next made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh, by the way, you don't want to live in my house anymore. If you know better, you'd better move out immediately before tonight. Qin Shi didn't expect that Qin Yao would give him such a big blow. You want me to move out now? Humph, Qin Shi, I'll tell you the truth. Qin Yao's eyes showed a hint of contempt, and she said disdainfully, Qin Shi, if you hadn't been number 1 in your grade before your career awakening, and you had a high probability of awakening rare and top-level combat professions, and soaring into the sky, do you really think our family would be willing to take you in? Even if you awaken any other rare combat profession, you are still my brother. I really didn't expect that you, a loser, would just wake up a garbage insect master. Even if you are mixed in the life profession, you have little potential. Being close to you in the past 3 years has been a waste of time. For those of you who can't do the fighting profession, the two of us will no longer be in the same world. Leave quickly and don't be an eyesore in front of me. Qin Yao snorted coldly, while Qi Donglai directly took her arm and said jokingly, why are you talking so much to such a useless person? Come on, brother Qi will take you to upgrade, but today our date tonight. Qi Donglai took Qin Yao in his arms and turned around to leave. As he was leaving, he did not forget to smile mockingly at Qin Shi, with a proud, vulgar, and lewd expression on his face. Qi Donglai felt happy. Qin Shi had blocked him as a yellow hair for 3 years. In the end, wasn't Qin Yao easily captured by him? Thinking about the hotel he had booked in advance for tonight, Qi Donglai felt secretly happy. With his background and family background, and the awakening of a rare profession, the goddesses that he could not catch up with before now began to take the initiative to follow him. Let's look at the situation on campus in the past. The character Qin Shi looks down and out now. Huh? Drink, bah. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shi clenched his fists after avoiding Qi Donglai's spit and looking at his laughing figure walking away. I really didn't expect Qin Yao to be such a person. Qin Shi was a little angry, but also a little happy. Fortunately, he has not told Qin Yao that he has a second system panel. Being able to pretend to be close to him for 3 whole years because of his talent, Qin Yao's scheming was fortunately exposed at this moment. Do you think I have become a waste and can only become a professional in life? Qin Shi knows that many people are watching his jokes, but it doesn't matter. He will surprise everyone in the professional assessment in 1 month. Both those who praised him in the past and Qin Yao who suddenly betrayed him will regret it. Qin Shi clenched his fists and prepared to upgrade. No matter what you do, it is most important to improve your own strength first. Only awakened ones who raise their level to level 15 within 1 month will be eligible to participate in the combat profession assessment 1 month later. If you still want to get a good ranking and be admitted to a good combat vocational university, you have to advance to a higher level. Qin Shi left the awakening building and walked directly towards Lin City's dungeon square. If you want to level up, the best way is to form a team and grind dungeons. However, Qin Shi did not look for teammates to form a team. Qin Shi knew clearly that he had awakened the waste professional insect master, and no team would be willing to team up with him with an oil bottle. Simply, Qin Shi didn't go looking for trouble. Anyway, he has 2 talent entries, infinite summons, and gods also have to lose blood. It should not be difficult to clear the dungeon alone. When Qin Shi came to the dungeon square, there were many people. Today is the day when various middle schools in Lincheng organize students to carry out professional awakening. Suddenly, there are thousands more first-level professionals in Lincheng. The popularity of low-level copies suddenly jumped up. Qin didn't pick specifically. He chose among the first-level copies and then went directly to the selected copy. Level 1 Dungeon, Slime Ranch, Normal. Qin entered the dungeon and looked at the environment. There were many large and small gray-blue slimes jumping around him. Not only did they not actively attack Qin, an outsider, they were even a little cute. Level 1 dungeons are relatively simple, designed for novice professionals to upgrade, and generally do not involve much risk. Slime, Level 1, Life, 100 Strength, 2 Intelligence, 1, Physique, 5, Agility, 2, Talent, Split. A slime with less than 20% HP will split once, becoming 2 secondary slimes with half the attributes of the original slime, and can split once more. When all 4 degraded slimes split from the second time are destroyed, the slime is considered truly dead. This is the panel of a level 1 slime. Compared with other monsters in the first level dungeon, the overall attributes of the slime are much weaker, but the characteristic is that it is particularly difficult to kill. A total of 7 kills of this slime are required to completely destroy it and obtain the experience points of destroying a first-level dungeon monster normally. Therefore, except for lone rangers like Qin who do not form a team and are afraid of danger, generally no one chooses the slime-based dungeon as a level-up dungeon. But Qin is different. Qin waved his hand and used up all his mana, summoning 1,500 blood mosquitoes. After thinking about it, Qin added all his free attribute points to intelligence and summoned 600 blood mosquitoes again. Compared with the basketball-sized group of 100 blood mosquitoes, the flying 2,100 blood mosquitoes really felt like an overwhelming force. Go, attack freely. Qin issued an order, asking these blood mosquitoes to attack the slimes closest to them in units of 100 blood mosquitoes, regardless of whether the blood mosquitoes themselves can cause damage. Each one has a fixed damage of 1 point, and the total of 100 fixed damage is enough to kill the slime with full health instantly. Hundreds of blood mosquitoes, they are not big in size, and they can attack a slime at the same time. With one attack, a large number of 3 damage numbers instantly filled the screen, forcing Qin to directly turn off the damage broadcast, leaving only the monster's health bar and the final damage statistics. I didn't see how much damage was overflowed. Anyway, as long as the slime was pounced on by the blood mosquitoes, all the blood bars were emptied and split after one attack. The number of slimes nearby all turned into secondary slimes, which doubled directly. But the secondary slimes after splitting could not delay for longer. It was still a collective attack by the blood mosquitoes, and the secondary slimes after splitting died again. The secondary slimes had to split again, but Qin blood mosquitoes had already prepared for another attack. The 4 degraded slimes that had just split were killed by the blood mosquitoes before they could jump. Successfully killed a level 1 slime, experience plus 10, successfully killed a level 1 slime, experience plus 10, successfully killed a level 1 slime, experience plus 10. A large amount of experience instantly filled the lower left corner of Qin vision. With Qin as the origin, the slime monsters within a radius of 22 meters were directly cleared. Qin killed 18 slimes directly in this wave, and there were only so many slimes within Qin attack range, otherwise Qin could definitely kill more at once. The attributes of slimes are not high, and even if there is no fixed damage, blood mosquitoes can cause damage to them. 2,100 blood mosquitoes, killing these 18 slimes is a piece of cake. In addition to gaining 180 experience points and upgrading, Qin opened his second system panel. Sure enough, Qin showed a happy look on his face. In the lower right corner of the talent entry infinite extraction system, Qin talent coins have accumulated to 12.6. Just as I thought, every time you kill a dungeon monster, the number of talent coins you get is 1/10 of the level of the dungeon monster killed. Other dungeon monsters can only be killed once, but slimes can be killed 7 times in a row because of their splitting. You can get 0.7 talent coins by completely killing a slime, which is equivalent to killing a level 7 dungeon monster. There is nothing more suitable for me than the slime dungeon. Qin was happy in his heart. If he continued to brush in the slime dungeon at this speed, he would soon be able to brush out enough talent coins and draw new talents again. Raising his hand to continue to add points to his intelligence, and using up all his mana again, Qin intelligence value has reached 27 points, and the number of blood mosquitoes around him has exceeded 3,000. Qin full mana is indeed only 270 points, and he can only summon a maximum of 2,700 blood mosquitoes at a time. But Qin mana can also be continuously restored over time, using medicines and props. 2,700 blood mosquitoes are far from Qin limit. Theoretically, as long as Qin continues to summon, the number of his blood mosquitoes can be as unlimited as his talent. More than 3,000 blood mosquitoes are flying in the sky, forming a red insect curtain. Qin doesn't even need to command. He just needs to walk around in the dungeon, and the blood mosquitoes around him will suck all the slimes around him clean. Too strong. Qin strolled leisurely in the slime ranch dungeon, and even didn't use 1/3 of the more than 3,000 blood mosquitoes. In the dungeon, Qin only needs to bend down from time to time, pick up a small amount of copper coins exploded by the slime monster, and replenish 100 blood mosquitoes when his mana is restored to 10 points. The whole process is very leisurely. It didn't take too long for Qin to completely open this slime ranch dungeon. Looking at the boss in front of him who was swarmed by hundreds of blood mosquitoes and had his health drained, the level 3 giant slime could not escape the fate of being killed by Qin even though it had 4 opportunities to split. Instead, it turned into 31 talent coins and was collected by Qin. This giant slime boss alone provided Qin with 18.6 talent coins. Congratulations, you have cleared the slime ranch, normal, and obtained an A-level evaluation. Evaluation rewards, 200 experience points, 200 copper coins, and the material slime mud 20 normal level. The dungeons are divided into 5 difficulty levels: normal, difficult, extremely difficult, nightmare, and hell. The maximum score limit of the difficulty of the normal dungeon is a level. If you want to get a higher clearance score and reward, you need to challenge the higher difficulty of the dungeon to unlock the score limit. The boss was killed by the blood mosquitoes, and a ring on the ground flashed white light slightly, and the equipment exploded. Qin leaned over and picked up the ring that fell on the ground. He took it in his hand and saw that it was an ordinary white first-level accessory that could increase intelligence by 2 points. Qin put it on his hand directly, which increased his mana by 20 points, which was better than nothing. In this low-level dungeon, which was still of ordinary difficulty, Qin did not expect to find any good equipment in the dungeon. The real big harvest was Qin's current level and the talent coins he obtained. After clearing the slime ranch dungeon, Qin had a total of 160 talent coins in his hand, which was enough for Qin to draw the bronze talent treasure box again. However, after thinking about it, Qin suppressed this desire. Qin, who has played too many card drawing games, knows the nature of the draw too well. Compared with the randomness of a single draw, he believes more in the guaranteed rewards of 10 consecutive draws and 100 consecutive draws. Save more, and I will draw when I save 1,000 talent coins. Qin said to himself in his heart. In addition, after clearing the entire level 1 slime ranch dungeon alone, Qin's level has successfully reached LV.5. In order to have more mana and faster mana recovery speed, Qin has always chosen to add all intelligence points. With 6 intelligence attribute points per level, Qin now has 45 basic intelligence attributes and 2 equipment attribute bonuses. Qin's current mana has reached 470 points, which allows him to summon 4,700 blood mosquitoes at a time. In addition, Qin, who is level 5, has also unlocked another professional skill of the insect master profession. Skill, Zerg Creep, skill cooldown, 10 seconds, skill cost, 25 mana, effect, can generate a Zerg Creep with a coverage radius of 5 plus 5 meters, initial 5 meters plus professional level. 1. Zerg Creep can absorb and digest the corpses of any creature or energy-rich items to accumulate energy. 2. The energy in the creep can be used to spread the creep area, and can also be used to replenish the status, life and mana, of the professional and the Zerg summoned by the professional. Zerg Creep. This was originally a very useless ability. Because the number of Zergs that can be summoned and the number of times the skills can be used by a normal Zerg master are limited. A Zerg master does not need to have too much mana at all. The recovery effect of this creep cannot be used by anyone except the insect master's insect swarm and the insect master himself. Under normal circumstances, the useful effect of this creep can only restore a small amount of health to the insect master himself. It is not very effective for himself and cannot benefit others, which is very useless. But things are different now. Qin looked at his newly acquired skill and grinned. The skill of creep is useless to other insect masters, but for him, it is really suitable for him. Zerg Creep. Qin chose the clearing where the dungeon boss fell and directly used his skills to create a Zerg carpet. Almost instantly, a moss-like green blanket covered the land in a 10-meter radius in front of Qin, and at the same time, it also covered all 16 slime corpses that had been split 4 times by the slime boss. I saw the 1SS split bodies slowly melting on the carpet. A somewhat viscous green liquid was secreted from the surface of the carpet, which decomposed the boss's body. While the boss's corpse is being decomposed, the surface of the creep is also glowing slightly, which is a sign that the creep's energy is being stored. Shin-chae felt something in his heart, and now he had two options. One was to spawn a carpet of bacteria and continue to spread outwards, or he could use the energy in the carpet to restore the status of himself or the Zerg under his control. Without much hesitation, Shin-chae stood directly on the creep carpet and chose to restore his mana. Soon, Shin-chae felt that the mana in his body began to surge, and the mana that was about to bottom out was recovering. Shin-chae has been staring at his personal panel. In a few seconds, he has recovered a total of 96 points of mana. At this time, the creep on the ground has become dim again. It is obvious that some energy has just been stored in the creep. It has been consumed by Shin-chae. This energy conversion, recovery amount and recovery efficiency are already very high. With 96 mana points, Shin-chae can almost summon 1000 blood mosquitoes again, which is a terrifying thing. Shin-chae even waved to the sky, summoned all the blood mosquitoes to gather on top of the germ carpet, and then issued an order for them to all start attacking and killing each other. Almost instantly, a large number of bloody mosquito corpses fell from the air like rain. As soon as the corpse of the blood mosquito fell on the fungus carpet, it began to be digested and absorbed. At the same time, Shin-chae's mana began to increase again. The number of blood mosquitoes summoned by Shin-chae was so great that within a short time, Shin-chae's entire 470 mana points were filled up. At this point, there is still a large amount of energy accumulated in the fungus carpet that has not been absorbed, and there are still thousands of blood mosquitoes flying in the sky without death. A magical skill, definitely a magical skill. Shin-chae was overjoyed. There was no professional skill more suitable for him than this creep skill. In the case where Zerg can be summoned infinitely, the creep can help restore mana, which perfectly solves the problem of limiting his summons too many times and not having enough mana. Even when you are short of mana, you can also recycle mana from the summoned Zerg. Perfect cycle. Shin-chae could only comment like this. His mana was full. Shin-chae waved his hand to dismiss all the excess blood mosquitoes, and then exited the instance with full mana. Returning to the dungeon square, Shin-chae immediately prepared to restart the dungeon again. When he's in full condition, he doesn't need any trimming at all. As a result, Shin-chae was stopped before he could enter the dungeon. "Hey, Shin-chae, are you here to clear the dungeon too?" When someone called out his name, Shin-chae looked over. Outside the entrance to another instance not far away, a girl wearing leather armor and leather boots and tied up with long, slick hair came towards him. Come. When he came over, he waved the spear in his hand at Shin-chae as a greeting. "Moing?" The expression on Shin-chae's face relaxed. Moing was the only second grader in the college who could compete with him. Because of her free and easy personality and unique drive, she usually had a good relationship with Shin-chae. "It's me." Moing ran over from the dungeon portal where she was, and looked Shin-chae up and down carefully. When Shin-chae saw that his heart went crazy, Moing's face broke out. He smiled and said with satisfaction, "Yes, the Shin-chae I know is still the same. He is not decadent." Moing uninhibitedly hit Shin-chae on the shoulder with the spear in his hand, and said with a smile, "I heard that you have awakened the insect master profession. It doesn't matter, as long as your heart is not decadent, everything will be easy to handle. It doesn't matter if the insect master's professional skills are not good. In our dragon kingdom, there are more than one strong person who has climbed to high positions just by learning general skills. I haven't defeated you yet, but you can't let yourself become decadent." Muing looked at Shin-chae and said very seriously. Shin-chae felt warm in his heart. Unexpectedly, after he awakened the insect master, the first person to comfort him and still be optimistic about him was his fiercest competitor in the past. "Why don't you team up with me to upgrade the dungeon? The leveling efficiency of this dungeon in Slime Ranch is really low." Muing looked up and saw that the copy Shin-chae was brushing turned out to be Slime Ranch. She couldn't help but frown hard, and then invited Shin-chae. Shin-chae glanced at her, and then at the entrance to the dungeon where she came. That was Linqing's level 10 dungeon, Night of Terror. There were 4 other fully equipped professionals waiting at the entrance of the dungeon. They should be the high-level professionals arranged by Mu Ying's family to take her to the dungeon to level up. Mu Ying's family was well off. With 4 high-level professionals taking her to the high-level dungeon, even with severe experience penalties, it was much faster than the average person leveling up in a team. But in the face of Mu Ying's invitation, Shin-chae still shook his head and refused. "No, I'd better go solo. That's the resource arranged by your family for you. It's not appropriate for me to participate. Besides, if I share experience, it will greatly reduce your leveling efficiency. I can't do that. Faced with Qin refusal, Muing was a little disappointed, but she didn't insist. Instead, she smiled and said, "Okay, then you have to work hard. I believe you can level up to level 15 in a month." After chatting with Qin for a few words, Muing was in a good mood and walked back to her team with a spear. "Miss, you're back. Who was that just now?" As soon as Muing returned, an elderly person in the team asked about Qin identity. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to be so alert. That's Qin, my classmate who ranks first in our grade." Muing replied to his old butler, Uncle Wang. "Qin? He's the guy who always outperforms you in grades." Uncle Wang guessed Qin identity right away, and said with some regret, "I heard that he has awakened the profession of insect master, which is a pity, alas. I was wondering why there are still people playing the unpopular copy of Slime Ranch. It turns out to be him." "That's right. The only copy suitable for the mushy master to upgrade is this Slime Ranch. He may not even be able to defeat monsters in other copies." Wang Bo sighed softly. As he got older, he always liked to sigh about the impermanence of the world. Alas, well, the copy of Slime Ranch is safe. Although it's slow, you can always upgrade to a higher level. "That, Miss Godfather, is the copy of Slime Ranch really safe?" Wang Bo and Muing were chatting, and another high-level professional in the team suddenly asked stutteringly. Wang Bo glanced at his godson, a little puzzled as to why he asked such a low-level question. But since this was his godson, he patiently explained, "Of course, there is no dungeon safer than Slime Ranch. It is an upgraded dungeon specially prepared for life professions. As long as you have patience, even a life profession can slowly grind through the level with a wooden sword." "What about the hell difficulty? Can he also safely pass the level?" Wang Bo's godson pointed his finger at the dungeon gate of Slime Ranch, and the disbelief in his eyes was about to overflow. "What? Hell difficulty?" Wang Bo and Muing turned their heads immediately after hearing his godson's words. They just happened to see the red color slowly disappearing on the vortex of the dungeon portal, and their eyes were full of shock. The dungeon portal's teleportation vortex will appear in 5 colors, white, green, blue, purple, and red when someone restarts to enter the dungeon, and the red teleportation vortex corresponds to the hell difficulty in the dungeon. "What? Qin entered the dungeon of hell difficulty." Muing looked at the portal of the Slime Ranch dungeon in disbelief, and felt his head explode, and rushed over the next second. Wang Bo and the other 3 high-level professionals were also shocked and followed immediately. "Damn, this kid chose the hell difficulty dungeon. Could it be that he couldn't stand the blow of the awakened insect master profession and wanted to commit suicide?" Hearing this, Muing was stunned. Wang Bo immediately glared at his godson, and then comforted Muing, "Miss, maybe he just wants to go in and see what the hell dungeon looks like, and he will exit by himself in a while. As long as you are out of combat, you can still exit the dungeon." Wang Bo's son knew that he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. On the contrary, Muing, after a few seconds of psychological adjustment, regained her smile. "It's okay. As an opponent, I know Qin too well. He is not the kind of person who is depressed and wants to die." Muing believed Qin, but looking at her hand holding the spear, the joints were pinched to white. It can be seen that her heart is not calm. Hell-level dungeons, from normal to hell, each time the difficulty of the dungeon increases, the number of monsters and the level of monsters in it will increase significantly. At the same time, the types and strength of monsters in the dungeon often change dramatically. Starting from the extremely difficult difficulty, slimes of various attributes will appear in the Slime Ranch dungeon, and many magic skills will be used at the same time. The character of the slime is no longer docile and harmless, and it will actively attack professionals. Not to mention the higher nightmare and hell-level dungeons. Qin is standing in the hell-level Slime Ranch at this moment. Looking around, the slime monsters around are colorful, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and all kinds of colors, and each one is level 7. Giant fire element slime, level, LV.7, life, 300, mana, 70, strength, 8, intelligence, 7, constitution, 15, agility, 7, abilities, split, 4 times, fireball, phoenix fire, flame mastery, low level. This is the monster panel Qin took. Compared with the slimes in the hell difficulty Slime Ranch, the slime monsters in the normal difficulty Slime Ranch are simply a qualitative change. Not only has the level become level 7, but the splitting ability has also increased twice, which is the same level as the boss in the normal dungeon. In addition, there are 3 times the blood volume, multiple attributes, 2 powerful attack skills and a mastery passive. In addition to the giant slime of the fire element, the abilities of other attribute slimes are relatively similar except for the different attributes. Any small monster in the Hell Dungeon is stronger than the final boss in the normal dungeon. The level 7 slime monster is just right for me to level up at level 5. There is no experience penalty, and there is a 50% experience bonus brought by the difficulty of the Hell Dungeon. After level 5, it becomes difficult for professionals to upgrade. The first 5 levels are just benefits for novices. After level 5, the difficulty of upgrading suddenly increases. The experience points required to upgrade from level 5 to level 6 are even more than the sum of levels 1 to 5. So, it is not easy to reach level 15 or above within a month. Shin-Che waved his hand and consumed all his mana, summoning a full 4,700 blood mosquitoes. The blood mosquitoes were overwhelming and took action immediately. Under Shin-Che's command, the blood mosquitoes rushed towards all the slimes within a radius of 32 meters like a vast haze. This time, Shin-Che allocated more blood mosquitoes to each group. The level 7 giant elemental slime couldn't resist the blood mosquitoes' cluster attack, and the 300 drops of blood were almost wiped out. Then the giant elemental slime began to split for the first time, splitting into 2 level 5 fire giant slimes. After the level 5 fire giant slime was destroyed again, it split into 4 level 3 fire giant slimes, and then split into 8 level 2 fire slimes, and finally split into 16 level 1 ordinary slimes, and then was destroyed. Successfully killed the level 7 giant fire elemental slime. Experience value plus 150, Hell copy difficulty coefficient bonus plus 50%. The level of the giant fire elemental slime was reduced layer by layer during the split, but it still brought Shin-Che a full 4.5 talent coins. The number is quite amazing. In this round of attack alone, Shin-Che killed more than a dozen giant elemental slimes and obtained more than 60 talent coins. This speed is really too fast. Shin-Che calculated in his mind that with the number of monsters in the Hell copy, as long as he finished this copy, he could save enough for a 10 draw bronze talent treasure box. The elemental slimes in the Hell copy are still very powerful. At this moment, the number of blood mosquitoes summoned by Shin-Che has been damaged. For example, the huge fire elemental slime, the fireball technique it used, if it burned Shin-Che's blood mosquitoes, would burn a large area. The power of the Phoenix fire technique that can launch multiple ordinary fireballs is also not bad. Add to that the attacks of other elemental slimes, such as the Chidori blade of the thunder slime and the wind slime's wind whirlball, which are all very powerful. After a round of fighting, the number of blood mosquitoes left around Shin-Che was less than 1,000. Shin-Che felt that the blood mosquitoes' properties were now a bit brittle and could not withstand damage. But it doesn't matter. After waiting for a while, Shin-Che restored his mana to 25 points, and then used a skill to spawn a Zerg carpet. After a while, a new carpet of bacteria was spread on the ground, and the function of the mushroom carpet began to activate. A large number of monster corpses and blood mosquito corpses on the mushroom carpet began to be digested, accumulated in the mushroom carpet, and converted into energy. As the fungus carpet digests, Shin-Che is also absorbing it. As Shin-Che's mana recovered, groups of blood mosquitoes were summoned by Shin-Che again. Soon, the scale of the blood mosquitoes in the sky returned to the overwhelming level. Shin-Che didn't even waste the corpses that fell outside the fungus carpet. He ordered his blood mosquitoes to carry the monster corpses left outside to the fungus carpet for digestion, and then transformed and summoned more blood mosquitoes. In the end, all the energy converted from the bacteria blanket was consumed, and the number of blood mosquitoes in the sky reached more than 9,000. Shin-Che's state is also full of blood and mana. The number of blood mosquitoes summoned by Shin-Che was not only fully restored, but also doubled. With more than 9,000 blood mosquitoes in hand, nothing could stop Shin-Che's footsteps in the Hell Dungeon. After killing 2 rounds of slimes in the Hell Dungeon again, Shin-Che successfully rose to level 6, and the number of blood mosquitoes around him exceeded 20,000. The experience in this Hell instance is really rich. After just killing more than 40 slimes, I was promoted to level 6. I didn't even realize how difficult it was to upgrade. Shin-Che only felt that his upgrade speed was as fast as lightning, and he didn't feel the insurmountable experience wall that others called him. As everyone knows, the experience Shin-Che gained from killing more than 40 level 7 slimes in the Hell level dungeon is already comparable to the experience gained from killing double the number of monsters in the ordinary level 7 copy. Moreover, Shin-Che still brushes alone. If it is a normal 5-person dungeon team, everyone's experience will be equally divided, and they will have to kill 400 to 500 monsters together to level up. It is not that easy for an ordinary combat team to kill monsters. There are 400 to 500 monsters, and it takes at least 2 dungeons to be cleared, and the battle continues for 6 or 7 hours. As for Qin-Che, it only takes a few minutes. Massive blood mosquitoes surround and kill them. Not only can they swarm more than a dozen monsters at once, but they can also kill them quickly. Not only that, Qin-Che also saw several different lights on the fungus carpet he spread out. What a high explosion rate! Qin-Che's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked the blood mosquito under his hand to help him pick up all the equipment lying on the ground. There are 4 pieces of equipment in total, 1 white ordinary equipment, 2 excellent green equipment, and 1 blue excellent equipment. A hell-level dungeon has a terrifyingly high equipment explosion rate. You know, before Qin-Che cleaned up the ordinary level slime ranch, he only exploded a first level white ring on the last boss. Slime boots LV.5 premium level. These high-end boots are made of soft slime mud mixed into the sole material and have a high-end stomping feeling. Equipment attributes: agility +2, bounce +3, constitution +1, life +10. Soft ring LV.3 normal level, a casual creation made by an equipment craftsman using slime mud. Equipment attributes: intelligence +3, slime breast guard premium grade, a soft textured breast goggle with a good force relieving effect, but this kind of protective gear is often installed in pairs on some kind of silicone dummy for other purposes. Equipment attributes: physique +3, defense +3, provides 10% damage reduction for attacks with less than 20 power points, and provides 5% damage reduction for attacks with less than 30 power points. Slime flexible dagger LV.5 excellent level, a smooth cylindrical dagger with a strange shape and a length of only 18 centimeters. It has average attributes, but its sales volume is extremely high. Equipment attributes: strength +8, attack speed +3, intelligence +3. It comes with the special effect of pleasurable sluggishness. Hitting an enemy with this weapon can cause the enemy to gain an instant spiritual soaring state and temporarily fall into a sluggish state. Status duration is determined by the user's intelligence and enemy resistance. After looking at these pieces of equipment, Qin-Che felt that his knowledge of strange things had increased a bit. What the hell? Qin-Che said he was disgusted, but still equipped all the newly acquired equipment on his body. The attributes of these pieces of equipment are very complex. All 4 attributes of strength, intelligence, and physical agility are increased. However, Qin-Che's Zerg can inherit all of Qin-Che's attributes at a percentage. For Qin-Che, no matter what attribute the equipment has, it will be useful to him. Moreover, after hundreds of skill releases, Qin-Che's proficiency level for the skill Summoning Blood Mosquito has also risen from entry level to proficiency. Now the blood mosquitoes summoned by the blood mosquito summoning skill can already absorb 10% of all Qin-Che's attributes, and the speed is times 3 times, and every time Qin-Che upgrades to 5 levels, the level of the blood mosquitoes also increases from level 1 to level 2. Now the attributes of blood mosquitoes have been improved a lot. Blood mosquito, LV.3, life, 75 mana, 80, strength, 4 intelligence, 8, physique, 4, agility, 46, ability, blood draining, sharp mouthparts, even gods lose blood, additional for professionals. Qin-Che's blood mosquito has become much stronger than at the beginning. In addition to the 10% attribute from Qin-Che, the blood mosquito can also improve 5 points of attributes for each level up, just like ordinary professionals. Strength, intelligence, and physical strength are increased by 1 point each, and the agility attribute is automatically allocated to 2 attribute points. Of course, after the strength of the blood mosquito is improved, the consumption of using the blood mosquito summoning skill has also increased a little. The consumption of each use of the blood mosquito summoning skill has become 20 mana points. But the consumption is still not much. Compared with the strength of the blood mosquito, it is completely acceptable. It seems that improving skill proficiency is also a way for insect masters to become stronger. It's really not easy for ordinary insect masters to increase their skill proficiency with only 1 summoning. Qin-Che raised the skill proficiency of summoning blood mosquitoes from entry to proficient by summoning more than 30,000, more than 300 times. The efficiency of ordinary insect masters summoning 1 by 1 is completely inferior to Qin-Che, who has unlimited summoning talent. Qin-Che was very glad that he had a second system panel. Just getting a golden entry for infinite summons brought too many qualitative changes to his insect master profession. Talent entries are really too important. The blood mosquito's attribute has been improved, and now Qin-Che can brush the dungeon faster. It took about 20 minutes, and Chinche has brushed to the final boss of the Hell level Slime Ranch. The talent coins in his hand have accumulated to more than 1,000. Chinche let the blood mosquitoes, which already have a number of more than 100,000, deal with the boss on their own without any pressure. He is ready to do this talent treasure chest 10 consecutive draws. Chinche opened the second system panel. He now has 1,610 talent coins, which is not far from the number required for 2 talent 10 consecutive draws. Without any hesitation, Chinche chose the bronze talent treasure chest 10 consecutive draws and opened it directly. Extract bronze talent treasure box *10, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and fragments of talent entries were obtained: low level rage, bronze level, bloodthirsty, bronze level, primary luck, silver level. The treasure chest is opened successfully and complete talent entries, bronze level, are obtained: pet beast home, true eye. The treasure chest was opened successfully and the complete talent entry, silver level, was obtained: amazing understanding, not bad. A total of 2 bronze level talent entries and 1 silver level talent entry were drawn, which is very cool. The luck of the lottery this time is probably equivalent to Chinche using a guaranteed 5-star card for 10 consecutive rounds and drawing 2 5-star double yellow bullets, as well as a guaranteed 6-star 100 lottery pool. The only thing he didn't get was the rarity SP level 7-star card. Skipping all the talent fragments, Chinche looked directly at the 3 complete talents he had extracted. The first is Home of Pet Beasts. This talent can provide Chinche with a 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meter storage space for summons. Chinche knew that the Beastmaster profession had such an ability, but their talent was mastered in the form of skills. This pet space allows the Beastmaster's pet beast to rest, recover, and move around. It can store living creatures so that the Beastmaster can take his contracted beast with him and summon it to fight at any time. Just when Chinche finished drawing the talent entries, the blood mosquito he summoned also killed the last boss in the dungeon instantly. Chinche used a blanket of bacteria to digest the corpses of the boss and blood mosquitoes, and then spawned 10,000 blood mosquitoes. Then Chinche reached out and grabbed it, and there were spatial energy fluctuations in the air, and hundreds of thousands of blood mosquitoes disappeared in an instant. At this moment, they are all in Chinche's pet home. Hundreds of thousands of blood mosquitoes filled the 10 by 10 by 10 pet home to the brim. But Chinche doesn't care. Anyway, he is not a Beastmaster and does not need to cultivate the relationship between himself and his summons. These blood mosquitoes are not normal pet beasts. They are not big and do not need good living conditions. They are crowded when they are crowded. It's 1 o'clock. Chinche even felt that it would not be a problem to squeeze 1 million or 10 million blood mosquitoes into this 10 by 10 by 10 meter square space. Put them all in the pet home. In this way, Chinche will no longer have to dispatch the blood mosquitoes he summoned every time he exits the dungeon. The number of blood mosquitoes accumulated in his hand will only increase. Another talent that is extremely suitable for Chinche's Insect Master's ability system. For Chinche, its value far exceeds the bronze level. Looking at the talent entry, True Eyes, again, it is very simple. Under normal circumstances, professionals can only fully view monster and item information that is no more than 5 levels higher than themselves, and can obtain partial information that is 510 levels higher than themselves. The Eye of Truth can increase Chinche's observation limit by 20 levels. The entry is very simple. It is not a combat entry. It is quite consistent with the strength of the bronze level. As an auxiliary ability, it is not bad. The last highlight is the silver level talent, Amazing Comprehension, which has the effect of increasing Chinche's proficiency in all skills by 200%. The effect is quite violent. Chinche originally estimated that if he wanted to raise the skill level of Summon Blood Mosquito from proficient to proficient, he would have to summon Blood Mosquito 3,000 times. Now that he has the talent entry of Amazing Understanding, he can level up after being summoned 1,000 times. The talent effect of Amazing Comprehension is completely worthy of silver level. After appreciating all the newly acquired talents, Chinche had time to see the dungeon rewards that he received from clearing the Hell level dungeon. Congratulations, you have cleared Slime Ranch, Hell, and received a max rating. Reward for evaluation, 10,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, material, slime heart, flawless. Congratulations, since you have cleared the Hell difficulty of this dungeon with a max rating, you are now eligible to enter this dungeon, Slime Ranch, Reincarnation level, MA's level evaluation of the Hell level copy. Brand new dungeon difficulty, Reincarnation level. Chinche's eyes widened and he even forgot to pick up the equipment exploded by the boss on the ground. Max. Reincarnation level. He had never even heard of these two new terms. What new milestone have I unlocked? Che found it incredible. Before today, the best dungeon clearance rating for humans was SSS. Did I break the historical record? After calming down a little, Che thought this was a good thing. A higher clearance rating means a higher clearance reward. A full 10,000 experience points were worth him killing more than 60 dungeon monsters. There are also monetary rewards in the form of gold coins and purple flawless materials. The rewards are astonishingly rich. Also, unlocking a new level of difficulty means Che can stay in the Slime Ranch dungeon for a longer period of time. Che's level has reached level 7, and he originally planned to play the last few hell difficulty Slime Ranches today. When his level is higher than that of the monsters in Slime Ranch and his killing experience is reduced, he will change to a new copy. Now that the reincarnation level of the dungeon has been unlocked, the monster levels in the reincarnation level dungeon are definitely higher than those in the hell level Slime Ranch, and the experience is richer. Che can play in this dungeon for a long time again. If possible, Che wants to play in this dungeon as long as possible. The splitting ability of slime makes the speed of playing talent coins in this dungeon amazing. Pick up the new equipment dropped by the boss on the ground. The equipment drop rate in the hell dungeon is really high. After playing more than 300 hell difficulty slimes in the dungeon, Che has gathered all the equipment on his body. Most of the excellent blue equipment, as well as a few green fine and excellent pieces, provide a lot of attributes for Che and the blood mosquitoes that eat Che's percentage attributes. But the last 10th level boss, the equipment dropped by the Slime King, is 2 flawless purple equipment. One is the level 7, Slime Scepter, which provides Che with 21 intelligence points and a lot of other attributes. One is the level 10, Slime Crown, which is also a magic equipment, and comes with a skill that can summon one giant elemental slime of each of the 10 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, poison. It is a low-level top-grade equipment, and Che cannot wear it now. But he has more than half of the experience of level 7 now, and it is not far from reaching level 10. Put the crown into the backpack, take the slime scepter in his hand. In order to avoid attracting attention and unnecessary trouble, Che hides the light effects of all the equipment on his body, and then chooses to exit the Slime Ranch dungeon. Che is ready to try the difficulty of the reincarnation level dungeon next time. Che exited the dungeon, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the dungeon portal again. Che was surprised to find that Muing was still here and had not left. Che scratched his head and was about to say hello to Muing again, but he didn't expect that 2 uninvited guests would appear on the side. Isn't this Che, the top student in our grade? How come he has fallen to such a low level that he has to play a rubbish dungeon like Slime Ranch? The voice was very harsh. Che looked at the other person coldly. The person who came over to mock him was none other than Donlai, who had just finished playing a round of dungeons with Qinyao. Donlai hugged Qinyao, his eyes full of teasing. Suddenly, he pretended to slap his forehead and said, "Oh, look at my memory. I forgot that your awakened profession is a useless profession like Mushy Master. No one is willing to team up with you. You can only play a rubbish dungeon like Slime Ranch. Ha ha ha. Let me guess what level you have reached now. Is it still level 1? Or level 2? Donlai looked Che up and down, as if he had discovered something interesting, especially when he looked at the slime scepter in Che's hand. He couldn't help but laugh sarcastically again. Where did you get this piece of junk equipment? I've never seen it before. The level hasn't risen much, but you got a set of junk white clothes? At this time, Qinyao also took over the conversation. Qinyao said with a smile, you have to get a set of junk white clothes. Without adding some attributes, he may not even be able to beat the slime monster, ha ha ha. Then what's the point of buying this kind of junk staff? It's better to just buy a wooden sword to add some physical attack power. Che, I find that you are not only useless, but also your brain may be flooded. Donlai mocked loudly. Che couldn't help but frown. He now looked at Donlai and Qinyao as if he was looking at a jumping clown. But the stinky flies flying around him were annoying even if they didn't bite people. Che's eyes were cold, and he had already planned to teach them a lesson. Anyway, he would participate in the professional assessment in a month and show his strength. He didn't follow the path of hiding, so it was okay to show some strength first. Just as Che had summoned 100 blood mosquitoes on his sleeves, a silver spear shot straight at them and stabbed directly into the ground in front of Donlai and Qinyao, causing 4 or 5 cracks in the floor tiles. The sudden flying spear startled Donlai and Qinyao. Especially Donlai. In order to dodge faster, he threw Qinyao directly in his arms and threw her to the side roughly. Che watched coldly as Qinyao fell to the ground, and he didn't even reach out to catch her. Che looked back and saw that it was Muing. She threw the spear. Che, ignore these chirping flies, they have no ability, but they are good at showing off their power. And I have heard about your cousin, she is a snob and an ungrateful person, and she is not worth pitying. It is best to draw a clear line with such people, you should be happy. Muing walked to Che, pulled up his spear from the ground, and then held the spear with one hand, pointing the tip of the spear at Donglai. Get out before I get completely angry, I am very unhappy with you now. If it is not that professionals are not allowed to fight here, the gun is already on you now. The opponent whom I regard as the target of competition, is it also someone you can insult? Then Muing leaned over and looked at Qinyao, who fell to the ground, and said disdainfully, short-sighted, snobbish. I think you will regret it soon. A month later, you will find that abandoning Che is the stupidest thing. In addition, you think you can get close to the Qi family just because you hooked up with Donglai? Ha, you are just someone else's plaything. Mu Ying's words were very aggressive and sharp. Donglai couldn't help but snorted coldly. But the Mu family has a high status in Linsheng, and even wants to suppress them to go to the Qi family. Mu Ying's ability is not comparable to his. Donglai dare not provoke, so he can only snort angrily, then reach out and pull Qinyao, who is sitting on the ground, up, and then leave quickly. Thank you. Looking at Muing standing beside him, Che thanked sincerely. Originally, he was ready to take action himself and then accept the punishment from the administrator of the copy square. Mu Ying's help helped him out of the siege and solved a lot of troubles. Hey, you're welcome. Muing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to care. Looking at Che, who was intact beside him, Muing also breathed a sigh of relief. She waited at the door of the dungeon for more than 20 minutes, and only when she saw Che come out safely did she feel relieved. At this time, Wang Bo had already paid the compensation for Mu Ying's damage to the dungeon square manager. Muing waved and said goodbye to Che, that I'll leave first, I'm going to brush the dungeon with Wang Bo and the others. Well, bye. Che watched Muing leave gracefully, and then his mind was back to the Slime Ranch dungeon. Now it's time to see the difficulty of the reincarnation level dungeon. Choose the difficulty of restarting the dungeon, reincarnation level, enter. Muing walked to the door of the Horror Night dungeon and turned back, ready to take another look at Che, and then she froze in place. Muing reached out and grabbed Uncle Wang, who had the most experience, and asked with a puzzled look, Uncle Wang, the teleportation vortex is black, what level of dungeon is that? In the Slime Ranch dungeon of the reincarnation level. Che used his latest talent, True Eye, to scan around, and all the slime monsters around were above level 10. The monsters' abilities were also upgraded again. For example, the original, Giant Fire Elemental Slime, has now become the new, Giant Flame Slime, and a new skill has been added to the skill column, Dragon Fire Technique. Whether it is level, attributes, or skills, they have all been upgraded to a higher level. Their overall combat power is definitely not weaker than the level 15 monsters in the ordinary dungeon. Among these slime monsters, there are even a large number of elite monsters, level 12. They are even stronger than ordinary level 10 monsters. You should know that the theoretical level of this dungeon is LV.1. Let the level 1 professional face the level 10 slime monster, even the level 12 elite monster, and the level of the dungeon boss will definitely be higher. It is worthy of the difficulty of the reincarnation level dungeon. For ordinary professionals, let alone level 1, even if they come in a team of level 10, they are all sending themselves to death. Their difficulty is definitely above level 15, and it is not something that ordinary people can handle. But Che doesn't care. After seeing the attributes of his enemy monsters, Che first spread a Zerg fungus carpet under his feet, and then opened his pet home. Without using the blood mosquito summoning skill, hundreds of thousands of blood mosquitoes flew out. In the reincarnation level dungeon, the new slime monster is very powerful. Before Che made a move, the giant fire slime spit out a mouthful of dragon fire, which could burn 100 or 200 blood mosquitoes. But it doesn't matter, Che has tens of thousands of blood mosquitoes. When the giant fire slime burned Che to death, hundreds or even thousands of blood mosquitoes, the huge amount of blood mosquitoes could also drain the giant fire slime's blood and kill all its split bodies. After one wave, Che's blood mosquitoes were reduced a lot. After killing more than a dozen slimes in the reincarnation level dungeon, Che's blood mosquitoes also lost more than 10,000. But when the fungal mat under his feet began to take effect, the continuous summoning completed the replenishment of blood mosquitoes. And it doubled, with 30,000 new summons. Successfully killed a level 10 giant fire slime, experience value plus 600, reincarnation level dungeon difficulty coefficient bonus plus 100%, successfully killed a level 10 giant mist slime, experience value plus 600, reincarnation level dungeon difficulty coefficient bonus plus 100%, successfully killed a level 10 giant sea slime. Experience value plus 600, reincarnation level dungeon difficulty coefficient bonus plus 100%. Qin also picked up 3 blue level 10 equipment and 4 green equipment on the ground, and the explosion rate became higher and higher. In the reincarnation level dungeon, the equipment dropped by the monsters doesn't even have a bit of white, and the coins picked up each time are all more than 1 silver coin. What a high drop rate! Qin's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Just now, his blood mosquito had just killed a level 12 elite monster, Giant Flame Slime, and it actually dropped a flawless purple outfit for him. Level 12 elite monsters can drop purple outfits. In addition, after this round, Qin also has nearly 200 points of talent coins income. Level 10 Giant Flame Slime can provide Qin with 10 talent coins at a time, and level 12 Elite Flame can provide 21.2 talent coins. The Giant Flame Slime splitting ability is still 4 times, no change. The Elite Giant Flame Slime splitting ability is 5 times. But the higher level foundation has made the number of talent coins Qin can get from them change qualitatively. Such a high efficiency of obtaining talent coins has given Qin a new throbbing in his heart. Why not just save 10,000 talent coins and draw a big one? With 1,000 talent coins, I can exceed the guaranteed silver talent. If I save 10,000 talent coins, will I have a chance to draw a gold talent? Qin thought in his mind. Qin has a deep understanding of the power of the gold talent item. All his current powerful abilities are actually built around the gold item, infinite summoning. A gold item is a qualitative change. If you get more. Next time, save up the talent treasure box for 100 consecutive draws. Qin made a decision in his mind. In the reincarnation level copy, Qin continued to stroll leisurely. The blood mosquito army around him was mighty and followed him forward. The fungal carpet under his feet also kept spreading forward with Qin's footsteps. The spellcasting light effect on the slime scepter in Qin's hand never stopped, and an endless stream of blood mosquitoes continued to be poured out by him. Wherever the blood mosquitoes and zerg fungus blankets go, nothing is left. All the slime monsters encountered are killed by the blood mosquitoes. Finally, the fungus blankets catch up, and even the monster corpses are blown away. The dropped equipment is also picked up by special blood mosquitoes and delivered directly to Qin. Even if some monsters that have not been attracted to hatred put Qin as the first target of attack and release the Halong fire technique on him, it doesn't matter. There are still a lot of blood mosquitoes in front of Qin, forming a thick curtain wall, which will block all damage for Qin. Qin doesn't have to do anything, just keep moving forward in the dungeon, which is even a bit boring. Fortunately, there is still something to play with. Qin took out the eliminated equipment, Slime Heart Mirror. This thing is soft in texture and can be squeezed in your hand as a toy, which is quite relaxing. The reincarnation level dungeon couldn't stop Qin's steps. 1,000 blood mosquito summons, with infinite summons and fungal blankets providing a steady supply of mana, are very satisfactory. Amazing insight, silver level, the speed of proficiency improvement of all skills increases by 200%. Qin's blood mosquito summoning skill proficiency level has successfully reached mastery. Now each blood mosquito can inherit 15% of Qin's total attributes, 4 times the agility, and every 5 levels of Qin, the level of the blood mosquito is +3. The attributes of the blood mosquito are now very good. In addition to the increase in the level of the blood mosquito, Qin has already collected a set of excellent blue clothes, and the attribute points that the blood mosquito can inherit have also begun to become very considerable. The 4th level blood mosquito is already comparable to the attributes of the professionals of the same level as Qin, who are wearing most of the white clothes. It's just that the distribution of each attribute is not specialized. In addition to the multiple growth of agility and Qin's main intelligence, the strength and physique attributes are only a dozen points. There is no professional skill, and the single blood mosquito is still much weaker than the same professional. But even so, such a blood mosquito is already very powerful. Very powerful, very impressive. So, the rare combat profession of the insect master is not too weak. It's just that few insect masters have the patience to summon and use it thousands of times, consume tens of thousands of mana points, and use up their mana hundreds of times to improve their skill proficiency. And ordinary insect masters, unless they have amazing family backgrounds, will not have such good equipment as I have, and the attribute bonus they can provide for blood mosquitoes is also limited. Their blood mosquitoes are definitely not as powerful as mine at the mastery level. Probably only at the higher level of great success can they be comparable to my current blood mosquitoes. That means tens of thousands of summons, thousands of mana consumption, and no one can hold on. Shin-Che has roughly guessed the reason why the insect master profession is weak. This is a later stage profession. It can be very strong, completely worthy of the rare level. But it can't develop in the early stage, and few people have the patience to persist. After all, no one is willing to form a team in the dungeon of the insect master profession, and it has become difficult to upgrade the level, not to mention other things. However, in front of Shin-Che who can extract talent entries, the problem of the insect master's weakness in the early stage no longer exists. Shin-Che is also very strong in the early stage of the profession. It can even be called terrifying. 300,000 blood mosquitoes comparable to half-white clothes, with a few poor additions and no skills are overwhelming. The final boss of the reincarnation level, the 15th level, Slime King, including its own split time, can't after surviving for a minute, he was killed and split 6 times, and fell straight down. So terrifying. Congratulations, you have cleared the Slime Ranch, reincarnation level, and obtained an ease level evaluation. Evaluation rewards, 30,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, epic skill book, pick 1 out of N, pink. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive reward for the first pass of the reincarnation level EX, all basic attributes plus 10. Reincarnation level ease level evaluation. Higher than the max evaluation. Shin-Che made history again. And these rewards. Shin-Che rubbed his eyes and looked at the pink epic skill book in his backpack. He even forgot to pick up the orange perfect equipment that exploded on the ground after the final boss was eliminated. Shin-Che knew that the rewards for high-difficulty dungeons were better. But rich is not enough to describe this harvest. The 10 gold coins in the reward were just a fraction of a fraction. In the auction house, an epic skill book can definitely be auctioned for millions or even tens of millions of gold coins according to the skill effects and the popularity or unpopularity of the suitable profession. Skill books of the same grade are much more expensive than equipment. And the equipment to be compared must be the highest level, the top level, or the levelless one. The exchange rate of gold coins is, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Yes, it is so outrageous. You should know that the excellent blue clothes Shin-Che is wearing are only worth 7 or 8 gold coins in total, and only the purple staff in his hand is more expensive, which can be worth more than 10 gold coins. Without doing anything else, Shin-Che just needs to put this epic skill book on the system auction house, and he can become a rich man and be financially free in this life. But Shin-Che is not such a short-sighted person. He clicked on the backpack to check the properties of this epic skill book. Pick 1 in N, pink, summoning/beast taming related professions can learn directly. Note, if other professions are forced to learn, it is necessary to calculate the compatibility of skills, professions and personal abilities. If the compatibility is not enough, forced learning may cause direct damage to this skill book. Very good. Although it is not the most valuable general skill book that can be learned by any profession, it is a summoning skill. Shin-Che can use it. Let's look at its skill effects. Pick 1 in N, cooling, 1 second, casting cost, 100 mana, effect 1, pick 1 in 100, the professional can pick one of the 100 summons and give it the elite prefix. The ability of the elite summons is improved. Effect 2, proficiency level unlocked. Effect 3, mastery level unlocked. Effect 4, great accomplishment level unlocked. Effect 5, perfection level unlocked. So strong, it's worthy of being an epic skill book. Having just finished killing elite monsters in the reincarnation level dungeon, Shin-Che really knows how strong elite monsters are. The epic skill book in Shin-Che's backpack disappeared directly, and the skill, 1 in N, appeared directly in Shin-Che's skill column. Learn the skill, then Shin-Che selects his own blood mosquito swarm, selects 100 blood mosquitoes from it, and then chooses to use the skill, 1 in 100. A beam of white light shot out from the staff in Shin-Che's hand, sweeping all the 100 blood mosquitoes. Then a milky white light surged from one of the 100 blood mosquitoes, wrapping it like a light cocoon. Shin-Che raised his eyebrows slightly. This white light was somewhat similar to the evolutionary light that the Beastmaster profession cultivated when the pet evolved. But this white light did not last long, not as long as when the Beastmaster's pet evolved. In 2 or 3 seconds, a brand new blood mosquito appeared in front of Shin-Che. The newly appeared blood mosquito was much bigger. It was originally only the size of a small fingernail, but it became almost the size of a big fingernail. The red color on its body was also much brighter. The mouthparts became sharper and longer, and a pair of wings grew on its body. The rest of the structure seemed to have become much thicker. Elite Blood Mosquito LV.6. Shin-Che checked the new attributes of the Blood Mosquito. Compared with the previous level 4 Blood Mosquito, the Elite Blood Mosquito has increased by 2 levels, and the attribute points of each level of the Elite Blood Mosquito have been increased from the original 5 points to 6 points. It has become the same as the attribute points of rare level professionals. In other words, the Elite Blood Mosquito has 15 more attributes than the ordinary Blood Mosquito. This is a big improvement. Moreover, the attribute point distribution of the Blood Mosquito has also changed from the original 1 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 body, and 2 agility to the current 2 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 body, and 2 agility. Shin-Che's Elite Blood Mosquito has 7 more strength points than the ordinary Blood Mosquito. The strength attribute was directly increased by half. What a powerful skill! Shin-Che now has 300,000 Blood Mosquitoes, which can evolve into 3,000 Blood Mosquito Elites. In the future, Shin-Che's Blood Mosquitoes will only increase. Wouldn't it be possible to evolve 30,000 or 300,000 Blood Mosquito Elites? Moreover, this is the first effect of the skill, 1 in N. Now it is 1 in 100. Will there be 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or 1 in 1,000,000? Behind the skill, there are 4 other skill effects that have not been unlocked. In addition, the first clearance of the reincarnation level dungeon, the dungeon also rewarded him with 10 basic attributes. This reward is unheard of by Shin-Che. I have never heard of such special rewards for the first clearance of other difficulty dungeons. I don't know if there are no such special rewards except for the reincarnation level dungeons, or if the information has not been revealed. 40 basic attribute values are equivalent to 8 levels of ordinary professionals. These attributes are then transferred to the summoned Blood Mosquitoes, which is another growth for the Blood Mosquitoes. At this time, Shin-Che remembered that there was still an orange perfect level equipment on the ground that he hadn't picked up. The quality of orange perfect level equipment is below the pink epic level and above the purple flawless level, and it is also rare. Slime King Great Sword, perfect level, level requirement, level 15, equipment attributes, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 30, constitution plus 10, agility plus 5, equipment items, 1, the equipment level requirement for this equipment is 10. 2. Attack penetration plus 5 points. 3. Imperial Inspiration, it can make all friendly units enter an excited state, and increase all attributes by 10%. 4. Imperial Deterrence, it can suppress and deter all local units, weakening all local attributes. The weakening percentage is affected by the level difference between the professional and the enemy, and the total attributes of enemies of the same level as the professional are suppressed by 10%. 5. Guard, it can summon 4 elite slimes to protect itself. 4 items, perfect grade. Although it is not the top-level levelless equipment, this Slime Emperor Great Sword has an item that reduces the assembly requirements. Shin-Che directly replaced the Slime Scepter and equipped it. Generally speaking, excellent level equipment has 0 to 1 special equipment items at random, excellent level equipment has 1 to 2 items, flawless level equipment has 2 to 3 items, and perfect level equipment has 3 to 5 equipment items. 5 special equipment items, this is already the best equipment in the perfect level. And the attributes of the items are very excellent. Except for the one that summons slimes to protect Shin-Che, which is a bit useless, the rest are very useful. Even if the person using this greatsword is not Shin-Che, summoning 4 level 12 elite slimes is simply a magical skill for a level 5 professional. Reduced equipment requirements, attack penetration, and amplification weakened, adding a full 75 attribute points. It is even super suitable for Shin-Che's strength and intelligence. In this wave, before the amplification brought by the epic skill book and the increase in all attributes is fully digested, Shin-Che's strength has been raised to another level. Shin-Che's Blood Mosquito has become more powerful. Shin-Che's level has reached level 8. After counting all the loot, Shin-Che exited the dungeon, and no one bothered him again this time. Continuing to choose the reincarnation level difficulty, Shin-Che continued to level up and earn talent coins. There are a lot of talent coins you can get from the reincarnation level slime ranch. You can get nearly 5,000 talent coins by clearing the level once. It only takes Shin-Che half an hour to clear a reincarnation level dungeon. However, it became increasingly difficult to upgrade after level 8. From level 8 to level 9, Shin-Che refreshed the reincarnation level dungeon for 3 more rounds. From level 9 to level 10, he went straight to the time when the dark dungeon was closed. Level 10 in one day. This leveling speed surprised even Shin-Che himself. For new professionals, the first 5 levels are easier to upgrade. After level 5, the difficulty of upgrading will skyrocket. Even students with good family backgrounds like Mu Ying and Chi Donglai have dedicated senior professionals to level up in one day. It's already pretty good to be able to reach level 6 or 7. Lin Cheng's historical record for leveling up over the past several decades is level 8.5 per day, which is still far behind Shi Chen. The experience points required between level 8.5 to level 10 are enough to hold several 8th level professionals. Just at level 10, Qin Shi unlocked a new professional skill, Spout, Zerg. This professional skill is not for Qin Shi himself to use. The target in the skill introduction is the Zerg. It is an additional ability that is effective against the Zerg. It can add the long-range attack capability of Nozzle Spray to the Zerg in Qin Shi's hand. Now Qin Shi's intelligence attribute bonus is no longer a useless attribute for the blood mosquito. In particular, Qin Shi has added points of Chuanji, with a basic intelligence of 75 points, and the equipment attributes on his body are also more towards the legal system. After the blood mosquito's attack changes from a close bite to a long-range acid spray, the damage will definitely become more high. But now that all the dungeons have been closed, Qin Shi, who has no way to test his skills, can only find a place to rest first. Xin Yao's home can no longer be lived in. Her words have been so unpleasant and she will be a stranger from now on. But Qin Shi still went back because he himself had a family before moving to Qin Yao's house. He was going to get the keys to his house. Result? Qin Shi was kicked out by his uncle and aunt. No, he didn't even get in. Qin Shi had a cold face and his eyes were full of anger. His aunt, Qin Yao's mother, blocked the door with her waist and then started to act rogue. Come to pick up your personal belongings? How much are your computers, electronic equipment, etc. worth? White-eyed wolf, you have lived in my house for 3 years, and you have left all these things, which are not enough to pay back. You hurry up, or I'll chase you away with a broom in a moment. Qin Yao's mother's face was full of anger, and it seemed that she was determined not to let Qin Shi take anything away. But Qin Shi didn't care about these electronic devices. Qin Shi clenched his fists and asked, I don't want any of these things like computers and tablets. I just want the iron box on my bookshelf. I'll leave after taking the things. The iron box with a combination lock contained the real estate certificate and keys, which were the most valuable things in his home after his parents mysteriously disappeared in the mysterious realm. By taking it back, Qin Shi can go home and have a place to live. Hearing Qin Shi talk about the iron box in his desk, Qin Shi's aunt was obviously a little panicked. Her eyes flickered and her words began to be vague. What kind of iron box? I've never seen it before. Oh, I remembered it. It seems that I threw it away as useless garbage during the general cleaning this morning. Now 80% of it has been picked up by the aunt who collects the garbage. At this time, Qin Shi's uncle Qin Xiao stood up. He looked like an elder and his attitude was a bit gentle. He took out a small handful of silver coins from his pocket and said to Qin Shi, since you don't want to live at home anymore, my uncle won't stop you, but you can use these dozens of silver coins as your uncle's kindness. Uncle really didn't look at the iron box you mentioned. Maybe it was thrown away as garbage like your aunt said. It doesn't matter, Uncle will pay more attention to you when the time comes. If you find it, I'll call you again. Qin Shi glanced at Qin Xiao indifferently. One of them was a bad guy and the other was a bad guy. Qin Xiao, a veteran working in the officialdom, wanted to leave a good impression on himself at this time. Is this because I am afraid that one day in the future, if I have the opportunity to become prosperous, I will be able to contact him again? Lao Yushio doesn't do things as bluntly as Qin Yao. Qin Shi knocked the silver coins out of Qin Zhao's hand and said coldly, No, you should keep the money for yourself. Crocodile tears. The room was brightly lit, and Qin Shi caught a glimpse through the door. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, an iron box was lying on the ground. But the code lock of the box had long been broken and opened. An axe and equipment were leaning on the side, and it could be vaguely seen that there was nothing inside the box. The deed and keys in the box were gone. Qin Shi could guess who took them. And that axe, if Qin Shi remembered correctly, it was the weapon of Qin Xiao, the berserker profession. It is also obvious who opened the box. Just like that, Qin Xiao still wants to act like a good uncle in front of him. It's ridiculous. Take your dirty money back. Qin Shi knew that he couldn't get the property certificate and keys back anyway, so he turned around and left. Qin Shi didn't feel any guilt for treating Qin Xiao like this. Not to mention the value of the property, he moved from his own home to Qin Zhao's home with the remaining balance of his family. Most of his expenses were paid with his own money. Apart from food and accommodation, he didn't spend much on Qin Zhao's family. Moreover, he took the initiative to pay some of his living expenses to Qin Zhao, just because he didn't want to be a freeloader. Even Qin Che, as a brother, took great care of Qin Yao, his sister, and often bought her clothes and food. He didn't take anything from Qin Zhao's family. The only thing he enjoyed was the feeling of having family. In the end, all this was pretended and fake. In the end, it was Qin Zhao's family who abandoned him first. Qin Che felt that he didn't owe Qin Yao's family anything. On the contrary, Qin Zhao's family had been coveting his talent and his things. Qin Che only hated that he was too young in the past 3 years and didn't see through them early. The silver coin in his hand was opened. Looking at Qin Che's back as he left, Qin Zhao's eyes flickered and turned cold. What an ungrateful person! Qin Yao's mother also sneered and muttered, "It's better if he doesn't want this silver coin. It saves money. With these silver coins, it's enough to buy my daughter a piece of excellent equipment." Qin Che came out of Qin Zhao's house, but did not leave immediately. He is not a person who will not take revenge. Qin Che waved his hand, and 1 or 2,000 blood mosquitoes flew into the greening of Qin Zhao's villa. Then Qin Che directly cut off the connection with these blood mosquitoes and left quickly. When the summoner does not need to summon an existence, he has 2 ways to dispel it. One is to directly cancel the summons and actively dissipate them. This is the most commonly used. The other is to cut off the connection between yourself and the summoned object. The summoned object will become much weaker due to the disconnection, and will dissipate on its own after 24 hours. Qin Che directly scattered all the 2,000 blood mosquitoes on the greenery of Qin Zhao's house. He just looked and saw that Qin Yao was not at home. There were only 2 people at home, Qin Xiao and Qin Yao's mother. Qin Xiao is a second-level professional with a level of over 40. Qin Yao's mother is also at level 1, level 29. After these blood mosquitoes cut off contact with Qin Che, they no longer had the effect of solid wounding. Given the huge level difference, they would definitely not be able to hurt the 2 of them. And without Qin Che's command, the blood mosquitoes immediately began to scatter and would not concentrate their fire to attack. Even if they go elsewhere, the scattered weakened blood mosquitoes are not afraid of hurting people. But things like mosquitoes are both harmless and disgusting. No blood will be deducted from being bitten, but there is no problem if the blood mosquito with its sharp mouthparts causes a huge itchy bump on their body. 2,000 blood mosquitoes are enough for them to drink from a pot. Qin Che smiled and left quickly from the villa. Qin Che's things were not so easy to get. But it was so late that Qin Che couldn't find a new house to buy or rent, so he had to find a hotel. Qin Che looked at his system backpack in the auction house. The explosion rate of reincarnation level copies was particularly high. He consigned hundreds of low-level equipment today, and they were very easy to sell. Because these equipments are of low grade and high quality, they are very popular. It is purchased by many big families to train new professionals and to quickly level up for the children of the family. The price is not bad either. The value of green refined grain equipment ranges from 7 or 8 silver coins to more than a dozen silver coins. Excellent blue equipment can be sold for dozens of silver coins to about 2 gold coins. As for the rarest flawless purple equipment, each one is priced in double figures. The purple equipment with the best attributes, Qin Che even sold for hundreds of gold coins, and they were all sold instantly. Coupled with the materials Qin Che put up for sale, picked up in the dungeon, and the 10 gold coins awarded for each EX score in the final dungeon, Qin Che is now a complete little rich man. Qin Che has more than 2,300 gold coins in his hand. With so many gold coins in his hand, he also has no shortage of equipment and no other extra expenses. Naturally, Qin Che will not suffer himself. So he directly chose the best hotel in Linchang. The presidential suite here costs 20 gold coins a day. After paying 600 gold coins, Qin Che successfully booked a presidential suite in Heaven and Earth, with a monthly subscription. Anyway, a month later, after the professional assessment, he would leave Linchang to the city where the combat academy was located. So Qin Che simply booked the presidential suite for a month. I heard that the spa technicians in Heaven and Earth are all very moist, and they are all first-level hydrotherapy ladies. After discounting, 600 gold coins is actually a large amount of money to spend in Linchang. There was even a special concierge car to pick him up. When he arrived at Heaven and Earth, Qin Che was also greeted politely by the manager of Heaven and Earth. Qin Che was not used to this kind of service, so he simply made an appointment with 2 spa ladies downstairs for a while, and then went upstairs by himself without even bringing the suite housekeeper. There are 7 floors in the Heaven and Earth. In addition to the common suite at the bottom, the 6th floor is the executive suite, and the 7th floor is the presidential suite. Qin took the elevator and stopped when he reached the sixth floor of the executive suite. Because the elevator in heaven and earth can only go directly to the sixth floor of the executive suite at most. In order to protect the privacy and confidentiality of the most distinguished guests in the presidential suite, they must hold a special room card and swipe it to open it here, and then take another exclusive elevator to go up to the seventh floor where the presidential suite is located. Qin was also slightly shocked when he walked out of the elevator. He has never been to such an expensive place before. On the executive suite level, even the corridor is so spacious and luxurious. What does the presidential suite on the upper level look like? Those who can live on the sixth or seventh floor are either rich or noble. At this moment, a few meters in front of Qin, the door of the suite closest to the elevator entrance opened. Qin couldn't help but frown, wondering why he could meet this guy everywhere. Shi Donglai, who had just opened the door, also noticed Qin. He was now half naked, wearing a silk pajamas provided by the hotel, matching shorts, and slippers. There were blushes and sweat stains on his face and forehead, and he was a little drunk. Shi Donglai was obviously in a state of dizziness and excitement. He became even more excited when he saw Qin. Hey, isn't this Qin? Why are you following us here? You still can't let go of Qin Yao and have been secretly following us. We all followed you to the hotel suite. You are awesome. Shi Donglai gave Qin a thumbs up, and then said excitedly, proudly and jokingly, but you came a little too late. I guess you had a hard time trying to deal with the waiters in the hotel lobby. Bar? Did you get along, or did you go out of your way to book a junior suite down there? But that doesn't matter anymore. I've finished my work. Let me show you your most beloved sister, lying on my bed now. With that said, Shi Donglai deliberately opened the door of his suite further so that Qin could see inside. Qin Yao was lying on the sofa in the executive suite, naked. Some red scratches could be seen on her body and buttocks. Hearing the sound outside the door, Qin Yao subconsciously looked outside the door, was instantly startled, and immediately sat up from the sofa. With a scream, she hurriedly found two clothes and put them on. Ha ha ha, how is it? Shi Donglai laughed triumphantly and boasted to Qin, you stopped me for 3 years, but Qin Yao finally took the initiative to come to the door? This is the good girl in your eyes. I can get on base in one day, it's that simple. I don't know what you think now? Qin waved his hand to knock off Shi Donglai's arm that wanted to put on his shoulder, and looked into the suite again. But this time, Qin no longer had any emotion when he saw Qin Yao again. What Qin Yao was like, even if Shi Donglai had sex with her, what did it have to do with him? Qin no longer cared about her. Qin just uttered 2 words indifferently, sheep. But Shi Donglai was so proud, Qin couldn't let him be too happy. Qin looked at Shi Donglai again, with some disdain, and said with sarcasm, excuse me, as a man, your time is a bit short. If you are not good at that, why not go see a doctor when you have time? How could Qin know how long Shi Donglai's time was? Qin didn't follow them to the hotel as Shi Donglai guessed. But it doesn't matter, Shi Donglai didn't notice that a blood mosquito had quietly bitten him. And injected with sheep tail virus. From now on, he will become incapable. Disease, Qin's new talent entry. On the way to the heaven and earth in the limousine, Qin had already drawn a fraction of the more than 100,000 talent coins he had earned today. It turns out that there is no such thing as a single draw miracle. Qin first spent more than 2,000 talent coins and drew more than 20 times. In the end, he drew a talent fragment that required 10 of them to be combined into a complete talent, but he drew nothing. Then Qin didn't dare to waste the remaining 2,000 talent coins. He chose to draw the bronze treasure chest twice for 10 consecutive times, and finally lost the guarantee. After 2 consecutive draws, a bronze entry and a silver entry talent were obtained. Epidemic is the silver level one among them. The effect of the entry is, you can actively add a disease to this entry every day, and it will be automatically cleared at 0 o'clock the next day, and you need to add it again. Qin just added the sheep tail virus to this entry. Within the next 24 hours, all Qin's attacks will be attached with this virus. And this attack naturally includes the blood mosquito controlled by Qin. Shi Donglai still didn't know that he had turned into a sheep's tail. But even if he didn't know, he still looked angry when Qin told him. Because his time in that aspect is really short. Shi Donglai became anxious after being stabbed in the scar, and immediately became furious. Shi Donglai clenched his fists, but when he thought that this was heaven and earth, and the hotel had a huge background, he couldn't make trouble here. You have to think of a way to teach Qin a lesson. At this time, Qin was too lazy to pay attention to Qi Dong. He walked towards the exclusive elevator leading to the 7th floor. Seeing Qin Che's actions, Chi Donglai couldn't help but sneered and looked at Qin Che as if he were a country bumpkin. TSK, what a bastard, you don't even know that the elevator on the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth needs to swipe the access card of the presidential suite to open it, and you still want to get in straight. Just go back to where you came from. Don't you still want to go up to the 7th floor and have a look at the presidential suite? What a fool. Get down quickly. The executive suite is not the place you should be. Don't embarrass yourself here. After saying that, Chi Donglai started shouting in the corridor, waiter, waiter. In the corridor between Heaven and Earth, there are actually waiters on each floor 24 hours a day. Chi Donglai shouted, and soon 2 waiters came quickly from a distance. Sir, what do you want? The waiter asked politely. Chi Donglai immediately pointed at Qin Che and asked the waiter loudly, how do you manage personnel in Heaven and Earth? How come anyone can come in? How did that country bumpkin get from the lobby all the way to the administrative level? And he's even thinking about taking the presidential elevator, so hurry up and blast him out. It was just a taunt, how could he let Qin Che go down easily? Chi Donglai looked forward to the embarrassing scene of Qin Che being driven away by the waiter. He just wanted to teach Qin Che a lesson and humiliate him severely. But the waiter in front of him didn't move. When Chi Dong came to see the 2 waiters who were still not moving, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and urged him unhappily, what are you doing? Send him out quickly? Can we provide good service? Otherwise I will call your manager. The faces of the 2 waiters were obviously troubled, and finally the older of the 2 spoke, I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid we can't meet your request, because that person is also our distinguished guest and a guest here. Dignified guest? Is it him? Chi Donglai's eyes widened and his voice rose an octave. Is he worthy? Are you mistaken? Yes, sir. That gentleman is our distinguished guest in the presidential suite in Heaven and Earth. At this time, something seemed to come from the waiter's earphone. The waiter paused and listened intently for a few seconds. His attitude towards Chi Donglai suddenly became much colder. When he spoke again, he said to Chi Donglai, please don't insult our distinguished guests in Heaven and Earth again, otherwise, we in Heaven and Earth will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Don't worry, we will pay you 3 times the room rate you paid us. If you need, we can also contact you with other affordable hotels in Lincheng. The waiter's tone became cold after receiving instructions from his superiors. Chi Donglai became even more angry, and he even wanted to throw things. When he said he wanted Qin Che to go out, why did he turn into imagining inviting him out in Heaven and on Earth? Besides, Qin Che is a distinguished guest in Heaven and Earth. Did he really book a presidential suite? Chi Donglai couldn't help but ask the waiter. The price of the presidential suite in Heaven and Earth is 30 gold coins per night. It's equivalent to a low-level flawless purple outfit. Yes, that's right, the waiter replied, Mr. Qin is our distinguished guest here. He has booked a presidential suite in our Tian family for 1 month. Therefore, we cannot meet your request. What? Qin Che, presidential suite, 1 month? Chi Donglai felt that his mind was a little mushy. The combination of these words is a bit too fantasy. But he quickly stopped talking when he saw the already cold-faced waiter. Chi Donglai didn't want to be kicked out. I can't afford to lose this person. At this time, Chi Donglai looked towards the luxury elevator leading to the presidential suite. At this moment, Qin Che just swiped his exclusive room card and walked in. Qin Che is really a VIP in the presidential suite. Chi Donglai was puzzled. Why? The presidential suite in Tianshang Renjian costs 30 gold coins a night, and a monthly package costs at least 600 or 700 gold coins. Why can Qin Che take out so many gold coins at once? It's unreasonable. You know, Chi Donglai is considered a wealthy family in Lincheng. The young master of his Chi family can only afford to open an executive suite here. And it's the one closest to the elevator and has the worst location. Only 1.5 gold coins a day. Looking at the attitude of the 2 waiters, Chi Donglai felt even more depressed and annoyed. He slammed the door and turned back to the suite. Xin Yao in the executive suite was wearing simple clothes. Seeing Chi Donglai coming back, she couldn't help asking, is what they said true? Qin Che really spent 600 or 700 gold coins to book a presidential suite for a month? Xin Yao had been listening in the suite for a long time. How could Qin Che be so rich? Xin Yao didn't understand, but her inquiry stimulated and aroused Chi Donglai's anger. After being frustrated by Qin Che many times, Xin Yao seemed to be particularly interested in Qin Che at this moment, which made Chi Donglai particularly angry. He threw Qingyao on the sofa and tore off her clothes, leaving her naked again. Fuck, why do you want to lick Qin Che again when you see that Qin Che has money? Shi Donglai vented his anger on Qingyao, grabbed her ass, and thought to himself, damn it, I'm going to fuck you, bitch, and you dare to have second thoughts after following me? Shouting angrily, Shi Donglai reached out and picked up a bottle of aphrodisiac drugs for himself, and was ready to gallop quickly. But soon, he was horrified to find that no matter how much drugs he used, his good brother couldn't get hard anymore. Chapter 15. My level is still higher than yours, Mushower, Omega. Shi Donglai's eyes were staring red, his excessive eagerness and nervousness even made his arms numb, and the blood supply to his heart and brain was seriously insufficient. All the anger and the pleasure of conquering turned into panic. He can't stand up. Qingyao was lying in front of him in vain at this moment. This is the woman he has been coveting for 3 years. But at this moment, his good brother has no desire at all. But this has nothing to do with Qin Che. At this moment, Qin Che is enjoying the services in the presidential suite. The luxurious presidential suite on the 7th floor is very large, with an area of more than 800 square meters. There is a gym, swimming pool, bar, and private cinema. The most important thing is that it turns out that the hotel has already prepared it, and the 2 cute girls he called for hydrotherapy and massage services have been waiting in the suite for a long time. Siha, the special spa massage service provided by the mage lady using water magic is really great. Very cool. On the other side, the Mu family. The Mu family's house is brightly lit at night, and its magnificence is not inferior to the presidential suite in heaven and earth. As the king of buildings in Linchang, the size of the villa is probably as large as an entire hotel in the world. Muyu was sitting on the sofa, dealing with the unfinished work during the day, while frequently looking at his daughter who was sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, and then asked Uncle Wang who was standing by, Uncle Wang, did you finish the dungeon smoothly today? Xiao, what level has Ying rushed to? Reply to Mr. Wang. Muyu bowed slightly and replied with a smile, thanks to the piano player Mr. hired from the provincial capital and her skills, the young lady has been successfully promoted to level 8 today. Uncle Wang had a big smile on his face. He reached level 8 or above in one day, which was almost equal to Lin Cheng's historical record. Muyu was obviously in a good mood. It seemed that his effort to hire this violinist from the provincial capital was not in vain. That's good. Mu Ying's goal is to be the top combat academy in the Dragon Kingdom. With this help, getting admitted is basically a sure thing. Uncle Wang, remember to entertain the violinist lady for me, and all hospitality will be in accordance with the best standards. Muyu only had a daughter named Muing, and he hoped that his daughter would become a phoenix. At this moment, Muing had already hidden her heroic equipment. She was wearing pajamas and bare feet, lying on the sofa with her mobile phone in her arms, chatting with others. The person chatting with her was Mu Ying's little fangirl, who was also a top second generation in Linchang. The daughter of the general manager of Heaven and Earth, Zhu Zhu. The messages sent by Zhu Zhu on the phone were full of excitement, as if he had seen something extraordinary. He looked like he had just eaten a big melon and couldn't wait to share it with other people. Idle, guess who I saw in heaven and on earth today? Who? Mu Ying wondered. He. Shu Shu replied with great interest, I saw Qi Donglai and Qingyao in the heaven and earth today, and they booked an executive suite together. Oh, what's the point? Mu Ying expressed disdain and indifference to both Qi Donglai and Qingyao. This little thing was enough to arouse her interest. More, guess who else I saw? Shu Shu was obviously extremely excited and asked Mu Ying to show off. Mu Ying pouted and continued typing, who else could it be? Could it be Qin Che? Oh my god, how did you know? Shu Shu exclaimed in the text, as expected of my idol, you can guess this. I overheard that the three of them seemed to be arguing on the executive suite floor, Shura Field, Huang Mao, betrayal, cousin. Tisk, it's so exciting. Looking at the text sent by the little fangirl, Mu Ying couldn't help but frown. Qin Che followed Qingyao and Qi Donglai to heaven and earth? Definitely not. Mu Ying quickly shook his head. He was very familiar with Qin Che's character. Qin Che had a free and easy personality and was definitely not the kind of person who would cling to someone. Especially when it comes to traitors like Qingyao, Qin Che is very indifferent. She saw Qingyao being thrown to the ground in the dungeon square during the day, and Qin Che didn't even frown. Mu Ying typed, Qin Che is also here? What is he doing in heaven and earth? It is impossible for him to go to your place to quarrel over things like Qingyao and Qi Donglai. That's not true. Shu Shu replied, and his tone became a little puzzled, he came to stay in the world of heaven and earth. He rented the presidential suite at our house for a month. I was still wondering where he got so many gold coins. Presidential suite, monthly subscription. Muing was also shocked. She knew that the presidential suite in heaven and on earth was very expensive. Lin City is not particularly big, and the presidential suites are expensive and usually mostly vacant. Few people live in them, let alone pay for them on a monthly basis. Where did Qin Che get the gold coins? Muing suddenly felt that Qin Che was mysterious. Thinking again about Qin Che, whom he met during the day, how could he have awakened to the frustration of a rubbish career? We also entered the hell-level Slime Ranch dungeon, and the last unknown black abyss-like dungeon whirlpool. Subconsciously, Muing opened Qin Che's WeChat friends, typed and asked, "Qin Che, what level are you at now? Why, you still want to compete with me? How far have you reached?" Soon, Qin Che came back with a message. "I'm level 8, what about you? Keep it a secret, but my level is still higher than yours, Mushower Omega." Looking at the emojis and the ugly nickname sent by Qin Che, Muing was a little angry. But Qin Che said that his level was higher than hers at level 8, which still surprised her. Muing did not disbelieve it. He and Qin Che had been competing for 3 years, and Qin Che would not lie to her for a moment of pride. But how did Qin Che do it? She was puzzled. She was able to reach level 8 at such a speed, in addition to having a high-level professional team to lead her to the dungeon, and also because of the credit of the sister who was a Zither player. The Zither player profession has a skill that can add a buff to increase the percentage of experience gained. The sister who was a Zither player has a high proficiency level in this skill, which can increase her experience gained by 20%. In addition, her family also has a purple top-grade equipment that can increase experience gained by 10%. She brought a full 30% experience bonus, led a team of high-level professionals, and played the level 10 Horror Night dungeon that was most suitable for their team. This is how he upgraded to level 8 in one day. Qin Che played the dungeon alone, and he played the Slime Ranch dungeon, which is recognized as the least efficient and least suitable for novices to level up. How did he achieve a higher level than himself? Muing couldn't figure it out at all. But Muing still sent a congratulatory message, "Then congratulations, I look forward to seeing those snobs being surprised and regretful in the professional assessment in a month. It will definitely be very interesting." "Sure, I'm looking forward to it too." Putting his phone aside, Qin Che began to look at his system panel. In addition to spending more than 4,000 talent coins on the courtesy car, he also accumulated a full 100,000 points. He was ready to draw now. But now Qin Che had to consider one thing. Should he draw a bronze talent chest, a silver talent chest, or a gold talent chest? Qin Che first excluded the bronze chest. Although the bronze talent chest only required 100 talent coins, Qin Che could draw it a full 1,000 times. But at most it could only get a guaranteed minimum of 10 silver level talents. God knows how many item fragments it will draw out in these 1,000 times. Even if it can draw a lot of complete bronze talents, the items may not satisfy Qin Che. For example, the bronze level talent item, Pocket Copper Coin, that was drawn together with the Epidemic item this time is very tasteless. The effect of the Pocket Copper Coin talent is that Qin Che will always have at least one copper coin in his backpack no matter what. That is to say, even if Qin Che resets the money bag in his backpack to 0, it will automatically pop out a copper coin. Very useless. It seems that Qin Che can have unlimited money, and this is still a conceptual talent item. But how could Qin Che not have a single copper coin in his pocket? Even if he wants to use this copper coin to make money, one copper coin at a time, and it will take 10,000 times to get a gold coin. It will be exhausting. So, not all talent items are very useful. Bronze-level talent items may not have good effects. But Qin Che believes that the probability of high-level talent items getting useless effects must be smaller. Simply put, I have never heard of SSR being worse than SR. Between the silver treasure chest 100 consecutive draws and the gold treasure chest 10 consecutive draws, Qin Che thought about it, and finally Qin Che chose the option of the gold treasure chest 10 consecutive draws. The bottom line of both of them is gold-level talent items. But the upper limit of the silver treasure chest is only diamond level, while the upper limit of the gold treasure chest is the higher star moon level. There is no comparison. The level of the item must determine the strength of the item. Qin Che decided to try for the higher item limit. Choose the gold talent treasure chest, 10 consecutive draws. The golden treasure chest opened, and silver and golden light continued to bloom on the system panel. Then suddenly a sun and moon suddenly jumped out of the treasure chest and fell down. Qin Che's eyes widened immediately. A big deal. Draw gold talent treasure chest *10, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent items, silver level, were obtained. Steel body, gods also have to lose blood, beast control space, pressure pocket silver, amazing comprehension, dual weapon wielding, true vision eye, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent items, gold level fatal flame, turtle breath. The treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent items, star and moon. Level star and moon blast body. Shin-Che was dazzled by so many talents at once. In this wave, Shin-Che's talents more than doubled. And Shin-Che also saw a new special prompt. Detected that the professional has a silver level talent, gods also have to lose blood ×2, do you want to immediately upgrade the star synthesis? Detected that the professional has a silver level talent, amazing comprehension ×2, do you want to immediately upgrade the star synthesis? When drawing the lottery, Shin-Che saw that he had drawn a duplicate talent. He was just thinking, after he drew a duplicate talent, whether the talent effect was doubled or wasted. Unexpectedly, there is a function of synthesizing and upgrading the star for repeated talent entries. Synthesize and upgrade the star immediately. Shin-Che said silently in his heart. Talent synthesis upgrade star success. You have lost the talent, gods also have to lose blood ×2, silver level, congratulations on getting a new talent, gods also have to lose blood, silver level. Talent synthesis upgrade star success. You have lost the talent, amazing comprehension ×2, silver level, congratulations on your new talent, amazing comprehension, silver level. 2-star talent. Shin-Che looked at the newly upgraded talent, and the fixed damage of the item gods must lose blood has changed from 1 point to 3 points. It may not seem like much, but Shin-Che, who has played the Samsara level dungeon dozens of times, now has more than 1 million blood mosquitoes. To be precise, Shin-Che now has a full 3 million blood mosquitoes. Fixed damage +3, TSK Shin-Che side, who can resist this? The two gods must lose blood talents are combined into 2 stars, and the total fixed damage is increased by a little bit, a big profit. The talent of amazing comprehension did not disappoint Shin-Che, and the bonus of the 2-star amazing comprehension talent has also increased from the original 200% to the current 600%. Now Shin-Che is practicing skills and improving the proficiency of skills, which is equivalent to opening 7 times the speed. Shin-Che spent a whole day on the Samsara dungeon today, and has used the skill of summoning blood mosquitoes tens of thousands of times. Now Shin-Che's summoning blood mosquitoes has reached the great success level. The mana consumption of summoning blood mosquitoes has become 50 points, and the blood mosquitoes that can be summoned have become much stronger. But it is difficult to raise the skill level again. To raise the summoning blood mosquitoes from the great success level to the perfection, even Shin-Che has to use the summoning skill hundreds of thousands of times. This number of summons made even Shin-Che feel his scalp tingling. Now that his talent of amazing comprehension has been improved, the requirement for the proficiency bar has been directly reduced by more than half. What a relief! In addition, Shin-Che also obtained several upgraded talents that were obviously his existing talents. Beast taming space, silver in pocket, eye of true vision. First of all, let's put aside the talent of silver in pocket. This thing can make Shin-Che's money in his pocket have at least 1 silver coin. It does not increase attributes or combat power, so it is not worth Shin-Che's attention. Shin-Che is not short of money now. The beast taming space is an upgraded version of the pet home. The environment in the beast taming space is much better than that in the pet home. There are flowers, trees, and water. The area of the space has also been greatly improved, from the original 10 by 10 by 10 cube to the current space with a side length of 1,000 meters. The beast taming space is 1,000 times the area of the pet home and 1,000,000 times the volume. Now the blood mosquito in Shin-Che's hand can dance again. Eye of True Vision is an upgraded version of True Eye. The effect has also changed from the original ability to see through the attribute panels of monsters and items 20 levels higher to the current 50 levels. Shin-Che can now see through the attributes of monsters at level 60. In addition, the True Eye has a more powerful function, that is, Shin-Che can now view the attribute panels of other professionals. Of course, if he is checking the attributes of a professional, Shin-Che can only view the complete attributes 20 levels higher. This is definitely a qualitative change. Shin-Che has heard that the auction house once sold such a skill book. The skill effect of that skill book is not as good as the True Vision Eye, and it was also evaluated as perfect. But the price at the auction was sky high, even exceeding the price of ordinary epic skill books, and it was auctioned for millions of gold coins. Shin-Che looked at other talents. Dual wielding is nothing to say, it means he has one more weapon equipment slot and can add another weapon. The improvement is not small, because the attributes of weapons and equipment are often the most bonus attributes among all equipment, and almost all of the added attributes are attack attributes and attack terms. Adding a weapon can increase the attack power of the blood mosquito. Looking at Turtle Breath again, Qin couldn't help but smile. He just thought of the skill book that can detect other people's panel attributes sold at the auction house, and he got a solution here. Turtle Breath, gold level, it can better hide its own breath, block the enemy's perception, and also prevent all prying skills. It's a very powerful ability, and the gold content of the 2 words everything is beyond words. The remaining little life/mana recovery bonus is not worth mentioning at all. This alone is enough to evaluate this talent item as gold level. Death Flame should be a talent item that enhances offensiveness, right? Qin turned his head and looked at Death Flame, which is the same as Turtle Breath, a gold level talent item. This time, he drew a lot of auxiliary abilities in the 10 consecutive talent draws. It improves combat power, but except for the star upgrade of gods also lose blood, it can't be said to be a qualitative change. Death Flame, it sounds like an offensive item. Death Flame, when a professional attacks and hits an enemy, there is a 1% probability of killing the opponent instantly. This probability is calculated separately for each attack, not cumulative probability. Fuck! Qin shouted and almost jumped up directly on the spa bed. Instant kill probability. Needless to say, any equipment or skill with an instant kill probability, even if the probability is only 1%, is a top quality attribute that countless giants are eager to get. Moreover, the instant kill attribute is completely impossible to appear under epic quality equipment or skills. Expensive, rare, and awesome, this is the synonym of the instant kill attribute. There are probably less than 10 pieces of equipment and skill books with instant kill properties in the world, and the probability of instant kill for each piece is no more than 1%. It is said that the first war god of Longua has an epic instant kill equipment of only level 20, but he has been carrying this equipment until now and is reluctant to change it, just because the equipment has a 1% instant kill property. It is said that the previous generation of Sword Master of Zyarizi's Mind Blade School died at the hands of the first war god, and was lucky to trigger the instant kill effect of the equipment in the battle. It was from that time that Mind Blade School began to fall into decline in Zyarizi. The instant kill probability of his Fatal Flame is not 2 against the sky, it is also 1%. But it can't withstand Qin 3 million blood mosquitoes. Of course, when low-level professionals face higher-level professionals, all their abilities will be suppressed by the rank, including the probability of triggering instant kill. The panel still shows 1%, but the actual probability may have dropped to 1/1000, or even 1/10,000. However, the same thing, Qin has 3 million blood mosquitoes, and there will be more in the future. As long as there is a probability, for Qin, triggering is inevitable. It's nothing more than a matter of waiting for the trigger. Can't sit still at all. The spa lady thought Qin couldn't stand the spa, but she didn't know that Qin was completely excited. Moreover, this spa is nothing, Qin's whole body is stiff now. Qin looked up and told the 2 mage ladies, "Be more powerful, it's not enough." Qin has newly acquired the 2 abilities of Steel Body and Star Moon Glazed Body. The body's defense strength, toughness and tolerance have been unimaginably improved. And this kind of physical change is most clearly felt by the lady who does spa for Qin. Specifically, Qin's originally strong and sturdy muscles have become harder and more upright. The muscles that originally had the hardness of fresh cucumbers have now become as hard as steel bars. They used too much water magic, and they were exhausted. They had to drink some blue medicine to hold on. This was still an external manifestation. Qin had not yet taken the initiative to tighten his defense. The 2 entries of Steel Body and Star Moon Glazed Body did not indicate how much defense they improved for him, and how much specific value they brought. But Qin felt that his current defense was so strong that even professionals who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him would feel uncomfortable attacking him. The Star Moon level talent entry could no longer be simply described by panel numbers. The blood mosquito with level 4 proficiency inherited 20% of all the attributes of Qin's body. Among professionals of the same level, who can kill his blood mosquito in seconds? No one. Qin, who had the Star Moon Glazed Body, felt that the hygrotherapy of the 2 young ladies could no longer satisfy him and was not stimulating enough. Moreover, the 2 young ladies were already sweating and panting. The massage lasted too long, and their hands were twitching a little. They could not even maintain the water magic they performed well, and the water flowed all over the floor. Seeing that they were not able to hold on any longer, Qin did not ask them to continue. Qin waved his hand. "Forget it, let's stop here today, let's all go down." Hearing this, the two young ladies seemed to have been saved, and their eyes, which were a little absent-minded due to fatigue, regained some brightness. But the service tenet of Tianshang Renjian is, the customer is God. Especially for distinguished customers like Qin, they must serve well and make him satisfied. The two of them obviously didn't satisfy Qin. "Mr. Qin, I have a suggestion," one of the spa ladies said boldly. What suggestion?" The spa lady said cautiously. "Well, in addition to the most basic spa, our Tianshang Renjian actually has some other, more exciting special massage therapies. Do you want to try it?" "What therapy?" Qin was a little curious. 10 minutes later, a rare Lei Fa sister entered the room. Early the next morning, Qin walked out of the room refreshed, and then said to Lei Fa's sister, who was exhausted last night because of too much mana consumption and staying up too late, and was placed in another room by Qin to sleep, "I'm going out, come again tonight." After Qin finished speaking, Lei Fa's sister, who had just woken up, had a look of fear in her eyes. Last night, she may have discharged more electricity than Pikachu in the entire cartoon. Too tired. Miss Lei Fa couldn't help but recommend, "Mr. Qin, actually it's like this. Our Tianshang Renjian special massage therapy has a daily theme every day of the week, and each theme is different. Why don't you try something else today?" "Oh?" Qin stopped at the door and asked with interest, "What is the special theme of your hotel today?" "Fire method, today is fire method massage," Miss Lei Fa said quickly. "Okay, then it's settled, you two come together tonight, I want a thunder and fire set meal," Qin said lightly, and then closed the door, leaving Miss Lei Fa alone in the room dumbfounded. "P.S. I wish you all a happy National Day, and I wish the country peace and prosperity." "Ah?" Miss Lei Fa felt like crying but had no tears. Qin defense was too strong, and Qin massage needed a long time to achieve the same massage effect as others. Miss Lei Fa's electrotherapy was very effective, just like a professional electrostimulation massager. Being served by Miss Lei Fa directly relieved the fatigue of brushing the whole day yesterday, and I felt refreshed and light. Qin was looking forward to the thunder and fire tonight. Taking the elevator, Qin went down to the 6th floor of the administrative floor. Qin, with a rosy face, happened to see Qi Donglai and Qinyao together. Everyone wanted to level up, and now was the time when the dungeon square was about to open. They all stayed in the same hotel, so it was not strange to run into Qin by chance. Like Qin, Qi Donglai also had a rosy face. However, it was obvious that his face was not the kind of rosy face that was too comfortable and excited. Qi Donglai's eyes were full of bloodshot, which meant that he hadn't slept well the previous night. It wasn't necessarily because he hadn't slept well. It was also possible that he had used too much aphrodisiac drugs, which caused his intraocular pressure to be extremely high. Qi Donglai's face was terribly gloomy. He hadn't slept all night last night, and he had used a whole box of drugs. If he wasn't a professional with a strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to hold on just by taking these drugs. But even so, after using several times the normal amount of drugs, his little brother didn't stand up. The same was true for Qinyao next to her. Qi Donglai was clearly not good enough, but he dragged her to toss and turn all night. Qinyao's eyes were a little swollen and full of bloodshot, and a trace of pinch marks could be seen faintly on the part of her neck near the collarbone. Qi Donglai, who was obviously in a bad mood, vented his anger on her. Qinyao was quite upset, and she felt a dull pain in many places on her body. He was clearly a useless thing, but he still tossed her hard. He had no place to vent his anger, but he vented his anger on her. If she didn't need Qi Donglai's resources to help her level up, she would have dumped him long ago. They were both in a bad mood. Seeing Qin coming down from the presidential level in a comfortable manner, they were even more upset. Qinyao didn't know what happened to Qin, and he could afford to live in the presidential suite of Tianshang Renjian, and it was a monthly package. But she knew that if it were in the past, Qin would have come up to comfort and take care of her. Moreover, Qi Donglai would definitely be punched out by Qin. But now, she saw Qin just smiled contemptuously and passed by them. Qinyao felt a little regretful. The three of them took the same elevator, and there was no way to avoid it. Qinyao moved her lips again and again, and stretched out half of her hand slightly, wanting to talk to Qin. But before she could move, she was glared back by Qin coldly. Qinyao's actions also caused Qi Donglai's dissatisfaction. Qi Donglai slapped Qinyao in the face, and cursed with red eyes, you are still thinking about other people's kindness? Do you know whose woman you are? In fact, Qin Che and Qin Yao could not have anything at all. Even if Qin Yao did not betray, Qin Che and Qin Yao were still cousins. But at this moment, Qi Donglai's eyes were red. He was hit too hard and could not stand any special actions from Qin Yao. He has become a frightened bird now. No matter what other actions Qin Yao has, he will think that it is because of his incompetence. The sudden physical defect caused his psychological sensitivity. The elevator landed, and when the elevator opened, Qin Che did not forget to poke Qi Donglai's lung tube again. Your woman? You are despised. Are you worthy of having a woman in this state? As we all know, sheeptail is divided into psychological and organic diseases. Psychological can be treated, but organic is a permanent injury. The sheeptail virus carried by Qin Che's blood mosquito is of course organic. Even if the epidemic talent is refreshed after 24 hours, Qi Donglai can't cure it. Qin Che knows the reason why Qi Donglai looks like this, and he can accurately poke his pain point. Qi Donglai exploded immediately, and he couldn't suppress his anger anymore, and swung his fist at Qin Che's head with his skills. Ah! No! Stop! The incident happened suddenly, and the waitress and Qin Yao beside the elevator screamed. Qi Donglai is a rare professional violent boxer. At this moment, if he uses his skills in anger to hit Qin Che's weak point, the head, they are very afraid that Qin Che will be killed by this punch. Qi Donglai's punch is 3 points crazy and 7 points rational. He deliberately hit Qin Che's head to a large extent. Qi Donglai's eyes are full of bloody madness. Anyway, Qin Che is alone now. Even if Qin Che is beaten to death, his family has the ability to suppress the matter. In theory, Qin Yao's parents are still Qin Che's temporary guardians. As long as he beat Qin Che to death, or beat him into a vegetative state, and there was no evidence, he could just ask Qin Yao's family as a temporary guardian family to issue a letter of forgiveness on behalf of Qin Che's forgiveness, and he would pay the Qin family a high compensation, plus the power of his Qi family. Even if Qin Che was beaten to death, what could he do? Qi Donglai thought bitterly in his heart. The security guard who shouted to stop not far away burst out with momentum, and the security guard of Tianshang Renjian turned out to be a second-level professional. But at this moment, it was too late to stop him at a distance. With a bang, Qi Donglai's fist hit the wall, smashing a piece of expensive wall brick. Qin Che didn't have the habit of letting people hit him just to show off. He didn't need to resist with his Xingyue Liuli body. His current attributes could easily dodge this punch. After dodging Qi Donglai's punch, Qin Che returned a punch and hit Qi Donglai's face directly, knocking him backwards. Then, Qi Donglai was caught by the security guards and fell to the ground. His mind was full of confusion. Who is he? Where is he? Why can Qin Che, a useless profession, dodge his skill attack? Why did the power of Qin Che's punch knock off half of his blood at once? Isn't Qin Che a magic profession, and he should have no ability to upgrade or improve his attributes? Qi Donglai didn't understand. Qin Yao, who was standing aside, didn't understand either. Hearing the wind, Jushu secretly watched Mu Ying's little fangirl from a distance, and she didn't understand either. If money caused Qin Yao to be greedy again, then the strength shown by Qin Che made Qin Yao regret it thoroughly. She seemed to have really missed something. Ignoring Qin Yao's gaze completely, Qin Che glanced at Zhu, who was secretly sending messages to Mu Ying in the distance, and then Qin Che said to the general manager who came quickly, "This guy attacked me and was going for my vitals. You should have all the surveillance footage here. I don't have time to deal with this matter, but you Tianshang Renjian should know what to do. Yes, don't worry, we will handle this matter well, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." The general manager of Tianshang Renjian looked at Qi Donglai, who was captured with cold eyes, and then smiled and promised Qin Che seriously. Qin Che left this matter directly to heaven and earth to deal with, and became the hands-off shopkeeper himself. He himself has no power, so there is no benefit to him from colliding with Lin Cheng's Qi family alone. Let heaven and earth do it. With the size of heaven and earth, then the consequences of Qi Donglai's trouble and killing in heaven and earth, the Qi family will more or less be ripped off by heaven and earth. Qin Che is borrowing the knife from heaven and earth to cut the Qi family's flesh. Qin Che left heaven and earth. The general manager of heaven and earth, Zhu's father, watched the nearby surveillance videos several times. Zhu on the side asked curiously, "Dad, do we really want to stand up for Qin Che?" As a little ghost from Zhu, following Jun in the heaven and earth, he has met countless people of all kinds and seen many things, so he can naturally understand that Qin Che is borrowing their sword in the heaven and earth. I definitely have to help. After all, he is our guest here, but it just depends on how far we want to help him. Zhu Jun said, rubbing his beard. To what extent does it help? Xu Zhu asked curiously. Zhu Jun rubbed his daughter's hair and held the tablet playing the video in his other hand, but Zhu Jun's words drowned out the voice on the computer. Try your best. Alright, dear, leave the rest to Dad. You can go level up as soon as possible. After asking a few security guards to take Xu Zhu to level up, Zhu Jun began to deal with Qin Che's matter. How to deal with this matter can be done in different ways and with different degrees. Is it amicable or quarrelsome? After watching the video of Qin Che's attack, Zhu Jun decided to go straight to the knife and be the most cruel to the Qi family. Zhu Jun held the video and watched it many times. Look at the speed with which Qin Che dodges Qi Donglai's skills, and look at the huge power carried by Qin Che's ordinary punch. Think again about Qin Che's wisdom in using him as a knife to kill people. This boy's strength and intelligence are a bit scary. If you offend him, the good days of the Qi family will come to an end. Zhu Jun shook his head and decided to take advantage of this opportunity, before others noticed Qin Che's strength, to be the first to take the knife and eat the first and largest bite of meat on the Qi family. Qin Che took the hotel's courtesy car and left. For Qin Che, what happened today is a trivial matter. With Qi Donglai's little strength, he couldn't hurt Qin Che at all. Now, regardless of the various talents, Qin Che has a complete set of flawless purple equipment, 2 main weapons, and an orange perfect level Slime Emperor sword. Just with the attribute bonus of the equipment, he can crush everyone his age. Even without the Xingyue level entry, Qi Donglai's punch still couldn't hit or kill Qin Che. Qin Che's basic attack punch was still able to knock out most of Qi Donglai's health. The gap in strength has widened, and all peers are no longer comparable to Qin Che. But Qin Che still had to work hard to level up and improve his strength. He was powerless and alone, and his rank and strength were Qin Che's own backing. If he had a higher level and stronger strength today, he would not need to use the power of heaven and earth, or the sword of heaven and earth, to deal with the Qi family. He can do this by himself, and then all the benefits from the Qi family will not need to be shared with others. With this thought in mind, Qin Che got into the reincarnation level Slime Ranch dungeon as soon as the vehicle arrived at the dungeon square. When he arrived at the Slime Ranch, Qin Che directly summoned all 3 million blood mosquitoes among the beasts, as if a dark cloud fell from the sky. A huge number of blood mosquitoes were flying together, and the blood color was almost invisible, and the mosquitoes were black. Outside, there were so many blood mosquitoes that he couldn't summon, so he could only do this in the dungeon. From now on, he will no longer need the talent of Beast Home. When the dungeon is released this time, he will directly move the blood mosquitoes and move them all to the beast control space. At the same time, it can be seen that after the blood mosquito was summoned this time, everything changed drastically. The blood mosquitoes that were originally scarlet in color now look much prettier. Blood mosquito can get 20% of Qin Che's Xingyue glazed body. Xingyue glazed body is so powerful that it changes the shape of blood mosquito. The originally scarlet blood mosquito became much lighter in color. It has a light reddish-pink feel. The body and wings were glowing with light, and it really seemed to have the feeling of glass crystal. Especially the wings of the blood mosquito are extremely thin and light, and when the wings are shaking, you can faintly see the red light flashing, like a work of art. As a mosquito, it no longer looks ferocious. As for the silver level, steel armor, this entry is basically covered by the effect of Xingyue glazed body. Only at each joint can you barely see a bit of steel color with a silvery gray light. Such changes make the blood mosquito seem softer. But the reality is this: Qin Che reached out to grab a blood mosquito and squeezed it hard with his hand. He was able to knock out most of Qi Donglai's blood with one punch, but he couldn't crush the blood mosquito to death. Through such a comparison, one can realize the power of the Xingyue glazed body. Perhaps in terms of destructive power, there may still be some gap between the blood mosquito and normal professionals who can cast skills. But on the defensive level, blood mosquito should be able to hold up against 3 or 4 Qi Donglai now. Without the instant kill with the Death Flame talent, Qin Che could kill Qi Donglai with 2 punches. But it would take 5 or 6 times to crush this blood mosquito. Qin Che now feels that Qi Donglai is not as good as a mosquito. Put down this level 9 blood mosquito. It is said that the attack of the blood mosquito is weaker than that of a professional, but if the skills are abandoned, the attribute value of this blood mosquito may not be worse than Qi Donglai. Qin Che reached level 10, and the skill of summoning blood mosquitoes reached great success. The level of the blood mosquito jumped directly from level 4 to level 9. Inherited 20% of Qin Che's total attributes. And 5 times the agility. The attributes of the blood mosquito added together are really stronger than Qi Donglai, who just reached level 7. Because Qin wore a flawless purple outfit, inheriting 20%, the attributes of the blood mosquito are really not inferior to a professional of the same level wearing an excellent blue outfit. With this gap, even if the blood mosquito has no skills, it should be able to compete with the professional who has skills but only wears a set of fine green clothes, right? Qin suddenly realized that his blood mosquito seemed a little too strong. Not to mention, Qin has 3 million such blood mosquitoes. Not to mention, in addition to such ordinary blood mosquitoes, Qin also has more than 30,000 elite blood mosquitoes. And Qin's 1 in N skill has been used more than 30,000 times, and has already unlocked effects 2 and 3. 1 in 10,000 and 1 in a million. 1 in 10,000, you can choose one out of every 10,000 summons, evolve it, and add the commander affix. 1 in a million, you can choose one out of every 1 million summons, evolve it, and add the king affix. In addition to ordinary blood mosquitoes and elite blood mosquitoes, Qin also has 300 commander blood mosquitoes, and only 3 king blood mosquitoes. The current elite blood mosquitoes have 11 levels, each level adds 6 attributes, which is the same as rare professions. Commander blood mosquitoes are 14 levels, each level adds 7 attributes, which is the same as top professions. King blood mosquitoes have a terrifying level of 19, each level adds 8 attributes, which exceeds the top professions. Looking at the skill, 1 in N, in his panel, Qin couldn't help but sigh. It was because this skill book fell into his hands that he could adapt so well. If it were someone else, how could he summon so many summons? Let alone unlocking the skill effects, it is not easy to gather 100 summons. At most, a few elite monsters can be evolved, which is a waste of resources. However, this is also because Qin was the first to clear the reincarnation level dungeon, and he was given an exclusive reward. As an exclusive, it is naturally adapted. Qin walked forward in the dungeon, and the slime monsters in the dungeon fell one by one. This time, Qin's blood mosquito changed its attack mode. After having the skill, Spout, Zerg, the blood mosquito now has the skill, Spout Spray. After adapting to the blood mosquito, this skill automatically becomes a spray mouthpart, which is to spray the sharp needle on the mouth of the blood mosquito remotely to attack. Consume 5 mana points of the blood mosquito at a time. After the mouthparts are sprayed out, the mana can be restored again, and then the spray can be cast again. The power depends on the intelligence attribute of the blood mosquito. I got this skill all night, but I didn't try it. This is the first time I see the blood mosquito use a remote attack. I saw countless mouthparts being ejected from the sky, denser than rain. After having long-range attacks, it became easier for blood mosquitoes to focus fire on monsters. And the number of blood mosquitoes that can focus fire on the same monster has also increased. I feel that if you go to the limit, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of blood mosquitoes can participate in the focus fire on a monster at the same time. Slimes were shot to death, split, and then died again. The blood mosquitoes that have consumed all their mana either fell from the air to the fungal mat under Qin's feet to restore their mana, or directly switched from long range to melee and attacked the monster. Of course, in order to summon more blood mosquitoes, except for those high-level blood mosquitoes above the elite level, Qin does not allow the rest of the blood mosquitoes to use the fungal mat to recover. But Qin has a full 3 million blood mosquitoes. After reasonably allocating the number of blood mosquitoes participating in each attack, reducing the waste of attacks, and then carrying out thousands of groups of reincarnation and alternating waves of attacks, the blood mosquitoes will no longer have insufficient mana. Thousands of rounds. After the first round of blood mosquitoes have consumed all their mana, and then wait for the other blood mosquitoes in the 999th round to consume all their mana, when it is their turn to attack the second wave again, this long waiting time is long enough for the first group of blood mosquitoes to naturally restore their mana to full value. Under Qin's arrangement, the attack of blood mosquitoes has become more reasonable. Of course, there will be occasional waste of mana. But it is not because of excessive output. It is because of the gold-level talent item, Death Flame. Although there is only a 1% triggering probability, each attack is calculated separately and not accumulated. It is normal to trigger once in hundreds of attacks. It is not surprising that it does not trigger thousands of times. But when Qin's attack number and attack frequency increase, the 1% triggering probability has become a necessity. Each round of blood mosquito attack will trigger the instant killing ability of the Death Flame several times. Qin's blood mosquitoes have a group of 3,000, which means that 3,000 judgments with a probability of 1% must be made separately. Reality is fair enough. There won't be a situation like in the dungeon game, where the success rate is more than 20%, and there are dozens of consecutive shatters. There are deviations, but they are rarely outrageous. After each round of attack, several fatal flames will be triggered, either killing the slime monsters instantly or killing their split bodies instantly. Once the monsters are eliminated, a large number of blood mosquito skills will fail. The strength of the blood mosquito is simply a bit abnormal. Shin-Che even found that, after the individual attributes of the blood mosquito are improved, the 3 points of fixed damage of the talent, gods also have to lose blood, are even a little useless when brushing slime monsters. The attack power of the blood mosquito itself can already cause high damage to the slime monsters in the dungeon. And the damage overflows a lot. But it doesn't matter, Shin-Che always thinks that fixed damage is a super god attribute. Now he can't use this attribute, but according to Shin-Che's current ability, he will only face enemies that are much higher than his level in the future. There will always be enemies with higher defense that the blood mosquito cannot break through, or high-level bosses with resistance to instant kill. Shin-Che never underestimated these 3 fixed damages. After this round of strengthening, Shin-Che found that he was more efficient in clearing the Slime Ranch dungeon. Shin-Che originally thought that with such a heavy experience wall, it would be good if he could level up to level 11.5 today. Who would have thought that he would level up to level 12 in one day? However, Shin-Che's current level has exceeded the level of the dungeon itself. Even in the reincarnation level Slime Ranch, the monsters in it are only level 10. Shin-Che is 2 levels higher than them. Now, Shin-Che, except for killing the level 12 elite monsters and the final boss in the Slime Ranch, killing other slimes will cause a serious reduction in experience. Although the talent coins in the Slime Ranch dungeon are very attractive, Shin-Che knows that it is time to change to a new dungeon. Talent terms are important, but professional level is also important. However, after Shin-Che had brushed the slime dungeon for 2 consecutive days, before the dungeon square was closed and Shin-Che was ready to change to a new dungeon, the Slime Ranch still gave him a final surprise. Congratulations on killing more than 500,000 slimes in a row and getting the title reward, Slime Killer. Regional level broadcasts are about to be made public. Is the information public? Hide it. Shin-Che raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to close and hide his information. It's not that he's afraid of being known by too many people. It's just that he doesn't want to be watched like a monkey in a zoo as soon as he goes out. At this moment, the dungeon square is about to close, and a large number of low-level professionals are leaving the dungeon. If he shows his information, he will definitely be surrounded by too many people in such a private place, which is very annoying. Congratulations, Professional Hidden Name, has killed 500,000 slimes in a row and received the reward title, Slime Killer. Congratulations, Professional Hidden Name, has killed 500,000 slimes in a row and received the reward title, Slime Killer. Congratulations, Professional Hidden Name, has killed 500,000 slimes in a row and received the reward title, Slime Killer. After Shin-Che chose to hide his name, golden fonts appeared in the sky, and this voice spread throughout the copy square of Lincheng. Of course, this voice was heard not only in Lincheng Square. It was heard throughout the entire Yunzhou, from the provincial capital to cities and counties of the level of Lincheng, and then to the countryside. All places with copy entrances were filled with such voices. In the Yunzhou area, even people who were not near the copy square would receive 3 system text broadcast prompts at the bottom left of their panel perspective. Not to mention the copy square of Lincheng, the entire Yunzhou was boiling. Regional title. This is a rare thing. Rare, especially rare. Otherwise, when Shin-Che obtained the title of Slime Killer, he would not have received such a large-scale game broadcast. The difficulty of obtaining the title is enough to discourage ordinary people. Continuous. 500,000. These 2 words are the threshold for Shin-Che to obtain the title of Slime Killer. Huge kill numbers. You have to keep killing, and you can't kill any other kind of monsters in the middle, otherwise you have to count again. Is this a requirement that normal people can do? Shin-Che roughly estimated the number of slimes he had killed in his mind. It should also count the slime splits he killed. But even so, Shin-Che killed about 15,000 slime monsters and cleared the reincarnation level Slime Ranch dungeon almost 50 times in 2 days. If it were the efficiency of ordinary people teaming up to clear the dungeon, and the number of times the slime splitting ability in the low difficulty dungeon was not enough, if a professional of the same level as Shin-Che wanted to get such a title, he would probably have to spend a month or 2 in the dungeon of Slime Ranch. Shin-Che opened his panel and chose to wear the title of Slime Killer. Slime Killer, since you have killed a huge number of slimes, you already know all the weaknesses of the Slime Clan. The Slime Clan is also afraid of you from the bottom of their hearts. Because of your fierce reputation, you are also a deterrent to other clans. Title effect: 1. When the slime clan faces you, all attributes are 30%. 2. Your all basic attributes are plus 25. 3. Your damage to all enemies is increased by 10%. There are two title effects, and Qin directly ignored the first one. But the second one is still quite good, with 25 points of all basic attributes, which is comparable to the attributes provided by a set of low-level excellent equipment. Adding the 10% damage increase in the third item, this is the most useful item. Wear the title, hide the special effects, and exit the dungeon. As soon as Qin came out, he saw the buzz in the dungeon square outside. Everyone was discussing the title of Slime Killer, and guessing which hardcore player got this title. Oh my god, what kind of hardcore guy is this? 500,000 slimes, I can't even imagine it. I just don't know which city in Yunzhou he is from, I really want to worship him with my own eyes. That's a full 100 points of attributes, 10% damage increase, I'm really jealous. Regional titles have caused heated discussions. Titles are rare and there are not many. There should be no more than 100 people in the entire Lincheng who can have the title, and there is no one who can trigger the system broadcast. Qin is still the first. Do you think this guy is from Lincheng? What are you thinking? In the level 1 Slime Ranch dungeon in Lincheng, there are only a few copper coins, and the materials are worthless. Even the life professions who want to farm materials and gold are unwilling to go in. Except for the level 1 life profession kid, I haven't seen anyone enter that dungeon in the past 2 days. The crowd was arguing, and when talking about the Slime Ranch dungeon, many people looked over with disdain in their eyes and mouths. Coincidentally, Qin just came out of the dungeon. Seeing Qin appear with the flash of the dungeon portal, the square was quiet. The two people who were discussing just now looked at each other. The regional title broadcast just sounded, and this person came out of the dungeon. Could it be? Brother, the one you said got the regional title, could it be him? The other person was silent, and the others nearby didn't speak either, obviously they were all guessing. But soon, someone else broke the silence. The voice was particularly clear in the somewhat cold dungeon square. What are you thinking about? Didn't you see the Lincheng number 1 middle school badge he was wearing? This kid is a freshman who just awakened his profession this year. They have only awakened together for 2 days. Do you think he can kill 500,000 slime monsters in 2 days? Are you kidding me? The professional said with a sneer, thinking that everyone in the square was a bit stupid. Qin, who came out, also heard this person's voice. Qin smiled, good thing, so that others will not focus on him. Too troublesome. It's hard to explain. Stepping slowly away in the crowd, others shifted their sights and no longer focused on Qin. But not far away, Muing looked at Qin's back as he left. Wasn't the person who won the regional title really Qin? Although it felt a little unreasonable, Qin himself was quite unreasonable. She leveled up 8 times a day, and Qin's level was higher than hers. She also noticed that every time Qin entered the dungeon, there was a black vortex that she had never seen before. Also, the video that Zhu sent her this morning, Qin's combat power. Muing had a strong hunch that the person who won the regional title was most likely Qin. Muing subconsciously picked up the phone and typed a few words in the phone. I brushed the level 15 hell dungeon today, and barely upgraded to level 10. What about you? Guess? Mu Shower. Muing stared at the phone for a second. Qin called him Mu Shower, which meant that his level was higher than hers. She had the experience bonus of the violinist and equipment to assist. Then 4 second-level professionals with excellent equipment and professional skills were assigned to them. They played the Hell Dungeon with monsters at around level 20. Muing only managed to reach level 10. Qin played the Slime Ranch dungeon by himself. How did he do it? Muing couldn't figure it out, but he thought that the mysterious person who won the regional title was more likely to be Qin. Muing had a hunch that her little crush Zhu also noticed Qin. After what happened in the morning, Zhu also paid more attention to Qin and added a bit of interest. Unexpectedly, the number 1 person in the grade who awakened the insect master profession did not die. As soon as Qin left the dungeon square, he saw Zhu leaning on a black extended luxury car. She waved to Qin. As Muying's little crush, she and Qin knew each other and were acquaintances. Zhu opened the car door forward, walked a few steps forward, and greeted Qin. Don't call the hotel's concierge car. I have to go back to the hotel anyway. Let's drop by and go together, right? In addition, my father asked me to tell you about Qi Donlai. After getting into Zhu's luxury car, Zhu started chatting before Qin could speak. She turned around from the front seat, grabbed the backrest of her seat, leaned her head towards Qin Che and said, "Let me tell you, the Chi family was miserable this time. Our family had to peel off a layer of their skin, and they paid a lot of money, cost." "What about Chi Dong Lai? He's pretty miserable. He seems to have been banned by the Chi family, right? He's not allowed to go anywhere except for being allowed to level up in the dungeon square." Zhu Shu showed Qin Che the message from his father. Then he continued, "But that's the best we can do. Chi Dong Lai is the only child of the Chi family. The Chi family is willing to cut skin and flesh and pay a heavy price. All efforts are to keep Chi Dong Lai. It's impossible for us to really send him to the police station. The Chi family is still somewhat powerful. Whether they can really destroy him is still open to question, but if they really break up, it will be impossible to peel off the skin and flesh from the Chi family. Letting him endure hardships is already the greatest extent possible." "Okay, I get it, it's good." Qin Che is quite satisfied with the result of this treatment. The Chi family tree has deep roots. It is not easy to achieve this level in the world. Zhu Zhu's father was not trying to deal with him. Seeing that Qin Che didn't care much, Zhu Zhu couldn't help but remind him, "But you should be careful lately. Although it is us who take action, the root cause of the matter still lies with you. From now on, you can take my car, set off with me, and go back to the hotel together." We attracted most of the attention, but even if the Chi family leaked a little firepower from their hands, it would not be something that ordinary people could bear. But Qin Che just asked a question and left Zhu Zhu speechless. "Then do you think I am an ordinary person?" Qin Che's sudden display of confidence and youthful edge made Zhu Zhu couldn't help but flash his eyes. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, no matter how you look at it, you are not ordinary." Zhu Zhu's luxury car passed by Qin Zhao's house. When they were about to arrive, Qin Che called Zhu Zhu, "Stop the car here." Zhu Zhu asked the driver to stop the car and took a look outside. She also recognized this place. Before she was kicked out of this home, she had come several times with Muing, who came to Qin Che to learn fighting skills. "What are you doing here?" Zhu Zhu wondered. Qin Che didn't look like the kind of person who would turn around. Qin Che didn't reply, but Zhu Zhu understood after a while. He opened the car window, and with a flash of light in his hand, 100 blood mosquitoes were summoned, and then with another flash, another 100. After accumulating 1,000 blood mosquitoes, Qin Che suddenly cut off his connection with these blood mosquitoes and threw them into Qin Zhao's home again. The previous wave of blood mosquitoes was about to completely dissipate, and he was just in time to make up for it. Seeing Qin Che's movements on the edge of the rules, Zhu Zhu narrowed his eyes. She was very observant and could tell that Qin Che's blood mosquitoes seemed different from those she had found on the internet in the past 2 days, something special. Moreover, why could Qin Che summon so many blood mosquitoes? Even if a summoning opportunity is added every 5 levels, the increase in skill proficiency level can also increase the number of blood mosquito summons. But how many levels can Qin Che have? What level of skill proficiency can be achieved? Zhu Zhu couldn't understand it. But she didn't point it out or stop Qin Che's movements. Instead, she felt as excited as a little witch. "I didn't expect you to be quite bad." "Bad? I'm not a good person." Qin Che chuckled lightly. "Just be bad." He never said that he must be a good person. Qin family, Qin Yao also just returned home. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you two? Why are there so many mosquitoes in the house?" Just on her way back, she received 4 or 5 bites on her bare legs. As soon as Qin Yao came back, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. Qin Zhao's body was fine, but Qin Yao's mother's body and face were all covered with bruises. "I feel like my face is going to be disfigured." Qin Zhao also kept waving his arms with an angry look on his face. The power of a second-level professional burst out and killed a blood mosquito that had just flown in. Qin Zhao and the others haven't slept since last night. Just like that, they both had a lot of mosquito bites on their bodies. 3,000 mosquitoes, this density is indeed a bit high. Qin Zhao had anger on his face and said in a hateful voice, "What else could be going on? Your good cousin did it?" All the system information obtained after killing these mosquitoes are ownerless blood mosquitoes. Qin Zhao's face was trembling, but he had a huge smooth bump on both cheekbones, so it was a bit funny to get angry. At this moment, another blood mosquito flew over. Qin Zhao had good eyesight and was quick to grab the blood mosquito. Qin Zhao was angry and hit hard. But he found that this clenching was a little loose. He opened his palm and saw that the blood mosquito inside was indeed dead, but his palm was also bitten and bled a little. "Okay, let's go." At the same time, Qin Che also said to Zhu Zhu, The blood mosquito that was disconnected by Qin Shi certainly could not cause harm to Qin Xiao, a second-level professional, because its attributes and rank were suppressed too much. But the one Qin Xiao just pinched to death was the only one among the 1,000 blood mosquitoes released by Qin Shi that was still connected to Qin Shi. It was 3 points of fixed damage, which made Qin Xiao lose a little blood. At the same time, the epidemic sheep tail that had not disappeared was also injected into Qin Xiao by Qin Shi. He. Qin Shi leaned back on the chair, blowing the wind, looking at the night view, and chuckled. His things are not so easy to get. In these years, the Qin family has only one Qin Yao, but Qin Xiao has been trying hard to have another son. Watching Qin Xiao slap the blood mosquito to death, and even the blood mosquito made Qin Xiao lose blood, Qin Yao's eyes showed a trace of shock, and she was very uncomfortable. After Qi Donglai was confined to the sheep's tail and was not allowed to contact anyone, she was abandoned by Qi Donglai and kicked out of the team. Now she can no longer use the Qi family's high-level professional team to level up. And she was warned not to tell the secret that Qi Donglai was the sheep's tail, otherwise the Qi family would find someone to remove Qin Zhao's position. And the reward for keeping it secret was only a low-level purple outfit. The price was not cheap, but she paid for her body, but only got this little thing in return. Qin Yao was a little tearful. Thinking about Qin Shi again, he didn't seem to have become a waste. Back in Tianshan Renjian, Zhu Zhu's father was already waiting in the lobby. As soon as Qin Shi entered the lobby, he received a transaction request from Zhu Jun. Mr. Qin, this is the compensation paid to you by the Qi family. Their request is your understanding of Qi Donglai. They also said that if you need, they can provide you with 4 high-level professionals to team up with you and help you quickly level up. On the transaction interface, Zhu Jun directly placed 1,000 gold coins and a set of low-level magic equipment that was half blue and half purple. Some of the equipment Qin Shi was a little familiar with. He clicked it and saw that it was not what he had just sold after brushing the Slime Ranch dungeon today. The Qi family really bleeds a lot. These things are definitely worth 1,500 gold coins. In Linshan, 1,500 gold is already a huge number. However, Qin Shi did not take all of them, but pushed half of the gold coins and equipment back to Zhu Jun. People should not be too greedy. Zhu Jun and Tianshan Renjian have made great efforts in this matter. Besides, Qin Shi doesn't care about this stuff now. He has been doing another day of dungeon today, and he has almost 5,000 gold coins on him. He is not short of money. As for the high-level professional team mentioned by the Qi family, Qin Shi didn't even mention it. It's obvious that he has no good intentions, just take the sugar coating and throw away the poison. But this action is different in Zhu Jun's eyes. He has strength, brains, is not greedy, and looks good. I heard from the technician Qin Shi called up yesterday that the services Qin Shi wants are only plain and regular. He is still a decent boy. Zhu Jun's eyes showed a little smile. Looking at his daughter who was obviously interested in Qin Shi, Zhu Jun coughed lightly and took the property back. He handed all the wealth to Qin Shi, which was both a test and a transaction. If Qin Shi took everything, then Zhu Jun would not look at Qin Shi with high regard, and the matter between Qin Shi and the Qi family would be settled in Tianshan Renjian. If the Qi family seeks revenge on Qin Shi again in the future, Tianshan Renjian will not interfere. They no longer have conflicts of interest. And Qin Shi has returned half of his money, so Tianshan Renjian will continue to participate in this matter and provide Qin Shi with certain basic protection. Looking at his daughter's attitude, Zhu Jun decided to add another second-level professional to the security personnel assigned to Qin Shi tomorrow. Ah, cool. Early the next morning, in the eyes of the 2 young ladies Leihua who continued to complain and be tired, Qin Shi once again ordered the Ice Mage Masseur as the theme of today, and made an appointment to go with the 3 young ladies Leihua tonight. Qin Shi went out refreshed. Sitting in Zhu Zhu's luxury car to the dungeon square, Qin Shi did not stand in front of the Slime Ranch dungeon today. He had to change to a new dungeon today. Slime Ranch can no longer meet Qin Shi's experience needs. Let's start with this level 10 dungeon. The level 10 Horror Knight, the one that Muing started to brush first. Zhu Zhu, who was with Qin Shi, opened his mouth wide. Because Qin Shi chose the hell difficulty directly. Damn it! Qin Shi, who had already entered the dungeon, could no longer hear Zhu Zhu's screams. In the hell difficulty dungeon of Horror Knight, the monsters in it are all above level 15. But this is not Qin Shi's goal. His goal is to unlock the reincarnation difficulty of Horror Knight dungeon. After more than 10 minutes, after Qin Shi's blood mosquito killed the last big boss in the dungeon, the 19th level Screaming Banshee, Qin Shi cleared the dungeon. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Horror Knight. Hell, and obtained a max rating. Evaluation rewards: 50,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, materials, Adam's apple of the screaming banshee, flawless. Congratulations, since you have cleared the hell difficulty of this dungeon with a max rating, you are now eligible to enter this dungeon, Horror Night, reincarnation level. He picked up the equipment that had fallen on the ground. He looked down on the dungeon, which was not at the level of samsara. After exiting the dungeon, Shin-Che was already at the level of samsara when he entered the Horror Night again. The black teleportation vortex swallowed Shin-Che. After entering the dungeon, Shin-Che found that the ordinary monsters here had reached level 18. There was a multiple difference between the level of Shin-Che's blood mosquitoes. But it didn't matter. As long as the blood mosquitoes swarmed, all the monsters here, the grotesque clowns, the faceless demons, the face-hugging spiders, all these wild monsters could not escape the fate of death. Successfully killed the 18th level grotesque clown, experience plus 1800, 100% bonus to experience in the samsara level dungeon. Successfully killed the 18th level faceless demon, experience plus 1800, 100% bonus to experience in the samsara level dungeon. Successfully killed the 18th level face hugger spider, experience plus 1800, 100% bonus to experience in the samsara level dungeon. The experience in the samsara level dungeon is still so rich. And after the level of the dungeon monsters goes up, the experience gained after each monster dies here is much more than the experience gained by killing slimes in the slime ranch. The experience is 3 times that of killing a level 10 slime in the slime ranch. In addition, the monsters here will not split like slimes, so the speed of killing monsters is also faster. In the Horror Night dungeon, Shin-Che's monster killing speed can be 2 or 3 times that of the slime ranch. Added together, the leveling efficiency has increased by 7 or 8 times. The speed of experience and clearance of the dungeon has increased. The number of talent coins obtained has decreased a little, but the speed of talent coins is not unbearable now. Because Shin-Che's speed of killing monsters has also become faster. Although a grotesque clown has only 1.8 talent coins. But in the same time, Shin-Che can kill 2 or 3 grotesque clowns by killing a slime that splits 4 times. In the same time, Shin-Che can get talent coins at a speed of about 40% of that in the slime ranch when he brushes the reincarnation level dungeon of Horror Night. This efficiency is not low. And the efficiency of brushing experience has increased by 7 or 8 times. Absolutely worth it. Shin-Che's blood mosquitoes and fungal blankets followed his footsteps and continued to spread forward. The map of Horror Night is still very large and the journey is still very long. But it didn't take long, more than 10 minutes, Shin-Che once again pushed in front of the dungeon boss of Horror Night. Now, the time he takes to push the reincarnation level Horror Night and the hell level Horror Night dungeons is basically the same. Because, with the huge number of blood mosquitoes under Shin-Che, whether it is killing a level 16 hell monster or a level 18 reincarnation dungeon monster, it is actually a one-shot kill. The killing time is basically the same, the only difference is how many blood mosquitoes Shin-Che has to send to attack at a time. If the monster is low level and has low health, send fewer. If the monster is high level and has high health, send more. For the final boss, send more blood mosquitoes to attack. Those who have reached level 20, or even the Queen of Howling who has entered the first level, could not survive for a second and were instantly killed like the monsters. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Horror Night, reincarnation level, and obtained an ease level rating. Evaluation rewards: 150,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, epic equipment, nightmare crystal ball. Offhand, congratulations on getting the first pass exclusive reward for the reincarnation EX level, all basic attributes plus 18. The pink equipment lying in the backpack grid made Shin-Che unable to take his eyes away. Congratulations, the equipment you obtained has been ranked in the top 1000 of the global equipment rankings, and a national level broadcast will be made soon. May I ask if the professional information is hidden? Hide. Of course I choose to hide. Shin-Che will not be confused at this time. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, nightmare crystal ball, 132nd in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, nightmare crystal ball, 132nd in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, nightmare crystal ball, 132nd in the global equipment rankings. This time it is not a regional level broadcast. The place that can receive this text broadcast is not just Yunzhou, but the entire Longhua. In an instant, I don't know how many people clicked on the broadcast information to check out this epic equipment that has just entered the top 1000 of the global equipment rankings. Epic Nightmare Crystal Ball, offhand, level requirement, 75, no level, equipment attributes, intelligence plus 450, constitution plus 150, equipment entry, 1, the wearer's mana plus 5002. Add a new, sand value, attribute bar to the enemy during the battle. 3. Your attack will continuously reduce the enemy's sand value. 4. Soul Scream, launch a Soul Deep Scream attack on the enemy, causing huge damage while greatly reducing the enemy's sand value. 5. I Fear Absorption, when the enemy's sand value is reduced, a large amount of fear will be generated and absorbed by the Nightmare Crystal Ball. The accumulated fear in the Nightmare Crystal Ball can increase the holder's attack power. The higher the fear value, the higher the increased attack power. At the same time, it can also consume all the fear value at once to cause super huge damage. Current accumulated fear value, 0, current increased attack power, 0, 6. Soul resistance plus 100 for the holder of the Nightmare Crystal Ball 7. Holding this crystal ball, automatically add the sluggish state to enemies with a sand value below 80%, add the panic state to enemies with a sand value below 60%, and add the lost, self-abuse, mental collapse, soul self-destruction, etc. states to enemies with a sand value below 50% 0%. Looking at this long description of the attributes and skills of the Nightmare Crystal Ball, Qin looked at the perfect level Slime King greatsword in his hand and felt that the thing in his hand was just a fire stick. There is only one level difference between the two, but the difference is too big. Epic level, and it is the best among the epic level, and it is levelless. Orange perfect level equipment can have up to 5 special entries. Pink epic level equipment entries are randomly between 5 and 7. To be honest, the basic attributes of the Nightmare Crystal Ball at level 75 are even a bit low. But it is directly randomized to the maximum number of entries that epic equipment can have, and the entry attributes also form an independent, sand value, attack and enhancement system. In addition to the rare soul skills and soul resistance, the score of this equipment has been raised very high. Adding the most important 3 words, no level, the ranking of this equipment has been raised to a peak. It is directly ranked 132nd on the global equipment list. My god, this equipment. This directly adds a new sand value to others, so the person who owns this equipment doesn't have to calculate the attack power anymore? As long as the enemy's sand value can be broken, it can kill people? Someone couldn't help but mutter. Those, lost, self-abuse, mental collapse, soul self-destruction, it doesn't sound like a good state. Especially mental collapse and soul self-destruction, what's the difference between that and death? If we only calculate the attack power, there will be a situation where the enemy's defense is too strong and we can't hit the enemy. But what about sand value? Looking around the world, I have never heard of anyone with sand value resistance. It is definitely a magic weapon to narrow the gap in strength. Some people are considering the sand value, and some people are considering the term called fear absorption. If the fear value can be absorbed infinitely, then the holder's attack power can be infinitely raised? If the fear value accumulates enough, then you can kill anyone you want instantly? This is a charging skill that can charge infinitely. The Chinese are discussing, but there are still many foreigners living in Dragon Country, and even many foreign spies. When they saw the national broadcast of Dragon Country, they immediately passed the news to their country. Although they were immediately discovered and many were caught, this not-so-secret news was immediately spread across the 6 continents and 4 oceans. Damn! The dragon people got such powerful equipment again. Check it out immediately. Ah, this equipment belongs to our short-stick country. Go, send someone to bring it back to me. Smith, go negotiate with the Dragon Country. The sand value system of this equipment is against human rights. Tell them that it should be destroyed. Of course, in Dragon Country, no matter for what purpose, good or bad, to protect, buy or seize, there are countless people looking for Qin. But Qin hid all his information such as name and profession in the announcement in global equipment rankings, and everyone was blindly looking for him. For a while, all the magic professionals who chose the magic ball as their secondary equipment suffered. All of them were questioned and investigated by countless people, asking if they were the owners of the Nightmare Crystal Ball. But in fact, the owner of the Nightmare Crystal Ball, Qin, was still standing in the reincarnation level Horror Night copy, standing well. Damn it! At this moment, Qin, who was holding the Nightmare Crystal Ball in his hand, slowly recovered. Epic equipment is very rare. There are only 1 or 2,000 or 2 or 3,000 pieces in the world. Global datization has lasted for decades. On average, less than 50 pieces of ethic equipment can be exploded in a year. Remove those with low levels that result in insufficient effects and low attributes, and remove some that are a bit average, and there are only so many that can compete for the list. It is normal to be on the list, but what surprised Qin was that he didn't expect the Nightmare Crystal Ball to be ranked so high. And this equipment is also particularly suitable for him to use, since every attack with the crystal ball will cause the enemy to lose san. Naturally, the faster the attack speed and the higher the attack frequency, the better. As for Qin, how fast his attack frequency is depends not on how much agility he has, but on how many blood mosquitoes he uses in this attack. Qin can maximize the number of blood mosquitoes. Anyway, the enemy will either be killed instantly by a large amount of fixed damage and attacks, or if he is really able to resist, he will lose san and become a lunatic without mind, until he collapses and goes crazy. There is also the entry that can accumulate fear infinitely. Qin's blood mosquitoes have always had a weakness. That is, the attack power of blood mosquitoes is always difficult to improve. They are not like professionals who can actively specialize and add an attribute point. The current attack power is strong. A large part of the reason is because Qin's equipment is too good, which supports it. But as long as Qin does not change new equipment, it will be difficult for them to grow again. But there is no need to worry about this problem now. As long as this Nightmare Crystal Ball is in Qin's hand, their attack power can continue to grow with the fear absorbed by Qin. And absorbing fear. Qin is already in and out of the dungeon portal at this time, and opening a new dungeon. The blood mosquitoes in the sky quickly killed the monsters one by one. It can be seen that many monsters suddenly lost their minds before they died, or self-harmed, or lost resistance, and collapsed. Some monsters were not even killed by Qin's blood mosquitoes, but the san value dropped too much, and they directly entered the soul self-destruction state. After self-destruction, the next second the state automatically changed to soul destruction, and the eyes were directly empty, and the life was lost. This kind of lifeless death, to be honest, made Qin, who created all this, feel a little cold on his back. Too evil. The dark purple nightmare crystal ball held in the palm of Qin's right hand was now extracting wisps of black air from the monster corpses. This should be the fear born from the monster. The fear in the nightmare crystal ball is accumulating. It can be seen that the fear value born from each monster is slightly different, some are more and some are less. Qin estimated that this should be because the monsters lost different san values when they finally died. Some monsters lose more san, and they generate more fear. Some monsters are killed quickly by blood mosquitoes, lose less san, or even no san, so the fear value generated is less. But even so, Qin quickly accumulated hundreds of fear points. The speed at which Qin led the blood mosquito army to brush the book is really too fast. Killing monsters quickly and killing more will naturally generate more fear value. After the fear value in the nightmare crystal ball accumulated to 100 points, Qin finally felt the attack bonus from the nightmare crystal ball. 100 points of fear in the Nightmare Crystal Ball can be converted into an attack improvement brought by 1 point of strength or intelligence. When using spells to attack, intelligence is added. When using physical attacks, strength is added. In other words, as long as Qin accumulates 500 points of fear value, it is equivalent to adding 5 points of intelligence or strength. Now the blood mosquitoes can inherit 20% of Qin's attributes, so they can also share some attribute improvements. Qin does not fight by himself, even if his own attributes are already very high. Therefore, the final conversion formula is 500 points of fear value equals 1 point of intelligence or strength of the Zerg. Qin feels that this equipment ranks 132nd in the world, and the actual use effect here can definitely enter the top 100, or even the top 50 or top 30. When Qin finishes this copy, the copy boss will bring the most fear value. This boss is simply a shame for bosses. It was not killed by the blood mosquitoes, but it kept eating blood mosquitoes to attack and lose san, and finally lost san value to the bottom, and the soul collapsed, and was scared to death in fear. This is the first boss to be scared to death. And this boss also brings the most fear value. It alone provides Qin with 53 points of fear value, which is really outrageous. You should know that ordinary monsters can only provide Qin with half a point to 2 points of fear value. Many can only have 3 or 4 points, and it provides a full 53 points. After complaining about this boss, Qin probably found that the stronger the monster, the higher the fear value it can provide. Otherwise, the 53 points of fear value is really inexplicable. After the 53 points of fear value of the boss, Shinche's Nightmare Crystal Ball finally accumulated 500 points of fear value, and the strength/intelligence attribute of the Blood Mosquito +1. At the same time, the system prompts again, "Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Valkyrie, Hell, and obtained a max rating. Evaluation rewards, 50,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, materials, Poison Dragon Fong, Flawless. Congratulations, since you have cleared the Hell difficulty of this dungeon with a max rating, you are now eligible to enter this dungeon, Valkyrie, Reincarnation level." Shinche exited this dungeon and then chose to enter the reincarnation level of this dungeon again. That's right, Shinche directly changed to a new dungeon this time. Because Shinche found that as long as he cleared the reincarnation level dungeon, and it was the first time to clear this dungeon, there would be a very awesome reward. The reward for the first time to clear the reincarnation level Slime Ranch is an epic skill book, 1 in N. The second reincarnation level reward for the Horror Night dungeon is an epic equipment, Nightmare Crystal Ball. Moreover, the 2 first clearances also gave exclusive rewards for improving all basic attributes. What else is there to think about? Since I have the ability to clear the Samsara level, I will definitely go for it. This time, Shinche is going to clear this dungeon called Valkyrie. The difficulty of the Valkyrie dungeon is comparable to that of the Horror Night, and both are level 10 dungeons at the most basic difficulty. At this moment, the difficulty level has been upgraded to the Samsara level. Just like in the Horror Night, the monsters are all small green giants of level 18. They have grayish-white bodies and are short in stature. Only their fists, forearms, and parts below the knees are green. Their special feature is that they have an instant acceleration skill that can instantly increase the speed of the green giant several times. Very special. When several of them attack together, it is very likely to kill the challenger instantly. But no matter how special they are, they cannot defeat Shinche's army of blood mosquitoes. These biochemical monsters that have just started to speed up will be shot to death by the blood mosquitoes' ejection mouthpieces before they can take 2 steps. The bodies that speed up too fast can even rush out a distance after death. But that is useless. Their bodies will be swallowed by the fungal blanket when they rush forward, and then Shinche will summon more blood mosquitoes. The final big boss is a green biochemical pterosaur. It can fly, so it should have an advantage in this low-level book when facing low-level professionals. But the blood mosquito can also fly. Being in the air cannot save it from the fate of death. It only delayed for 2 or 3 seconds, and its body was covered with sharp mouthparts, and it fell from the air helplessly. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Valkyrie, reincarnation level, and obtained an ease level evaluation. Evaluation rewards, 150,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, epic equipment, dragon wing cloak. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive reward for the first pass of the reincarnation level EX, all basic attributes plus 18. Congratulations, the equipment you obtained has been ranked in the top 1,000 of the global equipment rankings, and will be broadcast at the national level soon. May I ask if the professional information is hidden? Another epic equipment that has entered the top 1,000 in the world rankings. Hide identity information. Shinche continued to hide his identity information. He hid one of the epic items on the list, and he couldn't let go of the other 2 items. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom's own country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Dragon Wing Cloak, number 996 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom's own country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Dragon Wing Cloak, number 996 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom's own country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Dragon Wing Cloak, number 996 in the global equipment rankings. Baga. It's the Dragon Kingdom again. Axie, this equipment must also be from our short stick country. Dragon Kingdom is competing with us for equipment. They are creating tension. After clearing the Hell level and Reincarnation level Valkyrie copies twice in a row, in just over half an hour, there was the second epic equipment broadcast in Dragon Kingdom. I don't know how many people were shocked. What kind of day is this today? Normally, a chart-topping report would not appear once every few months, but today it appears twice? Has the explosion rate of today's dungeon increased? I'll try to refresh the dungeon too. I guess it may be that a large secret realm in our Dragon Kingdom, or a large group copy has been cleared, so that so many good equipment can be revealed at once. The epic equipment on the rankings has made countless people applaud and envy them. They cannot own epic equipment and can only covet the attributes on the rankings. Epic Dragon Wing Cloak, pink, Level requirement, 60, no level. Equipment attributes, agility plus 200, constitution plus 200, strength plus 100, intelligence plus 100, equipment entry, 1, agility plus 202. Constitution plus 203. Poison resistance plus 204. Flying. This equipment can simulate a pair of dragon wings to assist the holder in flying. The flying height and flying speed depend on the holder's agility attribute. 5. Fishy wind, shake the dragon wing cloak to emit poisonous wind, causing damage and making the enemy enter the poisoned state. 6. Poison dragon protection. When receiving fatal damage, it will summon a poison dragon phantom, close its wings to provide powerful protection to the wearer, and add a layer of poisoned status to the attacker. The strength of the protection depends on the sum of the holder's three attributes, agility plus physical fitness plus poison attack. This piece of equipment actually stretches my hips a bit. The entry is very average, completely incomparable to the Nightmare Crystal Ball. It's just that a lot of basic attributes have been added. In total, there are even a full 1000 points of basic attributes and 200 points of specialized poison resistance. However, these attributes occupy the entry position. For equipment, it is a system of combination entries, excellent special effects entries, useful skill entries, increased attributes, junk special effects entries, junk skill entries, junk attributes. The pros and cons of the entries are in this order. Like the Nightmare Crystal Ball, 5 of the 7 entries can be combined into a system. One entry is awesome for increasing soul attributes, and only one entry for adding mana is relatively rubbish. It can be regarded as the last rubbish. Attribute entries. In addition, it has no level, so it ranks 132nd on the global equipment list. If the entry for adding mana value were changed, he wouldn't even be in the top 100. As for the Dragon Wing Cloak, it only has 6 entries, which is the median of 5 to 7 entries for epic equipment, which is quite mediocre. Out of the 6 entries, 3 of them are attributes. Poison resistance is useful even if it is said to be useful, and rubbish even if it is said to be rubbish. Xingfeng is a relatively rubbish skill entry. Dragon Wing Guard is barely useful. After all, it is a life-saving skill and is automatically triggered. What truly sublimates this piece of equipment and allows it to enter the global equipment rankings is the flying skill and the words, unleveled. Because professionals below level 3 cannot fly, and only experts above level 3 have the ability to fly at low altitudes. The combination of flying plus no level can enable professionals below level 3 to gain the ability to fly in advance. Just looking at professionals below level 3 who can fly, they are almost invincible in combat. You can advance, attack, or retreat. This piece of equipment provides a full 400 points of agility. If you add a set of equipment that increases agility, you can get 500 or 600 points of agility. It is hard to imagine how fast you can fly with such a piece of equipment. How fast? Qin Che directly equipped this Dragon Wing Cloak. The green one was a bit ugly, but it could fly. Qin Che activated his flying ability, and instantly the back of the cloak opened to both sides, extending 2 dark green broad dragon wings to the left and right. With a thought in his mind and a flap of his wings, Qin Che jumped out of the copy. Very fast. Super fast. Qin Che's agility points suddenly increased by several hundred points. Coupled with his inherent agility, his agility attributes had reached a number that would make professionals at the same level despair. This agility makes running on the ground as fast as the wind, which is astonishingly fast. But when flying, it can be even faster. Agility is not the same as fixed speed. For the same agility points, those wearing heavy armor are naturally not as good as those wearing leather armor. A warrior is not as good as an archer, and an archer is not as good as a knight on horseback. This is normal. And flying is the fastest moving speed under the same agility condition. Of course, there are faster ones in the dungeon now. That is Qin Che's blood mosquito. This thing is dependent on Qin Che's agility multiplier. Moreover, the agility attribute of the blood mosquito is the only attribute that can be added according to the word multiple instead of percentage. The agility attribute of the blood mosquito summoned by the Great Perfection level is Qin Che's agility attribute times 5. In other words, the agility attribute of the blood mosquito is not far from 3000 points now. Probably 100 Qi don't lie? And the way to express these 3000 points of agility is to fly. Qin Che watched his blood mosquito fly out of the afterimage in the sky. At this speed, I'm afraid that without using other attacks, just hitting Qi Donglai's body can kill him, right? Qin Che felt that if the blood mosquito had not inherited 20% of his Xingyue Liuli body, and he had gained a lot of physical fitness recently, the blood mosquito would have flown away and killed him just by flying like this. Qin Shi ordered the blood mosquitoes to fly slower, not so fast, not at full speed. Then he played slowly by himself. After flying around the dungeon twice, Qin Shi landed with a sense of satisfaction. It was really cool to be able to fly. The equipment effect was hidden because the dragon wing cloak was too distinctive and easy to be recognized, and also because the green cloak was really ugly. This cloak is good in every way, except for this point. The reincarnation level of the Valkyrie dungeon has been cleared, and next, continue. Qin Shi's goal is to clear all the copies of Lincheng. Next, the whole dragon country and the world entered a shocking moment. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, occupation, hidden, obtained the epic equipment, magic martial arts great sword, global equipment ranking number 411. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, occupation, hidden, obtained the epic equipment, magic martial arts great sword, global equipment ranking number 411. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, occupation, hidden, obtained the epic equipment, magic martial arts great sword, global equipment ranking number 411. When another half an hour later, the third national broadcast about the epic equipment ranking appeared, the professionals of the entire Dragon Country found that today's system broadcast became very frequent. Most people found a subtlety. Another half an hour later, congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, occupation, hidden, obtained the epic equipment, cloud stepping boots, global equipment ranking number 666. Another half an hour later, congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, profession, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Jinwu Ring, 298th in the global equipment ranking. The first half hour. Some professionals couldn't help but murmur, what's going on? Is there a bug in the global system? When Longhua has an epic equipment on the list, everyone is envious and worships it, while foreigners are jealous, greedy and want to rob it. When Longhua has 2 epic equipment on the list, everyone will think it is a coincidence, and foreign high-level officials are banging on the table. When Qin Shi brushed out the 3rd epic equipment, the people of Longhua were confused and began to question whether there was a bug in the global system. Foreign professionals began to frown and were at a loss. When the 4th and 5th epic equipment came out, the professionals in Longhua were numb and speechless. In addition to quickly checking the equipment attributes on the global ranking, they didn't know what else to say. Because what can be said, envy, jealousy, shock, incomprehension, what can be said has been said in the previous few times. But the movements are numb, and the hearts of the Chinese are excited and hot. Because the people who get these equipment are all dragon people. Dragon Country is strong, and they have face, and they are also very proud. Watching the worship of foreigners who come in from the external network to worship, or going to foreign forums to see foreigners' crazy discussions and mental explosions, the professionals of Dragon Country are also proud and proud. The numbness and excitement of Dragon Country are very inconsistently combined. And the foreign high-level officials are already terrified at this moment. The national broadcast of Dragon Country is still going on. What does this mean? This means that Dragon Country is likely to have obtained a way to produce epic equipment stably and efficiently. In this case, the strength of Dragon Country professionals will leap forward, and quickly open up the gap with the strength of their country's professionals. The national war is imminent, and Longhua is becoming more and more powerful. I am afraid. The fear from Longhua lingers in the hearts of the top leaders of every country that is not friendly to Longhua. Qin Shi's brushing behavior has not stopped, and the text broadcast is still going on. Champion Belt, Echo Wand, 7-star necklace. Each one of them entered the top 1,000 of the global equipment rankings. Qin Shi's Dragon Wing Cloak didn't even stay on the global rankings for 3 hours, and was squeezed out of the top 1,000 by the next few pieces of equipment Qin Shi got. Qin Shi has brushed 8 epic equipment. Moreover, all of them are levelless. Qin Shi guessed that this might be because his own level is low, and most of these first pass rewards tend to reward and improve the passers. Allowing Qin Shi to use it directly has probably become an important reference factor. Therefore, the system's rewards will appear to be levelless. The 3 words, no level, will add a lot of scoring weight when evaluating equipment. In addition, the first pass reward is generally not bad, and the pass is the reincarnation level. Due to various reasons, Qin Shi can achieve the top 1,000 global equipment rankings for each pass. Not to mention these equipment, the attributes of the rewards for continuous clearance are enough for Qin Shi to eat a full meal. So far today, he has cleared the level 8 times in a row, and Qin Shi has received more than 600 basic attribute points. Looking at the sky again, it has only been more than 4 hours today, and it is still early for the dungeon square to close. Qin Che turned around and entered a new dungeon. On the border, a middle-aged general who looked to be in his 40s had just killed a lot in a secret realm and walked out of the secret realm. Behind him, the secret realm led to a small world with a slime clan. Outside the secret realm, a bald general who looked older and fierce was waiting for him. Wow, Lao Su, you're really quick. How many people have entered this secret realm? Did you leave some for me? I can't let you kill them all, right? I don't want to go through the trouble of brushing the dungeon again and again. Don't worry, there should be tens of thousands of them inside. Split them up and kill them. It will be enough for you to brush out the title. Su Wenwu said with a smile. Su Wenwu, the first war god of Dragon Country. The man who came to him was called Lei Gang, the commander of the Dragon Country National Defense Army, and also a god of war. If they hadn't spoken in person, it would be hard to imagine that these two big guys, who ranked first in top 10 in the Dragon Country's combat power sequence, were discussing personally slaughtering a garbage race like slimes. But the fact is indeed so. At their level in this point, when they can't continue to break through the realm, the combat power that can be raised has basically been raised, and every bit of combat power that can be raised is very precious. Recently, I heard that a new title of Slime Killer appeared in Yunzhou. According to the requirements revealed in the broadcast, a lot of big guys of dozens of levels all came to brush slimes. This is hard for the slime tribe in this secret realm. In just half a day, the slimes in this secret realm are about to be wiped out. You must know that secret realms are different from dungeons. Dungeons can be restarted in a cycle. Although the monsters in them are alive, they can't be regarded as real in any way. But the slimes in the secret realm are all real, living beings, and all of them are real. Qin Che could never have imagined that he would cause disaster to several secret realms of the slime clan in the Dragon Kingdom just by flapping his wings. But the god of war Lei Gang definitely couldn't have come to Su Wenwu specifically for this matter. Lei Gang pointed to the sky and asked, "What do you think of today's system broadcast? How else can you see it? Use your eyes." "Old Lei, I know what you mean." Su Wenwu knocked Lei Gang's heavy shoulder with his fist and said helplessly, "I also want to know who this person is, but he has hidden all his identity information, including his occupation, name, and level. We don't know anything about it, so what can I do? There isn't even a clue, so do we really have to spend a lot of energy looking for a needle in a haystack? Don't worry about it so much. We are the people of the Dragon Kingdom anyway. If we eat meat, it will rot in the big pot of our Dragon Kingdom. There is no mistake. Harmful, that's true." Lei Gang nodded hummingly. "Those foreign spies should be active recently, and they will be exposed a lot. You and the people in Shadow Dragon should pay attention and take this opportunity to deal with them properly." Su Wenwu thought for a while and continued with a cold look in his eyes. "Well, I have sent people to deal with it. This time I will try to remove 2/3 of those foreign nails. Don't tell me, this mysterious man really provided us with a good opportunity." Lei Gang had a murderous look in his eyes. This is indeed a good opportunity to get rid of foreign spies. The system broadcasts of the mysterious man who had successively won epic equipment from the global rankings were constantly flooding the screen, exciting the spies lurking around the country and began to move. As for spies, as soon as they become active, the risk of exposure will greatly increase. In half a day today, they have locked down 80% to 90% of the spies and traitorous dragon traders in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Wenwu and Lei Gang walked side by side and couldn't help but chuckle. These spies and dragon traders were all clowns. He had to remind Lei Gang, "Old Lei, don't kill them too harshly. Leave some of these rats for them, so that they can stay in the open and we can stay in the dark. Wait until they develop a spy network, hee, I know." Lei Gang laughed loudly. "When the time comes, if they develop their intelligence network, they will do so under our noses. I have already thought about it. I will cripple their intelligence network first. When they are short of manpower and need to redevelop offline, I will take the initiative to put some of our own people in them, hee. Ha 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 ha." After the two discussed some domestic matters, Lei Gang still said with a little regret, "It's a pity. If only we could know the identity of that person, and if we find him, maybe we can know how to stably produce epic equipment. As long as you give me a batch of epic level equipment, I can definitely lead people to slaughter the secret realm of the Dragon Clan. Don't think about it, it's good for him to hide his identity information now, otherwise even us together may not be able to stop everyone's greed." Su Wenwu was not as eager as Lei Gang. Instead, he felt like letting nature take its course. He pointed to a national broadcast about epic equipment that had just gone up above his head and said with a smile, don't worry, real gold can't be buried at all. Talents are all sharp-edged. Whether he is active or passive, sooner or later traces will show up. Sooner or later, there comes a time when you are so busy trying to protect him that your feet never even touch the ground. Su Wonwoo's strategy consists of one word, wait. And just then, the new system report appears again. And this time the coverage is global. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom, has passed 10 reincarnation level dungeons for the first time with EX level rating, and received the reward title, 10 Directions Reincarnation. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom, has passed 10 reincarnation level dungeons for the first time with EX level rating, and received the reward title, 10 Directions Reincarnation. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom, has passed 10 reincarnation level dungeons for the first time with EASE level ratings, and received the reward title, 10 Directions Reincarnation. 3 global broadcasts stopped both Su Wonwoo and Lei Gang. Su Wonwoo, who had always remained calm even when the mountain collapsed, also had shock and surprise in his eyes this time. Lei Gang even shouted out directly, fuck. 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 What is a reincarnation level copy? What is an EX rating? Never heard of it. What Lei Gang thinks is also what all professionals around the world think. What is the EX rating? Is there an EX rating above the SSS rating? Reincarnation level dungeon, is there a bug in my system? When I selected the dungeon, there was no option for reincarnation level at all. Masters from all over the world are also numb. They were all thinking that professionals of the same level would be dead if they entered the Hell level dungeon. Even if experts like them cleared the Hell level dungeon, it would be difficult for them to get an A level rating or above. So how did this person get that EX rating that was obviously better than SSS? How difficult does a reincarnation level copy have to be? What kind of ruthless person has emerged from the Dragon Kingdom? The presence of Su Wonwoo and Long Wugwang was enough to give them a headache. If another such figure appeared again, the masters from all over the world would feel their scalps go numb. Baga. We must find him, we must not let him live. Axie, this man's ancestors must be from our Korean nation, and he later immigrated to the Dragon Country. We in the Short Stick Country must take him back. Mr. Smith, I think we should have a good talk with Longhua. I think if we give the chicken to the Dragon Kingdom in the next national war, will they be willing to exchange the information on opening the reincarnation level dungeon and the guide on how to obtain the EX level evaluation to us? As soon as the system broadcast of Qin Che's obtaining the global title was broadcast, high-level professionals all over the world realized a problem. Reincarnation level dungeons, EASE level evaluations, and first pass, these 3 items combined are the reason why the mysterious dragon countryman can continuously obtain epic equipment on the list. But what puzzled them was that they couldn't even find a clue how to open the reincarnation level dungeons. They didn't even know that there was a MA's level evaluation between the EASE level and SS level evaluations. In the frontier, Su Wonwoo and Lei Gang looked at each other. For the EASE level evaluation, they actually speculated that there would be a new dungeon evaluation above the SS level evaluation. Because it is calculated according to the evaluation upper limit related to the dungeon difficulty. The upper limit of the rating of ordinary dungeons is at most A level, the upper limit of the rating of difficult dungeons is S level, the upper limit of the rating of extremely difficult dungeons is S level. For nightmare level dungeons, the upper limit evaluation is already SS level, so what about the Hell level difficulty? Shouldn't it be evaluated 1 level higher, and it will be EASE level? Su Wonwoo shook his head. Lao Lei, since the difficulty of the dungeon increases by 1 level each time, the upper limit of the score of the Hell level dungeon should be above the SSS level. For the higher reincarnation level dungeons, the upper limit of the score should be increased again. Theoretically, the EASE level score should be 2 levels higher than the SS level score, and there should be another level between the SS level and EASE level scores. Lao Lei, this mysterious man not only has a higher difficulty than us in the dungeon, but the EASE level score he got is also 2 levels higher than the highest evaluation we have ever received. Isn't the strength of this mysterious man a bit scary? Su Wonwoo was the first to analyze that there should be another level between the SS level and the EASE level, but because of this analysis, he felt that Qin Che was even more terrifying. Within the 10th reincarnation level dungeon, Qin Che casually put on his newly obtained unleveled epic level equipment. Having obtained 9 pieces of epic equipment in a row, even Qin Che himself was a little numb and didn't care much. Anyway, the properties are definitely better than what he is wearing now, so he can correct it by changing it. Compared to wearing a set of epic level equipment that is almost full, Qin Che is still more interested in his new title. 10 Directions Reincarnation, Global Title. Title Effect, 1, All Attributes plus 260, 100 plus 60 plus 100, every time you clear a reincarnation level copy with an ease level score, this all attribute bonus will be plus 1. Each time you clear a Samsara level dungeon with an ease level rating for the first time, this all attribute bonus will be plus 10. 2. This title can be upgraded, upgrade condition 1. Pass the reincarnation level dungeon 100 times for the first time with an EX level score. Upgrade condition 2. Clear the reincarnation level dungeon 1000 times with EX level score. Upgrade condition 3. Not triggered, waiting to be unlocked. Upgrade condition 4. Not triggered, waiting to be unlocked. 3. Seed of reincarnation information. You can change and store a reincarnation seed with a backup of all your information at any time. This information includes all abilities, status, equipment, skills, summons when you deposit it. When you die, this reincarnation seed will help you resurrect with the information state when you deposited it. The current number of reincarnation seeds that can be stored, 1/1. Cooling time of this ability, 72 hours, 4. Touch of reincarnation. When turned on, your attacks will have a very low probability of depriving the enemy of information. This deprivation includes the enemy's level, attributes, equipment, skills, memory, causal existence, etc. Holy shit! Shin-Che felt that he couldn't hold his lips tightly anymore. He quickly summoned the wings of the dragon wing cloak and circled fiercely in the air, blowing the wind, and Shin-Che calmed down. This title is too fierce. It's much more powerful than the regional level, Slime Killer, title. The basic attributes alone have increased by 1040. Moreover, the added attributes can grow, and so can the title. The global title should already be the highest level known. Can it still grow? What will happen if we grow further? Galaxy level, Milky Way level, universe level? Shin-Che guessed in his heart. Anyway, think bigger. The current global title is already so powerful. If it grows a little bit more, I don't know how abnormal it will be. Shin-Che directly created a reincarnation information seed for himself based on his current state. Directly record all of his current information, including the 6.6 million blood mosquitoes around him. That's right, the number of Shin-Che's blood mosquitoes has now reached an astonishing 6.6 million. Even though the skill proficiency of blood mosquito summoning was upgraded and the consumption was also increasing, he still accumulated so many blood mosquitoes. Now the amount of mana Shin-Che needs to consume to summon a blood mosquito has reached 50 mana points. Consumption is 5 times greater than before. But Shin-Che's own mana level is also increasing, and the summoning speed has not slowed down much. Moreover, the blood mosquito's defense has increased, making it less likely to die. The new dungeons that Shin-Che chose were also more powerful, and more mana could be converted from monster corpses. The summoning cost increased, and as a result, the number of blood mosquitoes Shin-Che could summon increased. By backing up the information of these 6.6 million blood mosquitoes and himself, Shin-Che would have 2 lives. And it still carries the 2 lives of 6.6 million blood mosquitoes. Even if he dies and is resurrected, Shin-Che will be able to fight immediately. The ability of the touch of reincarnation even made Shin-Che himself feel scared. Once this ability is triggered multiple times, it can deprive a strong person of his information and turn him into an ordinary person. Still deprived from the level of cause and effect, memory, and existence. Whether it is depriving the enemy of his memory and making him forget the whole world. Or deprive the enemy of his cause and effect and make the whole world forget about him. All is a terrible torture. Shin-Che even felt that this ability was a bit unscrupulous. But I like using it against the enemy. To be ruthless towards the enemy is to wish yourself blessings like the East Sea. But now, Shin-Che's enemies are afraid. Abroad, many senior professionals regard Shin-Che as an imaginary enemy. But when this title that could save Shin-Che's life and deprive the enemy of information came out, countless foreign professionals fell silent. The combination of immortality and extremely high cost of battle made those who originally swore to their country's top officials to promise, as long as the country finds out who this person is, they will target the Dragon Kingdom and kill this mysterious person during the national war. They all fell silent again. Shin-Che also hid this title and quit the copy. Since this title can still grow, there is nothing to say. According to the upgrade requirements of the title, Shin-Che plans to brush his 100 reincarnation level copies first. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom's native country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Phoenix Feather Armor, number 173 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations to professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom home, occupation, hidden, for obtaining epic equipment, Thunder Lake clothes, number 413 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longwa, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Demon Crystal Ball, 764th in the global equipment ranking. Next, the national announcement of Longwa began to be dominated by Qin Che again, and before entering the rhythm of basically releasing a new level-free epic equipment every half an hour. Shocking, and unstoppable. Even those who had a lot of level-free epic equipment in Qin Che's hands had begun to have duplicate positions and needed to be replaced and eliminated, and some epic equipment could not be used. After a whole day, I don't know how many people were greedy. Qin Che cleared 24 reincarnation level dungeons in his first pass. He also got 24 epic equipment. He could even wear one set and throw one set. He had already put together a complete set of epic equipment on his body. Except for the dragon wing cloak with the ability to fly, the epic equipment he wore on his body was not even lower than the top 700 in the global equipment ranking. Soon, he could wear a set of the top 600, top 500, and even higher. Qin Che walked out of the dungeon after the dungeon square closed. He was a little tired. As soon as he came out, he saw Muing standing in front of the dungeon door where he was standing. There was no one around. Muing suddenly approached, with a look of inquiry on her face, and whispered to Qin Che, the mysterious person who got 24 epic equipment today is not you, right? Qin Che pushed her shoulders away, still smiling calmly and mysteriously. Guess? Humph, then I won't guess. Muing snorted, indicating that she would no longer explore Qin Che's secrets. But the competitive spirit in her heart still made her ask Qin Che, then tell me, what level are you now? Qin Che glanced at her, and this time he didn't perfunctorily answer him, and replied, 14. Ah, level 14, ah? How many did you say? Level 14. Muing Gang, who is already at level 11, feels that Qin Che is only 3 levels above him, not much. But she suddenly realized that there was a 3-level experience gap between level 11 and level 14. In multiples of the experience wall, it was enough to spawn almost 20 of her. How could the gap be so small? However, Qin Che had already disappeared when Muing screamed. He guessed that Muing would scream until he exploded, so he ran away quickly. When they arrived outside the dungeon square, sitting in Zhu Zhu's luxury car, Qin Che returned to the Heaven and Earth Hotel. Zhu Zhu didn't ask Qin Che anything. Zhu Zhu only saw Qin Che himself entering the Hell level dungeon, but did not see the black vortex when Qin Che entered the reincarnation level dungeon. Only Muing probably guessed something. However, he guessed it and Qin Che didn't pay too much attention. With his current strength, he is enough to block himself from a lot of malice. Qin Che's total attribute points have exceeded 10,000 points. The attribute points added by epic level equipment are basically more than 600 points for each piece, and some can reach thousands. After clearing 25 epic level dungeons in total, the global system also rewarded him with nearly 2,000 points of basic attributes. The title, 10 Directions Reincarnation, also adds 1,700 points of basic attributes to him. As a result, Qin Che himself and the 100 or so basic attributes brought by his upgrade became a fraction. His life-saving ability, defensive attributes, and blood mosquito attributes have all been greatly improved. Even the blood mosquito inherited 20% of his attributes, with a total of more than 2,000 points, plus 5 times the agility. Qin Che's strength suddenly expanded tremendously. There should be no one in Lin City who is capable of killing him. There should be no one he can't kill. He is not afraid of ordinary prying eyes. Qin Che sat in Zhu Zhu's luxury car and looked behind him inadvertently. Zhu Zhu noticed Qin Che's gaze and said with a smile, "Don't look, you have good vigilance and observation skills. Those two are the protectors my father arranged for you. As long as you still live in the heaven and earth within this month and do not leave the city, they will be responsible for protecting your safety during the journey from the heaven and earth to the dungeon square in the morning and evening. Of course, you follow me every day. In addition to the 2 people over there, we are also accompanied by the uncle driver and the team of senior professionals who take me to level up. Don't worry, with these 7 senior professionals here, you are still safe." "Yeah, I believe it." Qin Che turned around, smiled at Zhu Zhu and said. Of course he noticed the professionals Zhu Zhu mentioned. But what Zhu Zhu didn't notice was that in addition to those from his family, there were 4 other people staring at their luxury car. It seemed that he still underestimated the courage of the Qi family. His revenge came so quickly. However, in the city, there is Zhu Jun's daughter in the car, so those people may not dare to take action. In a dark corner near the entrance to the dungeon square, 4 people squatted in a row. They are senior professionals sent by the Chi family. One of the 4 people, a short and thin man, became a little anxious when he saw that Juju's luxury car had started to ignite and was about to leave. The rewards for their mission are unusually rich. And the target is about to run away now. Boss, what should I do? Just look at this guy with a beautiful car and a pretty girl, and leave in such a cool way. What else can we do? Are you going to do it? The thin man's boss is the highest ranking among them. He is a man with a scar face. He used to do a dirty business of licking blood. Later, he was used by the Chi family to take advantage of his position. Therefore, he used his power and wealth to recruit him. In fact, he became the Chi family's black glove, and the Chi family became his protective umbrella. This is a very cruel person, so his words carry a lot of weight. As soon as he opened his mouth to reprimand, the anxious thin man did not dare to speak anymore. Scarface took a deep breath and threw the cigarette butt into the lawn beside him. He didn't see him exhaling the smoke he had inhaled, so he said, "Don't even seek death for me. If you want to die, don't rush to take me with you." Under the horrified look in the thin man's eyes, Scarface pinched his neck and pulled him to him. "Did you see it? Do you know who that is? Don't tell me you don't know. That is the daughter of the general manager of heaven and earth. If you dare to take action now, even if you succeed, as long as you scare his daughter, you will bear the wrath of heaven, earth, and Jujun. Also, are you mentally retarded or blind? Why do you think that the daughter of such a person would not be protected by an expert? Or were you blind and didn't see the driver in the car or the 4 people sitting in the limousine behind this car?" His daughter had just awakened, so it was impossible for Jujun not to arrange for a senior professional to help her upgrade. There are so many experts here. If you want to go, just go by yourself. Don't take us with you. Scarface said fiercely, and the thin man was so frightened that he did not dare to speak. "Boss, what should we do? Look at it like this, I'm afraid Juju has to pick up and drop off Chinche every day." At this time, a woman in the team who had a black scorpion tattooed on her neck and half of her face asked, "What else can we do?" "Wait." With that said, Scarface lifted the thin man up again and ordered, "Monkey, you will be responsible for monitoring and watching him every day from now on. I don't believe that a normal person's life is only about the residence and the dungeon. No matter how loving Miss Zhu is, she can't be a full-time driver for this kid. This kid will reveal his flaws sooner or later, and then this will be our chance. Keep an eye on him, and call me if there is any situation." "Okay, big brother, I got it." Zhu's car drove away from the dungeon square, and Chinche shook his head. He didn't need much protection now. Chinche wanted to be the hunter himself. Early the next morning, Scarface received a call from Monkey. "Good news, boss." Monkey's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "The kid named Chinche didn't take Miss Zhu's luxury car today. He seems to be walking by himself." "Oh, not only that, boss, I saw the direction he was walking. Why does it seem like he is going out of the city?" Scarface actually just wanted to have a morning sex with his mistress at this time. He was quite annoyed when his mood was disturbed during the foreplay, and his mistress looked at him with dissatisfaction and resentment. But when he answered Monkey's call, he didn't expect Monkey to bring him such good news. "That kid wants to leave the city? Good." Scarface grinned, making the long scar on his face more hideous. "It will be easy once he leaves the city. If he takes action in the city, he still needs to be restrained, and he has a lot of fears. But if he is outside the city, it will be embarrassing. Outside the city, there are too many examples of people who never come back after leaving the city. Monkey, be sure to keep an eye on the person and call the Scorpion Girl." "I'll be there right away," Scarface ordered while putting on his own clothes. He didn't expect that this opportunity would come so quickly. Scarface was excited just thinking about it. This time, the Chi family promised him that as long as this matter was done, the Chi family would reward him with the flawless weapon he had set his sights on in their Chi family's treasury. "What? Chinche, you won't take my car today?" Zhu shouted in surprise. "Well, I have something to do today." Chinche glanced slightly into the distance, and couldn't help but smile when he saw the monkeys hiding their tracks and peeking at him from time to time. Who knows who is the hunter and who is the prey? When Zhu heard that Chinche wanted to go out by herself, she particularly disagreed. She put her hands on her hips and reached out to stop Chinche. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there in my car." Zhu rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You still want to go out by yourself now? Do you know how dangerous you are now? No matter how you think about it, you are the source of the Chi family's bleeding, and they will definitely not turn a blind eye to you. My father said, let me pick you up and drop you off for a month, and you can safely set out with me every day, brush up your books, and then come back to heaven and earth at night. This will ensure your safety. When 1 month is up, when you are admitted to the Advanced Combat Vocational Academy, where the power of the Chi family cannot spread, you will be completely safe by then. I appreciate your kindness, but my affairs today are really a bit private, so it's not suitable for me to be with you. Facing Juju's kindness, Qinche felt a little ashamed, but he could only persist. Juju stared at Qinche for a long time, and then suddenly recalled that Qinche punched Qi Donglai and emptied most of Qinche's blood bar. She suddenly wasn't so worried about Qinche. This is a man with a secret, and ordinary professionals may not be able to do anything to him. Well, please pay attention to your own safety and try not to go into the nooks and crannies where there are few people. After another warning to Qinche, Juju gave way. Qinche nodded. He couldn't say that he left alone just to attract a high-level career from the Qi family, right? Qinche walked alone and walked around the forest city for a long time. Qinche observed the monkey calling Scarface. This is the time he calls Monkey specifically, waiting for him to shake people off. After confirming that all Monkey's calls had been made, Qinche boarded the shared bicycle and left the city. The monkey also quickly followed secretly. Behind the monkey, the 2 senior professionals responsible for protecting Qinche's safety last night also appeared after more than 10 seconds. What should we do if he leaves the city? Should we keep following him, or should we? Our mission is to ensure his safety in the city. Once he leaves the city, he will no longer be under our control. But let's report it to the lady and the general manager. Well, that's it. Boss, when will you arrive? After about 5 kilometers out of Lincheng, the monkey followed Qinche without even covering up. He was blatantly riding another car, about 50 meters away, hanging behind Qinche not too far away. In his opinion, they were already so far out of the city anyway. Not to mention the wilderness, the current location is also deserted. I didn't see anyone else protecting Qinche at all. In this situation, the monkey feels like a cat chasing a mouse. In his heart of hearts, Monkey didn't think highly of Qinche. He's just an unqualified professional, a guy who can be taken away with a level A. As a high-level professional, he was already outside the city. He still needed to be sneaky if he wanted to kill Qinche? He quickly kicked the shared bicycle under Monkey's feet, and now he had caught up to within 20 meters of Qinche. He deliberately turned on his mobile phone so that Qinche could hear him and Scarface talking on the phone. Making his prey fearful is his favorite thing to do. Monkey shouted into the phone loudly on purpose, "Boss, why don't you guys stop coming? For such an inexperienced kid, I can easily win for him. I can kill him myself, why bother boss to do it myself? Let everyone take a look and see if we think too highly of him." Monkey said loudly, looking up at Qinche's performance. Hee, I just want to kill you, boy, just be as scared as you want in your heart, it will make me happy a lot. Monkey licked his lips and thought to himself. He saw that Qinche was very unhappy. If it weren't for this kid, how could he have been scolded by the boss yesterday? The bully monkey likes to see the fearful expressions on others' faces when they are being abused by them. Qinche, who was in front of the monkey, seemed to be really frightened by the monkey. Qinche was seen twisting and turning, and the bicycle was a little unstable. Not sure whether he was too panicked or something, Qinche actually rode his bicycle off the road and plunged into an unknown dirt road to the side. Ahaha, okay. Monkey followed Qinche with a crooked smile. Good boy, you found a good place to bury the body. Monkey started shouting directly at Qinche in front of him. He looked at the ditch next to the dirt road and grinned, I will kill you later and bury you in this ditch. I'll save you from being exposed in the wilderness and find you a place to live. Can I treat you well? As he was talking, Monkey suddenly thought that Qinche had reserved a presidential suite in heaven and earth, and he became greedy. He narrowed his eyes and shouted to Qinche, boy, why don't we two discuss it? You give me all the gold coins in your pocket and the equipment on your body, and I will give you a happy meal later, and then I will give you the tomb. Make it more beautiful? Or should I ask you to run another 500 meters? Squeak! The brake pads rubbed violently, and Qinche actually stopped the car. Seeing this, the monkey also got out of the car, licked his lips, looked at Qinche and asked proudly, what, are you giving up resistance now? Qinche glanced at him and suddenly said loudly, I actually like to make enemies die with fear. I hope you can provide me with more fear points. What? The monkey didn't understand, but he suddenly discovered that hundreds of mosquitoes appeared on both sides of his body without knowing when. But soon, the monkey laughed. He looked at Qin Che and asked sarcastically, "Is this the blood mosquito summoned by the insect master? Isn't it a bit too whimsical for you to just use it against me?" The monkey stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood mosquitoes directly. In his opinion, wouldn't a large number of such weak things be killed in a single capture? But when he really caught it in his hand, he realized that something seemed not quite right. Why is this mosquito so annoying? Hissa! The monkey's grasp could not catch the bloody mosquito in his hand. But the sharp mouth parts of the blood mosquito really broke through the monkey's defense. When the monkey was in severe pain, he suddenly let go of his hands. At this moment, his blood volume dropped solidly. Many sharp mouthparts were pierced into his hands. The monkey's face was full of horror and he couldn't help roaring. The sharp drop in his sanity value made him suddenly panic. The sanity bar of Nightmare Crystal Ball appears below the monkey's health bar. Qin Che raised his eyebrows. This monkey is really arrogant when he is arrogant, and is timid as a mouse when he is timid. After just 2 pricks, his sanity dropped directly below 30%. Trash with no willpower. Qin Che looked at the monkey going crazy with disdain. He waved his hand and let the remaining blood mosquitoes launch an attack. After one round of attacks, the monkey's sanity value had already dropped before it even lost all of its blood, and its soul collapsed and died. A large cloud of black gas visible to the naked eye floated over from the monkey's body and was absorbed by the nightmare crystal ball. Qin Che couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This coward provided more than 400 fear points to the nightmare crystal ball in one go. It can almost match all the fear points that Qin Che can get from clearing the dungeon. A Zerg carpet was spawned on this land, and the monkey's corpse slowly melted directly above the carpet. The Zerg carpet is really useful for killing people, stealing goods, and destroying corpses and traces. Hello? Monkey? Click. Qin Che directly stepped on the mobile phone that the monkey had dropped on the ground, not bothering to listen to Scarface's chatter on the mobile phone. Fuck. Made. There was a blind tone on the phone, and Scarface burst into pieces with anger, clenching the phone in his hand. Scarface realized something was wrong when the monkey started yelling out of fear. Until the monkey lost its voice and the phone was hung up. Scarface threw the fragments of the mobile phone in his hand out of the car window, looked at the 8 or 9 people sitting in the extended business, and said with a gloomy look, "Everyone, the monkey is dead. What should we do next? What else can we do? We have so many senior professionals, are we still afraid that Qin Che can't do it alone? Even if someone protects him, how many senior professionals can heaven and earth provide him? 1 or 2? Scarface looked towards the person who spoke. He is the eldest son of the Chi family, and Scarface is actually a bit tired of being stupid. Chi Donglai was still chattering, "You must pass by, I must kill him with my own hands. The horse-riding monkey is only level 43, which doesn't mean anything. We even have a 15th level senior professional here. If we go together, we will definitely take him down." Scarface was a little bored. When he was about to set off, the young master happened to hear some news, and Chi Donglai insisted on following him. If he hadn't seen that the young master was accompanied by 4 other high-level professionals who were helping him level up, and he didn't need his own protection in terms of safety, Scarface wouldn't have taken him with him. This kind of dandy is a burden. But Chi Donglai was right when he said that there were many people on their side in the car. Counting himself, there are a total of 8 senior professionals. This lineup is already considered top-notch in Linchang. Can heaven and earth really allocate 8 high-level professionals to Qin Che? Impossible. The vehicle continued to move, and Qin Che didn't have to wait long. Based on the final location of Monkey's phone, Scarface and the others found Qin Che's location. Qin Che didn't leave, he was just waiting for them. Qin Che raised his eyebrows as he watched them get out of the car. There are a lot of people coming from the other side. A total of 9. Moreover, what surprised Qin Che the most was that Chi Donglai and Qin Xiao were also among these 9 people. There are acquaintances. But the eyes of these 2 acquaintances were filled with rage, and they wanted to tear Qin Che into pieces. "Qin Che, do you dare to let me? I have to kill you today and throw your body piece by piece into the lake to feed the fish." Chi Donglai was furious, and Qin Xiao's eyes were red. But obviously seeing Qin Che, the 2 of them felt very aggrieved. The reason why they insist on putting Qin Che to death cannot be explained at all. The Chi family and Qin Xiao still have some contact. When they came into contact with each other, they found that they all had sheep tails because of meeting Qin Che, or coming into contact with Qin Che's blood mosquitoes. The 2 sheep tails met together and determined that the enemy who caused their situation was Qin Che. Cutting off children and grandchildren is a life and death struggle. In the past 2 days, Chi Donglai had gone crazy looking for someone and an opportunity to kill Qin Che. This is also why the Qi family's revenge is so violent. Chi Donglai is the only child of the Qi family. Chi Donglai has a sheep's tail, which is poking at the roots of the Qi family. Chi Donglai found that he was speechless. He didn't know what to say about Qin Che's request for sheep tail. He became more and more angry and could only shout crazily, kill them all. I want to see him cut into pieces. Chi Donglai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at Qin Che and suddenly changed his mind. No, you can capture him and save your breath. I want him to watch with his own eyes as I cut off his limbs one by one. I will torture him bit by bit until he dies. But Qin Che ignored him at all. Instead, he looked at the scarred face who kept looking around, and reminded him with a smile, don't look, there's no one around here, there's no ambush, it's just me. The face of the scarred man whose thoughts were exposed was gloomy. He did not see the body of the monkey, and there was not even a trace of blood on the ground. He looked around and did not see any high-level professionals from Tianshan Renjian hiding. Moreover, facing the siege of 8 high-level professionals, Qin Che was too calm. This weird situation is wrong, very wrong. What on earth does he rely on? Scarface could not figure it out, but he wanted to retreat. But Qin Che's attitude of ignoring further stimulated Chi Donglai's sensitive and fragile heart. Qin Che, I really don't know what you are proud of. Do you know that you have been surrounded by us? Oh, you are too weak. You may not be able to see that there are 8 high-level professionals who have reached the 2nd level around me, and each of them can easily crush you to death. This time you can't escape. Oh? Qin Che smiled. Indeed, I am alone, but so what? 9 people are too many? Are 8 high-level professionals strong? Now I regret to tell you that the 9 of you are also surrounded by me. None of you can go back today. Ha ha ha, Qin Che, are you kidding me? Chi Donglai laughed and pointed at Qin Che, but his duck-like laughter stopped abruptly. Because while Chi Donglai raised his head and laughed, around the 9 of them, there were 6.6 million blood mosquitoes rising around them. Qin Che clapped his hands. Look? I said you were surrounded by me alone, but you still didn't believe it. We met for a while, have a good journey, and I will make your journey a little painful. As he said, Qin Che added, ulcer, to the disease, talent. The number of blood mosquitoes in the sky made them uncontrollably frightened. But soon, these senior professionals regained their calm expressions. They knew that the insect master's blood mosquito skill was very weak. Scarface looked at the blood mosquitoes in the sky and smiled. He suddenly felt relieved. He thought Qin Che had some trump card. Qin Che, don't you know what a high-level professional is? Do you think that many ants can kill an elephant? What a joke! Scarface looked at the blood mosquitoes all over the sky and said with disdain, with these blood mosquitoes, even if they attack us, they won't be able to break through our defenses, and they will only deal 0 points of damage. Although I don't know how you created so many blood mosquitoes, if this is your trump card, then you can die. Scarface smiled. After knowing that Qin Che's trump card was these blood mosquitoes, he no longer worried. But Scarface didn't notice that Qin Xiao was still scared. The pale Qin Xiao remembered that night, the bloody mosquito he slapped to death made him lose 3 drops of blood. Not waiting for Scarface to launch his attack, Qin Xiao turned around and ran away in their confused eyes. No, Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao's escape really caught them off guard. They didn't understand, but soon they understood the reason why Qin Xiao ran away. Because the moment Qin Xiao escaped, it was as if he had triggered the command to let the blood mosquitoes attack, and the mouthparts of the blood mosquitoes were sprayed down all over the sky. Then they discovered to their horror that they had lost blood. And it fell a lot. Where are the low-level blood mosquitoes here? It's clearly a miniature dragon. Otherwise, how could a sharp mouthpart be able to knock out hundreds of drops of their blood, and a group of mouthparts come down and immediately maim them? The first person to die was not Qin Xiao, who was the first to escape and received the most concentrated firepower, but Chi Donglai, who was the lowest in rank. Between life and death, none of the high-level professionals employed by his family could care about protecting him. Chi Donglai's body, which only had a few hundred drops of blood, could not withstand the attack of the blood mosquitoes. With just one sharp piece of mouthpiece, Chi Donglai was blown away with all his health and was stung to death on the ground. Then there is Qin Xiao, who is not low in level, and then other senior professionals. Qin Che actually did not order all 6.6 million blood mosquitoes to attack together, but even so, this group of senior professionals couldn't stand it anymore, and they fell down one by one. Seeing that his scarred face had lost half of its blood in an instant, his eyes were cracked, and the scars at the corners of his eyes were about to burst open. He looked at Qin Che, who was standing calmly in front, waiting for their death, with hatred in his eyes. But his remaining sanity and crazy desire to survive allowed him to quickly find the most likely solution to succeed. Brothers, rush, he is the summoner, kill him, and these blood mosquitoes will disperse on their own. Other high-level professionals were also impressed. Yes, summoners are the most vulnerable like mages. As long as he can get close to his body, Qin Che can be killed instantly. But, their blood volume dropped too fast. Before these senior professionals could rush to Qin Che, their blood volume was emptied one after another and they fell to the ground one by one. It's not that no one has tried to attack the blood mosquitoes in the sky, but those blood mosquitoes fly too fast. Their attacks actually missed. A few of them were a little dazed. They were hit by the fire spell's flame attack. Except for the spell critical hit, the other blood mosquitoes actually retained a trace of blood. This blood mosquito is so powerful. A death that makes them fearful and desperate. The only way left for them was to kill Qin Che's body. In the end, only Scarface was able to rush in front of Qin Che. His level 59 strength made him the last person standing. But even when Scarface rushed to Qin Che, he began to despair and doubt, for such a powerful Qin Che, would his body really be his weakness? Would he be very fragile? Otherwise, why is he standing here, motionless? But Scarface, who was desperate and whose sanity was about to drop to a limit, no longer wanted to think about this anymore. He doesn't want to live anymore. Damn his desire for survival. Now he just wants to give Qin Che an axe on the head and let him see some blood on his face. But, the heavy axe fell, Qin Che spread his cloak behind him, and the green dragon wings shook, and Qin Che rose into the sky. The battle axe fell and Scarface lay down. Until the end, no one could stand Qin Che's blow. At the moment when the last bit of life was emptied, Scarface felt a sudden realization in his heart, and his eyes quickly dimmed as he watched the pair of green dragon wings. It turns out that Qin Che is the ruthless person who obtained more than 20 pieces of unleveled epic equipment in succession. No wonder. Qin Che shook his head. These people died too quickly, and the ulcer entry of the disease talent did not have much effect. Qin Che was a little disappointed that they died a little easily and did not make Qi Donglai and Qin Shao suffer greater pain. Qin Che flew in the air, and the carpet of bacteria swallowed up all the corpses below and cleaned them up. Then he put away all the blood mosquitoes and black fearful airflow flying in the sky. Qin Che left in his dragon wing cloak. If it weren't for the fact that there was one more extended business car and two more shared bicycles here than before, this place would have looked the same as before Qin Che came here, without any change. Other side. The two senior professionals assigned by Tianchong Renjian to Qin Che and responsible for protecting Qin Che's safety also found Zhu Zhu and Zhu Jun respectively. Zhu Zhu, who had just finished a dungeon and came out of the dungeon, was shocked. What? Qin Che left the city by himself? Oh, why didn't you follow him? Zhu Zhu was unusually anxious, and he quickly called his father. When Zhu Jun answered the phone, she talked to Zhu Jun and waited for Zhu Jun's reply, wanting Zhu Jun to send someone to rescue Qin Che. But Zhu Jun on the other end of the phone shook his head and asked his daughter Zhu Zhu to calm down. Zhu Jun said on the phone, there is no way, he left the city, unless our people followed him from the beginning, no one would know his whereabouts. Wait, all we can do now is wait. Since he decided to go out, he should have expected it in his heart and be prepared to face everything. If he comes back, everything will be fine, and I will think more highly of him. If he dies outside, then everything is in vain, which means he is not worth it at all. Zhu Jun replied, but he didn't tell his daughter. He also found out about the Qi family. This time, the Qi family sent out 8 high-level professionals. In this lineup, it is unlikely that Qin Che can come back alive. Zhu Jun really can't imagine any way to let Qin Che escape from the hands of 8 high-level professionals. Alas, Zhu Jun hung up the phone with his daughter and shook his head and sighed. Maybe Qin Che has some little secrets and tricks of his own. But what's the use? In the face of absolute strength, everything is not worth mentioning. A genius who dies prematurely is not a genius, but a fool. In the deserted wilderness, Qin Che folded up the wings of his dragon-winged cloak in front of a dungeon portal. He chose to go out of the city, and of course his main purpose was not to kill Scarface and Qi Donglai. They were not worthy of Qin Che's special plot. He killed them only because these people had jumped in front of him, and he went with the flow. Qin Che did not feel any fluctuations in his heart after killing 8 high-level professionals of the Qi family, plus Qin Shao and Qi Donglai. In various dungeons, he had already killed countless humanoid monsters. Moreover, the attacks of the blood mosquitoes were not so bloody. There were almost no major wounds. Even the sharp mouthparts would pierce their bodies and sink into their flesh and blood if they could break through the defense. They would not be pierced all over like hedgehogs, making their corpses too ugly. In the end, Shin-Che would use the Zerg fungus blanket to dissolve their corpses. There was no particularly disgusting corpse scene, so Shin-Che would not feel too uncomfortable. No longer thinking about the insignificant matter of killing Chi Donlai, Shin-Che stepped into the wild dungeon in front of him. Yes, there are dungeons in the wild. In fact, the dungeons in the wild are the mainstream of dungeons. Under normal circumstances, the location of each dungeon is very different. The dungeons in the Lincheng Dungeon Square are actually forcibly moved to the city of Lincheng by professionals above level 3 at a great cost using space ability and space resources. A large dungeon group with dozens of dungeons like the Dungeon Square is simply impossible to form naturally on the planet. The dungeons in the Dungeon Square are of very low level, all of which are low-end dungeons with an initial level of no more than level 10 at normal difficulty. The outside world is dangerous, and they are moved here by the strong men of Longhua, specifically for novice professionals. The purpose is to allow novice professionals to upgrade without leaving the city. Honestly, upgrade to the entry level in the city, have the ability to protect yourself, and then consider going outside the city to brush the dungeon. It can be regarded as a kind of welfare for the novice village. Shin-Che is now level 14. In fact, he can still get high experience when he is playing the reincarnation level dungeon. He has not yet received the experience penalty. However, if Shin-Che wants to play the reincarnation level first pass, he has no dungeons to play in Lincheng. In Lincheng, he has played all the dungeons that can be played. There are only a few low-level dungeons left. He can't play the full level evaluation. It's the same as the experience suppression when high-level professionals play low-level dungeons. When high-level professionals play dungeons lower than their own level, they also get score suppression. For example, Shin-Che now goes back to play the reincarnation level Slime Ranch dungeon, and he can't play the Ease level rating. At most, he can only play the SS level rating. The dungeon allows professionals to exceed their basic monsters by 2 levels. Once they exceed 3 levels, the upper limit of the score will be reduced by 1 level. If they exceed 4 levels, the upper limit of the score will be reduced by 1 level, and so on. Professionals can only play the dungeons suitable for their own level to get the full level rating. You can't get a high-level score by brushing a low-level copy. The system will automatically reduce the score cap. And if you want to brush a copy that matches your own level, it will be extremely difficult. There is no hope for an ease level clearance. Therefore, this is also the reason why many high-level professionals know that Shin-Che keeps getting epic equipment without level, but no one has successfully replicated it. Just like in the Roof of the World, Dragon Country's first war god Su Wenwu and several other senior war gods are teaming up and trying to team up to push the copy. Their efficiency is still very fast. And there is a big breakthrough. They successfully pushed a high-level copy that once got SSS level to max level and hell difficulty. They successfully opened the reincarnation level difficulty of the copy. But when they brushed the reincarnation level difficulty again, the score of the pass did not rise but fell. They brushed the reincarnation level copy 3 times, and the best time was only S-level evaluation. There are 4 levels away from the EX level, which is still a long way to go. Forget it, I won't do it anymore, the gap is too big. After 3 consecutive rounds, Su Wenwu decisively called a halt to the team. There was no point in continuing to push forward with a gap of 4 rating levels. If they had already reached the max rating of the Samsara level, they could still try to move up. But with only an S-level rating, no matter how hard they tried, they could only get an S-level rating at best, which was meaningless. So, Shin-Che was the only one who could clear the Samsara level dungeon with an EX rating. That's right. Today, in addition to Longhua itself, many other countries had already invested in experts and barely unlocked the difficulty of the Samsara level dungeon, but Shin-Che was the only one who could get the global equipment ranking list broadcast in the system. It took about 40 minutes for Shin-Che to finish the first pass of the Samsara level dungeon. The level of the wild dungeon was a little higher than those in Lincheng. Even with Shin-Che's efficiency in brushing the dungeon, it took a few more minutes. Then the distance between the wild dungeons is a bit far. Even if he uses the dragon wing cloak and flies, he still has to spend a lot of time between each dungeon. The output efficiency is a little lower than before. After all, it is not like in Lincheng, where you can just walk 2 more steps to the side after leaving this dungeon to reach another dungeon portal. After a full day of grinding, Che cleared 18 wild reincarnation level dungeons for the first time. The efficiency was a little worse. But the epic equipment output of the dungeon seemed to be a little better than the previous ones. For example, the attributes of the cloak called Wild Hunt Knight that I just got as a reward are very good, ranking 111th in the global equipment rankings. The other 17 epic equipment also have their own characteristics, and the average ranking in the equipment rankings has risen. Today, I didn't get any equipment ranked below 800 in the global equipment rankings, but I got 4 pieces of equipment ranked more than 100. The quality of the equipment has risen. But this is normal. The higher the level of the dungeon, the better the rewards that can be exploded. Che wondered if he would be able to get equipment in the top 100 of the equipment rankings soon. The Wild Hunt Night Cloak is not the highest ranked equipment he got today. The best piece of equipment he got today is a pair of shoes, Epic * Lotus Silk Cloud Shoes, Imitation. According to the introduction, it is a replica of the shoes worn by the Monkey King. It ranks 102nd in the world, which is very close to entering the top 100. His equipment entry also has a function that allows people to fly, called Silver Cloud, which can summon a silver cloud under the user's feet to help the wearer fly. After having it, Che directly replaced his original boots and dragon wing cloak, and then replaced the cloak with the newly acquired Wild Hunt Night Cloak. According to the introduction, this leather cloak equipment is also a replica equipment worn by a ruthless man. The biggest feature is that the durability is extremely high, and every time it is repaired, the attributes of the equipment will be improved. And this equipment can only be repaired by the blacksmith profession, which can greatly improve the blacksmith's tailoring skills. Very strange. However, even imitations of this equipment are ranked 111th in the global equipment rankings. It is difficult to imagine how powerful this equipment itself can be. After this day of grinding, Che's equipment has been replaced a lot. Originally, all of his equipment was in the top 700 of the global equipment rankings, but now the new levelless epic he has put on has all reached the top 500 of the global equipment rankings. Outside the portal of the Wild Dungeon that he had just completed, Che took out a set of tents from his system backpack. He unfolded the tent. He was now a little far away from Lincheng, and it would be very difficult to go back and forth. So as soon as he left home this morning, Che had already decided that for the rest of the month, he would brush up his books in the wild and not return to Lincheng. The priority goal is to upgrade the title, Shifang Samsara, first, and then clear 100 Samsara level dungeons for the first time. The second step is to accumulate another 1 million talent coins. That's right, 1 million. Che tasted the benefits of Zingy-wellable talents and found that talents with high-quality entries are really good. Then it would be better to just accumulate 1 million talent coins, open the highest quality gold talent treasure chest that he can open now, and draw 100 consecutive draws, with a guaranteed reward of a diamond-level talent. Che doesn't expect to be lucky enough to get Star Moon-level talents every time, but diamond-level talents are also higher than gold-level talents, and the quality should not disappoint him. Che checked the second system panel that he had not looked at for several days. He had accumulated nearly 300,000 talent coins, and was not far away from reaching 1 million. It was already dark. In the Heaven and Earth Hotel, Zhu Jun looked at his daughter helplessly. Che didn't come back, Zhu was still guarding here. Zhu Jun patted his daughter on the shoulder and urged, "Daughter, don't wait any longer, let's eat first." Seeing that his daughter was still unmoved, Zhu Jun could only reveal a little more news to Zhu. "Daughter, don't worry, Che's kid might be fine." Not only did Che not come back today, not even the boy from the Chi family, nor any of the senior professionals brought out by the Chi family. The Chi family is also very anxious now. As long as his family didn't come back and didn't bring back any definite news, Che couldn't be sure that something was wrong. Zhu Jun shook his head and forced Zhu to the dining table and asked her to sit down. But Zhu didn't eat, but picked up his mobile phone. She sent a message to Muing, "Idol, can you help check for news about Che? Today Che left the city in the morning and has not come back yet. Chi Donglai's family also left the city this morning. I'm afraid something bad might happen to Che. Muying's father is the leader of the National Guard Army in Lincheng, and he can mobilize a lot of energy." The first time Zhu sat down, he thought of asking Muing for help. After receiving Zhu's message, Muing did not reply immediately. He first sat on the sofa and thought about it. Recalling it, from morning to night today, the system broadcast display of the global equipment rankings has not stopped. Muing immediately replied to Zhu with a message, "Don't worry, Che will be fine." Then Muing sent a screenshot to Zhu Zhu's WeChat account, showing the conversation between her and Qin Che. Muing, are you alive? Qin Che? Zhu Zhu looked at the screenshot sent by Muing and immediately blushed. He couldn't help but slapped his forehead so hard that it left a red mark. Oh, I'm so stupid. Zhu Zhu patted his forehead and said, I also have Qin Che's WeChat message. If I want to know Qin Che's life and death, just ask him directly on WeChat. Zhu Zhu was secretly annoyed that he would be confused if he cared. At this time, Muing and Qin Che were already chatting. What level are you at now? Level 15, what about you? Holy shit, you're an animal. You're already level 15 now. I'm still at level 11, a little short of level 12. That's right, Qin Che is already at level 15. For the first time, Qin Che only rose to one level in one day. Later on, the experience required for upgrading becomes higher and higher, and it becomes increasingly difficult to level up. Qin Che, who is at level 15, has unlocked a new skill, Zerg Tower. This skill is also a summoning skill. As long as Qin Che uses this skill, he can summon Zerg Towers with different functions nearby. Among them is the Yi Tower of Life, that can emit lifelight waves and restore vitality to the Zerg. There is a Flame Tower, that can continuously launch giant fireballs to assist the Zerg in attacking. There is the Yi Frost Tower, that can continuously release frost and slow down the enemy. There is also a Defense Tower, that can provide a defensive shield, and various others, such as Thunder Tower, Detection Tower, Poison Cloud Tower, etc. The cost of summoning a tower is 100 mana points. There is no skill cooldown, but the number of summons is 2. Each insect master can only select 1 or 2 of the Zerg Towers at a time, and then summon up to 2 Zerg Towers. In fact, the effect of this skill is quite good. The insect master also has some combat power at this level. The various effects and attack power of the Zerg Tower, as well as the armor value and health of the tower itself, are actually quite good. Especially when you have to camp outdoors or in a secret realm, it is still very reassuring to have 2 Zerg Towers to protect you. But this skill still does not improve the status of the insect master being excluded. Zerg Tower, this skill is not as easy to use as imagined. Because it not only has a limit on the number of times it can be cast, but it cannot be moved. Once the skill is cast, it is fixed there. If you want to cancel and recast this skill, the insect master himself or someone else has to help knock down this Zerg Tower with high health and high defense. Oh, the insect master himself can't beat it. The weak blood mosquitoes couldn't break the defense of the Zerg Tower. Therefore, there are many strange insect masters on the planet who have only summoned 2 Zerg Towers in their lifetime. Because their Zerg Towers have never been destroyed since they were summoned. It's very sad. The inability to move has become a major flaw of the Zerg Tower. After all, whether it is brushing a dungeon or exploring a secret realm, the team has to move. Although the attributes and effects of Zerg Tower are strong, they are still useless for insect masters. But that is just an ordinary insect master. And Qin Che is the most extraordinary one. Qin Che has only one idea: wherever I go, the Zerg Tower will be built. The next day, there is a new copy. Along with Qin Che's footsteps, besides the overwhelming blood mosquitoes and the Zerg carpet under his feet, there was one more thing. Huge Zerg Towers continue to stand around Qin Che. Following Qin Che's footsteps, basically every few dozen meters Qin Che would move, a whole row of Zerg Towers would be placed next to him. The towers were very large and numerous, and even formed special high walls behind Qin Che. Like the blood mosquito summon, the Zerg Tower no longer has a limit on the number of summons in Qin Che's hands. The original limit of being able to summon only 2 has turned into a special infinity symbol on the skill panel. In this copy alone, Qin Che summoned no fewer than 100 Zerg Towers. Towers with various attributes emit different rays and play different roles. Flames burst and thunder and lightning chain together. The poison gas spreads, the ice slows down. The attributes of the Zerg Towers are very powerful. With this set of towers combined, even if Qin Che does not use blood mosquitoes to attack and only uses the Zerg Towers to move forward, he can easily pass the reincarnation level dungeon. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom Zone Country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Red Blood Dragon Helm, number 121 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom Zone Country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Red Blood Dragon Helm, number 121 in the global equipment rankings. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom Zone Country, occupation, hidden, obtained epic equipment, Red Blood Dragon Helm, number 121 in the global equipment rankings. Qin Che provides a special wake-up service for the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Early in the morning, there were 3 nationwide broadcasts about epic equipment, which made people feel extremely excited. But at Chi's house, there is no need for this wake-up call service. Because the Chi family had been dancing all night, everyone from the head of the Chi family to the servants below had big black circles under their eyes and had not slept all night. Look, you must find it for me. Whoever finds the trace of the young master will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. I want to see him alive, and I want to see his body dead. The head of the Chi family, Chi Dongxiang, roared angrily, driving away the few remaining servants in the courtyard, and ordered them to go out with him to search for the person with rewards. Chi Dongxiang's eyes were red, but he sat weakly on the sofa, leaning forward and pressing his cheeks with his hands. In fact, he already had a bad premonition in his heart. My son didn't come home all night. I heard that Qin Xiao from the Qin family didn't come home last night and didn't go to work today. No matter how dandy his son is, no matter how playful he is, Scarface and the team knows the seriousness of the matter. It is impossible for him to take Qi Donglai out privately for a day without returning, without even a message. There are also the WeChat messages and mobile phone calls that all 10 people can't reach or get through. Qi Doqian's body was trembling, and the anger in his body was even a little weak. At this moment, an old servant of the Qi family suddenly ran in. Just when Qi Dongxiang was upset and wanted to scold him, the old servant shouted with a happy face, "I'm here, I found it, I found it." Qi Dongxiang, a senior professional, quickly filled up the tea table. He jumped over the large tea table with one swift step and rushed directly to the old servant who had just entered the door. He grasped the other man's arm with both hands and stared at the thin old servant eagerly. Asked, "Found it? Where is it?" The old servant was severely frightened by Qi Dongxiang. Qi Dongxiang's face was ferocious, and his red eyes were a bit scary. But when he thought about the purpose of his return, the old servant pursed his lips and said tremblingly, "Master, we have found it. We found the commercial car that the young master and the others took when they set off in the eastern suburbs. There are 2 more at the scene. A shared bicycle. What about the young master and the others?" This was not the kind of news Qi Dongxiang wanted to hear. "Master, master." The old servant's voice became hesitant when he answered, and after a long time he opened his mouth again. "I didn't find the master and the others, but, bang." Qi Dongxiang waved his hand and knocked out the thin old servant. "Get out! Get out of here!" The old servant coughed up blood and lay on the ground. He, whose level was not very high, lost more than half of his health in one fell swoop. The old servant was lying on the ground with severe pain all over his body. He looked at Qi Dongxiang blankly and resentfully. "You said that as long as you find any clues about the young master and the others, you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. He brought news, but..." Qi Dongxiang snorted coldly and even glanced at his old servant with hatred. This was not the news he wanted to hear. What the old servant said undoubtedly confirmed the possibility that Qi Donglai was dead. Qi Dongxiang walked out of the room with coldness and anger. He was going to Linqing to go door to door to find out. Especially looking for Zhu Jun in heaven and earth first. In Lin City, there are only a few forces that can deal with the lineup of 9 senior professionals from the Qi family plus Qin Xiao. Qi Dongxiang clenched his fists, blood leaking from the seams of his hands, with endless hatred on his face. "No matter who it is, no matter which family it is. If you kill my son, I will take revenge 10 million times." The atmosphere in the Qi family was deathly silent and panicked. Qin Che experienced another firecrackers blasting and gongs and drums roaring in the sky. Of course, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that Qin Che revealed another piece of epic equipment. It's just that the level-less epic that was revealed this time entered the top 100 of the global equipment rankings. The system's broadcast display was directly upgraded, from the original national level broadcast to the global level. Celebrate together. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, profession, hidden, obtained epic equipment, sacred attack speed warsuit, 67th in the global equipment ranking. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, profession, hidden, obtained epic equipment, sacred attack speed warsuit, 67th in the global equipment ranking. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longhua, profession, hidden, obtained epic equipment, sacred attack speed warsuit, 67th in the global equipment ranking. Global broadcast, this is still the first part. This time, foreign professionals no longer have to wait for the information time difference, they also receive the news at the same time as the Chinese. One very powerful point of the global broadcast is that after the global announcement, within 3 minutes, as long as you select the announcement and pay, you can leave a message below the announcement. Of course, this fee is very expensive, 1,000 gold coins each. It is enough for a non-professional to exchange for a set of high-quality flawless purple equipment. But there are still countless people who pay to leave messages under this announcement. Xinshe didn't read these messages when he got the title of 10 Directions Reincarnation before, but he read them carefully this time. Ha, the great god is awesome. 170 million plus likes, no need to pay for likes. He also succeeded in pretending to be awesome and making a name for himself abroad. 200 million plus likes. Ah, these foreigners can finally receive first-hand news, and they can also eat some fine bran. CPDD, want to try the big horse? Same as above, +1. Don't expect online speeches to be serious. After the first CPDD appears, the following speeches quickly go off topic. Xinshe swiped down and quickly wrote down several featured websites in the message, and then entered them into his mobile phone for search. When the figure of GNI is too beautiful appeared on the mobile phone screen, Xinshe couldn't help but shouted loudly, fuck. Enter a few more websites. Teletubbies, Makabaka, come on. There are more than a dozen websites, but there is not a single one that Xinshe wants to see. Xinshe turned off his mobile phone with a dark face. People's hearts are not the same as before. He just wants to study hard with the teachers and increase his knowledge. What's wrong? Doing these. Of course, Xinshe saw that there were many people who were deceived like him in the comments below and spent money to abuse the people above. Xinshe felt much better in his heart instantly. Among the countless professionals in the world, the professionals from Dragon Country are the most enthusiastic in posting comments. One country has created a more lively atmosphere than all the professionals in other countries in the world combined. There is no way, the one who made this global announcement is Xinshe, who is a Dragon Country person, which really makes them proud. It is so impressive to speak while standing. Look at the professionals from foreign countries, most of them are silent. Picking out a few comments from the gaps between the comments of the Chinese people, either the crazy abuse of the little bastards, or the ridiculous comments of the short stick country that the classic world belongs to Dahan. Shaking his head, laughing at the clown of the short stick country, Xinshe looked at the attributes of this equipment. As soon as he saw it, Xinshe frowned. This is actually a women's clothing? Epic Sacred Attack Speed Battlesuit, Female, Level Requirement, 75, No Level, Equipment Attributes, Constitution plus 200, Strength plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 500. Equipment items, 1, Body Flexibility plus 200. 2, Charm Attribute plus 200. 3, Attack Speed Robe. After wearing this robe, the attack speed of all nearby friendly forces will increase by 50%. 4. The one who pleases himself will be beautiful. Wearing this robe is just for you. Those who configure this equipment can designate one person to increase their attack speed by 150%. 5. Attack Speed God. You can actively increase your own attack speed. The attack speed bonus starts from 1%. As the battle time increases, the attack speed bonus continues to increase. 6. Cooperation and Double Bond. When two people are together, the sum of your respective attack speeds is the real attack speed in your battle. You can designate one person to bond and cooperate. From now on, the attack speed of the two of you will be equal to the sum of your two attack speed attributes. 7. Divine Protection. In battle, you can provide a layer of divine protection shield for yourself or the person you are pointing to. The final defense of the shield is determined by your three attributes, physique plus attack speed plus charm. Looking at this sexy black cloth armor, Xinshe held it in his hand, sighing at its power while thinking about how to deal with this clothing. This sacred attack speed armor is undoubtedly powerful. The 67th place in the global equipment rankings shows its gold content. It is even ranked higher than all the equipment he is wearing. Most of its entries tend to increase attack speed. Most of them are related to attack speed. Even in the addition of basic attributes, attack speed is a derivative attribute of agility. This thin cloth armor is obviously an armor equipment, but the most basic attribute added is not the constitution that improves defense, but a full 500 points of agility. It is simply pulled to the full in one direction. The entries are also super powerful. If most of these entries were not used as auxiliary and blessed to others, I am afraid that the ranking of this equipment could still rush forward. But thinking again, the reason why this equipment can rank so high may be the item called Attack Speed Robe, which increases the attack speed of all nearby friendly units by 50%. This skill does not limit the number of bonuses, and clearly states that it is all nearby friendly units. What if this is in the national war? Just thinking about it, Qin suddenly looked up at the millions of blood mosquitoes he summoned, which should also be considered friendly units. But unfortunately, this equipment is women's clothing. Clothes and pants are the rare two types of equipment that may be exclusive to men and women. Qin was unlucky to get one this time. Is this reminding me that I should find a teammate? Qin touched his chin. Who should this equipment be given to? This sacred attack speed robe must be given to a reliable person, and then let the other party tie the bond to himself. This is equivalent to Qin wearing an extra piece of awesome external equipment, which is not much less effective than the effect brought by the weapon dual-wielding talent. Qin will definitely not let this equipment rot in his hands. If it were in the past, before Qin Yao's sudden death, Qin would have given this equipment to his cousin without thinking. Until now, Qin has never thought of her. Qin is thinking, Muing or Zhu? They are both pretty good. Muing did not ignore her after she awakened the insect master profession. She believed in his resurgence more than anyone else, and even wanted to help him level up. They have been friends for many years. Zhu has only recently become more familiar with him, but he can feel that Zhu is helping him sincerely. Perhaps his father is showing kindness to Qin with the intention of investing, but Zhu's help should not be mixed with anything else. Both women are good. After thinking about it, Qin finally took out another spear. Epic level skybreaking spear, no level, 102nd in the global equipment rankings. This spear was previously ranked 101st in the global equipment rankings, and the appearance of the holy attack speed suit pushed its ranking back one more place. The skybreaking spear actually has a good entry for Qin. Skybreaking, the holder of the skybreaking spear can use this ability to give another professional a skybreaking mark. The skybreaking spear comes with a skybreaking mark by default. The holder of two marks can hold the mark and instantly shuttle to the location of the other mark. Not bad. Give it to Muing, and then let her give you a break the air mark. It is equivalent to having an extremely expensive space escape prop, great teleportation talisman, and it can be used repeatedly. Give it away, and you can use it yourself. Then Qin opened WeChat and sent the panels of the two equipment to Muing and Zhu respectively. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Even if there is some good intention, Qin did not accept it. But giving the other party some rewards, Qin does not feel at a loss. This is a win-win situation. They received goodwill feedback, and Qin can also enjoy the extra bonuses and entry effects of these two equipment. He has too many epic equipment in his hand to use them all. Sending two pieces out means that Qin himself has two more external equipment, which is good. Just after the two equipment panels were sent over, Qin waited for a while. He was not in a hurry. It was normal that the phone could not receive a signal in the dungeon. When Qin finished another reincarnation level dungeon, he came out of the dungeon with the system broadcast. The moment the phone signal was restored, there was a continuous ding-dong sound. Qin, I guess that you are the mysterious person who keeps passing reincarnation level dungeons. Now you are not pretending? Damn it! Qin, you actually are. The following message 99 plus omitted. Muing and Zhu answered in two different styles. Muing was a little proud. She had already guessed it. But Zhu's mind was buzzing. His imagination of Qin only stopped at the morning when he almost beat Qi Donglai to death with a punch. Qin suddenly sent him a real shot of the epic sacred attack speed battlesuit, which had a huge impact on her. Zhu felt a little dizzy. In fact, Muing was not much better. There were speculations, but confirmation was confirmation. She looked calm, but she was trembling when typing on her phone. How about it? It's for you. Qin replied directly to the two of them. Ding dong, ding dong. He received two instant replies immediately. It was obvious that Muing and Zhu had been waiting for Qin's news outside. They had not entered the dungeon since they left. You want to give me this equipment? It's too expensive. Really? But my father said that girls can't accept too expensive gifts from others. What Qin didn't expect was that Muing and Zhu both refused. Qin smiled slightly, and felt that he had not made a mistake. He asked directly, then do you want it? Of course, this is top-level equipment. Muing replied. Zhu even sent more than a dozen pitiful emoticons in succession, and finally followed up with a sentence, I want it very much. Then she threw out an emoticon package of, or I will give myself to you, to Qin. Qin's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, this Zhu. But he still told them the location of the next dungeon he was going to, Erlong Lake, in front of the Shuanglong dungeon portal. I will be there within an hour, I will wait there for 40 minutes. Come quickly, I have plenty of epic equipment, don't be polite with me. By the way, Qin also told them that if they want to get these two pieces of equipment, they must become his external equipment and add all the additional items of the equipment to him. After confirming that they will accept his equipment, Qin continued to move on to the next dungeon. Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu in the dungeon square were originally leveling up with their teams. Originally, they stopped leveling up after receiving a WeChat message, and then the way they held a mobile phone and waited in front of the dungeon door was very strange to the senior professionals in the team. At this moment, they said that they would not level up the next dungeon and they were going out of the city, which made the senior professionals under their command even more confused. Are they going to Erlon Lake, which is so far away? What is their eldest lady doing? But they obviously couldn't stop the two young ladies. They immediately reported the news to the head of their family, and hurriedly followed Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu. Soon after Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu left the city, Shi Dongxiang stood at the gate of Lincheng. He looked at the direction where Zhu Zhu had just left, and waved his hand, and a row of black cars rushed out. Shi Dongxiang asked in Lincheng all morning today, but he didn't get any results from any family. But in Shi Dongxiang's heart, Zhu Jun of Tianchang Renjian was undoubtedly the person who was most likely to support Qin. Recently, only Tianchang Renjian, which Zhu Jun ran, had a conflict with the Qi family because of Qi Donglai and Qin's affairs. Anyway, my son is probably gone, so I'll let you lose your daughter. Shi Dongxiang closed his eyes. Although he knew the behavior pattern of the big forces, Tianchang Renjian was unlikely to pay the huge force that could completely wipe out Scarface's 9-man team for Qin. But it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. He has lost his son now, and he is left alone. What if he is angry with Zhu Jun and Zhu Zhu? 40 minutes later, near Erlon Lake. Zhu Zhu's driver was stepping on the accelerator to drive fast, because the little ancestor next to him was urging, "Uncle Wang, speed up, overtake it. I don't believe that my supercar can't outrun it." And in front, the huge modified car that looks like a steel beast. "Uncle Mu, let's stop the car. The white sports car behind us has been following us. I want to see what's going on." Mu Ying sat in the car and glanced back. There was a white sports car behind her. Mu Ying is not a person who can be easily provoked. She is Mu Yu's daughter. Who dares to follow her like this? In addition to Uncle Mu, there are 4 high-level professionals who help her level up at home, and the musician hired by her father from the provincial capital. With this combination, she wants to see who dares to provoke. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiang also grinned maliciously and stepped on the brake. He also wanted to see who was so blind as to dare to provoke the daughter of Lin Chang, the quartermaster of the National Protection Army. With a squeak, Mu Jiang did not just stop the car, but drifted sideways, directly turning the special modified car diagonally across the narrow road, blocking the road that could originally accommodate 2 cars. Mu Jiang's sudden sideways movement obviously scared Zhu Zhu, the driver in the sports car behind him. The brakes of the sports car were stepped on hard, and the tires locked instantly. The parts of the sports car and the tires rubbing against the ground all made a violent whine. It rubbed forward for dozens of meters, and when it was about to touch the car, the sports car stopped. At this time, Mu Ying and the senior professionals in her car had already got out of the car, and Mu Ying even stood directly on the roof of the tough modified car with a domineering posture. Mu Ying's eyes were angry, standing on the roof and looking down, and was about to ask, "Why are you following us in a car, huh? Zhu Zhu?" Mu Ying's words were choked in her mouth. The one who followed her in a sports car turned out to be her little fangirl. Zhu Zhu was also angry after being frightened. How could this guy drive? Just when she was about to scold him, she looked up and found that the person standing on the top of the car frame was actually her idol. "Why are you following us?" "I thought someone was following us," so Mu Ying was a little embarrassed. "I want to go to Erlon Lake?" "There is only one way to go to Erlon Lake." Zhu Zhu was also a little puzzled. "Are you going to Erlon Lake too? Are you also going to the idol?" Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu were silent for a while, and suddenly asked together, "Are you also called by Qin?" Well, there is no need to ask. Both of them felt a little disappointed. The people Qin called were not only themselves, but also her idol/little fangirl. They were not the only ones. "But since we met, let's go together." Mu Ying called Zhu Zhu to go with him. But Zhu Zhu stopped her and asked her to wait a little longer. "Idol, my car is running too fast, and my protectors are a little far behind. Let's wait a little longer." After a while, everyone who was chatting in the buzzing sound looked up, and Mu Ying's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He tilted his head and asked Zhu Zhu, "Little fangirl, you are going out now. When did it become such a big show?" I saw that there was a whole line of black cars throttled and rushed over here from the other side of the voice. At a glance, there were more than 10 cars. How many people came? If it weren't for the style of these vehicles, there were no red cloth wrapped around the cars, flowers, or big red wedding characters. Muing would believe that these cars were a convoy to pick up the bride. But Zhu Zhu's face turned pale. She stretched out her hand to hold Mu Ying's arm, trying to calm herself down, and said, "Idle, I only brought 4 people with me. Except for the one at the front, the ones following behind are not my people. No, prepare for battle." Ha ha, this little girl's car is running really fast. If they hadn't stopped for a while, our broken car really couldn't catch up. As soon as the people in the car started talking dirty, Zhu Zhu and Muing knew that these people were not good people. The senior professionals around them pulled them behind to protect them. The pianist had already set up the piano and played music, adding buffs to others. These people were obviously coming for them. There were many people on their side, and they were even elite. The people in the black car at the front were Zhu Zhu's protectors. They were still a little scared after being chased all the way, and now they joined the team. But their strength was all second level. Mu Ying's protectors plus Zhu Zhu brought, there were 11 senior professionals. But the number of the other side. These vehicles stopped one by one, and 4 or 5 people got off each vehicle. There were the auras of first-level professionals and second-level professionals. Most of them were first-level professionals. But this did not make the protectors around Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu relax. Because the number of the other side was too large. With a convoy coming down, the other side must have 50 or 60 people? This has already reached the number of people required for some small group raids. Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu's protectors looked at each other. How to fight? It seems that the number of second-level professionals on the other side is not less than theirs. What to do? The people responsible for protecting Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu all showed urgency on their faces. The people sent by Qi Dongxiang surrounded them, and some people have already started to attack. These desperate people are constantly compressing their moving space. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and most of the high-level professionals under Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu are at a disadvantage. They have not been defeated because of Mu Ying's appearance, which is not in the other side's plan. At this moment, their leader was asking Qi Dongxiang for instructions. The leader wanted to ask Qi Dongxiang whether he wanted to do it thoroughly. If Qi Dongxiang said yes, then he would kill Mu Ying's daughter and make it clean. And just when he got through, millions of blood mosquitoes suddenly descended. In the sky, Xin Che, who just passed by, saw Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying trapped below and knew what was going on. It was probably the work of the Qi family. This Qi Dongxiang is really crazy. He sent so many people, and he attacked Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu. Doesn't he want to stay in Lincheng, or even in Longhua? You know, Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu are both people with big backgrounds. Mu Ying's father, Mu Yu, is the chief steward of the National Defense Army in Lincheng. Zhu Zhu's father is the general manager of Tianchang Rinjian. They all have giants behind them. The National Defense Army is the first army of Longhua, and Tianchang Rinjian is not limited to the small area of Lincheng. Why does Qi Dongxiang dare to do this? Xin Che didn't understand, but he had to save people. Xin Che stepped on the silver cloud in the sky and didn't show up. Millions of blood mosquitoes were enough to clean up these Qi family professionals. A large number of blood mosquitoes suddenly appeared and attacked before anyone could react. In just a few seconds, Xin Che killed these people instantly. After another moment of distraction, the space in the air fluctuated slightly, and the blood mosquitoes disappeared again, as if they had never been there. The senior professionals led by Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu were all confused. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground and the row of cars on the road, they wouldn't dare to think that the large group of professionals who had suppressed them just now were all down now. Who was helping them? They didn't even see anyone who helped them, and the enemies were all solved. Mu Ying's uncle Mu Zheng could only look up and look around, and suddenly he thanked in a loud voice, "Lincheng Mu family thanks you for helping us. Lincheng Tianchang Rinjian Zhu family too." Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying looked at each other and blinked at each other. These mosquitoes looked like the blood mosquitoes of the insect master. At this moment, their phones dinged at the same time. Xin Che pulled them into a group and said, "There is no danger ahead. You two can do it by yourselves. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the dungeon." Really? Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu were trembling in their hearts. How strong is Xin Che now? 10 minutes later, Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu came to the portal of the Double Dragon Dungeon in Erlong Lake hand in hand, where Xin Che was waiting for them. Xin Che greeted the two of them. Then he glanced at the distance behind them, shook his head, and invited the two of them to form a team. Mu Ying and Zhu Zhu naturally accepted. The three of them formed a three-person team. But the two of them were instantly attracted by the team information and couldn't take their eyes away. Because in the team list, the level on Qin Che's avatar was actually level 16. You're already level 16. No wonder you want to go out of the city to brush the wild dungeon and don't want me to pick you up and drop you off. Didn't you say you were level 15 last night? Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying asked in surprise. Then they both asked each other in surprise, you actually picked him up and dropped him off in the morning and evening? No wonder he refused when I invited him to join us. You two chat on WeChat every night? I just found out today that he leveled up so fast. After a short silence, Qin Che saw that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, so he quickly selected the difficulty of the dungeon and dragged the two girls into the Hell level Double Dragon dungeon. Damn, that guy dragged the two young ladies into the Hell dungeon. Can the three of them beat him? No way. This is a level 20 dungeon. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What should we do? This guy brought the two young ladies into the fire pit. Will they die there? The two tails who followed secretly outside were worried. They didn't know at all that in the Hell dungeon, the two young ladies from their two families were enjoying the cross-level experience in the Hell dungeon and were having a great time. Damn, is this what it feels like to not be suppressed by experience? It's so cool to kill high-level monsters without experience reduction, right? Zhu Zhu jumped and called in the dungeon. This was much faster than the speed of those high-level professionals and his family helping him to level up. Although those high-level professionals also killed them instantly when they took them to the dungeon, the speed of clearing a dungeon would not be slower than Qin Che. But the experience reduction of those monsters was simply horrible. Compared with Qin Che's side, it was simply a world of difference. Zhu Zhu jumped happily in the dungeon, because Qin Che didn't need them to do anything when he took them to the dungeon. They just had to follow Qin Che to walk forward, talk, and chat, and the Zerg towers and Zerg blood mosquitoes that kept rising would kill the monsters by themselves. Mu Ying was more reserved and colder than Zhu Zhu. But her eyes were also full of shock, and her eyes were always scanning the surroundings. She was carefully observing the various abilities Qin Che displayed, the huge number of blood mosquitoes with strong individual strength, the fungal carpets that continued to spread forward under Qin Che's feet, the Zerg towers that continued to rise around him. And the sudden collapse fear on the monsters, the sudden instant kill, and many things that she couldn't understand at all. Qin Che showed too many things. Watching it, Mu Ying felt a little frustrated. She had been competing with Qin Che for many years. Before she awakened her profession, she could still see Qin Che's back. After this awakening, she couldn't even find Qin Che's shadow. It seemed that she really couldn't catch up with Qin Che's strength. But the next second, Mu Ying, who had a tenacious character, was re-excited. She came to Qin Che and stretched out her hand, give me the thing? What? Lance! Mu Ying waved the low-level spear in her hand a few times, and then said, you are so strong now, which makes me feel pressured and motivated. I have to have your spear, I have to rely on it to improve faster. Mu Ying has already thought about it. When she returns this time, she will rely on the epic spear that Qin Che wants to give her, and try to solo the Hell level dungeon by relying on attribute suppression. If possible, her upgrade speed will be even faster. You are talking about this, yes, give it to you. Qin Che directly initiated a transaction request to Mu Ying, and then traded the black-colored skybreaking spear with only a few silver lines to Mu Ying. Then he also initiated a transaction invitation with Zhu Zhu and put the holy attack speed robe on it. According to Qin Che's request, Mu Ying immediately used the skybreaking spear to add the skybreaking mark to Qin Che. Now the two of them have the ability to skybreaking shuttle to each other. Mu Ying got the new weapon and was eager to test it. Before Qin Che proposed to test the effect of air braking, Mu Ying launched air braking on Qin Che first. There was a large space fluctuation. Qin Che just turned his head to look to the left of Mu Ying, and Mu Ying's body flashed and disappeared, and then Qin Che felt under heavy pressure. Because the air braking mark was on Qin Che, and the air braking mark was a point-to-point transmission, Mu Ying suddenly bumped into Qin Che's arms after flashing. And somehow, Mu Ying's posture when he teleported was still facing Qin Che. Mu Ying's most plump buttocks on her body hit down, and a fart almost bounced Qin Che out. Qin Che subconsciously wanted to hug Mu Ying's body, but she bounced away faster than the wind with a red face. Qin Che was also a little embarrassed. He was waving his hand to cast magic just now, and Mu Ying was also frightened when he sat down, so he subconsciously grabbed his hand and hugged it in front of him, and hugged it a little tightly. I couldn't help but shake his hand. It felt good. It was more powerful than the slime heart mirror anyway. Seeing Qin action, Mu Ying's face became even redder, as if it was about to bleed. Qin coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment. After thinking about it, he turned his head to the right and decided to find Zhu to change the subject. As a result, Zhu was looking at her backpack and didn't speak for a long time. Her attention was not on Qin and Mu Ying. She didn't even notice the little episode between Qin and Mu Ying. Qin was also shocked when he looked down at her face. Zhu's face was also red, even redder than Mu Ying's. Zhu was looking at the holy attack speed suit, lying in her backpack at this moment. After the suit was in her own backpack, she could unfold it 360 degrees at will. Seeing this, Zhu was stunned. She wanted to wear it to add a bond to Qin. But what is this? Is it cloth armor? Who designed this battle robe? Zhu's face was flushed. She knew this kind of clothes very well. There were self-service vending machines in the hotel rooms of their Paradise on Earth hotel that provided similar items to guests. Zhu was very familiar with it. When he unfolded it, it turned out to be sexy underwear. Ah, this is also equipment. No wonder it is called an attack speed battle robe. Looking at the black lace that almost covered the entire upper body, only the key parts were covered tightly, and the part that was connected to the lower body was open. Looking at this terrible equipment design, Zhu couldn't help cursing the equipment forger who forged this equipment in her heart, while shouting in her heart, "How the hell can I wear this? If I wear it on my body to show it off, won't it be seen through?" Zhu looked up and was startled by Qin and Mu Ying, who had been staring at her for a long time. Mu Ying, who didn't understand Zhu's entanglement, was still urging, "Zhu, where is the equipment Qin gave you? Put it on? Show us." As for Qin, he really didn't know, because those key parts, Qin saw mosaics. Qin had never taken this equipment out of the backpack and held it in his hand. In addition to being able to guess that this equipment would be very sexy to wear through the lace material, he really didn't know what this equipment looked like. The functions of the global system are quite complete, with some functions that ordinary people can't imagine. When each piece of equipment is displayed on the backpack interface, there is actually a dummy model, just to show the most realistic wearing effect to the equipment owner. This is also the case with this sacred attack speed suit. It's just that the one responsible for the simulation display is a female dummy model. Then, when this thin and leaky equipment was displayed, because Qin is a heterosexual player, the omnipotent mosaic came. The black mosaic really covered everything. Qin really didn't know that there was a hole under this dress. Zhu stammered twice, no longer looking like a little witch. After struggling for a long time, she looked at Qin and said timidly, "Well, how about I wear it alone for you to see when you return to heaven?" Qin? Mu Ying? After struggling for 10 minutes, until Qin was about to clear this dungeon, Zhu finally couldn't stand the stares of the two, and made up his mind to trade this sacred attack speed suit to Mu Ying, letting her see it for herself. Mu Ying took the suit that Zhu traded with full of doubts, took a look in the backpack, and couldn't help but spit. His face was red, no lighter than Zhu's. What kind of strange clothes is this? No wonder Zhu is always shy. Mu Ying rolled his eyes at Qin fiercely. Now he felt that Qin was really a piece of shit, actually giving such embarrassing equipment to other girls. Qin was a little confused after being rolled his eyes. What's going on? Seeing that Qin didn't understand, Mu Ying simply took the equipment out of the backpack, took the thin piece of cloth in his hand, and showed it to Qin himself. When the real thing was actually held in his hand and displayed, even Mu Ying deliberately separated the crotch from left to right and pulled it to both sides for Qin to see. Qin couldn't help scratching his head and felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, Mu Ying gave Qin and Zhu an idea. If this dress is like this, it can't be fully displayed to Qin. Zhu must wear pants. Wearing pants and belt equipment and then wearing this, less skin is exposed. Then Mu Ying found a thicker hidden cloak with several buttons on the front and a rare breastplate in Zhu's backpack. Only then did Zhu wear it. Of course, when she wore it, Qin feasted her eyes. Zhu really didn't avoid Qin too much. Although he didn't see the most special, convenient and bold design of this equipment, Qin also saw the effect of Zhu's upper body clothing thoroughly. In fact, it's not that exposed, but every man understands the hazy and charming feeling of the skin slightly translucent hidden in the lace. Half covered, half exposed, is the most tempting. Moreover, Zhu's figure is too good, Qin couldn't help blowing his nose more. She usually wears a loose white t-shirt, and I really didn't see that she is so sexy. When Shu Shu crossed her shoulders and slung the breast protection mirror across her body, and then covered her figure with a hidden cloak, Qin withdrew his gaze with reluctance. So youthful, so beautiful. We won't stay in the wild tonight. Tonight, we will go back to Tianshang Renjian, and Qin will order 2 more massage and spa ladies to make up for the past 2 days. Shu Shu, who had just buttoned the cloak in front of her, had a sly smile in her eyes. In fact, she knew all the looks Qin had just made, but she didn't point it out. She even wore the clothes for a while longer. Meeting Muing today made Zhu Zhu feel a little urgent. Okay, I'm done. Shu Shu smoothed her cloak and stretched out a hand. Now I want to establish a bond with you. As she said that, Shu Shu put her hand around Qin neck, and the stunned eyes of Qin and Muing stood on tiptoes and boldly kissed Qin on the cheek. Damn, what are you doing? Qin and Muing asked in unison. Shu Shu smiled and spread her hands to both sides. Is there no way? This equipment requires a bond. Muing, Qin, the atmosphere was a little awkward, but Qin did receive a reminder from the system that a bond effect had been generated. He was selected by Zhu Zhu and obtained 2 effects on the sacred attack speed suit. The first one is the beauty of pleasing oneself. Qin directly increased the attack speed bonus by 150%. The second is the joint bond. Now the attack speed of Qin and Zhu Zhu has become the sum of their attack speed attributes. Zhu Zhu's profession is actually the Elf Ranger, a rare archer profession. The attack speed attribute is very suitable for her. The faster the attack speed, the more arrows she can shoot in the same time. Naturally, it can cause more damage. Zhu Zhu looked at her current attack speed and her eyes widened. She couldn't help but grab Qin arm and shouted desperately, You. Zhu Zhu originally thought that her profession was an archer, and the growth of the attack speed attribute was very good. The same agility attribute can bring her a higher attack speed bonus than other professions. The equipment she chose also tended to increase her agility attribute and attack speed. The sacred attack speed suit added 500 points of agility to her. Her current agility attribute is almost 1,000 points. Coupled with the equipment terms and professional growth, her attack speed is now terrifyingly high. Shu Zhu originally thought that since she had such a high attack speed attribute, and the bond with Qin, he should bring more attack speed bonus to Qin, right? As a result, she opened her attribute panel and saw that the attack speed bonus Qin brought to her was more than twice her own. It was even more outrageous than her, a professional shooter. Qin was also checking his panel at this time. His total attack speed also increased by 1/2. With the 150% bonus brought by the self-pleasing beauty, Qin total attack speed also increased by 60% to 70%. Zhu Zhu was surprised, but Qin didn't think there was anything wrong with this. All the level-less epics on him have been updated. The total attribute points on his body have long exceeded 10,000. Although the agility attribute is not the highest among the 4 basic attributes, it is also more than 2,500 points. It is basically 3 times that of Zhu Zhu. Among the epic level equipment, as long as there is one piece that tends to increase attack speed, the percentage of the bonus is no worse than the bonus of Zhu Zhu's entire body of equipment added together. If it weren't for Zhu Zhu's professional characteristics, he would be able to develop more attack speed attributes with the same agility. Qin can even super double Zhu Zhu's current attack speed attribute. Of course, Qin himself doesn't care much about the attack speed attribute. He is a legal professional. But as long as he improves his attack speed attribute, it will be useful for the blood mosquitoes he summoned. It can be seen that the attack speed of the blood mosquito under his hand has been much faster. The frequency of blood mosquito ejection mouthparts instantly increased to a higher level. Shu Shu tested his current attack speed. In the same time, she can now shoot several more arrows than before. The increase in attack speed that Qin brought to her was really huge. It seems that Qin's improvement is not as much as Zhu Zhu's, it is Zhu Zhu who is taking advantage of Qin. But Qin is already very satisfied with Zhu Zhu's external equipment. Because, the blood mosquito under his hand can shoot out one more sharp mouthpart in the same time. That's equivalent to millions of blood mosquitoes, all of which shoot out an extra sharp mouthpart. That's like millions of extra attacks. Equipping such an external device is extremely profitable for Qin. Just look at the boss, who originally cried out and fell faster, and you can tell how much Qin has improved. Congratulations, you have cleared Double Dragon Dungeon, Hell, and obtained a max rating. Congratulations, since you passed the Hell difficulty of this dungeon with a max rating, you are now eligible to enter this dungeon, Double Dragon's Dungeon, Reincarnation level. Congratulations, the Double Dragon copy, Reincarnation level, has received an EX level rating. About half an hour later, Muing and Zhu Zhu, who had received their ease level rating rewards, had both advanced one level. Zhu Zhu stretched hard and raised his hands. Wow! Is this the reincarnation level difficulty? There are too many monsters and experience rewards for the final score. Muing also nodded in surprise. Just by clearing the hell difficulty and reincarnation difficulty of this dungeon once, both of them have been upgraded to one level. I originally thought that coming out to find Qin Che today might delay the upgrade progress, but I didn't expect that not only would there be no loss, but I would be directly upgraded to a level. It's just that they can't always enjoy Qin Che's care, which makes the two of them a little regretful. But they were both very knowledgeable. This time, it was just the right time for Qin Che to take charge of 2 dungeons. Therefore, after playing this copy here in Erlon Lake, the 3 of them also parted ways. Qin Che continued to set off to clear other dungeons, while the 2 of them returned to their own team and asked someone to drive the corpses of the Qi family back to Lincheng to find Qi Dongxiang for questioning. Then try again. After the 2 of them obtain epic level equipment, can they also clear the hell level dungeon alone? Damn it! It's happening again! The Qi family was in a private villa in the countryside. Qi Dongxiang threw the mobile phone in his hand into the carbon furnace. The mobile phone exploded under the high temperature. The barbecue chef on the side was shocked. Ever since he received the phone news, and since one of his own men met Muyu's daughter, the phone calls of all his men could no longer be reached. He couldn't contact anyone from the Qi family. Just like when his son Qi Donglai disappeared. All his men have lost contact. Very weird. Qi Donglai guessed that this time he sent people to attack and kill. There was a high probability that it would not succeed and would be exposed. So Qi Dongxiang quickly left Lincheng and took refuge in this private country villa. Qi Dongxiang was right to be vigilant. When Muing and Zhu Zhu brought all the corpses of the Qi family back to Lincheng and under the noses of Muyu and Zhu Jun, they were furious. The evidence was conclusive, so they took their men to Qijia to investigate the crime, but in the end they failed. Alas, this old fox ran away early when he saw what happened. Zhu Jun lost interest when he saw that there were only 3 or 2 big and small kittens left in the Qi family. The real owner of the Qi family has not been caught. These servants are just servants working for the Qi family. They don't know anything. There is no point in arresting them. Alas, Qi Dongxiang was not left behind. This is a hidden danger. Zhu Jun sighed softly, and the Qi family fell. The Qi family took action twice, and all the masters were destroyed. But Qi Dongxiang also ran away, which is worrying. Humph, he won't be able to escape for long. Muyu snorted coldly, and pronounced the final verdict of the National Protector Army on Qi Dongxiang. Qi Dongxiang used his position to exonerate criminals, cultivate murderous thugs, and commit murders without any reason. Several crimes will be punished at the same time. While confiscating all the property of the Qi family, they were also wanted. A network-wide arrest warrant is now launched to search for Qi Dongxiang's whereabouts. A Class B pursuit order for the National Protectorate is now issued. Anyone who sees this person can pursue and claim the reward on their own. Manager Zhu, you can rest assured about the capabilities of the National Guard Army. Qi Dongxiang will not escape our grasp. Muyu said very confidently. Zhu Jun nodded helplessly and said, that's all we can do. Qin Che didn't know that Qi Dongxiang had escaped and that the Qi family had been ruined by his own hands twice and 3 times. Qin Che only focused on himself. The dungeon was refreshed for a whole day, from day to night. There are still 10 minutes left before the dungeon square closes, which is no longer enough for Qin Che to run to the next dungeon location. Qin Che simply stretched himself, chose the mark attached to himself by the air-piercing spear, and teleported through the air. After playing the dungeon for 2 days, the muscles in my body were all tense. It's time to find the spa girls to help you massage and relax. Well, it feels so soft. Muing, who was currently fighting in the hell-level dungeon, suddenly stiffened. His butt seemed to hit something again. The familiar warm feeling, she was in someone's arms again. Just as Muing was about to explode, she realized that it was Qin Che who used the air-braking skill to shuttle to his side. Jumping forward, Muing quickly opened the distance between herself and Qin Che, her face slightly red and slightly annoyed. What's going on with this air-braking ability? Why is it such an awkward position every time I activate it? Muing quickly changed the subject. Why did you teleport back? Qin Che conveniently sent her an application to join the team. He also didn't expect that he could teleport directly to the copy that Muing was brushing. This ability to break through the air is quite buggy. Summoning the bleeding mosquito, while helping Muing clear out the last batch of monsters, Qin Che replied, with such a useful skill, I can return to the city instantly, so I will naturally come back? You're pretty good, so let's start playing Hell Edition alone. Humph, of course. Muing raised his neck, a bit like a proud little rooster. I am the second in the grade after all, right? Although I am definitely not as good as you, but I can't solo these novice dungeons with epic weapons? Isn't it easy? Muing waved his fist at Qin watch me, I haven't given up yet. After finishing this last hell-level dungeon with Muing, Qin said goodbye to Muing and rushed to Tianshang Renjin quickly. Gentle massage lady, here I come. After chatting with Zhu Zhuqian, who was a little surprised to see him, and telling her to help him book a few special masseurs, Qin went straight to his presidential suite. Arriving at the suite massage room, Qin closed his eyes and lay down while taking a nap and waiting. About 20 minutes later, Qin heard a rustling sound coming from the massage room. Qin did not open his eyes. He wanted to maintain some mystery. Qin guessed in his heart, is the masseuse who came to help him massage today the fire mage? Or the thunder mage? Ice method? If you don't seek excitement, the most common water method masseur is also good. The sound of gurgling sounded in the massage room, and a pair of small hands pressed on Qin body and slid down to help him apply massage oil. From top to bottom, all the way to the waist and hips. But what made Qin frown was that today's massage lady not only lacked strength, but also had such unfamiliar massage techniques. Qin couldn't help but open his eyes and glanced under himself. Why is it you? Qin was startled and stood up immediately. Where is the special masseur I ordered? Beside Qin legs, Zhu pulled up her hair and said charmingly, can't I do it? Although I can't massage, I have special features. Zhu held up her hair and said seductive words, but her cheeks were already red. What she said was very tempting, but Zhu himself felt extremely ashamed that she would say such shameful words. But Zhu's movements did not stop. She has been interested in Qin for a long time. As early as when she became Mu Ying's little fangirl, she was already secretly Qin little fangirl. I have been secretly in love for 3 years and have only recently had many opportunities to get along with Qin. But, today's accidental encounter with Muing, and the keen perception of both women, made Zhu realize that Mu Ying's attitude towards Qin was definitely unusual. How many days had she become familiar with Qin? Zhu tortured his heart and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Can she really compare to Muing? His appearance, strength, and the time he had known Qin cannot. This is Zhu's own answer. Among these items, her face may have the most negligible advantage. Oh no, her breasts are also one size bigger than Muying's. Zhu became more confident. She deliberately straightened her body. At this moment, her upper body was no longer wearing the goggles and the thick concealing cloak. When she straightened her chest, the most beautiful scenery was displayed in front of Qin's eyes. The originally relatively thin black lace attack speed shirt was stretched out with high-quality elastic material, making it thinner and more transparent. It was dark and white, making Qin unable to move his eyes away. If he hadn't met Muing, Zhu wouldn't have become so bold. She leaned forward, almost pressing against Qin. Zhu Zhuang's face was clear. Now that he has risked his life, he should be bolder. Zhu held Qin's shoulders with one hand and pressed Qin's chest with the other, forcing him to fall onto the massage bed. Qin, I told you in the dungeon during the day that I can wear this equipment alone and show it to you when I get back to the hotel. Before Qin could answer, Zhu had already cancelled his bottoms from the equipment column. How's it going? Does it look good? Zhu also followed Qin's gaze and looked down at him, his face flushed. He couldn't help but squeeze his legs together, and sat directly on Qin's lower abdomen. Feeling the warmth of his skin, Zhu's ears also turned red. Don't keep staring there, I'll be shy. Zhu felt particularly ashamed. Compared with other girls, her area was special. There is a cloud in the book, Xinglong on the left, Xinglong on the right. Zhu didn't know what Qin's expression was at this moment. He didn't dare to look into Qin's eyes, but he could clearly hear his heart pounding and Qin breathing like an ox. Qin's low and hoarse voice came from his ears. Qin felt the hot softness, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He couldn't help but said in a low voice, Zhu, you really don't know that this sacred attack speed shirt has added 200 points of charm to you, how tempting it is for you, right? Qin patted her waist, turned over, and switched positions with her. Zhu also let go at this moment. When she heard Qin's words, she knew that Qin was already tempted, at least his external brain was already tempted. Zhu was lying on the massage bed. Although his face was still blushing, he boldly looked into Qin's eyes, which was both seductive and serious. He said with a little provocation in his eyes, "Of course I know how powerful the 200 points of charm are, but do you want to know how powerful the other 200 points of physical flexibility are?" Che raised his eyebrows. Zhu now looked a little like a little witch again. "Ha ha." He chuckled, "Then I have to give it a try." With a soft murmur of awe, Zhu tightened his grip on Che's waist and his knuckles turned white. Che lowered his head and looked at Zhu, who had closed his eyes hard. Zhu had already told him his cards, so he had no reason not to eat. On the other side, in Mu Ying's boudoir of the Mu family, Mu Ying, who was lying on her bed late at night, felt a little uneasy. She couldn't help but always think of Che and the clothes Che gave Zhu today. Mu Ying rolled over on her bed, and the girl's thoughts began to surge. Che gave Zhu such shameful equipment, wouldn't there be something wrong with the two of them? Damn it! Che gave Zhu whatever kind of clothes she would give, and I gave him a spear, straight man. Of course Mu Ying was not dissatisfied with Che's gift, but at the moment she just wanted to be angry. She was even thinking that the dress wasn't that bad after all. Che should be chatting happily with Zhu at the moment, right? Mu Ying picked up the mobile phone placed on the pillow. Normally Che would chat with her for a few words, but today he didn't say a word. Mu Ying was a little disappointed. Suddenly, Mu Ying didn't know what she was thinking, so she took off her clothes in the room. Mu Ying also removed all the equipment on his body, leaving only the air-piercing spear in his hand. Breaking the air. Mu Ying feels that she can't wait any longer. If her relationship with Che wants to move forward, she must take the initiative to do something. Launching air brake, Mu Ying's figure instantly disappeared from the room. This time, Mu Ying failed to teleport to Che as expected. Zhu screamed. Che's move just now was so powerful that she was caught off guard. Che felt something warm suddenly pressing on himself, pushed himself hard, and looked back. When Che turned around, his scalp instantly became numb. It turns out that the person who helped him push just now was Mu. What are you doing? Che was at a loss. Mu Ying's pupils suddenly shrank, then suddenly expanded, her face, neck, ears, collarbone, all turned red at once, and she didn't know whether it was because of shock, shyness, or anger. She didn't know how to open her mouth, and pointed at Che and Zhu who were still connected. Her fingers couldn't help but tremble, and she asked in a trembling voice, You? Smelling the special smell in the air, Mu Ying felt that she was almost fainting. She didn't expect that she would see this scene after being teleported here. Ah! Zhu didn't feel anything at first, but when she heard Mu Ying's voice, she immediately opened her eyes, and suddenly saw Mu Ying behind Che, and Zhu couldn't help screaming. For a long while, Che, Zhu, and Mu Ying sat together awkwardly. Such a Shura field made his scalp numb. Mu Ying was the first to lose his temper. She couldn't help but look at Che with tears and anger, and asked, You too, why are you doing? She couldn't say the rest of the words, because when she recalled that scene, Mu Ying felt dizzy. Not to mention just now, even now, there are traces of Che and Zhu left on the battlefield. Zhu was a little ashamed. But when she thought that she was communicating with Che, Mu Ying suddenly appeared and messed up everything. She was also full of anger. Zhu looked at Mu Ying's current appearance and couldn't help asking, You are talking about me, what about you? What is your current state? I have never heard of anyone's space teleportation that can teleport oneself naked. Aren't you also delivering yourself to the door? As soon as Zhu said that, Mu Ying's face suddenly turned red. Needless to say why she was sent here with this appearance. What Zhu thinks is what she thinks. It's just that Zhu did what she wanted first. But Mu Ying still had an angry look on her face, and Zhu's face was also full of annoyance. This pair of idols and little fans were about to fall out, but suddenly they turned their anger on Che. Che, tell me, who do you like? Che, if you do it with me, you belong to me. Mu Ying is questioning, Zhu is declaring sovereignty. But Che was also very angry. What did these two women think of him? Fighting for it. Che looked at the two people who were not even dressed, and suddenly reached out and pushed them all down. Che stared at them fiercely and spoke. Che first stared at Mu Ying's eyes, until Mu Ying's eyes began to shrink. Che said word by word, What is important now is not which one of you I like, but the two of you, Mu Ying, do you like me? Then Che turned his head again and glared at Zhu, I never belong to anyone. What you need to consider is whether you want to belong to me or not. Seeing Zhu nod quickly in fear, Che's attitude was particularly domineering, and he pulled Mu Ying over. Don't you also want to sacrifice yourself? Then this time you go first. This time you two are together, no one can run away. After saying that, he raised her legs amidst Mu Ying's screams. Qin Che narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her. What, are you afraid? Mu Ying's body was flushed from her forehead to the tips of her toes. She turned her head and looked at Zhu Zhu, who was stunned by Qin Che's actions. Zhu Zhu was still watching. He was so ashamed. But looking at the violence in Qin Che's eyes, Mu Ying suddenly realized, tonight is her only chance. If he doesn't grasp it tonight, then the only woman who will be with Qin Che in the future is Zhu Zhu, and she can only be an ordinary friend at best. Mu Ying gritted her teeth and her eyes became tenacious again. Zhu Zhu's shocked eyes on the side, and Qin Che's slightly surprised eyes. Mu Ying actually took the initiative to push Qin Che back, imitating the unfamiliar moves she had learned in novel videos, and she attacked him. A night of silence. After a night of fierce fighting, Qin Che made Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying understand the power of the Xingyue glazed body. Now the two of them have not recovered yet. Not as chatting and laughing as before, a bit deserted. But he was able to stay by Qin Che's side without arguing or quarreling. There was no particular reason, it was just that the two of them were really convinced. Qin Che is a beast that one person really cannot handle. The Xingyue glazed body's physical durability is really too high. It was fine at the beginning, but later on. The two of them always beg for mercy and cry out to my sister to come help me and take my place. After shouting and shouting, the relationship naturally eased. After all, they all share one root, so what else is unacceptable? Breaking the bottom line can solve too many problems. A bed partner is often the most intimate relationship. The most private and most unbearable things were shown to each other, and Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying had no intention of not dealing with them or making a fuss. Just thinking about last night, they couldn't open their mouths or quarrel. Now Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying are in silence, that's because they are both ashamed. Zhu Jun, the general manager of Heaven and Earth, has been busy all night. He has been busy yesterday with Mu Yu and other families who smell meat, dividing up and devouring the Qi family's property that was fined and confiscated. After a busy night, I just came back, just in time to win against Qin Che and the others. Zhu Jun's body was full of tiredness and a hint of joy. He saw Qin Che, Mu Ying, and his daughter Zhu Zhu together and nodded. It was a good thing that his daughter, Mu Ying, and Qin Che could play together. Mu Ying's talent is astonishing. His father is Mu Yu, the chief executive of Lin City's National Guard Army, and he is very powerful in Lin City. Mu Yu was responsible for maintaining order and distributing the meat among the whole family this time, so that he, Zhu Jun, could eat a lot of meat this time. The Heaven and Earth that the Zhu family relies on is also a behemoth in the Dragon Kingdom, but compared to Mu Yu, the Zhu family is rich, while the Mu family is powerful. Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying are having fun together, which is something Zhu Jun is happy to see. Seeing Qin Che again, Zhu Jun couldn't help but lower his eyebrows and think. Qin Che was not dead and had returned, but there was no news from the high-level professionals sent by the Qi family to hunt down Qin Che. This made Qin Che even more mysterious in Zhu Jun's heart. This is also a character worth befriending. And my daughter probably also has a crush on this guy, so why not take advantage of the situation and match him? Zhu Jun smiled kindly at Qin Che and asked gently, Mr. Qin, I was not in the hotel yesterday because I had something to do. Did my little girl entertain you well? Qin Che coughed twice and glanced at Zhu Zhu sideways. Don't worry, General Manager Zhu Zhu's reception yesterday was very warm. Zhu Zhu was glanced at by Qin Che and thought of going together with Qin Che. He couldn't help but blush, and coquettishly and embarrassedly said to Zhu Jun, Dad. Zhu Jun thought her daughter was complaining that her matchmaking was too explicit, so she couldn't help laughing. Then he encouraged his daughter Zhu Zhu and said, Daughter, your father and I know people very well. Don't worry, Mr. Qin can definitely have a close relationship with him. Right, Mr. Qin? Yeah. Qin Che could only hold back his laughter and nod. Zhu Zhu and I are very close. That makes me feel relieved. As he spoke, Zhu Jun also winked at his unpromising daughter, turning his eyes to Qin Che and Mu Ying, signaling to Zhu Zhu, Silly child, if you don't seize the opportunity, the man you like will be kidnapped by another woman. I saw that Mu Ying's daughter, the way she looked at Qin Che was not normal. Zhu Jun kept signaling to Zhu Zhu to be careful of Mu Ying competing with her. It is said that Zhu Jun is sometimes very accurate in judging people. Dad, stop talking. Zhu Zhu was embarrassed and wanted to run out the door. Daughter, you. Oh, what do you know? Zhu Zhu stamped his feet, but he didn't dare to stamp too hard, and it hurt a little. It was really painful. A few minutes later, Qin Che and the other two walked out of Tianzhangrenjin. As soon as he went out, Qin Che laughed loudly, and Mu Ying's face was no longer cold, his face slightly red, and he covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Oh, you guys. Zhu stretched out his hand and hit the two of them in shame and anger. Especially, he stretched out his hand and hit Mu Ying's but hard, which was the place Qin Che hit the hardest yesterday, and it was still red and had finger marks in the morning. At this moment, Zhu hit him, doubling the critical strike, and Mu Ying couldn't laugh anymore, and jumped out in pain. Ha 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 ha. Zhu was proud now. It must be said that with Zhu Jun, who knew nothing, intervening, the atmosphere between Qin Che, Zhu and Mu Ying suddenly became much better. Qin Che took advantage of their playfulness to look at the two of them a few more times. Qin Che knew that the two of them must be dissatisfied with his actions last night. Although the body was extremely satisfied. Even needing to beg for mercy. But the emotional experience of sharing a husband with another woman for the first time must not be particularly good. But things are here. In his life, Qin Che can only conquer women, and it is impossible to be conquered by women. He gave Mu Ying and Zhu the opportunity to choose to escape. At that time, if either of them chose to leave, Qin Che would no longer leave a place for the other in his heart. But Mu Ying and Zhu both chose to stay. Then Qin Che wanted them all. Although overbearing, this is the best way to cut the Gordian knot. He didn't want to be deeply trapped in the mess of love every day, endlessly. Recognize him Qin Che, then be obedient. Qin Che is not something that can be fought over at will. Qin Che will make up for the debt at this moment in the future. On the side road to the dungeon square, Qin Che traded a set of low-level orange perfect equipment to Mu Ying and Zhu respectively. He had played many reincarnation dungeons, and the monster drop rate and equipment quality in the reincarnation dungeons were much higher than those in other difficulty dungeons. At the final boss, basically all the orange perfect equipment was dropped. Moreover, in the reincarnation dungeons, in addition to the super good first pass rewards, the ordinary ease level clearance rewards were not bad. The reward items were all over the place, but basically all of them were above the perfect level. If the reward was equipment, it was perfect level. If the reward was materials, it was epic level. So, it was not difficult for Qin Che to get a set of perfect equipment for the two of them now. If Mu Ying and Zhu's levels were not too low, Qin Che could only choose low-level equipment and equipment with lower wearing requirements. Qin Che could still take out more than 100 perfect equipment. Now Qin Che is very rich. It's not that Qin Che is stingy and doesn't give Mu Ying and Zhu more epic equipment. It's because he is afraid that they will be in danger. A set of low-level or perfect-level equipment that is not ranked can only cost tens of thousands or 1 or 200,000 gold coins at most. At least it is within a limit, and there is no ranking list, so ordinary people can't recognize it. But epic-level equipment is still equipment without a ranking list. There are always people buying it at the auction house. One piece of epic-level equipment costs millions of gold coins, which is enough to bewitch people, arouse greed, and make people take risks. A complete set will be worth a huge premium, and it is not in demand even if it is sold for hundreds of millions. Epic-level equipment is still conspicuous, and the shape and color design of each piece are very distinctive. Although the 3D view of epic-level equipment cannot be viewed on the global equipment rankings, many characteristics of the equipment can be displayed through a front plan view. Even if the special light effect is hidden, it is still very obvious. If you wear it too much, it will be easily recognized. Therefore, when Zhu wore the attack speed suit, she would wrap a thick cloak outside. The air-breaking spear in Mu Ying's hand was also wrapped with a circle of protective cloth by her, and she would only take it out in private or when entering a dungeon. They didn't have the ability to protect themselves yet. They were just over level 10, and even if they wore a full set of epic-level equipment, they couldn't be as powerful as Qin Che. Whether they could deal with the 2-level suppression of high-level professionals was still a question. But even if they could deal with high-level professionals, there was still a third level above the second level. For the sake of their lives, Qin Che only gave them a set of low-level perfect-level equipment. As for Qin Che, he had already flown away on the silver fighting cloud. At most, he had a mask equipment on his face so that people couldn't recognize him at a glance. Qin Che was no longer shy about anything now. He had a deeper understanding of his own strength. The high-level professionals of the second level were no longer a threat to him. He hadn't seen a professional of the third level yet, but it might not be easy to threaten him. Not to mention the backup of the reincarnation seed, and the break the air, mark that Qin Che and Mu Ying can ignore to teleport in and out of the dungeon. It's like 2 lives. Just say that there is a high probability that epic-level armor and jewelry equipment will have a protection skill. Qin Che has 7 or 8 protection skills, which are not something that ordinary people can break at once. Qin Che believes that he has a certain ability to protect himself now. Wearing equipment is naturally more unscrupulous. In addition to turning off the glare special effects, Qin did not deliberately cover up anything. Of course, he still avoided the crowd a little, and chose an empty alley to take off. It's not that he is afraid of being seen, but that this can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. After Qin left, Muing and Zhu looked at each other, and suddenly the awkward feeling came up again. Qin is now the only point that can keep the two of them close. But fortunately, one of them has a tough personality and the other is like a little witch, so they will not be entangled in this emotion for a long time. Muing and Zhu actually reached out their hands at the same time. Why don't we team up together? Let's go and try the reincarnation book together. Muing and Zhu reached out their hands at the same time, and the two of them were so tacit that they were a little embarrassed. But the matter was settled. Muing asked the piano player assigned to her to help herself and Zhu get experience buffs. Zhu also took out his trump card. His father spent a lot of contribution points to exchange low-level team experience coupons for her from heaven and earth. This thing is also worth a lot of money, and it can only be made by a dedicated semi-professional talisman master, together with an inscription master, a blessing practitioner, and multiple professionals. This cumbersome production method consumes a huge amount of manpower, which only big powers can afford. The output is not high and the effect is special, so it is not circulated on the market at all. Only major forces provide some internal support to their members. And there may be small quantities on the black market, which are expensive. Muing and Zhu both took out what was at the bottom of the box. Muing still regards Qin as the target of her pursuit, and Zhu does not want to be a vase. She also wants to keep up with Qin footsteps as much as possible, and does not want to be left too far behind. They have already seen that Qin future is promising. But Muing and Zhu also hope that when someone mentions Qin friends in the future, they will also exclaim, "Are they the two heroes among women?" Instead of being dismissive and thinking that they are not worthy of him. The two hit it off immediately and formed a team to clear the reincarnation level dungeon. Qin, who was far away, did not expect that Muing and Zhu would choose to join forces. Originally, according to Qin's expectation, now that they were wearing a full set of perfect level equipment, plus an epic level equipment, they should be qualified to clear some hell level dungeons. The upgrade speed can be much faster. After 30 days pass, it will be possible to reach level 16 or 17. But Qin didn't expect that the two of them would join hands. Their direction is another possibility. Qin flew away from the sky and did not immediately leave the city to clear the dungeon. He first drove in Doyun and landed in front of Qinyao's house. Qin stepped into the door. At this moment, the Qin family was not like before, and the door was very open. There is also a hint of decadence in the home. Qin looked at both sides of the courtyard. The leaves in the villa's greenery had probably not been cleaned for 2 days. They fell all over the ground and were blown all over the yard by the wind. The green plants and flowers don't look like they have been taken care of, and no one should have pruned them. Although the Qin family is not a big family and a powerful force in Lincheng like the Mu family, Zhu family, and Qi family, but it can be regarded as a prosperous family. Qin Shao is a senior professional with good combat capabilities. He has his own team of professionals, and he also holds a lucrative position in Lincheng. Therefore, the Qin family has always had a good reputation and has a small amount of wealth. On weekdays, there are 2 servants and a gardener at home, who will help clean the yard and trim the greenery. But now it looks like this. Qin knew the reason. It was just that Qin Shao was dead and the tea was cold. It is normal for a family to fall into decline after losing its position of power and backbone. In other words, after the Qin Shao family lost its only male, there was actually no Qin family anymore. Qin walked into the yard. He had no guilt or sympathy for the Qin family's current situation, even though he killed Qin Shao himself. At this time, Xinyao opened the door, and she was about to go out to brush the dungeon. Xinyao's eyes were bloodshot, her skin looked like it hadn't been well maintained in the past 2 days, and her hair was a little tired. In the past 2 days, as soon as Qin Shao disappeared, countless jackals began to worry about the family. There were too many worries that needed to be dealt with, and she had no time to take care of herself, whether she had to tolerate them or give up her interests. When she raised her eyes at this moment, she saw Qin, and Xinyao had a hint of surprise in her eyes. Looking at Qin, who was now obviously wearing fine equipment, he felt very proud. Xinyao couldn't help but smile miserably. "Why, cousin, are you here to sympathize with me? Or are you here to mock me?" Xinyao's heart was gloomy and she couldn't help but regret. If she hadn't treated Qin like that a few days ago, she should still have support now. At the same time, a glimmer of hope appeared in Qin Yao's heart. Could it be that Qin Shi was nostalgic for old feelings and couldn't bear to look at her? Looking at Qin Yao's appearance, Qin Shi really felt that things were different. But there was no pity in his heart, and he even came today just to make things happen. The person she looked down on that day has become a loser, and Qin Shi no longer bothers to ridicule her. Qin Shi simply took out a small pile of documents from his pocket and showed it to Qin Yao. This stack of documents is 2 documents, one is the title deed of his own house and the other is the current house of Qin Yao's house. Qin Shi came to get his things back. When Qin Yao saw the land deed, she couldn't help but tremble. She looked up at Qin Shi and couldn't help crying. Qin Shi, you. Qin Shi didn't explain to her that when the Qin family occupied his family's property in this way, they should be prepared for revenge. Originally, Qin Shi gave Qin Xiao a sheep's tail buff, tit for tat, and the matter was settled. The occupied property of Qin Shi's house itself was not expensive, and Qin Xiao would be given a lifelong sheep's tail in exchange for it. Qin Shi has cleared up his grudges with Qin Xiao since then, and Qin Shi is not ready to talk to him anymore. But Qin Xiao insisted on coming back with another grievance, and he wanted to kill him together with the Qi family. Those who kill people will always be killed. If they are killed by themselves, they will naturally have no one to blame. Qin Shi doesn't think he necessarily has all the moral rights, but in this world where professional strength is respected, he is one step ahead. This land deed was found by Qin Shi when Qin Zhao's body was digested and decomposed by the fungus carpet, and he picked it up by the way. The thing belongs to whomever holds the land deed. Qin Shi imitated the Qin Xiao family's style of occupying his own house, and now he came to ask for his things. Qin Shi ignored Qin Yao's questioning eyes, just looked at her coldly and said, "This is my home now, why don't you go away quickly? Before coming here, I asked the steward in heaven and earth to help me apply for a certificate of assets. If you don't leave now, are you waiting for me to take the department's enforcement officers to force you out? Qin Xiao, you." Qin Yao didn't expect Qin Shi to be so heartless. But Qin Xiao was not moved at all. Qin Yao bit her lip, and there was even blood oozing out. She was so angry that she walked out. Qin Shi glanced at her and stopped her. "What else? Call your mother away too. I want all irrelevant people here to be cleared out now." Qin Yao's body trembled and she stopped, as if she heard the name she least wanted to hear in her life. Qin Yao laughed at herself. Her? Don't worry, there is no one in this house anymore. That person has already run away with all the property she can take away from the house. As of yesterday, she is no longer my mother. Qin Yao's face looked miserable. She really had nothing now. Her father was gone, her mother ran away with the family's property, the Qi family she wanted to cling to was destroyed, and the family house was taken away by Qin Shi. If her mother hadn't been able to take away the gold coins in her own system's backpack, I'm afraid she wouldn't even have money for food now. Qin Yao walked out of the villa door with tears in her eyes. She really regretted it now. All the drastic changes in the family started when she betrayed Qin Shi. The changes were so fast that she was caught off guard. Shaking his head, Qin Shi was a little shocked to hear that Qin Yao's mother, her aunt, had run away with the Qin family's money. Qin Shi felt a little sorry for Qin Yao this time, but so what? The betrayer deserves to be stabbed. As for his aunt, it was normal to do so, and Qin Shi was not surprised. Then a selfish and narrow-minded person must be more happy for herself. The man in the family is gone, of course she has to run away. Isn't it good to be a single rich woman? If there is a chance to cling to another rich man, do you still have to carry Qin Yao, the burden? This short-sighted woman first missed Qin Shi, and now she can't see Qin Yao's good talent that is worth cultivating. She will definitely regret it in the future. But Qin Shi didn't even want to give her this happy time recently. Qin Shi directly called Zhu Zhu's father Zhu Jun, told him about the matter, and asked Zhu Jun to help. It's not to help Qin Yao regain her property or anything, nor is it to get the money that Qin Yao's mother took away. It's just because of the money that Qin Yao's mother took away, a large part of it was stolen from the public. Embezzling the national wealth of Longhua? This part of the crime, once Qin Yao's mother is caught, will be enough for her to spend many years in prison. When she comes out, she will be old and ugly. She won't even have the opportunity to use her beauty and body to make money. Her life must be miserable in the second half of her life. In the next few days, Qin Shi spent the daytime in the reincarnation level dungeon, and at night he used the skybreaking mark to teleport back to Lincheng, and then back to heaven and earth. Then later, Zhu Zhu would sneak upstairs without Zhu Jun's knowledge. At first, Muling was too embarrassed to be with Qin Shi and Zhu Zhu again. He discussed with Zhu Zhu that they would take turns to come one day each. But on the first night, Muing received invitations from Qinche and Zhu Zhu to join the battle. Muing, skybreaking teleport over here, your little fangirl is a little bitch. Zhu Zhu's message to Muing was very simple, with only 2 words, help. In the end, Muing still blushed and used skybreaking to teleport over, and fought Qinche, the big boss of the reincarnation level, with Zhu Zhu. Qinche was surprised to find that after not seeing each other for a day, Zhu Zhu and Mu Ying's cooperation had become very good. Something seemed to have happened between them, and they cooperated much better. The switch of taking turns to fight against injuries and the other to recover and harass and assist became quite tacit. Sometimes, they even didn't need to say hello, just a glance between them and they started to move. They can take down more of Qinche's health bar. These 2 people really seem to want to defeat Qinche, the big boss. This won't do. Are the 2 people still thinking about rebelling? In the end, the Dragon Spear Warrior plus Elf Ranger still failed to defeat the reincarnation level boss. In this way, Qinche pushed the boss during the day and became the boss pushed by 2 beautiful warriors at night. For several days in a row, Qinche finally completed one of his goals. The announcement that resounded around the world sounded again. This time, the announcement was already somewhat commonplace for professionals from various countries. Because there are more than a dozen system broadcasts about Qinche's epic equipment on the list every day. In the past few days, nearly 100 system broadcasts above the national level of Dragon Country have been announced. More than a dozen of them have even reached the global level. After making everyone excited for a long time, they all had a sage moment and were calm. Qinche's equipment has been replaced with epic equipment in the top 100 of the global equipment rankings. Even the Nightmare Crystal Ball has risen to the top 100 of the global equipment rankings because Qinche kills too many monsters and absorbs too much fear, which continuously increases the attributes. Now it is 97th. There are also many global broadcasts. But no one can resist the information bombs. Not to mention the professionals in Longwa, even foreign professionals are much calmer when they see the global system broadcasts. After raising the psychological threshold, the public has become a little accustomed to seeing these system broadcasts. On the contrary, if one day Qinche stops brushing dungeons, they may feel that something is missing and feel uncomfortable. When the broadcast sounded this time, the professionals subconsciously looked up and then prepared to continue to do their own things. But the next second they suddenly raised their eyes again. What? So long? And what is this 10,000 races level? This time, the system broadcast was not just one, but a long string, global level broadcast. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Longwa, profession, hidden, obtained the epic equipment, Overlord Trousers, 66th in the global equipment ranking. Global level broadcast, congratulations, professional hidden name, Longwa, has passed the Hell level dungeon for the first time with a MA's level score for 100 consecutive times, and was awarded the title, Hell King. 10,000 races level broadcast, congratulations, professional hidden name, Longwa, has passed the reincarnation level dungeon for the first time with an ease level score for 100 consecutive times, and was awarded the title, 10 Directions Reincarnation has been upgraded from global level to 10,000 races level, 100-foot reincarnation. 3 full system broadcasts. What is the level of the 10,000 races system report? The first 10,000 races title since the global digitization. And that, another global title, the King of Hell. Damn, who can tell me what the max rating is, and what the EX rating is? And I have never seen the Samsara level dungeon. When I was playing the dungeon, there was no such difficulty option at all. Same as above, +1. Same as above, plus 100,086. Congratulations to the mysterious boss of Dragon Country for making history again. On the newly appeared world's first 10,000 races level report, countless people rushed to leave messages and show their faces on it. This announcement has become their check-in place. The real top professionals are all studying the epic equipment that Qinche has just obtained, which is in the top 100 of the rankings, and the 2 titles that Qinche has just obtained. Especially the only 10,000 races level title that has never appeared in the world, Baizhang Samsara. Epic * Dominant Trousers, number 66 in the global ranking, level requirement, 78, no level, equipment attributes, Constitution plus 350, Strength plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 300. Equipment terms, 1. Physical toughness plus 200. 2. Constitution plus 300. 3. Agility plus 300. 4. Health plus 20,000. 5. A dominant, flexibly consume mana or health to enter the dominant state, can be switched at any time. Every additional 200 mana or 400 health consumed, you can get 1 second of dominant state. This dominant state can be extended by continuous consumption without limit. 6. Domineering, add domineering, which can be used to intimidate and shock the enemy, reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness, and at the same time, this domineering can be wrapped around the weapon to enhance the attack power. 7. Dominator, after leaving the battle, restore 3% of the lost blood per second. Dominator trousers, seeing this equipment, every professional like Berserker, a reckless man, exclaimed in pain, "Why is this equipment not mine?" Although this equipment is also quite suitable for tank professions, the excessive dominance is simply the state that Berserker professions dream of. Spending blood and mana in exchange for dominance, the professional does not need to consume it himself. The health bonus on the equipment alone, as well as the physique and intelligence points, are enough to support the professional to continue using the dominant state for hundreds of seconds. Moreover, Berserker professions are not afraid of consumption at all. Because they all have a common type of talent, that is, the lower the blood volume, the higher the combat effectiveness. Just like the name of their profession, they are a type of profession that consumes residual blood and can only exert their greatest strength when hovering on the line between life and death. Consume life points? Great! And the domineering state, if you suppress the enemy in a large area at close range. Thinking of that scene, the corners of the mouths of the berserkers shed tears of greed. Check, try your best to find this person. I must buy this equipment. I will pay 10 million gold coins, no, 20 million. Some people even spent a lot of gold coins to leave a message to buy this equipment directly under the global system announcement. The most outrageous one is to ask for equipment exchange. Sincerely trade this domineering trousers. I can use this equipment to exchange. Item display, epic asterisk dusk stream, global equipment ranking 63, transaction address, Jinshan City, American Eagle Country, contact information. The author really didn't expect that after a little rubbing, thinking of giving some benefits, no one would like to read it, ______. I won't rub it anymore. I will really try not to rub it in the future. Everyone, please come back to read the book. Please. In fact, it's not just the berserkers who are greedy, the entire warrior class is greedy to death. Even the master who was famous all over the world has come up with epic equipment like Higurashi and his ilk. If the global ranking is higher, a piece of equipment in the main weapon assembly position must be exchanged at a premium. This, Overlord Pants, is the dream of all physics majors. But at this moment, it happened to be worn by a legal profession. Shin-Sei replaced a pair of epic trousers that ranked over 200 in the global rankings, and then put on these Overlord trousers. As for that piece of equipment, Higurashi and his ilk, it was good, but Shin-Sei ignored it. Do you think he is stupid? As far as the location of the transaction was concerned, it was probably fishing. And even if he was honest, Shin-Sei was not interested in his Rimu thing. The person who spoke was Nero, a senior American hero, whose status and combat power corresponded to that of the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. His profession is really a special blood warrior. Maybe Nero really wanted to exchange Shin-Sei's Overlord trousers for a piece of legal Higurashi that he couldn't use. But Shin-Sei would not do such a thing of betraying the country and benefiting the enemy. The American Eagle Country is an old rival of the Dragon Country. Every improvement made to the enemy is irresponsible to the bleeding warriors of this country. Shin-Sei still understands this clearly. Shin-Sei was not tempted at all. He directly put on the tyrant trousers on himself. He used these trousers very well. Enhanced a large number of health values. When Shin-Sei chooses equipment now, he has intentionally strengthened his ability to protect his life and survive. To strengthen his life-saving ability, as long as he is given enough time, no matter what kind of enemy he is, he can kill them all with the 3 abilities of equal fixed damage talent, instant kill probability, and self-destruction of the soul when his sanity collapses. As well as the hegemonic state, he can easily use the teleportation effect of the breaking sky mark without being controlled. After increasing his health and gaining a domineering body, coupled with the Xingyue glazed body, and the protection skills of each piece of epic equipment, Shin-Sei didn't quite believe that someone could kill him instantly at will. As long as he has a moment, he can teleport himself to a safe place at any time. This equipment is really good. Shin-Sei happily put on the Overlord trousers. These trousers also added 200 points of physical toughness. The reincarnation level boss must train the 2 braves tonight. These days, the 2 of them join forces to make a big difference? The gold content of 200 points of toughness, TSK. This is the only top attribute that is crazily pursued and recognized by all male professionals. Shin-Che looked at the two newly acquired titles. King of Hell, global title. If you pass the Hell level difficulty for the first time with a max score of 100 times, you will be the King of Hell. You have been recognized by Hell and can exercise the authority of Hell. Title effect: 1. All basic attribute points plus 700, basic 100 plus 500 plus 100. Every time you pass a Hell level dungeon with a max score, all basic attributes of the title will be increased by plus 1. Each time you pass the Hell level dungeon for the first time with a max rating, all basic attributes of the title will be increased by plus 5. This ability is the feedback of power from Hell. 2. Summoning of Hell Zerg. As the King of Hell, you have the same authority as the kings in Hell. This authority has adapted itself to your profession, giving you the power to summon the infernal gates. With this authority, you can unlimitedly summon Hell bugs to fight for you. The more Hell Zerg kills, the more they can be summoned each time. The upper limit for summoning is the entire Hell Zerg group. Warning: be careful. If you summon too many Hell Zerg, they will give birth to wisdom. At the same time, you may also attract the attention of the Hell Zerg Kings and the Hell Zerg Master, causing a backlash. Please control their quantity carefully and act according to your ability. 3. This title can be upgraded. Upgrade condition 1. Pass the Hell level dungeon for the first time 1000 times with a max rating. Upgrade condition 2. Sending 100 million real-life souls to Hell needs to enter the level to obtain higher level recognition. Upgrade condition 3. Not triggered, to be unlocked. Another upgradable growth title. The attribute bonuses can be said to be massive. Currently, all basic attributes are increased by 700, which is a full 2,800 attribute points. More importantly, it gave Shin-Che a brand new summon, the Hell Zerg. Shin-Che didn't know the exact number of Hell bugs, but the word Hell was really too big. God knows how big Hell is? Anyway, the world has been digitalized for decades, and there is no such thing as Hell. In Shin-Che's eyes, this is almost the same as the number of summons being infinite. Shin-Che reached out and tried to summon the Hell Zerg in the copy. An aura that makes life instinctively fearful suddenly appeared. A scarlet vortex similar to the Hell level dungeon portal appeared, but the edge of the vortex was pitch black. One after another, hideous black insects emerged from the gate of Hell. There aren't many, maybe 100. But it doesn't matter, as long as they kill, more Hell Zerg will be summoned from this portal. The Hell Zerg in front of him was no longer the size of a blood mosquito, only the size of a thumbnail. Each one was larger than an adult's palm, black in color, with only scarlet eyes, sharp claws, and sharp mouthparts, which looked intimidating. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Shin-Che checked the attributes of the Hell Zerg. It felt like each of them was as strong as a dozen Shi-Donglai combined. The attributes of each individual of these Hell Zergs were somewhat uneven, and the strengths of the individuals were not consistent, so it was hard to say. But what was certain was that the attributes of each Hell Zerg were very good. Shin-Che estimated that the strength of each of them was definitely above the entry level, and even better within the first level. The most powerful ones among them were estimated to be close to the second level professionals, and could beat about 1 or 200 Shi-Donglai. The individual strength of these Hell Zergs was a bit scary. Moreover, after Shin-Che used this skill, he realized in his heart, as long as his level is improved, and the affinity and authority of Hell are improved, he can summon a more powerful Hellworm. The strength of the Hellworm is not static. Especially after obtaining the affinity and authority of Hell, the strength of the Hellworm itself will be improved, and the Hellworm he summoned will also be blessed by the power of Hell. The improvement is great. And there are practical ways to obtain the affinity of Hell and improve the authority, killing, and constantly pass the Hell level difficulty dungeon with full scores for the first time. Shin-Che looked at the Hellworms he summoned and suddenly had a new idea. If Shin-Che suddenly ordered the Hellworms to start internal killing among themselves. Almost when the first Hellworm was killed, a steady stream of Hellworms began to emerge from the gate of Hell, and then they also began to join this chaotic battle. The Hellworms in the dungeon gathered more and more. Shin-Che's eyes showed joy. This method is feasible. Shin-Che opened the germ carpet again. Not even the corpses of the Hellbugs were wasted. The corpses of the Hellbugs were quickly digested. The energy accumulating brilliance on the Zerg carpet quickly lit up. It's just that maybe due to the influence of the power of Hell, the parts between the fungus leaves of this fungus blanket have turned black. But that doesn't affect anything. Shin-Che absorbed the power transformed from the corpses of the Hellbugs and summoned more blood mosquitoes. Even Che thinks that the ability of the Hell Zerg is a bit buggy? Killing increases the number of summons, even killing them themselves? Be good. In this way, he directly has the ability to infinitely summon Hell Zerg and Infinite Blood Mosquito. Perpetual motion machine, hell is never empty, the calling never stops. Che can even choose to change the type of Zerg he mainly summons. When the number of Hell Zerg is needed, Che can let the Hell Zerg kill the blood mosquitoes. When the number of Zerg needs to be replenished, let the Hell Zerg fight among themselves. However, things are not 100% perfect. Che noticed that whether the Hellbugs were fighting each other or letting the Hellbugs kill the blood mosquitoes, his Hell affinity did not increase at all, and he can only increase the number of summoned Hellbugs. It seems that we still have to kill the real life. What is real life? Che already knew it in his heart. They probably have to be real professionals, or real people from all races in the legendary secret realm. Dungeon monsters that are constantly being refreshed and restarted in the dungeon will most likely not be able to survive. The monsters in the dungeon have no souls. The Hellbug gate that summoned the Hellbugs was cancelled. Before Che could put these Hellbugs into his beast control space, they slowly dissipated and turned into wisps of black hell energy rushing towards the teleportation vortex of the Hellbug gate, disappeared into the copy together with the Hell Insect gate. It seems that the Hell Zerg clan cannot continue to stay in the outside world and is integrated with the Hell Zerg sect. When the Hell Insect gate dissipates, they will also return to Hell. Che could no longer rely on the beast control space to continuously accumulate their number, so he can only summon them again each time. But it doesn't matter, Che is not worried about the number of Hellbugs at all. They started killing each other and summoned very quickly. In just a short time, the number of Hell Zerg in the dungeon exceeded 20,000. He doesn't have much to worry about. On the contrary, Che also needs to pay attention to controlling the number of Hellbugs. As mentioned in the introduction of the title, once the number of Hell Zerg becomes excessive, they are likely to develop intelligence and cause backlash. There will even be some Hell Zerg King and Hell Zerg Master paying attention through them. Che must have stolen their power by using the Hell Insect Gate. Che doesn't think that he is so charming. Doesn't he think that he has summoned other people's people and stolen their power, so he can still be kind to him when people pay attention to him? Moreover, the King of Hell Zerg, the Master of Hell Zerg, etc., sound like they are not something to be trifled with. At least Che doesn't even know what hell is. Che still maintains a certain degree of awe for the unknown. After putting away the Hell Zerg and blood mosquitoes, Che did not immediately exit the dungeon. He still had a big one. Title of 10,000 Races, 100-foot Reincarnation. An upgraded version of the Title 10 Directions Reincarnation. 100-foot Reincarnation, 10,000 Races level title, the Tau is 1 foot high, and the Devil is 1 foot high. The next step is to make further progress. 3 feet above your head there are gods, and 99 feet above your head there is reincarnation. Reincarnation is higher than Tau, deeper than demons, and more noble than gods. You have passed the reincarnation level dungeon for the first time with an ease level evaluation 100 times, and your connection with reincarnation has deepened. Title effect, 1, all attributes plus 3,600, 300 plus 300 plus 3,000. Every time you clear a reincarnation level copy with an ease level score, this all attribute bonus will be plus 3. Every time you clear a Samsara level dungeon for the first time with an ease level score, this all attribute bonus will be plus 30. 2. This title can be upgraded. Upgrade condition 1. Pass the reincarnation level dungeon 1,000 times with an EX level rating for the first time. Upgrade condition 2. Clear the reincarnation level dungeon 10,000 times with EX level score. Upgrade condition 3. Not triggered, waiting to be unlocked. Upgrade condition 4. Not triggered, waiting to be unlocked. 3. Seed of reincarnation information. You can change and store a reincarnation seed with a backup of all your information at any time. This information includes all abilities, status, equipment, skills, summons when you deposit it. When you die, this reincarnation seed will help you resurrect with the information state when you deposited it. The current number of reincarnation seeds that can be stored, 3/3. Cooling time of this ability, 24 hours, 4. Touch of reincarnation. When turned on, your attacks will have a low probability of depriving the enemy of information. This deprivation includes the enemy's level, attributes, equipment, skills, memory, causal existence, etc. 5. Reincarnation information restoration. The information of the enemy killed by you will be reproduced and mastered by you to fight for you. The title of Samsara in the 10 directions has been upgraded, Samsara in the 100 feet. All the characteristics of the title remain unchanged, it is purely an unpretentious numerical increase. The growth rate of the basic attributes that can be added has been exaggeratedly tripled on the original basis. The exaggerated value of plus 1,200 points of all attributes has been accumulated and grown to plus 3,600 points of all attributes. 9,600 more total attribute points than before. Qinche's basic value has been directly increased by half. This increase is a bit too exaggerated. The ability to erase enemy information has also been improved, and the probability of erasure has changed from the original extremely low to the current low probability. The difference of one word may be a tenfold difference in the trigger probability. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the number of reincarnation information seeds that Qinche can back up has directly increased from 1 to 3 now. In other words, Qinche now has 2 more lives, and a total of 3 opportunities to come back to his prime. Qinche is twice as difficult to kill as before. And the interval time that Qinche can back up the reincarnation information seeds has also been shortened from 3 days to 1 day. The recovery speed is very fast. Even if Qinche really encountered a life crisis and consumed the seeds of life, he could quickly back up the consumed seeds of reincarnation information. Qinche's survivability was greatly improved again. Qinche put all the new titles on his head, and then hid their special effects. This time the title growth made the whole world know a new level, the 10,000 races level. But it can still continue to grow upward, which makes people imagine. Qinche couldn't imagine what would be above the 10,000 races level. Before closing the title panel, Qinche took a last look at it. There are too many secrets in this world. What is hell? What is above the 10,000 races level? The more you know, the more you feel insignificant. Qinche's state of mind is changing. In the past few days, because he was fearless and killed many high-level professionals, he felt that he would soon be invincible. The idea slowly settled down in this state of mind. I want to become stronger. Qinche suddenly realized that the global digital game world was probably just a small pool. Everyone is a frog in the well. Although it's a little far away now, I must jump out and have a look. Qinche promised and encouraged himself in his heart. Qinche quickly exited the dungeon, boarded the Indo cloud, and flew quickly towards another wild dungeon. My body, which was already a little tired due to frequent reading, is full of motivation again. Qinche himself was not the only one who was shocked and alarmed by the title of 10,000 races level. The border of Dragon Kingdom, on the roof of the world. The roof of the world in Dragon Kingdom is a very special place in the world. Above the roof of the world, there is a secret realm where hundreds of different races are suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom. They can't see things that humans can see, and they can't even understand many of the abilities of human professionals. The Dragon Clan couldn't help but look at the sky. He smashed the head of this black dragon forcefully, and smashed it hard until it died. At this moment, on the roof of the world, in a particularly powerful secret realm, the first god of war and several other gods of war were fighting in it. Then while continuing to find another dragon, he still had time to chat with Su Wenwu. But Brother Long carries the roof of the world on his back, holds hundreds of secret realms in his hand, and faces the enemy with one arm. He is besieged every time in the national war. It is already outrageous that he can achieve such results. Using the sky of the Dragon Clan secret realm as a display board, all life in the entire secret realm can be seen by looking up. The Dragon Clan slowly retreated, seeing the Dragon Clan camp in the distance getting closer and closer. Although Lei Gang still had murderous intentions in his heart, he did not dare to continue chasing. In the secret realm, system reports at the level of all races are not displayed on the professional system panel. There is never too much body material for dragons. All races in the secret realm have real life, wisdom and soul. So much so that in every national war, the Dragon Kingdom could not use all its strength to deal with the enemy. Is this the power of the human system? Long Wei can only take precautions. That's great. Recently, the dragon resources in our National Defense Army's treasury of merits have been insufficient. I was originally thinking of using some excuse to kill a few of their dragons to replenish supplies, but they came to my door themselves. Can the Wanza level broadcast be delivered to the secret realm? Haha, this stupid dragon doesn't even have any defense against others when fighting. But at this moment, Su Wenwu had already dealt with the second opponent, and he struck with a halberd. The dragon that had just faced Lei Gang couldn't dodge, and was directly beheaded. At this moment, the system broadcast from the sky suddenly came in. As we all know, in the national war, Brother Long has to deal with half the planet. Instead, it hangs directly above the secret realm of the Dragon Clan. Lei Gang smiled and put away the two precious dragon corpses. Su Wenwu, Lei Gang, and other Dragon Kingdom professionals only chased them forward symbolically, driving them back. They do not have the systems and various functions that global digitization has given humans. Su Wenwu cut open a huge cyan dragon from the middle of its abdomen with a halberd, and the hot dragon's blood swayed in the sky with a clean and neat movement. The ornaments on the Zen staff were jingled by Lei Gang, but he didn't use it. Lei Gang took the purple gold alms bowl and smashed it on the head of a black dragon like a brick, as if the alms bowl was the main weapon. They have only heard about the human race's global digitization and know about the system. Lei Gang put away this more powerful dragon with a smile, and then gave Su Wenwu a thumbs up. Old Su, it has to be you. As a professional dragon slayer, killing dragons is the same as killing chickens. But this time, the Dragon Clan has been killed and retreated. Even the god of war would not dare to get caught up in it. Countless strong men behind the Dragon Clan were horrified. They will make deals with the Dragon Kingdom, and they will also think about invading at any time. The friendly Dragon Kingdom makes deals with them, while the vicious Dragon Kingdom directly goes to war with them. But this time they saw it. Lei Gang bared his teeth. This time his opponent was much more powerful and the fight was a little difficult. You have to kill them and kill a few more dragons so that they can be honest. Shocked. The portal of the secret realm is not like the dungeon portal. As long as you exit and the dungeon portal is closed, everything inside will be refreshed, and the dungeon monster will never establish any contact with the outside world. If not guarded, the foreigners inside will really rush out. The general of the Protectorate Army, the god of war Lei Gang, has a somewhat strange profession. He is obviously a bloody general, but his main weapon is a Zen staff and his secondary weapon, an alms bowl. Lei Gang looked at the dragons in the alms bowl with joy and carefully put them away. Of course, this kind of good and evil is difficult to distinguish between true and false. 10,000 Races level broadcast. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Kingdom, has passed the 100th cycle of reincarnation level dungeons for the first time with EX level rating consecutively. The reward title, 10 Directions Reincarnation, has been upgraded from global level to 10,000 Races level, 100-foot reincarnation. Lei Gang licked his lips and looked at the dragons in front, wanting to kill a few more. The Dragon Kingdom was tied up here and too much power of the Dragon Kingdom was tied up. The secret portal is more like a connection channel between two worlds. Change the world, what a powerful foundation this is. Lei Gang and Su Wenwu looked up at the sky, their eyes flickering with inexplicable shock. There are hundreds of racial secret realms, which means that a large amount of resources can be produced and even plundered from the secret realms. Of course, it also means super high risks. As a result, Dragon Country has not achieved any particularly good results in the global national wars in recent years, and has almost been hovering between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places. This is a place that Dragon Country loves and hates, and other countries are jealous and afraid of. This Dragon Clan is valuable. Dragon skin, dragon horns, dragon hearts, dragon blood, dragon meat. From the outside to the inside, there is no useless place, the whole body is a treasure. 10,000 Races level report. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, has passed the first 100 Samsara level copies with ease level scores for the first time, and the reward title, 10 Directions Samsara, has been upgraded from global level to 10,000 Races level, 100-foot Samsara. The individual strength of the Dragon Clan is still very strong. This 10,000 Races level report. Congratulations, professional hidden name, Dragon Country, has passed the first 100 Samsara level dungeons with consecutive ease level scores, and is awarded the title, 10 Directions Samsara. Upgraded from global level to 10,000 Races level, 100-foot Samsara. The battle that originally had some aftermath immediately stopped, and the few battles that were still entangled immediately separated, and everyone looked up at the sky in shock. There are relatively friendly races, and there are also malicious races. In the distance, the urgent dragon horn order sounded, and the rear of the Dragon Clan was already calling for a retreat. Damn it, these foreign races are just cheap skins. We just go out to kill some slimes, and they dare to make trouble? Lei Gang couldn't help but say, this is above the global level, the 10,000 Races level title, the 10,000 Races level report? The 10,000 races in the secret realm are not the unintelligent dungeon monsters in the dungeon. The strong men of the dragon race misunderstood that the system was the foundation that the human race could fully control, and they tightened their power. But Su Wenwu and Lei Gang were also in shock. Originally, the secret realm was a place that the system could not reach. Here, except for being able to see the enemy's health bar and still gaining experience points by killing the enemy, other functions of the system could not be used. Somewhat similar to poor signal? The system functions must be simplified, and it is a castrated version in the secret realm. Here, killing the enemy will not explode the equipment. But if the enemy carries equipment and items, killing the enemy can get all the wealth on him. Of course, whether these looted things are really valuable or powerful is unknown. You can only pick them up and try to use them. Some treasures are self-concealed, so you can only rely on your eyesight. Only when you wait to exit the secret realm, the things you carry out of the secret realm will be fully identified and notarized by the system, and the panel of the items will be derived in the system to show the real equipment attributes. These dragons all have attribute panels. It's not that we haven't created titles and broadcasts below the level of 10,000 races, but they have no impact on the secret realm at all, and we definitely don't have the ability to do so. There was once a case where someone, after slaughtering a secret realm, casually pulled out a few potted plants from someone's back garden and took them out, and the result was a perfect level spiritual medicine. Shinche summoned the Hell Zerg and blood mosquitoes and went forward to kill. Being able to see the item panel is of great benefit to Dragon Country. Black Dragon Yefeng, dissectable, Green Dragon Mafon, dissectable, Yellow Dragon Maoshan, dissectable. Shinche waited until this time to attack the dungeon to try out this newly acquired title skill. According to the battle rhythm that suits him best, the Hell Zerg and Shinche's hand began to kill each other, and a large number of Hell Zerg began to pour out of the Hell Zerg gate. Because, in the secret realm, human professionals can directly view the panel information of items and equipment. Every time they attack a secret realm, Dragon Country has to dig 3 feet deep in the secret realm, for fear of missing any resources or treasures. Hurry up! You go out of the secret realm now to make arrangements, I'll be here to guard it. Lei Gang sighed, this guy, the speed of pushing the copy is simply counting animals. Otherwise, I can't think of any other possibilities. Nothing else. Su Wenwu pushed Lei Gang's shoulder and urged, it can quickly obtain resources, so that Longwei can further widen the gap with other countries. I can think of this clue, so it is possible that others will think of it. We must act quickly. Lei Gang gave a thumbs up and praised. Even the flowers and plants on the roadside have to be pulled out. With these things, these special places and clues, we can mobilize our forces to try to find him. Being able to identify items directly in the secret realm is a huge advantage for Longwa. How many times? Su Wenwu's face was full of excitement. How many times did you say he first cleared the reincarnation level copy? It's only been a few days? Reproduction of reincarnation information. But even so, Longwa must have left too many treasures. If it is a top master, you can try to invite him. Who knows, our Longwa may have another powerful war god. It is very likely that because of this 10,000 races level title, the system's influence on the secret realm has deepened, so the system's ability to identify and display item information will suddenly appear in the secret realm. At this time, Lei Gang also understood, and he suddenly realized. The 10,000 races level title must be more effective than the global level title, right? Although the strength of this mysterious man must not be weak, just in case, we still have to take action and try our best to find and protect him. We can rely on this clue to find him. It seems that only this thing has been unlocked. There are too many such things in the secret realm. Inside, the item information panel appeared on the 3 dragon corpses. This degree of liver, I admire it. And the number of secret realms with extremely dangerous but extremely rich resources is also the highest in the world. But now, Lei Gang and Su Wenwu are staring at the bowl in his hand. In addition to the title of Hell King providing Shinche with a summoning skill to summon the Hell Zerg, this time the title of 100-foot Samsara has also been upgraded to add a new ability. Under the feet, the Zerg fungus carpet spreads out, and on both sides of the steps, Zerg towers stand. Su Wenwu and Lei Gang looked up. What, how many? Lei Gang was confused. When the first unit in the copy died in Shinche's hands, the reincarnation information was replicated like a passive ability and automatically took effect. Su Wenwu looked at the golden notice that had been hanging in the sky of the Dragon Clan secret realm for a long time, and couldn't help but sigh. We really have to thank this mysterious person for being able to see the item panel information in the secret realm. This time, Shinche made great contributions. Linchang, Tianquan Mountain Dungeon. But Su Wenwu's focus was not here. He grabbed Lei Gang's arm, stared at him, and asked Lei Gang eagerly with a gleam in his eyes, Lei Gang, how much did you say just now? Although the attributes are relatively ordinary, they are of great significance. The system auction house and some other auxiliary functions are still unavailable. Without the system, it is not very convenient to do anything in the secret realm. Go ahead. Not only that, the several pieces of equipment and weapons on and around them also reveal their attributes. The blood mosquito, which did not require any preparation time, had already advanced forward and started killing monsters. Therefore, people who enter the secret realm can pick up everything they can see. The full-rated first pass of the reincarnation level dungeon has been pushed a full 100 times. 100 times, what's wrong? Yes, reincarnation level, 100 times, first pass, what did you think of? Su Wenwu asked excitedly. Someone dug up half of the black iron sword in the ancient battlefield of the secret realm, but it was a broken legendary equipment. It was repaired by someone and it had lost its level. It was better than ordinary epic equipment and ranked in the top 50 in the global equipment rankings. Yes. Su Wenwu clapped his hands and clapped his hands. Not only that, since the dungeon portals in the 5 difficulties of normal, difficult, extremely difficult, nightmare, and hell dungeons all have their own characteristics and are different colors, what about the reincarnation level dungeon? Because the Dragon Kingdom is the country with the most secret realms of all races, no one, Lei Gang pointed at the system announcement in the sky with his Zen staff, the big and bright characters are clearly there. Pass the reincarnation level dungeon 100 times for the first time with an EX level evaluation. Lei Gang thought for a moment, and soon radiated the same superb light as Su Wenwu. You mean, he cleared 100 different dungeons in a few days? Lei Gang and Su Wenwu looked at each other and quickly checked the other functions of the system. No matter which inconspicuous thing, it is a great treasure. Qin Shi could feel that a lot of information was gathered on him. To be precise, it was all gathered on the title of 100-Foot Samsara, which was at the level of 10,000 races. There was a lot of information gathered, but Qin Shi could clearly distinguish what each of these pieces of information represented. Qin Shi examined the torrent of information. This information records the monsters in the dungeon. This information records a hell zerg that just died in a fight. This is a blood mosquito. Because Qin Shi was in the dungeon, the backed up information was relatively monotonous. There were only monsters in the dungeon, and 2 kinds of zerg summons that Qin Shi ordered to kill each other in order to summon more hell zerg. In fact, the true power of this reincarnation information replica was not revealed. The only change on the panel was that it changed from Qin Shi's enemy unit to the current friendly unit. And Qin Shi's current basic value exceeded 30,000 points. Qin Shi waved his hand lightly, and thousands of summons from the information replica appeared. Even if the extremely high agility of the blood mosquito is taken into account, the total value of the blood mosquito even exceeds 20,000. Because the attribute value that the blood mosquito has improved by itself is not enough. Qin Shi can summon all of them. Qin Shi can also create more corpses by killing, which are absorbed by the Zerg fungus blanket and converted into energy, and then let Qin Shi summon more Zerg towers and blood mosquitoes. It will be more difficult to face the second-level professional. Facing the second-level rank suppression, only the agility attribute can still have an advantage. Qin Shi's current blood mosquito is definitely comparable to the entry-level professional, and is definitely not weaker than the individual Hell Zerg. In other words, if Qin Shi's current level is exactly a multiple of 5, the level of the blood mosquito is even +1 higher than Qin Shi's level. Killing can back up the reincarnation information and perform duplicate summoning. The perfect level proficiency has a greater improvement on skills than the previous proficiency. The attribute inheritance percentage is increased by 10%, and the agility is also doubled. Of course, once you die, the information is broken and disappears. The ratio directly jumped from 20% to 30%. What a buggy ability. Qin Shi can summon the Hell Zerg by killing. The attack attribute is a little bit worse. Although it can still deal damage, it is difficult for a blood mosquito to be fatal to the enemy. Then the blood mosquito can inherit 30% of the Star Moon glass body, which is also okay. In this process, Amazing Comprehension ***, a talent that increases Qin Shi's proficiency experience acquisition by 600%, played a decisive role. Perfection is the highest level of skill proficiency. After the new skill upgrade, the level of the blood mosquito directly jumped to level 16. But the reincarnation information replica has the ability to directly cross the level and replicate a stronger level of existence. Even if the perfect level blood mosquito has 8 basic attribute points for each level, it is more than the 7 points added by the top profession. Entry, proficiency, mastery, great success, perfection. Because after the skill of summoning blood mosquitoes has reached perfection, the attributes of each blood mosquito now have 30% of Qin Shi's basic attribute values. Each blood mosquito has a basic value of 10,000 points. Very scary. But before Qin and the blood mosquito level up, the naturally allocated attributes are far less than the attribute growth that can be brought by equipment and titles. It seems to be a little worse than the Hellworm Gate. Qin opened it and compared it with the monsters in the copy. Qin closed the Hellworm Gate and dismissed all the Hellworms. After finishing this copy, there are more happy events. If I kill a god, can I summon a god as my summon? Because it became his summon, Qin can view its panel without using the ability of the True Eye. The backed-up replica information can be retrieved. Perfect replica of all attributes. This ability can create miracles. Qin sensed these information backups. He followed his original intention and selected one of the information to trigger it. A black wolf beast was replicated. The agility multiplier of the blood mosquito also increased from 5 times to 7 times. But after fighting through the dungeon again and again, Qin still practiced the proficiency of summoning blood mosquitoes to the maximum level. Qin opened his mouth wide. Qin repeatedly confirmed that the information of this skill did not indicate the upper limit of the replica information. The strength of the hell insects will also grow, but it is likely to be gradual. As long as these summoned creatures are not dead, they can be repeatedly retrieved and summoned. The current level of blood mosquitoes is 1 plus Qin every 5 levels, blood mosquito level plus 5. It is a monster in the dungeon. Although the proficiency of summoning blood mosquitoes has become a little slower because the amount of mana consumed increases with the level of the skill. At the same time, Qin's proficiency in summoning blood mosquitoes has also been directly pushed up from the great success realm to perfection. But this is exactly not what Qin is worried about, because he has 15 million such blood mosquitoes. With several abilities superimposed together, if Qin wants, the number of these two insects and the replicas reproduced by information can really grow unlimitedly. All the properties are exactly the same, there is no difference. Now even the part where the hell insects killed each other has been made up. No consumption, perpetual motion machine, closed loop. But the upper limit of the reincarnation information is very high. Otherwise, Qin might have to summon 100 million blood mosquitoes to improve this skill to the perfect state. Qin commanded the summon army to push the last boss in this copy, and immediately an identical boss appeared in Qin's summon army. The reincarnation information was replicated, and the number of replicas added up was never as many as the number of hell insects summoned from hell by the Hell Insect Gate. Because of the continuous killing, all the blood mosquitoes were taken back to the beast control space, and the replicated copy monsters, as well as the replicated hell insects and blood mosquitoes, were all transformed into a torrent of information that was difficult to distinguish between clear and turbid colors, and were reclassified into the title of 100-foot reincarnation. As for the current attributes of the blood mosquitoes, Qin was too lazy to look at them again. In just a short while, his men had gathered a large amount of information backup. This is equivalent to the previous proficiency being raised by 2 levels. After so many days of grinding, 102 hell-level dungeons were cleared for the first time, and 100 reincarnation-level dungeons were cleared for the first time. The number of blood mosquitoes under Qin's command finally exceeded 15 million. Most of these summons were for the purpose of increasing the killing the hell insects and blood mosquitoes by themselves, and there were a small number of dungeon monsters among them. With this attribute point, even in the face of the rank and skill advantages of the professional, a single blood mosquito is enough to easily deal with an ordinary first-level professional. Not to mention that there are 150,000 elite blood mosquitoes and the blood mosquito lords that have expanded to 1,500. And Qin's proficiency in other skills is also improving. For example, the skill of 1 in n has evolved from 1 in 100 to 1 in a million. Even 15 blood mosquito kings were born. Elite blood mosquitoes are 2 levels higher than ordinary blood mosquitoes, Lord-level blood mosquitoes are 5 levels higher than ordinary blood mosquitoes, King-level blood mosquitoes are 10 levels higher than ordinary blood mosquitoes. At the 2 levels of Lord-level blood mosquitoes and King-level blood mosquitoes, their levels are over 20 levels. They are covered by the global system and are Qin's summons, so they don't need to consume resources to evolve. So when they exceed level 20, blood mosquito lords and blood mosquito kings are automatically upgraded. You only need to use this skill once to clear a copy. And the mouth parts of blood mosquitoes have also been upgraded to an amazing level. Now, in order to save some time on the road, Qin does not go back to Tianshangrenjin at night. Because of the small number of summons, it has been upgraded to the mastery level. Che is not sure whether the blood mosquito is diligent enough in using the ejector mouthpiece. From the excellent and excellent levels to the purple flawless and orange perfect levels, all the existing towers have been upgraded. It all depends on whether Che's summons are hard-working enough. Because as Che's dungeons are getting more and more first pass, all kinds of large and small dungeons near Lincheng are basically almost finished by him. There are no new wild dungeons near Lincheng. When frequently passing through wild dungeons for the first time, the time wasted flying back and forth in each dungeon and the time wasted between going back and forth still affect Che's dungeon speed. Che now wastes nearly half of his time on the road when brushing dungeons. This kind of props with space teleportation function are very expensive. At the same time, their Lord level and King level titles also have some enhancement and suppression attributes. The proficiency increase brought by spreading is also limited. As the proficiency of the mouthparts increased again and again, it began to bring a variety of special additional attributes such as critical strike, physical and magical penetration, toughness, etc. But one thing is that Che's plan of 1 million talent coins is still a little far away. But the speed of using the jet mouthparts with hundreds of millions of blood mosquitoes together is completely a bug. At that time, the number of blood mosquitoes in Che's hand was not as many as it is now, but there were still millions of them. Space represents rarity and expensiveness. The attack of the single-attack ray-type towers has changed from one beam of rays to multiple beams. In fact, after Che got the proficiency of this skill, he had just used it to brush the dungeon for less than a day, and Che had maxed out its skill proficiency. There are other skills. The levels of Zerg fungus blankets, Zerg towers, and jet mouthparts have all been improved. Then when the fun was over, they all used the return scroll to teleport back to Lincheng, which also made it convenient for the two to team up to brush the dungeon together the next day. Because the speed of upgrading this skill does not rely on Che himself at all. After a day, Che didn't know how much experience this skill had overflowed. He could only go to a farther place and play a more powerful dungeon. Che's skills were all upgraded. They are different from other blood mosquitoes after entering the level. Facing the second level professionals, they really have the ability to fight. 50 gold coins per piece, almost catching up with the price of a low-level flawless purple suit. The purple flawless level and orange perfect level are automatically added to the auction across the country of Longhua by the system. Muing and Zhu have discussed it. The farther away from the human gathering area, the lower the density of the dungeon, and the more inaccessible the place is, the more difficult the dungeon is. The hell bugs are strong, but the blood mosquitoes are still Che's first ability. The equipment and materials he now gets from the reincarnation level dungeons every day have already caused a huge impact on the low-level equipment market in Longhua. It is better to stay in one dungeon location and play it crazily for continuous stability. The number of equipment Che has put on the shelves these days is no less than tens of thousands. Just a glance, you can tell that the attack power and defense armor value of these Zerg towers have increased a lot. Zerg fungus blanket is special. As long as a fungus blanket is opened, it can automatically consume the collected energy, and continue to expand and spread outward with Che's will. In the battle, Che can be supplied with unlimited summons of blood mosquitoes, which now consume 100 points of mana per summon, and there is no pressure to use the Zerg towers with higher consumption beside him. The upper and lower limits of the special editions are ultimately linked to the strength of the blood mosquitoes themselves. But Che no longer cares about that little value. Being with the two girls in the deserted wilderness, it still feels a little exciting when I think about it now. Because of the same unlimited summoning, the proficiency of the Zerg tower has surpassed it. It actually entered the mastery level proficiency one step ahead of the Zerg fungus blanket. The skills of the Zerg tower have added several more types to the tower options that can be summoned. A blood mosquito using its mouthpiece once can provide millions of experience points for Che's skill. And the most outrageous one is actually not the Zerg tower, and the fastest upgrade is not even the blood mosquito summon. But that's it. The coverage area of the Zerg fungus blanket, along with the speed of Che's movement, the speed of digesting monster corpses and other energy substances, the efficiency of energy transmission and conversion has been greatly improved several times. They have all entered the level and have the ability of first-level suppression and counter-suppression. Yesterday, Zhu came first. After she was a little weak, she used the return to the city teleport scroll to teleport back. Then Muing teleported with the air-breaking spear and fought with Che for the second time. The range that the Zerg tower can attack each time has become wider. The tower has become more majestic and heavy. The reason why the return to the city scroll was not used before was because it was very expensive. Except for the extremely rich and in particularly urgent moments, basically no one uses it. Starting from yesterday, every night the two of them would take turns using the air-breaking spear and the return to the city teleport scroll, teleporting to Qinche one after another, and take turns to be warm with Qinche in the wild. Reality is not like in the game, the return to the city scroll is almost free. The tower attack, which was originally a group attack, has become more powerful, covering a larger area and more explosive. Therefore, the further you search outside, the farther the distance between two wild copies is, and the longer Qinche spends on the road. The closer to the human settlement, the greater the density of the copy, and the lower the copy level. But more than 2,000 pieces of high-quality low-level equipment have indeed caused a huge impact on the high-end equipment market of Longwa. After global datization, there are certain rules for the birth of copies. All the excellent and excellent grades are deposited in the auction house within the scope of Yun province. More than 10,000 pieces, less than 20,000 pieces of low-level equipment, Yun province can still eat. But it is Qinche's last skill, Jet Mouthpiece. At the level of not entering the rank, there are very few high-quality equipment in the market. Maybe the number of flawless purple equipment has accumulated over time. But no one thinks that there are too many equipment of this grade. The major forces need to use it to train newcomers. In order to train heirs, large families must also save at least one set. In order to reward newcomers and improve students, higher vocational colleges must constantly prepare this kind of equipment inventory. Once the purple flawless equipment is put on the shelf, it can basically be sold within a day. As for the orange perfect equipment, it is a rare item. Qinche gave Zhu Zhu and Muing a set of the most suitable ones for each of them, and the rest were all put up for sale by Qinche. When Qinche tried to sell the first perfect equipment, he just put the equipment on the shelf, and it was sold at a price of 1,500 gold coins. Qinche changed his strategy directly. If you don't see the portal with your own eyes, you really don't understand it. However, even if it saves time in this way, Qinche can only save a section of travel time in a day. Qinche waited a little longer, and saw that no other iron-winged birds appeared from the entrance of the secret realm except this one, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Qinche approached that direction, ready to activate the portal and see for himself. But the iron-winged bird, who never looked up, never noticed that danger was approaching in the sky. No need to explore anymore. Qinche was sure that this portal was a new secret realm that had just been connected to the human world. Qinche's eyes narrowed instantly. There was no one around, and the iron-winged bird looked around curiously, not knowing what to do. Later, Qinche reported the coordinates of this dungeon through the official website of the Lincheng Professional Association. After the Lincheng department in charge of the dungeon came to confirm, Qinche could even receive a considerable discovery reward. But even so, Qinche felt that he was Blackheart, and the auctions of those big forces did not reduce the madness at all. But if this unknown portal leads to a new secret realm, there will be trouble. At least meet a life that can communicate first. There is no equipment on the body, but the advantage of the foreign race is that even without equipment, they can grow a lot of basic attributes and have good combat power by relying on the superior physical fitness advantage of the race. Basic attributes. It's not that the scenery suddenly became worse, but he seemed to have seen something extraordinary. Not to mention, the level of the dungeon that Qinche has cleared has been increasing. The level of the equipment obtained is also increasing. Therefore, Qinche's true vision can only see through the attribute panel of the 10,000 races that does not exceed his level 20 in the strength judgment. Qinche's eyes instantly became fierce. Skills, tear, iron wing slash. Qinche stepped on the silver cloud and admired the natural scenery passing by. In fact, every 10,000 races secret realm that has just been connected to the human world is also at a loss at the beginning. The iron-winged bird that just came out is just a very ordinary member of the iron-winged bird clan. The level is rising rapidly, and Qinche is not far from reaching level 20. Level, LV.31. Qinche has been staring at it for a long time, and now he is ready to kill it. It seems that the only iron-winged bird that discovered the secret realm portal is the one that came out from outside. Qinche can save a lot of distance and land directly here, and he can easily clear this dungeon. That place it is not the same as the monsters in the dungeon. It is indeed as Qinche thought. The 10,000 races are most likely enemies of the human race. He had learned in school that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The money in his pocket now is more than enough to buy 10,000 scrolls to return to the city. After clearing the difficulty of the reincarnation level of the dungeon in front of him again, Qinche took out the map and flew to the location of another dungeon on the silver cloud. Linchang was named after the forest and nature, and the environment and scenery in the wild are quite good. Qin drove the silver cloud carefully to get closer. We can't let these foreign creatures walk out of the secret realm. Qin saw it more clearly. Qin is now a thorough rich man. If it is just a newly created copy, it is fine. Of course, if you find a secret realm and report it, you can get more rewards. It didn't take long for all of them to exceed the price he set last time, and it is still rising. In the end, the price of each orange perfect level equipment is higher than 2,000 gold coins, and some of the best perfect level prices are more than 3,000, or even 4,000 gold coins. That birdman, or the race of winged people, Qin can see through its information using the true vision eye talent. Qin glanced at the other party's panel. The race of this birdman is called the Iron Wing Bird Clan. The level of this bird is not too high, only level 31. It wants to spread its wings and fly farther. This iron wing bird is okay, but in Qin's eyes, it is not very powerful. Earn more and more. All perfect level orange equipment, the reserve price is all 1,000 gold, no upper limit, no price auction. Moreover, it walked out of the secret realm on its own and reached a place that could be fully covered by the system. Add to that the materials sold, and the 50 gold coins each returned to the city teleportation scroll picked up in the dungeon and the final settlement reward, the price is not worth mentioning. But it is obvious that this birdman is not a powerful character. But before he gets close, the light on the portal suddenly flashes. His talent coins are still more than half away from the goal of 1 million. The scenery below is beautiful and refreshing. Qin just walked like this, but Qin suddenly frowned. Qin watched the prices of these perfect equipment rise. There was actually a brown-gray birdman walking out of the portal. Qin saw through it at a glance. Qin's impact on the high-quality equipment market is slowly shifting to the first-level equipment market of levels 20 to 30. Linchang is a city that can be counted in Yun province, and the territory is very large. Equipment, none. It looked at the mountains and rivers in front of it curiously, and looked around at the new and unfamiliar territory in front of it. The aliens in the secret realm are essentially real lives, at the same level as professionals. By chance, he was the first to discover the secret realm portal that connects to the human world. Only in the secret realm can the alien lives in it walk out of the secret realm passage. Racial talent, Iron Wing Bird Grey Wing. He took out the map and looked at it carefully, and was very sure that there was no mark about this portal on the latest version of the map of Linchang. Every secret realm needs to be suppressed. If there is a new unknown secret realm that is newly connected, the whole Linchang will have to be busy. On the half-slope of a low mountain in the distance, Qin saw a grey portal. Is it a new dungeon portal, or a new secret realm that has just been connected to the world? Before the iron-winged bird could take off, a Zerg tower suddenly stood up. The tall Zerg tower rose from the ground, and the iron-winged bird almost hit it with its head. Immediately after, the Zerg towers followed closely behind each other, surrounding each other in circles and circles. In panic and despair, Grey Wing, the iron-winged bird, received too many attacks in one moment. In less than a second, the fastest Ray-type towers concentrated fire and sprayed it into flying ash. Qin not only surrounded the iron-winged bird in the middle, but also surrounded the exit of this secret realm that was newly connected to the human world. Qin didn't care too much about the iron-winged bird. Killing him was just a matter of convenience. When these Zerg towers were built, they would have been killed by the slightest aftermath. When building so many Zerg towers, the most important thing is to directly guard the portal of this secret realm to prevent the iron-winged birds inside from discovering the portal and getting out from inside. My Zerg tower skills are really useful. Qin was so brave that he fell from the sky and entered the secret realm where the iron-winged bird family lived. Just the iron-winged bird * Grey Wing that was just killed brought Qin a full 31 talent coins. No matter what level the opponent is, how many talent coins will he get? Qin blocked the door directly. Now, this skill of the Zerg tower has been upgraded, and the detection range can now cover 15 kilometers. Of course, there are some iron wings doing other things. Another Zerg tower spread around. The struggle among all races is only about strength, weakness and interests. Here, in Qin's realm, Qin can be more unscrupulous in summoning the Zerg tower. Qin even summoned the Hell Insect Gate, letting the Hell Zerg kill each other, and then used the Zerg carpet to digest their corpses to provide himself with mana, allowing him to continuously summon the Zerg tower. Only then did Qin remember that what he had killed was all the tribes in the secret realm. The community where hundreds of iron-winged birds live is probably a relatively important settlement in this secret realm. There are male iron-winged birds sparring and drinking, saying that so and so is indiscreet. There are hundreds of iron-winged birds above. You can see the iron-winged bird below, which actually looks very similar to humans. In the face of interests, no matter how gentle a race is, some people will enter the killing field. Qin entered the secret realm, and after teleporting in, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. About 3 minutes later, the wave began to shrink again and all bounced back. In the end, I suffered a big loss. The rocks are rugged. A few old iron-winged birds with very old-looking fur were sitting at their village gate watching the passing iron-winged birds, pointing at the daughters-in-law or men of this and that family, and spreading gossip. This is indeed the settlement of the iron-winged bird clan. The amount obtained is 10 times that in the copy. The distance of more than 10 kilometers was not far, and it didn't take much time for Qin to get there. Qin looked around. He only believed in power, but not in the concealment of nature. Qin ordered the Zerg Tower to start detection. There's even a bit of harmony. Qin mentioned this knowledge in junior college. After guarding the secret realm portal, Qin was not in a hurry to report the secret realm information to the Lincheng Professionals Association or the National Defense Army. The female iron-winged bird is playing cards and chatting. The male is in charge of the animals, and the female is responsible for looking after the common and special plants. But Qin didn't show any mercy when he took action. They also keep some animals in captivity and cultivate some plants near the big trees where they live. One coverage is more than 700 square kilometers. Generally speaking, the size range inside the secret realm is not particularly large, and the number of other races living in it is not particularly outrageous. With this secret realm portal, there is a high probability that whoever comes out will die. In this situation, humans thought they were a friendly race with a gentle temperament, trying to communicate and establish connections. This secret realm gave Qin hope of quickly accumulating 1 million talent coins. Qin wanted to see if he could directly use the secret realm as a copy. In their own homeland, all races are gentle to their own people, but outside the secret realm, they are also executioners and demons who eat people and drink blood. The bird daughter-in-law of so-and-so family secretly laid bird eggs with the father-in-law of so-and-so family. There is a discovery. Okay, in this case, you don't have to worry too much about this secret portal. This is by no means all of the iron-winged bird family. It is also this picture of yellow hair hanging down and a happy scene. Because this was Qin's own summoned object, Qin relied on his superior authority to see a transparent wave, vaguely covering it, spreading outward very quickly, and getting faster and faster. Thousands of tall towers fell down, 10 times more than those outside the secret realm. Qin looked at the Zerg towers he had summoned on the third and third floors near the portal. There must be more than 100 of them. Qin looked around and saw that this place was somewhat similar to the karst landform in the south of Dragon Kingdom. The portal is in the middle of these strange rocks. The initial model of the reconnaissance tower can release a biological wave unique to the Zerg to detect life signals within a 5-kilometer range. When global digitization just started, humans first came into contact with secret realms and saw many scenes similar to those in front of Qin. But there are secret realm tribes larger or smaller than this number, but they are very few. Qin added a bunch of Zerg towers to the portal, then got on the silver Doyun and flew over there. It was all surface karst buds and karst grooves. The iron-winged bird named Grey Wing might be an explorer or adventurer among the iron-winged bird tribe? It seems that this place is also a sparsely populated place in the secret world of the iron-winged bird tribe, and it is not easy to be discovered because of the surrounding karst grooves and karst buds. In fact, their living pattern is quite similar to that of humans. In the secret realm of the iron-winged bird tribe, the overall environment is not good, with large areas of karst landforms uninterrupted. Humans have suffered a great loss in this regard. In that era, many secret realms exploded, and a large number of races of all races poured out of the secret realms and slaughtered many humans all over the world. But here, there is a special dense forest, and the crowns of all the trees grow together, resembling a huge bird's nest. Then, Qin summoned another functional Zerg tower, the reconnaissance tower. At this time, the information was fed back to Qin. In the direction Qin was facing now, about 13 kilometers away, hundreds of signs of life were found. The number of tribes in a secret realm is generally not so small. Only in this way can such a place be found. And the attack power of the Zerg tower, if it is not ridiculously strong, or too many enemy units are teleported out of the portal at one time. Generally, it is possible to have thousands to millions. Those were bloody years. Countries paid a painful price in lessons before driving them back to their original secret realm or killing them. The past has become history, leaving only a few brushstrokes to record it. However, what is stated in just a few pages does not seem to have many ups and downs, but what is recorded is all bitterness and hatred, blood and fire. Shin-chae will naturally not be soft-hearted. Because human beings have realized that the joy, friendliness, and gentle nature of all races are only for their own people. When they walked out of the secret realm, every tribe held a butcher's knife in their hands. Even the students' textbooks say, between humans and other races, there is only intrigue, strength, weakness, bloodshed and interests. Friendly? A young expert from the iron-winged bird clan raised his wings and roared, trying to break out of the encirclement formed by the Zerg Tower. Everyone is in a state of confusion. At the same time, it also indicates that Shin-chae harvests their lives. Before it could recover from the severe pain, several rays from the tower that followed turned it into fly ash. This scene is really too hard for them to accept. If you are convinced, then stay down and be small. This thing was not built by human life professionals. Old man. At this time, Shin-chae took out a small white earphone from his pocket and inserted it into his left ear. The real life is more vivid than the monsters in the copy. With this attitude, Shin-chae quickly arranged a circle of Zerg towers outside the community of several hundred people. It is something that the strong give to the weak, and the weak pray to the strong. However, Shin-chae also deliberately left a tongue. If the iron-winged bird in front of him, who attacked it brazenly, is his fellow villager, then who is the corpse that fell below? The dead iron-winged bird is desperate and frightened. Before the iron-winged bird could get close, the lightning from the fastest thunder tower struck down first. The iron-winged bird looked in front of him and then at his feet. The Zerg towers circled closer to the village. Such actions are undoubtedly seeking death. Kill the level 33 iron-winged bird Sankai, and you will get 31 talent coins. But only it was confused at first, and then with great curiosity, it flapped its wings and flew at low altitude towards the newly raised Zerg tower. Some other countries are cooperating with foreign races, and even some small countries have been conquered by the tribes who came out of the secret realm and become puppets. And progressing layer by layer inwards. The attack by the Zerg tower destroyed all the buildings in the village, and almost instantly, the village became a ruin. Die first. They want to take refuge, but they have nowhere to go. It is one of the few props produced and specially provided by the global system. Not long after, this iron-winged bird village was massacred by Shin-chae. Boundless despair and fear filled the hearts of the still-living iron-winged birds, and even without Shin-chae's attack, their sanity fluctuated and was about to collapse. After the beating, if you are not convinced, continue beating. Shin-chae's second system panel, the message about receiving talent coins has already flashed across the screen. But at this moment, hundreds of iron-winged birds suddenly appeared in the sky. It was discovered accidentally when the Zerg towers were almost covered outside the village. The family members didn't fare well either. Shin-chae finally laid the Zerg towers nearby and enough of them were laid. In such a short time, the fear value in the nightmare crystal ball has accumulated to thousands of points. The village immediately turned into hell. First conquer, then be friendly. The fear value they create is much greater than that of dungeon monsters. I don't know how many iron-winged birds in the village were harvested at once. But at this moment, it seemed to be a little frightened, and it was barking randomly. The Dragon Kingdom's current strategy for dealing with every secret realm is, don't care what race you are or what your attitude is. When the first iron-winged bird tribe member accidentally glanced outside the village, he saw the Zerg tower wall that surrounded their village from a distance like a tight city wall. They cannot understand why their tribesmen and relatives would do something to them. Nowhere to escape. Since the iron-winged birds were unified in the secret realm more than 100 years ago, they have not seen war for a long time. Shin-chae looked like a devil coming out of hell. Seeing their loved ones die, the iron-winged bird named Taitu was a little late in calling out to his family members in the village. Kill 2-second thunder, you will get 29 talent coins. Stop talking nonsense, fight first and then talk. Clan leader. They couldn't see any other existence except the Zerg towers that were constantly attacking them. At this time, Shin-chae came forward, holding the nightmare crystal ball in his hand. A huge black fear gathered around it, followed by a storm of blood mosquitoes, and an undercurrent formed by the Hell Zerg under his feet. Of course it is not the only one who sees this wall. The tower's target is so large that it's easy to notice. When they loudly shouted about the enemy attack, they discovered that they didn't even know where the enemy was. But here in the Dragon Kingdom, there is only killing and conquest. The average level of the iron-winged bird family is not low, and their fear is real. Each fear value that can be collected is above 10 points. Does it want to see what this is? Iron Head. Shin-Che was ready to torture some information out of it. When the tower's rays covered them, they finally remembered the word enemy attack in their minds, but it was too late to shout it out. A large amount of fear was absorbed by the nightmare crystal ball like a torrent. They didn't understand until the surviving iron winged bird saw that the compatriots who had just died suddenly appeared in front of them opposite it. The attack range of the Zerg tower overlapped and could completely cover the village. Before entering the secret realm, Shin-Che bought a two-way translator of 10,000 races from the system store. When seeing the Zerg tower, the first thing he thought of was not alert, but confusion and curiosity. Kill the level 37 iron winged bird Sun Yen, you get 37 talent coins. Even the huge nest-like tree canopy under their feet, which carried their village, began to burn under the attack of thunder and fire explosions and scorching light attribute rays, and the raging fire spread. Especially for this kind of village, their vigilance had long been slack. There were no sentries or warnings. In almost an instant, Shin-Che wiped out 1/3 of their villagers. Shin-Che's arrival was a disaster for the Iron Wingbird village. Everything was ready: tower beams, lightning chains, giant fireballs, ice rain, all kinds of tower attacks, overwhelming the Iron Wingbird's nest village. This is a translator. The replica Iron Wingbirds pierced their bodies with their hands in confusion and puzzlement, and then smashed them down heavily. The system store offers very few items. But since the first space connection between the 10,000 races secret realm and the human race world, it has appeared in the system store. Shin-Che bought one before entering the secret realm, and now he took it out and put it on. Now he can understand the words of the Iron Wingbird clan. The Iron Wingbird in front of him kept shouting wildly. Devil, butcher, spare my life, mom, help, in other words. Shin-Che took a look at its sand value. Shin-Che didn't attack it once, and its sand value dropped below 50%. Without the nightmare crystal ball adding negative status, it was about to collapse. Even before it died, a faint fear had already overflowed from its body, which was sucked away by the nightmare crystal ball. Snap! Shin-Che slapped the Iron Winged Bird with a slap, almost knocking its head off, and directly blinding it. After letting the blood mosquitoes devour the Zerg fungus blanket, the remaining things are simply picked up, and all the equipment and props that can trigger the panel are picked up. What is left is a ruin. This settlement was directly wiped out by Shin-Che, and it is no longer of any value. Shin-Che's slap is too heavy. Resources must be transformed into strength, which is a serious thing. But Shin-Che doesn't care. Hey, Tai-Tu, why did the whole tribe come out? What's going on? Thinking of this, the iron-winged bird of the Grey Mine tribe came up to it, thinking about asking and chatting. It exudes a lot of fear, which provides 60 points of fear value for the nightmare crystal ball. Shin-Che's blood mosquito scale is getting more and more outrageous. Tayata's words stunned the people of the Grey Mine tribe. But it was not Shin-Che who did it, but died of the sand value reset to 0 and self-collapse. For fear that Shin-Che would be unhappy, and he would slap its head off with a slap. The Iron Head of the Iron Feather tribe stopped and said, "We are not moving, we are going to fight." The trees that can support the Iron Feather tribe are not ordinary things, they have their own grades, and if they are cut down, they will be excellent wood materials. That's right, why did all the old, young and old women come out with them? Shin-Che's behavior is a waste of natural resources. The iron-winged bird that Shin-Che left behind for interrogation still died. Soon, Shin-Che knew what he wanted to know. The psychological defense of the iron-winged bird had already collapsed. After hearing the electronic sound from the translator, its pupils trembled and nodded repeatedly. This was what Shin-Che found in the home of the chief of their tribe after he interrogated the iron-winged bird. Shin-Che was ready to fight them one by one. This is a towering semi-open-air mine. They dug caves one after another in the mine as their nests. They don't have giant trees here, nor do they have giant trees with canopies of excellent trees. The big nest is used as a residence. Shin-Che's Zerg fungus blanket has already spread, starting from the center of the canopy nest under the Iron Feather tribe, until it can surround the entire Iron Feather tribe. They are the closest neighbors, and there is intermarriage between tribes. They know each other and are quite familiar with each other. The iron-winged bird barely came back to his senses, probably wanting to say something. The locations of all tribes are on the map. There are still more than 20 small tribes similar to theirs called the Iron Feather tribe, all of which are under the rule of the Tsanyi tribe, living in the form of villages around the Tsanyi city of the Tsanyi tribe, and there are probably more than 10,000 people. A slap of thousands of points of power, even if Shin-Che has restrained his strength, 2 slaps are about to destroy this iron wing. The bird was killed. A secret realm of 20,000 to 30,000 people is not too big, but it is definitely enough to collect 1 million talent coins for Qin Che. Qin Che did not have the time to engage in psychological warfare, so he chose to use violence directly. However, this iron wing bird tribe is different from the iron feather tribe. After determining the coordinates of the iron feather tribe, Qin Che also understood the distribution of forces in the entire iron wing bird secret realm. The iron wing birds of the gray mine tribe soon noticed it. The whole area of nests united together is their village. Whether it is the corpse of the iron wing bird or the building. Qin Che asked questions, and the iron wing bird answered everything he knew. This large area of resource forest that has entered the grade may be worth more than the entire iron feather tribe. The iron wing birds are taller than them. What? A war is about to start? This is a very astonishing number, more than 10,000 talent coins. If it is a normal dungeon, it is enough for Qin Che to brush it non-stop for several hours. The center of the map is the Zhangyi city of the Zhangyi tribe, and the Iron Feather tribe is in the southeast corner of the entire secret world. With it, Qin Che no longer needs to use the reconnaissance tower to search one by one. The size of this secret world is not very large, and the distance between each tribe is only a few kilometers to more than 10 kilometers. Many people in the Gray Mine tribe recognized that this is the Iron Feather tribe closest to their tribe. Qin Che took out a roll of map. Qin Che directly used its sphere. Hey! What moving? This secret world where the Iron Wing Bird tribe lives is not big, and there are only about 20,000 to 30,000 tribesmen in total. They are just curious. Seeing that the Iron Feather tribe has hundreds of people all out, and they are in a hurry, what are they going to do? But in the secret realm, killing this tribe would not even take the time to clear a dungeon normally. The members of their tribe are all gathered together. Qin Che doesn't have to gather monsters or run maps at all, and can save countless time. Qin Che threw its body on the Zerg carpet. To deal with this Iron Wing Bird tribe called the Gray Mine tribe, Qin Che used another method. Don't talk to yourself, I ask, you answer. Is your tribe going to move? Then you don't want your habitat? The most powerful tribe is the Blue Wing tribe. It is the boss of the Iron Winged Bird clan in this secret realm. It is the ruling tribe in the secret realm, with approximately 10,000 people. The people of the Iron Feather tribe who were recreated using the backup of reincarnation information were summoned by him. Just for the Iron Feather tribe alone, Qin Che had already obtained more than 10,000 talent coins by annihilating them all. When the last branch of the Iron Feather tribe's canopy nest was digested and the last trace was wiped away, the huge energy directly increased the number of blood mosquitoes around Qin Che by 2 million. But now they are melting and collapsing, and then converted into a lot of energy in the Zerg carpet, and finally turned into newly summoned blood mosquitoes. Hundreds of reproduced iron-winged birds flew straight towards the settlement of the Gray Mine tribe. It is afraid of death. The entire Iron Feather tribe is melting away rapidly. 300 to 400 iron-winged birds flew past in the sky with great momentum. But Qin Che slapped it again. Visible to the naked eye, the sand value of the iron-winged bird was half of its original value, and the remaining value was less than 30%. The people from the Gray Mine tribe asked curiously. Ironhead, explain it more clearly. Why do we have to fight? We are doing fine here. It is impossible that some tribe is blind and still wants to resist the rule of the Blue Wing tribe, right? The current chief of the Gray Mine tribe said. Rebellion has not happened in the Blue Wing secret realm for decades. As the Blue Wing tribe ruled the entire secret realm for a longer and longer time, the population advantage of the Blue Wing tribe became greater and greater, and their masters became stronger and stronger. There are many third-level masters. In the Blue Wing realm, even if all the tribes except the Blue Wing tribe were added together, they might not be able to resist the rule of the Blue Wing tribe. Which tribe doesn't want to live? Didn't they open their eyes? Someone is rebelling. Tai Tu waved his hand. He heard the call and went forward to negotiate with the other party. Amid the roars of despair and shock, the iron winged birds of the Gray Mine tribe fell down one by one. Before the look in its eyes faded like a candle flame, the chief of the Gray Mine tribe saw, the spiritual spring was just an accessory to the special lotion. Qin Che waved his hand again, and the remaining Gray Mine tribe members killed by the Iron Feather tribe were also reproduced. Not to mention that the insect master is good at this. But the massacre was overwhelming. Until the dark day, Qin Che had wiped out more than half of the Iron Wing Bird tribe. Qin Che tricked the Gray Mine tribe into killing it with the Iron Feather tribe without making any big noise or wasting any effort. If there is any big event, my Grey Mine tribe should be prepared in advance, right? Taitu saw that at other wine tables, the Iron Feather tribe members were already mingling with the Grey Mine tribe members. Ha? What do you mean? The chief of the Grey Mine tribe didn't understand. The next is the third tribe, the fourth tribe. Some tribes have a large number of special beasts of high level growing and raising next to them. I wonder if they are domesticated as combat power or as high-end food. Qinche once again harvested more than 10,000 talent coins. The chief of the Grey Mine tribe was busy asking for information and didn't notice the strange look in Taiata's eyes when he was talking to him. He stared at Taitu with wide eyes, obviously not understanding why Taitu and the people of the Tiayu tribe did this. As for the number of blood mosquitoes, it didn't increase much this time, only about 700,000. And their original bodies were being swallowed up by the zerg fungus blanket that spread over. The number of blood mosquitoes reached an astonishing 25 million. All the Iron Feathers who were just toasting with their Grey Mine tribe broke their cups. With Qinche's personal action, the iron wings in the mine died faster than those outside the mine. Taitu gestured downward. Going around in circles, Qinche killed from day to night in the secret realm. But Qinche also seized a large amount of ore stored by the iron wings here. I'm telling you, the war has already begun, get started. But at this time, when Qinche went to the next Iron Wingbird settlement, he missed it. Before falling, the Iron Wingbird of the Grey Mine tribe looked at the mine in the distance. The Grey Mine tribe leader, whose throat was pierced, died with his eyes wide open. He obviously wanted to say something else, but the cut throat leaked air, like a broken bellows, and could only make a hissing and violent gasping sound. Ha! The Grey Mine tribe leader was shocked. Taitu drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp, and a fierce blood color appeared in his eyes. Even if there are a few powerful characters in the Grey Mine tribe, there is no point in resisting under such a huge numerical disadvantage. Then he called Taitu and the other people of the Iron Feather tribe behind Taitu and said, "Brothers, it doesn't matter what you are busy with for a while, let's go down to our Grey Mine tribe to have a hot meal before leaving." His system backpack couldn't hold all the space, and he even had to stuff it into the beast control space. Some of the remaining Iron Wingbird tribes had planted and opened up medicinal gardens next to them, which were full of medicinal materials that could be used for alchemy. It quickly called out to the people in its tribe, "Big Grey, Second Grey, quickly bring some good wine and tables and chairs, call everyone to get moving, and let each kitchen start the fire. Today, let's entertain the brothers of the Iron Feather tribe." But before it could react, Taitu and it were arm in arm, and the arm around his shoulder bent upwards, and the sharp wingtip had pierced its throat. Some tribes were guarding an underground spiritual spring next to them, and a special kind of stone milk spiritual liquid was nurtured in the depths of the spiritual spring. The complex environment of the mine cave that the Grey Mine tribe placed its hopes on, under the exploration of more than 17 million blood mosquitoes, no mine tunnel could escape. When Qinche came out, he was followed by more than 200 Iron Wingbird tribe members of the Grey Mine tribe. Qinche's figure slowly walked over from the mine, and countless blood mosquitoes flew out of the mine holes one after another. This was a war within the Iron Wingbird tribe. No Iron Wingbird tribe member in the mine was spared. His eyes showed the inherent cruelty in the blood of this race. "Our two tribes come and go, you marry my daughter, I marry your sister, we are all real relatives, you have to tell me the truth. Even if 17 million blood mosquitoes fly around randomly, they can explore this mine thoroughly." Back downstairs, the current chief of the Grey Mine tribe hugged Taitu and asked again, "Taitu, you have to tell me, where is the war going to happen again?" The chief of the Grey Mine tribe immediately realized that it was not right. It was really impolite to fly in the air and talk to the other party, leaving the people of the Iron Feather tribe standing in the air. And nearly half of the tribesmen in the Grey Mine tribe are working in the mines. The talent coins in hand have increased by more than 200,000. Qinche used similar methods to attack these tribes, and almost every time he deceived them, he was successful. The Iron Feather tribe could even fight 2 against 1 against the tribesmen of the Grey Mine tribe. Because the Grey Mine tribe is full of mines, there are not many special substances in the territory that can be easily digested by the zerg fungus blanket as energy. After sorting out the small changes, the number of blood mosquitoes will reach 18 million. But the bloodthirstiness on the side of Taiata's beak can no longer be concealed. "Well, you should make some preparations in advance, but it may be too late," Taitu said lightly. The tribesmen of the Grey Mine tribe had no way to resist. "What is that?" The other party didn't understand. Apart from many tribes rebelling, what else was worth such a big fight? And all its tribesmen were lying in a pool of blood. Hopefully, the tribesmen there can use their familiarity with the mine environment and the mines they dug themselves, so that they can use the terrain to resist or escape. The secret realm is different from the copy. The secret realm has no time limit. It is inevitable that there will be some personnel exchanges and resource exchanges between the various tribes of the Iron-Winged Bird clan. A small group of members of the Grey Mine tribe happened to go out a few days ago. They transported some minerals into the city to pay tribute to Blue Wing City, and used their minerals to replace some of the daily necessities that the Grey Mine tribe was in short supply in the city. But when they returned with the loaded wagons, they saw that their tribe was empty, and the whole sky collapsed. The messy banquet, the traces of the Iron Feather tribe's brazen battle against the Grey Mine tribe, the plundered or treasure house, the randomly discarded mining picks and hoes in the mine. Although there is no one in the Hui Mine tribe, there are signs of harm everywhere. They abandoned the truck and the fruits and vegetables that had fallen to the ground, and searched desperately, but could not find any of their clan members in any of the mines. The eyes of the only 20 or so iron-winged birds from the Grey Mine tribe are all bloodshot. Some are angry, some are desperate, some are confused and at a loss. Let's go and check out some nearby tribes. I'll take people to the Iron Feather tribe, second brother, you take a few people to the Red Garden tribe, and third child, you go directly back to Blue Wing City to find the people of the Blue Wing tribe. Remember, when you go to ask for help, you must bring someone back to help. And those warriors from their Iron-Winged Bird clan. Why do they feel like those weird bugs and mosquitoes are about to surround them? They ambush in advance. After a while, the teams that went to explore other tribes all came back with frightened faces. These ordinary iron-winged bird warriors may not understand. Moreover, Qin Che's methods were too weird. Won't. As soon as Muing used the air-piercing spear to teleport over, she was pulled behind by Qin Che. In addition to the two types of Zerg that have the upper hand, the iron-winged birds that Qin Che transformed into others are being suppressed and beaten when facing such a genuine army. They came back together with the Iron Feather tribe's cargo team and the Grey Mine tribe's team. They could only take off and see from a long distance that the tribe had already become a ruin. I heard that when the Tieyu clan's cargo team came back, they accidentally entered the attack range of these towers and already lost 2 brothers. It was no surprise that this was discovered. This time, something big happened that shocked the entire Blue Wing tribe, and he definitely deserved a lot of credit. In the royal palace, everyone thought that this was a job that was just for the sake of success. Seeing the iron-winged bird of the Iron Feather tribe at this moment, the Grey Mine tribe suddenly felt something bad. The result is that you stand there stupidly and become motionless, or you may have made an action to release your ability, but you are unable to attack, and you are easily killed by the enemy. Then she saw a huge fireball flying over her head, followed by a streak of purple lightning, and the color of thunder and fire lit up half of the night sky. In the end, how could this be a rebel who could be strangled at will? A large number of Zerg towers have been erected. Looks like he's going to lose. The young generals among the generals finally managed to overcome those with senior qualifications and snatch this task, just to let it achieve military exploits and promote Song Yuan. The sky was pitch black and it was late at night. These iron-winged birds that had not been reproduced by Qin Che could still grow. No, maybe they are no longer warriors of the iron-winged bird clan. The general sent by the Blue Wing tribe thought in his heart. They didn't notice that it was their comrades and teammates, who were reproduced by Qin Che's message after falling, stood up again, and joined the team besieging them. It's not like he suddenly roared and collapsed, and his head was captured by the enemy. It was obvious that they surrounded each other and set up a dragnet in advance. He has already slaughtered more than half of the 20-odd small tribes of the Iron-Winged Bird clan. If the other tribes in the secret realm have not discovered any clues or reacted at this time, Qin Che should really doubt this iron-winged bird. The racial IQ of the Winged Birds clan has increased. These iron-winged bird warriors are the army of the Blue Wing tribe, the ruling tribe of this secret realm. The strength of the regular army is obviously much stronger than those of the tribes that Qin Che slaughtered before. In addition to the 2 kinds of mosquitoes and bugs that annoy them and even scare them, these rebellious iron-winged birds in front of them are actually getting stronger and stronger. 10 minutes later, the members of the Grey Mine tribe saw that the Iron Feather tribe's village was even worse than them. Someone in the Grey Mine tribe's cargo team managed to stay rational and directly assigned what to do next. The general sent by the Blue Wing clan felt terrified in his heart when he saw the way his soldiers died. The enemies opposite them are getting stronger and stronger. For most generals, their positions are achieved through hard work and qualifications. Because the small world of Blue Wing's secret realm has been at peace for a long time, the generals of the Blue Wing tribe have not seen any major military exploits for decades. All the tribes they went to were deserted. The Iron Feather tribe was also dug up. But when the fight started, Qinshai's ability caught them off guard. Because the enemies they can see in front of them are limited, it is difficult for them to be distracted and observe farther away when fighting. Either they are powerful, or they are old enough and senior enough. Song Yuan already regretted it in his heart. Song Yuan looked at the war that had begun to decline and couldn't help wiping the sweat from his head. But before the people of the Grey Mine tribe set off, they saw the people of the Iron Feather tribe flying towards them in a panic with a sad face. The residents of the Iron Feather tribe, even the high-quality roosting forest, was completely gone. The wind and waves caused by the fireballs and lightning hitting the battlefield made Qinshai's cloak rustle, and he looked forward with a firm look. The remaining Iron Wing Bird tribe not only moved their people away, but also set an ambush for him. The people of the Iron Feather tribe couldn't even go home. But those Iron Wing Bird warriors soon discovered, on Qinshai's side, after confirming that the two settlements of the Iron Wing Bird tribe were empty, Qinshai was sure that his slaughter of the tribes of the Iron Wing Bird clan must have been discovered. Muing was still curious. Why did Qinshai seem a little serious today? It's just that their enemies gradually changed from the inferior Iron Wing Bird youths to their own comrades and brothers. But further away, behind the army of the Blue Wing tribe, their general had a clear view of the whole situation. The smiling blood mosquitoes and the dark tide-like hellbugs were not conspicuous in the dark, and they used their mouthparts to pierce or tear apart one Iron Wing Bird warrior after another in the night. There were circles of high towers surrounding the settlement of the Iron Feather tribe, and they would be attacked as soon as they approached. It was as if they suddenly lost their memories, or lost their skills and abilities all of a sudden. In fact, it was not that the Iron Wing Bird in front of them had become stronger. Is this your true strength? Under the protection of a circle of Zerg towers, Muing looked at the night ahead that was constantly lit up by various tower skills, and listened to the wailing in the distance, and couldn't help asking Qinshai. After standing here for a while, Muing roughly realized that they were now in a secret realm. And what Qinshai was killing now were the monsters of all races in the secret realm. Muing had seen Qinshai brushing dungeons, and at that time she thought that was Qinshai's true strength. But seeing him again today, Qinshai, who was killing people in the secret realm, and Qinshai when he was brushing dungeons, had a completely different strength. Now Qinshai seems to be able to resist tens of millions of troops. Qinshai is indeed fighting thousands of Iron Wing Bird warriors alone. The Iron Wing Bird warriors here are the genuine army of the Tsang-Yi tribe. Not only has the strength of each Iron Wing Bird entered the level, but the level of each Iron Wing Bird is all above level 30. They are also very powerful in the first level. Among them, there are also quite a few second-level Iron-Winged Birds as Decapitation and Centurion. On the flanks of the battlefield, there are also thousands of ordinary Iron-Winged Birds. They are the young and strong men of the Tsang-Yi tribe, who are united from the remaining surviving tribes, and can be regarded as followers. Their combat effectiveness is also extraordinary. But even so, facing the siege of so many first and second level Iron-Winged Birds, Qinshai never panicked. Is Qinshai's strongest point now offensive? No, Qinshai's strongest point now is defense. One Zerg tower after another stands up, and even twice as many Iron-Winged Birds cannot approach. The number of Zerg towers summoned by Qinshai is really too many, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and some are even thicker than the city walls. Song Yuan, the general of the Tsang-Yi tribe, is now in a state of being unable to get off the tiger. Attack, but there is no hope of rushing to Qinshai and killing him. Retreat, the loss is so heavy, and he can't explain it in the palace. Song Yuan raised the heavy sword in his hand, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Tsang-Yi guards, here! As Song Yuan shouted, there were 300 fierce Iron-Winged Bird warriors behind him who responded loudly. They took a step forward, and there was a strong pressure and murderous aura. The other reserve troops, who were terrified by the momentum, couldn't help but lean to the side under this heavy pressure. Among the 1,000 regular troops of the Iron Wing tribe in front, there were only more than 100 second-level Iron-Winged Birds. In addition, the young and strong men of other tribes on both sides of the battle formation would not exceed 200 second-level Iron-Winged Birds. But this group of Tsang-Yi guards, each of them is the strength of the second level, a full 300. This is the most elite force of the Tsang-Yi tribe. The total number is only more than 1,000, and 300 Tsang-Yi guards can be regarded as the foundation of the Tsang-Yi tribe. But in order to complete the task, Song Yuan is ready to put all this force on it. Brothers, success or failure depends on this, follow me to kill. Song Yuan held a black heavy sword, and the sword tip slashed across the rocks on the ground, and a dazzling orange spark slipped out. He raised the heavy sword, led the way, and rushed forward, followed by 300 elite Songyi guards. Beside Muing, Qin Che held Mu Ying's hand. There was a reconnaissance tower beside him, which continuously released reconnaissance waves. As long as Qin Che closed his eyes and thought, he could know the actions of all the iron wingbirds. Including Song Yuan and the 300 Songyi guards rushing at high speed, Qin Che could also detect their life waves. Qin Che looked up in the direction where Song Yuan was rushing, and the eye of true vision was activated, but he could not see their information at all. Facing real life, Qin Che can perform true vision across 20 levels. With just one look, Qin Che understood that the group of people rushing over now were probably all second-level life forms. Especially the one leading with a big sword, he must be even harder to mess with. The foreign races, in addition to their overall level of refining equipment, is indeed average. They have tough bodies, claws, teeth, scales and horns. Their own claws and teeth are their weapons, and scales are their protective gear. Under normal circumstances, they do not need weapons and equipment. And ordinary equipment is really not as good as the scales, horns, claws and teeth they come with. But once the warriors of the 10,000 races are equipped with weapons and equipment, they must be top-notch. They are beings with power that can surpass their bodies. Moreover, they are generally very powerful. Just like Song Yuan, with a sword, he cut out a sharp blade of more than 100 meters long, and smashed Qin Che's 3 Zerg towers in succession. What a strong attack power! Qin Che noticed that the blood mosquitoes and hell Zergs around Song Yuan, as well as the replica iron-winged birds, seemed to be weaker than before. Song Yuan swung his sword, and once again, he tore a hole in the creatures summoned by Qin Che. He killed hundreds of Zerg with one sword, and dozens of huge iron-winged birds also died. With Song Yuan tearing a hole, it was much easier for the Songyi guards behind to crash into the formation. 300 Songyi guards are a powerful force anywhere. At this moment, crashing into the formation, Qin Che's summons were smashed to pieces in an instant. The huge second-level lifeforms united together, bringing too much rank suppression to the summons of lower ranks than them. Qin Che's blood mosquitoes and hell Zergs were killed one by one by them. Even the Zerg towers with extremely high armor were destroyed one by one. Seeing that the enemy's offensive was getting more and more fierce, Qin Che grabbed Mu Ying's hand and said to her, "Do you think this is my true strength?" Mu Ying looked up with a question in her eyes. "Isn't this your full strength?" "My full strength? No, they are not worthy of me to show my full strength. But the elite in front is good, I have to show some real skills." After Qin Che said this, his eyes suddenly became stern, and his hands stretched forward. The countless blood mosquito reserve troops behind him did not move, but a full 2,500 blood mosquitoes above the Lord level and 25 King level blood mosquitoes flew forward. The Iron Wingbird clan has elite Songyi guards, and he also has Lord level and King level blood mosquitoes. These more than 2,500 blood mosquitoes are his treasures. Elite? I am fighting the elite. More than 2,500 Lord level and King level blood mosquitoes surrounded the group of Songyi guards. Although they have just entered the ranks, with the Lord level and King level titles, as well as a large number of basic attributes, each blood mosquito can deal with a real second level warrior for a long time. With a large number of them, it is possible to kill second level life. The auxiliary Zerg tower began to buff these blood mosquitoes crazily, and the breath of blood mosquitoes on the entire battlefield became stronger. But the 2,500 high-level blood mosquitoes flew up, but did not make a big fanfare, but quietly merged into all the blood mosquitoes. 2,500 blood mosquitoes, among the many blood mosquitoes sent by Qin Che to participate in the battle, are really inconspicuous, but the lethality is amazing. Almost instantly, the elite blue wingguards were attacked by the blood mosquitoes in the dark, and were stung by the sharp jet mouthparts on their fragile necks, eyes, and temples. They fell down with hoarse screams, and were quickly replicated by Qin Che. The power of a Lord-level blood mosquito may not be enough, but the number of 2,500 blood mosquitoes is several times that of the blue wingguards. With other ordinary blood mosquitoes and hell insects dragging them, the Lord-level blood mosquitoes that are difficult to distinguish and the huge number of blood mosquitoes in the night are almost accurate in every sneak attack. There are only 300 elite blue wingguards, and the strength of Qin Che's blood mosquitoes is no longer what it used to be. If Mu Ying didn't want to see his true strength, Qin Che could have piled them up to death with the mosquito sea tactics. Almost instantly, when the Lord-level blood mosquitoes pounced on them, this group of powerful blue wingguards fell dozens of them in the sky. And the falling speed is still accelerating. It is only a matter of time to kill them and other iron wingbirds. Among the ordinary army of the iron wingbird and the young and strong men called in, a large number of iron wingbirds have begun to flee. This race certainly does not have the iron-blooded spirit of not retreating even if the whole army is annihilated. Qin waved his hand, and the blood mosquitoes protecting him and Muling divided into several million and surrounded them. A dragnet? Want to surround me? Qin snorted coldly. How could a mere 3,000 iron wingbirds dare to ambush him? How could they be sure that they would fight whenever they wanted and escape whenever they wanted? Don't even think about leaving. Millions of blood mosquitoes were added to the battlefield. They were not in a hurry to deal with the iron wingbirds, which were almost half dead and only had more than 1,000 iron wingbirds left on the front battlefield after excluding those that had begun to flee. Instead, they flew over the sky and flew behind them, facing the iron wingbirds that began to flee, and set up a long interception line. Qin was not going to let any iron wingbird go. Before the collapsed and fleeing iron-winged birds could fly far, they saw a red tide flying from their heads to their eyes. It was those damn mosquitoes. Countless blood mosquitoes flew over their heads, taking away many of their lives with each flight. Some of the fleeing iron-winged birds collapsed, and some had bloodshot eyes. Qin did not leave them any chance to survive. Some iron-winged birds had red eyes. When birds are desperate, they are just like people, with only two possibilities: either they will wither or they will stand up in anger. Brothers, fight them. Anyway, we are all going to die, we will die like a rotten life. But the bloodiness that was suddenly aroused in them did not make Qin look at it for a second time. Even their desperate counterattacks could not shake the red curtain formed by the blood mosquitoes. The desperate fight of these iron-winged birds that were not even in the second level seemed a little funny to Qin. Burn the boats? Ridiculous. Do you really think everyone is Xian Yu? Are they the elites under Xian Yu? None of them. And that is when the average strength gap is not big, and the number gap is barely enough to fight, then they are qualified to explode. What are these 1,800 iron-winged birds? They are not even a fraction of the blood mosquitoes sent by Qin. The faster the counterattack, the faster the death. Qin didn't care about the battlefield outside at all, but fixed his eyes firmly on the iron-winged bird general holding the heavy sword. The only one that Qin could treat differently was it. This is a master who has entered the third level. There are 400 lord-level blood mosquitoes around it, and all 25 blood mosquito kings, all of which are besieging it. Facing the third-level life, Qin still gave the other party enough respect and attention. Even the tens of millions of blood mosquitoes that still stayed by his side did not move, because Qin was afraid that he would misjudge the strength of the third-level master and let Song Yuan rush to his side. But it was obvious that Qin was too cautious. Song Yuan rushed for a long time, but he couldn't rush half the distance of the battlefield. The third-level Song Yuan was actually very fierce. Facing ordinary blood mosquitoes and hell insects, he could basically clear a large area of each one. The towering insect tower, relying on the level suppression, it could also be chopped to pieces in one or two swords. Even the blood mosquito lords sent by Qin fell into its hands one by one. There is still a big gap between the third-level life and the first-level life. Even 5 of Qin's 25 blood mosquito kings were killed, which made Qin quite distressed. But Song Yuan did so much, and that was it. Song Yuan leaned on the sword. He had been flying in the air and now fell to the ground. Song Yuan panted and leaned on the sword, looking at the unreachable front, and then looked back at the Song Yue who had not many people left behind. Song Yuan felt desperate. There weren't many wounds on his body, and the blood mosquito's mouthparts wouldn't cause too obvious injuries, but Song Yuan could clearly feel his vitality draining away. It was about to die. There was no chance if he rushed forward, but if he retreated. Song Yuan looked behind him. He had gone too deep, and it seemed that he didn't have the ability to drag his wounded body back. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed that it had lost many of its abilities, but it couldn't remember what it had lost. Otherwise, he would have been able to sprint forward for a distance. Fuck, I'm done. Song Yuan cursed, but his eyes were actually full of panic. It regretted it, it didn't want to die. He was the new upstart of the Song tribe. Song Yuan, who was in fear of losing his mind, didn't notice at all that he had lost another piece of information and memory. He was only focused on fear and completely forgot that he was still on the battlefield. Without any dodge, recovery or resistance, Song Yuan finally fell. This is an impossible war to win. When Qin took over the heavy sword that was carried by Shui Mosquito and handed to him, the battlefield was almost finished. Qin quickly put away the Hell Insect Gate. Qin looked at the Hell Insect Gate standing not far away, as well as the Hell Insects that had become a little anxious, and his eyebrows and temples were beating rapidly. A sense of crisis lingers in my heart. It seems like something is about to be born in the Hell Zerg. Shin noticed that the Hell Zerg seemed to have reached the number mentioned in the title, as if they were about to give birth to their own wisdom. I summoned about 990,000 Hell Zerg to have this feeling. It is estimated that 1 million Hell Zerg is the limit for their wisdom. Shin felt the number of Hellbugs he summoned and analyzed it. Shin has a feeling that wisdom must not be allowed to emerge from the Hell Zerg. The birth of millions of Hellbugs and intelligent rebellion is not a problem, he can solve it. But, if the gaze of the King of Hell and the Lord of Hell appears. Shin glanced at the Hell Insect Gate that had not yet been completely closed. Can he still control the opening and closing of the Hell Insect Gate? Shin had some doubts in his heart. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shin took advantage of the high energy stored in the Zerg fungus blanket and summoned thousands of Zerg towers nearby. Tonight, Shin planned to spend the night here. Shin did not plan to move to another place. No matter how hidden the place was in this secret realm, it was not as safe as having these thousands of Zerg towers standing by his side. Tonight, Shin did not let Muing stay by his side. In the secret realm of foreign races, one should pay attention to some risks. Muing was weak, so let her go back first. And Muing went back with the skybreaking spear, so Shin safety was more guaranteed. After this battle, Shin killed more than 3,000, nearly 4,000 iron wing birds. It was still a little short of the goal of 1 million talent coins, but not much. It was still very good to get 30 or 40 talent coins for each iron wing bird. After a battle, it was more than 100,000. In the end, Shin was making all the money. Of course, Shin still suffered a lot of losses in this battle. Zero-cost Hellbugs are not counted. Shin blood mosquitoes were slaughtered at least 100,000 or 200,000. Among them, there were 400 to 500 Lord-level blood mosquitoes and 5 King-level blood mosquitoes. More than 1,000 iron-winged birds he copied were also killed. This number is actually quite a lot. Most of the losses of these blood mosquitoes and iron-winged bird copies came from the General Song Yuan of the Iron-Winged Bird Clan and the 300 elite Song Wing Guards. Only a small part came from other iron-winged birds. The loss was not small. But in return, Shin had more than 3,500 first-level iron-winged birds, more than 100 second-level iron-winged bird decapitators and centurions, and young and strong men from various tribes, as well as 300 second-level Song Wing Guards, and a third-level strong Song Yuan's information copy. The third-level General Song Yuan is now carrying a heavy sword, guarding Shin diligently like a bodyguard. Compared with what he gained, the losses he had previously suffered were nothing. However, Shin biggest gain from this battle was not this. It was not the 300 Song E guards, nor the third-level Iron Wing Bird Song Yuan. It was Shin level. After brushing hundreds of copies and tens of thousands of secret realm creatures, he finally reached level 20. Although Shin is still in the secret realm, he cannot immediately get an advancement stone to cross the boundary between ordinary life and true first-level extraordinary life, and cannot immediately become a first-level primary professional. But even so, Shin strength was greatly improved the moment he broke through level 20. Because, after Shin reached level 20, the levels of all the blood mosquitoes in Shin hands also ushered in a huge improvement. The level of each blood mosquito is increased by 5. All of their levels have reached level 21. Of course, level 21 is not the point. It's just an increase of 5 attribute points, which is nothing for the current attributes of the blood mosquitoes. What really made the blood mosquitoes change qualitatively was that after they exceeded level 20, a total of 25 million of them all became first-order life. The important thing is the transformation from level 0 to level 1. This is a qualitative change. The difference in rank is the difference in life level, and there is rank suppression between different life levels. The blood mosquitoes do not need special advancement stones, and can directly become first-order life with Shin skill growth. And 25 blood mosquito lords and blood mosquito kings slaughtered the Song E guards with a full 300 iron-winged birds, as well as the General Song Yuan who surrounded and killed them. Now, this number has expanded by 10,000 times. These 25 million blood mosquitoes have all become first-order life. With one level of resistance, Shin dared not imagine how strong the current blood mosquito army would be if it went all out. At least, if they encounter a large number of second-order strongmen again, the ordinary blood mosquitoes under Shin command can easily solve them. The gap with third-order life is still large, but it can also be dealt with more freely. After Shin level was raised to level 20, not only did his skills grow and improve, he also awakened another professional skill. This is Shin 5th professional skill, Poison Injection. This is also a rare skill ability of the insect master that can increase the combat effectiveness of his Zerg and enrich some attack methods. Skill, Poison Injection, Entry Level, Cooling Down, None, can be turned on off at any time. Casting cost, when the Poison Injection effect is attached, the attack cost of the Zerg units under him increases by 20%. Skill effect, after turning on this skill, the attacks of the professional and the professional summons will be accompanied by the poison damage effect. After the attack hits the enemy, there is a 30% probability that a layer of poisoning effect will be added to the enemy. Poisoning, the poisoned person will continue to lose life at the maximum life percentage. Note, the poisoning effect can be stacked, and the maximum number of stack layers of poisoning is professional's own level divided by 5, plus poison injection skill proficiency level plus Zerg summon unit, summoning blood mosquito, skill proficiency level. Currently, the poison state can be caused to the enemy, and the maximum number of stacking layers is 10 layers. For +1/+5, the strength of the poisoning effect is determined by the strength comparison between the professional and the poisoned, as well as the poison attack, poison resistance. Comprehensively determined. The poisoning effect brought by the poison injection and the poisoning effect brought by the disease talent is not quite the same. Epidemic is simply adding a disease to the enemy. It is absolutely painful, but rarely fatal immediately. However, the poisoning effect brought by poison injection increases the immediate damage in battle, which is a state that makes people lose blood continuously. The poisoning state is actually quite common. For example, assassins and shooters usually have the skill, poisoning, which can poison weapons. As long as you hit the enemy, you can add one or more layers of poisoning state to the enemy. Or professions such as poisoners and doctors may have the ability to poison people continuously. Its effect is to make the enemy lose life continuously as a percentage of the maximum health value. The more layers of poisoning state are superimposed, the more life is lost each time the blood is lost, and the longer the poisoning lasts. Only by surviving the duration of poisoning and waiting for the poisoning layers to fall layer by layer, or using detoxification items to quickly reduce the number of poisoning layers and clear the poisoning state, can you stop losing blood. This skill is still very good. Although Qin can only stack up to 10 layers of poisoning effects on the enemy, and the success rate of each attack is only 30%. But Qin has a lot of blood mosquitoes under his command, and the speed of poison stacking is fast. Qin is sure that as long as every enemy is in the poisoning state, it will always remain at 10 layers and never drop. With this poison injection skill, Qin feels that his output efficiency can be increased by at least 20%. Sangyi City is the center of the entire Sangyi secret realm and the only main city in the secret realm. The city area is not large. After all, there are only more than 10,000 iron-winged birds stationed here on weekdays. This city is actually more like a super large dock. It is more than enough to accommodate the members of the Sangyi tribe on weekdays. But today, the city seems a bit crowded. Even though Song Yuan has taken more than 3,000 people out of the city, there are still more than 20,000 iron-winged birds in the city today. The Iron Feather tribe is just a small tribe after all, and their tribe's understanding of the Sangyi secret realm is biased and wrong. The Sangyi tribe is much stronger than they know the situation. The total number of iron-winged birds in the Sangyi secret realm is not the 20,000 or so calculated by the Iron Feather tribe, but a full 40,000. At this moment, the congestion can be clearly felt in Sangyi City. After confirming that nearly 20 small tribes in the Sangyi secret realm had been destroyed, the Sangyi tribe quickly summoned all the remaining iron wing birds of the small tribes and the troops stationed outside to guard the four corners of the secret realm to the city. And they also sent a special force to ambush Qin. The emergency response and action of the Sangyi tribe were very fast. Compared with those ordinary tribes, they are really not straw bags. Even the bandit suppression force sent by the Sangyi tribe, nearly 4,000 iron wing birds, including a large number of elite Sangyi guards and regular troops, the number is almost 1/10 of the total number of iron wing birds in the entire secret realm. They have paid enough attention to Qin. But Song Yuan and the troops he led out did not return overnight, and the subsequent scouts sent out also lost contact. This made all the high-level officials of the Sangyi tribe become terrified. They sent so many forces, but they didn't even get any information about the enemy. At this moment, the king's palace of the Sangyi tribe was already quarreling. In the palace, the seniority faction of the Sangyi tribe and the young and vigorous faction of the new generation quarreled fiercely in the palace. Of course, the momentum of the young and vigorous faction was weaker, because they had just lost a leading general and part of the army, which weakened the momentum of the young and vigorous faction. "Shut up, old man. At this moment, the leader of the seniority faction, a guy with white feathers on his head, made the whole palace quiet as soon as he opened his mouth. With a sinister look, he suppressed all the voices in the tribe, and rubbed a pair of palm spinning balls made of obsidian in his hands, making a clattering sound. Songzhou, Songjun, Songyu. Grand Elder, we are here. This old iron-winged bird is the Grand Elder of the Tsangyi tribe Queen Song. When the Grand Elder speaks, even the young and vigorous faction who are most at odds with the seniority faction have to stand up and accept the order honestly. Queen Song looked at these peers and juniors in the palace. If it were normal, it would not mind letting these people fight. So what if they are young and vigorous? So what if they are senior? This power will always have young and vigorous and senior. The future of the Tsangyi tribe must belong to the young and vigorous of today, and sooner or later these young and vigorous will become senior and vigorous on the same front as it. The dragon-slaying boy eventually becomes an evil dragon. Even the great elder Tsangho himself was once the leader of a generation of young and vigorous. So what if they are young and vigorous? So what if they are senior? He always sits high up and watches them quarrel. But at this time, they are still quarreling and fighting for power, and Songho is really a little angry. Squeezing the palm spinning balls in his hands, they made a harsh creaking sound. Queen Song looked at the three people who stood out and ordered, Songzhou, Sangjuan, Songyu, Songzhou and Sangjuan, I will allocate 5,000 elite soldiers from our tribe to you, and you will go to other tribes to select 3,000 followers, a total of 8,000 people. In addition, you can invite the 2 people from the Golden Wing tribe and the Silver Claw tribe to join you. This time, do your best to capture the enemy. Even if you can't do it, you are not allowed to wipe out the whole army like Sun Yuan, you must bring all the tribesmen back to me. Also, Songyu, you are responsible for the defense of Tsangyi City. All the masters of Tsangyi City except Tsangyi guards are at your disposal. Remember, no slackness is allowed. Queen Song stared at the 3 tribesmen who were also powerful in the entire Tsangyi tribe and ordered seriously. Yes, Great Elder. After the order was issued, the 3 did not dare to slack off, and immediately took the order to go out and lead the troops. But the order of the Great Elder Queen Song was not over yet. The Great Elder Tsangho had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The enemy was very strong, and they slaughtered nearly 20 small tribes of their Iron Wingbird tribe, plus nearly 4,000 troops. More than 10,000 Iron Wingbirds, none of them survived. The enemy was brutal, and it was like they were going to slaughter the tribe. And they couldn't even be sure who the enemy was. But if you want to know where the enemy came from, Songho suddenly turned her eyes to a corner of the palace. There were some special people on the palace of the Tsangyi tribe. That's right, people. If Chimche was there, he could tell at a glance that these guys with a small black beard in front of their noses, bald heads, and kneeling on the ground in kimonos were from Sakurajima. Originally, these Sakurajima professionals were sitting in the corner of the hall watching the excitement, but they were suddenly stared at by Songho at this moment, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Mr. Kawada, this sudden enemy, I think you Sakurajima people need to give me an explanation for the Iron Wingbird tribe. The Queen of Song looked at Kawada and the other Sakurajima messengers around him with sharp eyes, and the pressure she exerted made their backs sweat instantly. Except for outsiders who enter through the entrance of your Sakurajima secret realm, I really can't think of any other reason for such a powerful enemy to appear in our Tsangyi secret realm. Feeling the murderous intent that the Queen of Song was faintly locking on them, Kawada's cold sweat was about to drip. Kawada immediately fell to the ground, banging his head on the ground, and shouted anxiously, Mr. Tsangho, please trust us, trust that our Sakurajima is sincere in establishing cooperation with the Tsangyi clan. We in Sakurajima have absolutely not done and have no reason to harm the Tsangyi tribe. This must be someone else. While shouting, Kawada's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of another possibility. Kawada seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and shouted loudly, Mr. Tsangho, I know. It must be a multi-track secret realm. In addition to the secret passage leading to our Sakurajima, the space of the Tsangyi secret realm must have overlapped with other places, and another passage appeared, so the enemy came in. You know the entrance to our Sakurajima secret realm. We have never sent anyone else in these days. As if he was afraid that Tsangho was still not satisfied with this explanation, Kawada cowed out and said, Mr. Tsangho, if you still don't believe it, in order to show sincerity, my companions and I are willing to help the Tsangyi tribe deal with this enemy to prove our Sakurajima's innocence. Songho glanced at Kawada and his companions with some contempt, looking at them lying in front of her feet with disdain. But Songho spoke in a very approving tone, okay, then I will believe what you said, and I will help you help the Blue Wings to tide over the difficulties. Not only that, Song Ho also took advantage of the situation and drew a big pie. As long as these few people work hard this time, we, the Blue Wing Clan, can see their sincerity. After the matter is over, I can make the decision to promise you the cooperation Sakurajima mentioned. Real. Kawada and his companions all raised their heads in surprise. The depression that they had felt at the unforeseen disaster disappeared and was replaced by infinite ecstasy. As Sakurajima's envoys, they have been negotiating in this secret realm of Blue Wings for 3 months, but their mission has made no progress. Seeing that the national war is about to begin, the Blue Wing tribe still refuses to cooperate. The mission is about to be ruined, but now there is a turning point. Kawada was ecstatic in his heart. The strength of Blue Wing's secret realm is not weak, and there are many second and third level lives. If they can be roped in, it will be a great help to Sakurajima's national war. The most important thing is that the great elder of the Blue Wing clan in front of them is very powerful, not weaker than some of the stream leaders and presidents of Sakurajima Kingdom, and he is the target of their efforts to win over. Recently, Sakurajima has been frantically wooing all the races and their masters in various secret realms. As long as we recruit enough masters from all races, we will definitely be able to crush the Dragon Kingdom under our feet again, this time in the national war. Even, it is not impossible to trample the second Snow Bear country this time. Kawada thought fiercely in his heart. The past 2 years have been the period when Sakurajima's strength has exploded. During the national war last year, a collective riot broke out in the secret realm within the Dragon Kingdom, which involved a huge amount of power. In the end, they were even on the verge of withdrawing from the competition and withdrawing from the national war. Let them, Sakurajima, take advantage and take third place in the world. The national war ranking rewards are extremely rich: experience bonus for everyone, explosion rate bonus, increased probability of professionals awakening rare professions when professions are awakened, etc. Very important. The high rewards of the national war rankings have made Sakurajima Kingdom develop extremely rapidly in the past year. Sakurajima Kingdom, who had enjoyed the benefits, was naturally unwilling to give up the top 3 spots again. In the past year, the people of Sakurajima have been trying their best to seek cooperation and win over in all the secret places on Sakurajima, and even in some secret places in other countries. Any success in wooing a secret race is a great achievement for Sakurajima. As long as I complete this task, my contribution will be enough to compete for the position of vice president. Kawada thought in his heart. Of course, I, Queen Mother, will naturally keep my word. Sun Queen has been in charge of the Tsunyi tribe for many years, so she naturally understands the principle of giving a stick to a sweet date. Although these humans from Sakurajima are good in strength, their brains are too immature. With a little bit of tactics and threats, these third-level beings will eagerly demand to work for themselves, idiots. With her hands behind her back, Empress Tsang prepared to go out to inform Song Zhou, Song Jun, and Song Yu. These Sakurajima humans and the subordinates they brought with them don't need to be cherished. They can be used to death. Blue Wing's secret realm has suffered a lot of damage this time, so it needs to ensure its vitality. This kind of knife is delivered to your door for free. If you don't use it, it will be in vain. At this moment, before Tsang Queen could walk out of the palace with her hands behind her hands, Tsang Queen saw Tsang Zhou flying back in a hurry in the distance. What are you doing? Are you in a panic? Don't you know that flying is not allowed within 1,000 meters of the royal palace? Song Ho's eyes were stern. If it weren't for Tsang Zhou flying back and it seemed that he was really in a hurry, he would have already taken action and killed the opponent. The royal palace is majestic and cannot be desecrated. Great Elder, it's not good. Tsang Zhou stumbled and landed at the steps of the royal palace. At this moment, he didn't care about so many rules. He ran up to the royal palace quickly and shouted, "Great Elder, enemy attack. The enemy has arrived at Blue Wing City. The enemy is coming fiercely. Song Yu is leading people to defend on the city wall, but I am afraid it will be difficult to hold on for too long." Boom. Boom. Song Zhou didn't need to speak anymore. The Zerg tower in the distance shattered the city wall, and the huge fireball blasted into Blue Wing City. Song Zhou could even see it now when she raised her eyes. The sharp vision of the eyes is a natural talent of the birds of the Blue Wings. Standing here in the royal palace, Queen Song could see that the north wall of Tsunyi City had collapsed in the distance. A giant sword slashed down violently, causing Song Ho's eyes to freeze. That's Song Yuan. Song Yuan, why did you rebel? Beside the north city wall, Song Yu was half leaning on a ruin. In front of him was a hideous wound that was bleeding steadily from his shoulder and neck to his chest and abdomen. He looked at Song Yuan in front of him with anger and disbelief. Not only was Song Yuan shocked by his rebellion, but he was also shocked by Song Yuan's current strength. Just now, on the city wall, Song Yuan pressed down on him and Song Jun, beheading Song Jun and seriously injuring him. Everyone is a third-level being, but Song Yuan is just a newly promoted young man. In the third level of life, he is still very immature. At this moment, it was actually able to fight 1 against 2, directly killing Song Jun, who was also a member of the Young Master sect, and severely damaging a veteran strongman. Is it because of the equipment? Song Yu saw Song Yuan wearing a complete set of equipment. Gold armor, silver helmet, red robe, red boots, even the giant sword in his hand is not the heavy sword he used to use. The giant sword in his hand is obviously much better than the one Song Yuan used to use. These equipments are the reason why you betrayed your race? Song Yu was lying on the ground with hatred in his eyes, sneering. But it was obvious that Song Yuan would not answer his question. The heavy sword slashed down vertically, easily taking Song Yu's life. And behind Song Yuan, in the huge broken hole in the city wall, countless hell insects were like surging flood waves, one next to another, one on top of another, surging into the city. The sky was full of red blood mosquitoes, forming a red curtain sky cover. All the blood mosquitoes that have advanced to the first level life shrouded the sky above Tsangyi City, spraying their mouthparts downward to harvest lives, while preventing any iron-winged birds from flying out of the sky. With blood mosquitoes covering, the iron-winged bird clan can't escape even if they have wings. There is more than one third-level iron-winged bird by the city wall. In addition to Sanjuan and Sanyu of the Tsangyi tribe, there are also several third-level masters from other tribes. Except for the Tsangyi tribe, other tribes rarely produce third-level iron-winged birds, but it is not uncommon. In the entire Tsangyi secret realm, in addition to the Tsangyi tribe, there are 3 third-level iron-winged birds from other tribes. All are masters. But after Sangjuan and Sanyu were suddenly killed, the 3 of them were stunned. How did the city break, and how did Sangjuan and Sanyu suddenly die? What should they do when the 3 of them look at their opponents? The Iron Wing Bird warriors on the city wall are still fighting, and other Iron Wing Bird masters are still coming from afar. There are still a lot of blood mosquitoes entangled with them on the way over. It may take some time for them to get here. Now, only the 3 of them can take action against Song Yuan. But the 3 of them are a little unsure. Compared with the masters of the Tsangyi tribe, the strength of these iron wingbirds from small and medium tribes is still a little worse. The enemies that Song Jun and Song Yu couldn't kill, the 3 of them may not be able to take advantage together. What are you afraid of? Go. Our 3 missions are to delay Song Yuan. As long as we cooperate well and delay for a while, Tsangyi City is not big, and other masters will come soon. The oldest of the 3 people cheered. Use encouraging words to cover up his uneasy heart. The other 2 slightly younger ones nodded. There is no other choice at this moment. If the 3 of them don't stand up now, at the end of the war, the Tsangyi tribe will settle accounts with the 3 of them. When the punishment comes, it will not only be the 3 of them who will be punished, but also the tribes behind them. For their respective tribes, the 3 masters gritted their teeth and prepared to fight Song Yuan, who was well equipped. 3-1, the advantage is on them. But the 3 did not notice that when they rushed in front of Song Yuan, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind them. It was Song Yu and Song Jun. The replica summoned by Qin Che attacked brazenly. This was never a 3-on battle. Song Yuan, who was equipped with a set of epic equipment by Qin Che, resisted the attacks of the 3 people, while Song Yu and Song Jun aimed at the weak points of one of the Iron Wingbird masters behind them and launched an attack. Vital critical hits, backstab critical hits, plus the enemy's defense neglect when they were not alert, directly dealt several times the damage. The 2 selected third-order Iron-winged birds were killed instantly and their lives were taken away. When the last Iron-winged bird was stunned, it was met with a joint attack from Song Yuan, Song Yu, and Song Jun. It was impossible to resist and its life was taken away directly. Then, on the bodies of the 3 people who fell to the ground, the information was backed up and reproduced, and 3 more third-order Iron-winged birds stood up on the spot. At this time, the guards from the east and west walls had just flown close. Seeing this weird scene, they stopped immediately in shock, their faces full of horror, and they couldn't help but flap their wings and retreat backwards. But Song Yuan and Song Yu had already raised their butcher knives, 6 iron-winged birds, 3 to the left and 3 to the right. This time it was a righteous 3-on. Not long after, there were already 8 third-order iron-winged birds summoned and reproduced by Qin Che on the battlefield. The more enemies there were, the stronger Qin Che became. The successive deaths of their own kind made all the other strong men of the Iron-Winged Bird clan tear their eyes. Queen Song was no longer calm this time. She shouted anxiously, "Everyone gather around me. Don't go to the North Wall alone. Queen Song felt extremely angry. There were 8 masters of the 3rd level Iron Wing Bird clan. Each 3rd level Iron Wing Bird is the foundation of the Tsang-Yi secret realm, but now 8 of them were lost in one day. You know, in the entire Tsang-Yi tribe, the total number of 3rd level Iron Wing Birds qualified to discuss matters in the royal palace is no more than 30. Almost 1/3 were lost. Queen Song felt extremely heartbroken. This was destroying the foundation of their Tsang-Yi tribe's strength to lead the entire Tsang-Yi secret realm. After hearing Queen Song's words, the masters of the Tsang-Yi tribe slowly gathered. At this time, Qin Shi also slowly stood up from the back and entered the city through the gap in the Tsang-Yi city wall. It was not that Qin Shi wanted to expose himself, but that so many 3rd level lives of the Iron Wing Bird clan gathered together, and he had to show up. Tens of millions of blood mosquitoes have been sent out to cover the sky above the entire Tsang-Yi city to prevent the Iron Wing Bird clan from escaping. In this way, the force that can go to the front line to deal with the opponent's top masters has become a little weak. Only 8 3rd level Iron Wing Bird replicas are still not enough. But if they are all powerful 3rd level lives that can fight 1 against 3, it will be different. When the masters of the Tsang-Yi clan were still looking at Qin Shi suspiciously, wanting to see what Qin Shi, the suddenly appearing human, was going to do, Qin Shi suddenly took out a large number of epic equipment from his pocket. The 7 newly replicated 3rd level Iron Wing Birds, plus Song Yuan, who had already been given a set of epic equipment, each 3rd level Iron Wing Bird was equipped with most of the epic equipment by Qin Shi. Even if he was not assigned an equipment slot for epic equipment, Qin Shi first took out some lower level orange perfect equipment and equipped them all. Epic equipment has the power to turn decay into magic. As long as ordinary people get an epic equipment, they can become the absolute elite among professionals. Now, each of them has the strength to fight 3 at 1. Standing beside the 8 3rd level Iron Wing Bird replicas, Qin Shi cast his eyes on the Iron Wing Bird clan masters gathered in the distance. The atmosphere over there was obviously a bit unharmonious at the moment. Sung Ho and the Iron Wing Bird clan masters surrounded the 5 people together. Kawada and others from Sakurajima were in a dilemma. Originally, Kawada and Sung Ho promised to do their best to help the Iron Wing Bird clan deal with this foreign enemy. But when they really saw that the 3rd level masters of the Iron Wing Bird clan fell quickly, and the replicas that Qin Shi had reproduced were equipped with a full set of equipment, Kawada and several Sakurajima people were ready to retreat and not be pawns. But can they retreat at this time? Not to mention that the Iron Wing Bird clan has been aroused to hate the human race. Even for the sake of interests, they cannot agree. The Iron Wing Bird clan has suffered heavy losses, so naturally they cannot let go of such a good cannon fodder. The actions of the Iron Wing Bird clan naturally attracted Qin Shi's attention. Qin Shi looked at Kawada and the other 5 people, and instantly murderous intent surged. Their traditional costumes were too obvious, and Qin Shi recognized them as Sakura people at a glance. No dragon people would mistake the Japanese costumes of Sakura country. The hatred of the world are beyond words. The grudge has been accumulated for a long time. In the last national war, when the secret realm of Dragon Country was rioting, Sakura Country brazenly took action and forcibly seized the top 3 places in the national war of Dragon Country. Moreover, it took advantage of the fact that a large number of masters of Dragon Country came back to help and the remaining forces were weak, and killed many masters of Dragon Country. This is a blood feud without humanitarianism. At that time, the secret realms of Dragon Country were rioting, and even the American Eagle Country, which had always been at odds with Dragon Country, and the Brahma Elephant Country, which had always coveted Dragon Country's status, did not add insult to injury. Because all countries know that if there are a large number of secret realms rioting in Dragon Country, it cannot be suppressed. With the number and quality of the secret realms of all races in Dragon Country, once all races rush out, the whole world will suffer. Dragon Country was hit hard first, and then the whole world. No one can escape. However, all countries were restraining themselves, and Sakura Country brazenly took action. At a time when the whole world is silent, and even many competitors are preparing to support the Dragon Kingdom, suppress the secret realm, and prevent a global disaster for all races, Sakurajima Kingdom braved the rule of the world and suddenly took action against the Dragon Kingdom, seizing the national war points and victory fruits that should belong to the Dragon Kingdom. This is an unforgettable blood feud. Qin Shi's eyes immediately focused on Kawada and the others. These people from the Sakurajima Kingdom are here, so killing them first is much more important than killing the masters of the Iron-Winged Bird clan. Qin Shi waved forward, and the 8 information replicas of the Iron-Winged Bird clan, all well-equipped and equipped, all went towards the Sakurajima Japs to kill them. Now, Kawada and the others have no choice but to join the war. Shin-Che has his eyes on them and wants to kill them first and then quickly. If you say I'm going to fight, I'll fight. The 8 iron-winged birds rushed straight into the battle group of 20 or 33rd level masters. With 8 enemies outnumbered, they directly disrupted the thoughts of everyone in the opponent's battle formation. Dozens of 3rd level masters with weapons immediately drew their weapons, and those without weapons also showed their claws, all in preparation. The 8 iron-winged birds controlled by Shin-Che were armed to the teeth. They did not dare to be careless and were ready to fight at any time. The nearest iron-winged birds were already prepared to resist the first wave of attacks. But they suddenly discovered that as a gust of wind passed by their faces, these 8 rebellious comrades didn't even look at them and just passed them. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, screams were heard in their ears. They turned around instantly and saw that 2 humans from Sakurajima country had died. Because of the previous rift between the masters of the Blue Wing tribe and Kawada, the 2 parties stood at a distance. No one expected that Shin-Che would specifically target Kawada and the others, and the masters of the Blue Wing tribe had no intention of protecting outsiders. The rift has just arisen, and there is no sense of collaboration or cooperation yet. Kawada and the others were originally used as pawns, and were not cared about by the Iron-Winged Bird clan. If you die, you will die, and these Iron-Winged Bird masters have nothing to be sad about. But when 2 new 3rd-level life information backups were copied from the corpses of Sakurajima professionals, the masters of the Blue Wing tribe could no longer calm down. What kind of ability is this method of resurrecting and controlling the killed enemy immediately after killing someone? Are there no usage requirements or restrictions at all? Stop looking in, help. No more deaths, the great elder Song-Ho couldn't help shouting. Just as he said these words, another 3rd-level professional from Sakurajima Kingdom had fallen, leaving only Kawada and his deputy. Song-Ho took out a feather fan in his hand, and fanned out a large number of iron feathers to restrain Song-Yu, Sang-Jo, and Song-Jun who were besieging the 2, and finally allowed Kawada to barely escape. But in the next second, the 3 of them flew away the iron feathers that surrounded them. The 2 of them rushed towards the strongest elder, Song-Ho, while the remaining Song-Yu continued to chase the embarrassed Kawada and his deputy. The remaining Song-Yuan took the remaining 4 3rd-level iron-winged bird replicas and the 2 Sakurajima people who had just been cloned to meet the remaining more than 20 3rd-level beings. The enemy is outnumbered, but we are not losing at all. In addition to the fact that Song-Ho, the chief elder of the Blue Wing tribe, has a really high level of strength, she is also very calm when facing the siege of Song-Jo and Song-Jun. The other Iron Wings of the Blue Wing tribe found the battle miserable. The Iron-Winged Bird's abilities are still too single. But the information replica equipped by Shin-Che has ever-changing abilities. Even though their information backup also comes from Iron-Winged Birds, the large number of epic equipment entries provide them with a lot of additional abilities. Some people put on the Dragon Wing Cloak that Shin-Che replaced and paired it with other equipment to create a poison damage set, which continuously releases poison skills, poison entries, and crazy poison buffs. Let the enemy avoid them. For those who wear the True Martial Great Sword, True Martial Ring, and other true damage epic equipment, every attack will be accompanied by a high real damage effect, making the enemy more resistant to the attack of the information replica. No, it's not even if you don't guard against it, besides. Moreover, many epic level equipment also come with top level equipment protection skills, which are as hard as a turtle shell. Many of their combined attacks ended up being useless. The morale of the masters of the Blue Wing tribe is somewhat low. Although there are many 3rd-level masters in the Blue Wing tribe, they are all timid when fighting. Several information replicas wearing epic equipment are like several hedgehogs, making it really difficult for them to attack. Moreover, what makes them more and more stressed is, in Blue Wing City, their tribesmen have suffered heavy losses. The number of iron-winged birds dying is increasing. Too many iron-winged birds want to escape to the sky because of fear and panic. But when they really encounter the curtain spread by the blood mosquitoes, those tiny mosquitoes can easily and ruthlessly harvest their lives. Too many iron-winged birds fell from the sky. Today, the weather is cloudy and the birds are falling. More and more clan members are dying, and it even feels like almost half of the more than 20,000 iron-winged birds in the city are dead. The death of tribesmen not only brings psychological pressure to them. After a large number of iron-winged birds died and a large number of Zerg towers were summoned by Shin-Che in the city, the air defense of the Zerg tower gradually replaced the blood mosquito curtain in the sky. A large number of blood mosquitoes were released again, and they also began to participate in the siege of more than 20 3rd-level iron-winged birds. As for the two Sakurajima Kawada and his deputy, they had already been captured by Chinche and could not die anymore. Under Chinche's order to Songyu and Blood Mosquito to focus on them, the two of them had no room for resistance at all. No one can withstand the continuous concentrated fire attack of the Blood Mosquitoes now. After a large number of Blood Mosquitoes joined in, the top masters of the Tsang-Yi clan discovered, it turned out that Chinche's most powerful ability was not to replicate their dead kin, but these terrifying mosquitoes that looked weak but could take away part of their lives with each blow. They could still deal with and resist the replicated masters. But these ferocious mosquitoes were so numerous that they had no way to start. The vitality of the masters of the Tsang-Yi clan was all declining. There was no need for the information replica wearing a set of poisonous equipment to attack. Countless blood mosquitoes kept the poisoning state of these iron-winged birds at the highest level of 10, and never came down. A large amount of percentage life loss damage kept falling. If the gap between the blood mosquitoes and the third level life was not too big, and the bleeding percentage was suppressed by 2 levels of life, I am afraid that the lives of these iron-winged birds would have died in the state of life loss. But even so, the vitality of all the iron-winged birds has dropped below half. More blood mosquitoes are still flying, and it only takes a moment to kill them. And in front of Chinche, the masters of the iron-winged bird tribe had thought of sending people to attack Chinche's body. But Kawada and his deputy, who died in the end, as well as another professional from Sakurajima, blocked them tightly. They were obviously enemies, but after being backed up and reproduced by Chinche, these Sakurajima people became Chinche's most loyal dogs. Want to be human? Sakurajima people are not worthy. Sending the 3 Sakurajima dogs in front of him to stop the 3 third-level masters of the Tsang-Yi tribe, Chinche looked at the entire battlefield leisurely. The Tsang-Yi tribe could send 3 third-level iron wing birds to surround and kill him, which was already the limit. It was impossible to send more power. If they sent more people, the masters of the Tsang-Yi tribe would really not be able to hold on. On the battlefield, if it weren't for the powerful elder Sanho who dragged 2 people, dragging Sanjo and Sangjuan, who were full of equipment, and bearing huge pressure, I'm afraid the other iron wingbirds would have collapsed long ago. It was the restraint of the queen that allowed the siege of the other iron wingbirds to barely maintain a ratio of 5 to 2. This was the limit they could barely hold. If this ratio dropped a little more, the tragic end of Songjun and Songyu on the north wall, who were killed by the powerful replica of Songyuan at the beginning of the war, would be a lesson for everyone. All the masters of the Tsang-Yi tribe were now on the line of life and death. Chinche waved his staff in an orderly manner, and the Zerg fungus blanket had already spread and covered the entire city of Tsang-Yi City with the support of countless corpses. Countless blood mosquitoes were summoned, 100 at a time, 100 at a time, and in just a short while, the number of blood mosquitoes in the sky had increased by 200,000 to 300,000. But at this summoning speed, Chinche's staff was numb, but the energy accumulated in the Zerg fungus blanket was still full. The next step was to grind it. The iron wing bird tribe was dying slowly. With the increase of one and the decrease of the other, it was only a matter of time before Chinche destroyed the entire Tsang-Yi city. A huge amount of fear rushed towards Chinche like a black whirlwind. Others didn't know what these black fears were, they just felt that he was like a soul-locking evil ghost, eating people's souls. The fear came from killing. A huge amount of talent coins were put into Chinche's system backpack at a speed of hundreds or thousands per second. Chinche's number of talent coins has long exceeded 1 million. The iron-winged birds of the Tsang-Yi tribe have a higher per capita level than those small tribes outside. Chinche estimated that if all the iron-winged birds in this secret realm were slaughtered and 2 million talent coins were saved, it would not be a problem to open 2 gold treasure chests for 100 consecutive draws. Ah! Song Jing. Teacher Song Jing. Damn it, Song Yuan, you traitor. A female iron-winged bird fell down with a wail and the anxious and angry roars of the iron-winged birds, making many other iron-winged bird masters read. Song Jing is the only female third-level life in the Tsang-Yi tribe, and is also the dean and teacher of Tsang-Yi Academy. She has been a teacher all her life, teaching students by example, imparting knowledge without reservation. She has a very good reputation among students and peers, and has a high reputation. She is the enlightenment teacher of the young generation. She is the object of pursuit of the senior generation. She is the only spiritual sustenance of many iron-winged birds. At this moment, Song Jing was cut down by Song Yuan, and many masters of the iron-winged bird clan felt that the world seemed to collapse. It was as if the website they often used was suddenly blocked. And you just happen to have only such a website. The masters of the iron-winged bird clan went berserk, they roared angrily, fought back with all their strength, and wanted to fight Song Yuan to the death. However, the difference between reality and animation is that you can't explode just by saying it. Although the crazy attack gave them a false impression of becoming stronger. But the real situation is, after another master of the Iron Wing Bird clan died, the difference in the number of people became smaller, and the replica summoned by Qin Shi brought greater pressure to the masters of the Iron Wing Bird clan. The Iron Wing Bird clan lost its Songjing, and Qin Shi replicated another Songjing. 1 plus 1 minus 1, this is the difference between two third-level lives. As one grows while the other declines, the great elder of the Zhangyi tribe, Song Ho, has already seen the end of defeat in advance. It is powerful, nearly level 80, far exceeding the more than 60 levels of other members of the same clan. But being able to deal with Song Jun and Song Zhou at the same time is already the limit. Realms are realms, but equipment is enough to make up for a lot of gaps. Song Ho has already risked her life. Song Ho's eyes are red, and she actually still has the passion of the young leader, but the situation has deteriorated to this point, and Song Ho is powerless. Your Majesty! Come out of retreat, the tribe is in danger. The great elder Song Ho, with a fan, repelled Sangjuan and Sangzhou in front of him, and suddenly took out a black jade talisman in his hand, crushed it fiercely, and shouted loudly. But Song Ho stared at the direction of the palace, waiting for their king to appear. This is the last trump card of the Zhangyi tribe. Accompanied by the call of the great elder Song Ho, a breath like an abyss and a prison suddenly appeared. Qin Shi immediately raised his head and looked over there. With a dull roar, the magnificent palace actually split directly from the middle, emitting a grayish-white dim airflow, making the light of the entire city even darker. In the center of this dark aura, a special iron-winged bird stood up. It was taller than all the iron-winged birds present. It was almost twice as tall as the other iron-winged birds. On the iron-gray wings, the fur actually has a little gold. The dark golden eyes opened, and a glimmer of silver light flashed. Your Majesty, has he really entered that realm? The great elder Song Ho said excitedly. The moment their king stood up and opened his eyes, he felt the suppression of the lower life by the upper life. Other masters of the Iron Wing Bird clan were also excited. Their king has come out of retreat. They believe that as long as their king takes action, there is nothing that cannot be solved with this terrifying aura. Qin Shi's face also became more solemn. This newly appeared enemy is very strong, very strong. Qin Shi clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a large number of blood mosquitoes gathered in the direction of the king's palace. But the silver color of the guy they called king opened his eyes, causing a large number of blood mosquitoes to fall from the sky. Such a strong suppression. Qin Shi felt that the king of this iron wing bird had exceeded the third level. There is actually such a powerful person in this secret realm. Your Majesty, have you succeeded? Queen Song was so excited that she ignored the enemies around her and flew high into the sky, asking from a distance. If your Majesty enters that realm, as long as the king is there, no matter how much loss the Iron Wingbird clan has today, it can develop again. But the powerful Iron Wingbird still shook its head, its eyes full of murderous intent, looking at Qin Shi on the north wall with hatred and anger. I am just one step away. Human race, you destroyed my race's luck and ruined my luck. You attacked my race when I was about to successfully condense the status of a king, causing my race to decline and making me fail. The hatred of slaughtering the clan is irreconcilable. The hatred of cutting off the road is irreconcilable. Song Hao was stuck at the half-step king and failed to become a true king. He is now just a pseudo-king. And this half-step, it is very likely that he will never be able to break through again in his life. Song Hao looked around the ruined Sangyi city, and his anger grew stronger. Whether a race can produce a king. It is linked to the number and strength of the race members. At this moment, the Iron Wingbird clan in the Zhangyi secret realm is so dilapidated that before the vitality in the Zhangyi secret realm is restored, it will not be possible for it to impact the king realm again. The hatred of blocking the way is irreconcilable. The place where Song Hao was in seclusion was in the king's palace, far away from the battlefield near the north city wall. But when Song Hao spread his wings and flew over with a gust of wind, it was only a few breaths away. The blood mosquito could not slow down its speed at all. The pseudo-king is also a king, and his strength and life level have begun to exceed the scope of the third-order life. King? Qin Shi couldn't help muttering as he watched Song Hao, who could easily sweep down and crush the blood mosquitoes and the surging hellbugs into balls of red blood mist or black colloid, when he rushed over. There is a huge gap between the king and ordinary life. The king is actually the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, the superhero of the American Eagle Kingdom, the Snow King and King Ula of the Snow Bear Kingdom, and the Knights of the Round Table of the European Star Alliance. Che really didn't expect that such a person would appear in this inconspicuous Iron Wing Bird secret realm. Although because he slaughtered that Song Yi's secret realm, this guy failed to break through and is now just a pseudo-king. Song Hao rushed over quickly. The blood mosquitoes and hellbugs were only first level life and could not be stopped at all. Although the poison stacking easily reached 10 layers, the multiple levels suppressed the effect of the debuff, and Song Hao's health value did not drop very fast. Other probabilities such as instant kill and information deprivation have not been triggered yet. A large amount of rank suppression makes the actual probability of these special attributes much more difficult to trigger than the probability marked by the skill. As for the Zerg Tower, in Song Hao's hands, a wave of the Iron Wing can blow down a piece. Only the talent, gods also have to lose blood, makes Song Hao lose vitality at 3. The pseudo-king is indeed very different from ordinary third-level life. Song Yi swept through the battle formation of the iron-winged bird, almost killing it instantly, and the left and right wings swung fiercely with afterimages, slashing out grey-gold wing blades, and then slashed the information replicas of Song Zhou and Song Jun. The fierce slash first broke the skill protection of the epic equipment on Song Zhou and Song Jun, and then took off their heads. The last information belonging to them dissipated directly. Even the pseudo-king can form a high amount of suppression on the third-level life below the king level. Although Song Hao could not kill the third-level life with ease, he still killed these two replicas with dozens or hundreds of fierce attacks in an instant. Then came the third and fourth. Of course, Song Hao did not feel relaxed. Every time a blood mosquito attacked, if he did not block or dodge, its vitality would be reduced by 3. In just a moment, his vitality had dropped by 1/3. Moreover, panic arose in his heart. Why am I panicking? Although he did not know the reason, Song Hao felt it was not good. A vague sense of danger always lingered in his heart. Queen Song, the rest is up to you, I will go kill that human. Song Hao had killed more than half of the information replicas, and the number of remaining information replicas was less than half, and they were no longer a threat. Song Hao could see clearly that whether it was these replicas, blood mosquitoes, hell insects, or the sudden panic in himself, the root cause was actually Che. After making sure that his people would not be threatened, Song Hao turned his attention to Che. Being stared at by Song Hao, Che felt like his head was being held in the mouth of a lion or tiger. After all, Che had not even completed the first-level professional advancement, and there was a gap of almost 4 levels of life between him and Song Hao. If it were not for the hegemony effect on the equipment being triggered at this moment, and the star moon glazed body being really extraordinary, otherwise the multi-layer life suppression effect alone would have made Che unable to stand up. The instinctive fear of low-level life for high-level life lingered in Che's heart. If there was also a SAN value bar on Che's head, then the quantification would be Che's SAN value upper limit was temporarily reduced. But Che didn't care about that. He resisted the feeling of death being stared at by the beast, and frantically urged the Hellworm Gate, frantically summoning hellworms one by one. Even if the SAN value upper limit was lowered, Che's current state was still stuck at the upper limit. After Song Hao spent 3 or 2 minutes to kill several iron-winged birds wearing full body equipment, Che knew that he had to fight for his life. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 950,000. Che no longer restrained the summons of the Hell Zerg, and even actively urged them. Under the crazy acceleration, the number of Hell Zerg quickly approached 1 million. Rapidly approaching the limit of the birth of self-consciousness of the Hell Zerg. But at this time, Song Hao also came to kill. The panic caused by a large number of blood mosquitoes, the probability of instant kill, the possible deprivation of information, and the drop in SAN value made Song Hao feel multiple senses of crisis. A large number of hell insects were summoned, which made it feel even worse. Although these ferocious insects from hell were weak, as their numbers increased, a sense of death always lingered in its heart. With one blow, the silver cloud under Che's lotus silk cloud shoes suddenly turned into a large ball, covering Che and blocking the first blow for Che. Then, after Song Hao felt that he had solved the protection on Che's body, Che's Wild Hunt Night Cloak made him see what a top-level cloak that requires a blacksmith to repair is. It was obviously a thin leather coat, but Song Hao's weapon chopped it and sparks flew. How can this be leather armor? It's clearly heavier than heavy armor. Even if there is no protection skill, the material of this leather cloak alone is enough to give Song Hao a headache. Every time he swung his weapon hard, he could only tear a long strip of cloth on this cloak. Such a high durability. But fortunately, the gap between it and Che was too big, and Che did not have many defensive means, so he could only rely on his equipment to hold on. Song Hao's attack speed was fast enough, and he finally tore through the defense of this Wild Hunt Knight imitation cloak and tore this annoying cloak into strips. It was like a ventilation curtain used in summer. Song Hao's two-armed knives still stabbed into Qin Che's body. But the Star Moon glass body and the high basic attribute points were superimposed together, and Song Hao's knife did not kill Qin Che instantly. The toughness of the Star Moon glass body even made Song Hao feel difficult when attacking. Qin Che's mouth was bleeding, his heart was punctured, and his health was rapidly decreasing. But Qin Che smiled. Because the number of summoned hell insects has exceeded 1 million. At this moment, Song Hao, the king of the Tsangyi tribe, felt a chill in his tailbone and cold head and feet. Qin Che stretched out his hand and pulled Song Hao's arm with force to prevent him from pulling out the pair of arm knives that were inserted into his body. In fact, Qin Che's condition was also very bad. In addition to being broken and fatally injured, Qin Che also felt a bone-chilling cold. Song Hao had his back to the Hell Zerg behind him, but Qin Che could see clearly over his shoulder. After the millions of Hell Zerg were summoned, at the moment of birth of consciousness, scarlet pupils appeared in the eyes of all the Hell Zerg. At that moment, even Qin Che, who summoned them, felt his scalp tingling. Because, after these insects became conscious, the Hell Zerg turned their heads together, and the first target of their murderous intent was Qin Che. Not to mention the millions of murderous intents that suddenly came to him, just these millions of scarlet insect eyes were enough to make people panic. Especially those eyes full of killing, but smart and intelligent. Although they are not human, Qin Che inexplicably feels that he has produced the uncanny valley effect. After the millions of hell insects were born with consciousness, they actually began to gather together purposefully. Millions of palm-sized hell insects surged together like a black tide, one squeezed one stacked on top of another. In the end, they formed a behemoth more than 10 meters high. They combined into a giant insect. Although this giant insect would fall apart as soon as it moved, countless hell insects would fall off during the movement, which looked very scattered and clumsy. The hell insects that fell off during the movement had to crawl back by themselves. It was like a huge inferior building block. But as the number of hell insects stacked increased, the giant became larger and taller. The terrifying aura on this giant was also gradually increasing. First order life, second order life, third order, fourth order. Qin Che had never seen a fourth order life, and he couldn't judge the current strength of the hellbugs. Because, after the global digitization, there has never been a fourth order professional. Fourth order is fourth order, and the god of war is the god of war, they are different. Rank is the transition of life level. And the god of war, the king, the superhero, the knight of the round table, these are the power increase and power suppression in terms of luck, status and authority. The transition of life level, the gap between each level is very large. Qin Che didn't know whether the hellbugs at this moment could be regarded as fourth order life. It is also unknown which is stronger between the fourth order life and the king. But Qin Che can roughly know from Song Hao's current expression, this pseudo-king is definitely not as good as this terrifying hellbug. Song Hao's face was pale. Although it can't see what's happening behind it, its body will not make a wrong judgment on the warning signs of death. Song Hao felt that his right eyebrow was about to burst. Song Hao shook his hands desperately, trying to shake Qin Che off. But Qin Che held Song Hao's arm tightly, not letting it get away from him. The domineering effect of the tyrant pants made Song Hao try his best to shake, but he couldn't get out of Qin Che's hand. Qin Che looked at Song Hao with a smile. In fact, his blood bar was almost drained, but Qin Che was not afraid of death. The terrifying monster formed by the Hell Zerg race could not be stopped at all. It was stronger than Song Hao. The Zerg tower that was in its way did not need to be attacked deliberately. As long as the body covered it, it would break with a squeeze. In fact, let alone these low-level Zerg towers. Not far from Qin Che and Song Hao, the information replicas of the 3 Sakurajima people summoned by Qin Che and the 3 iron-winged birds that were stopped by them, when the giant monster of the Hell Zerg race rolled over, they were dead. Even if Qin Che gave a death order, the 3 people who remotely controlled Sakurajima must hold back the 3 iron-winged birds in front of them. So much so that when the giant monster of the Hell insect race crushed over, they didn't have much spare energy to resist. But being trampled and killed instantly, the 3rd-level life was so fragile for the first time. Ha, let's die together. Qin Che's mind was filled with madness that frightened Song Hao. Song Hao felt fear. Obviously at this time, because the life level of the Hell insect race was too strong, the blood mosquitoes nearby had to leave the vicinity. Song Hao had not been attacked by blood mosquitoes for a while, and was no longer affected by the nightmare crystal ball. But seeing Qin Che's crazy smile, Song Hao's sand value was still dropping. Get out of here. If you let go of me now, you still have a chance to live, get out. Song Hao shook his hands desperately, and he could feel that the horror behind him was very close to him. It didn't know what Qin Che was crazy about. Why did he have to pull it to death together? Is it worth it? But Qin Che just pulled it tightly, relying on the domineering state, and he could drag it for a second. But the life value will eventually run out. In exchange for mana consumption, the domineering state can still be maintained. But Qin Che's health has reached the dying line. The health of professionals is not like that in online games. Even if there is a little blood left, they can still jump around and be fine. When life or mana is reduced to a certain level, strength and status will decline. Various attributes will show a percentage of weakening, skills will be unavailable, and so on. When vitality drops below a certain level, you will enter a dying state with a lot of debuffs. When mana drops below a certain level, you will also enter a mana deficit state, and it will be particularly difficult to restore mana. Qin Che is now in a dying state. In this state, Song Hao still threw Qin Che away. But Qin Che, who was dying and almost losing consciousness, still smiled before accepting death. It's too late to throw Qin Che away now. The giant monster formed by the Hell Zerg has reached above their heads. The huge Zerg mouthparts smashed down, covering a very large area. Qin Che didn't think about hiding, and Song Hao couldn't escape either. Boom! The ground shook instantly, and the northern city of Tsangyi City didn't know how much force it had to bear. Tu Lo instantly cracked, starting from the place where the head of the Hell Zerg smashed. The cracks ran in all directions, and in an instant, I don't know how many buildings were destroyed. King! Your Majesty! The masters of the Tsangyi tribe shouted anxiously. Could it be that their king had just come out of retreat and died directly? Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a cough sounded, and the lower half of his body had disappeared. Song Hao, who was flying completely on a pair of wings, was suspended in the air. It no longer cared about the blood still flowing from its body, and its eyes were still full of fear. It almost died just now. What about that human? Is it dead? Song Hao looked at the huge hell insect race vigilantly. The millions of hell insect races were now disintegrating. The strange hell insect gate was closing, and the summoned creatures were disappearing. I think that human race should be dead. The Hell Zerg, like the receding tide, melted into a terrifying energy fluid like black oil liquid and reflowed into the Hellbug Gate and disappeared. The tens of millions of blood mosquitoes in the sky dissipated like red sand. The Zerg fungus carpet slowly turned into light spots, and the remaining Zerg towers still stood in place due to the characteristics of the building. Looking at the messy ruins in Tsangyi City, even though Qin Che was dead, the masters of the Tsangyi tribe basically could not feel the joy of victory. It was too tragic. Most of the iron wing birds in Tsangyi City were lost, and the tribesmen of those small tribes were almost wiped out. Even the most important third-level masters lost 12 in succession. Their king, who had just come out of retreat, was also severely injured. Their losses were not to be underestimated. Forget it, don't think too much, just pack up the spoils. The great elder of Song Ho gave Song Hao a bottle of healing pill to stabilize the injuries of the seriously injured Song Hao, and spoke to the remaining Tsangyi masters. Put away all those equipment. The quality of these equipments is quite high. Although we have lost a lot of people, as long as we are equipped with these equipments, the overall strength of our Tsangyi tribe will not drop much. Yes. The remaining masters of the Tsangyi tribe thought immediately. Even Song Zhou and Song Jun, wearing such a set of equipment, can fight on par with the great elder. When they all wear these equipments, won't the high-end combat power of the Tsangyi tribe increase instead of decrease? If their king wears these top-level equipments, can he fight against the real king? For high-end equipment, the more powerful the person who wears it, the more powerful the functions that certain characteristics can exert. The morale of the masters of the Tsangyi tribe finally improved a little bit. They bent down and stretched out their hands to pick up these equipments. But when they were about to reach out, these equipments suddenly turned into a burst of light sand and disappeared. Just like those blood mosquitoes and the Zerg fungus blankets all over the ground. The masters of the Tsangyi tribe were all dumbfounded. They stood there, watching all the epic equipment turn into light and disappear, leaving nothing behind. Only ruins were left. The masters of the Tsangyi tribe were filled with anger and rage. Could it be that they lost so much that they couldn't even get a piece of loot? On the other side, in the secret realm where Muing and Zhu were, Qin Che's voice came over all of a sudden, and then it suddenly stopped, which scared the two women. Just when they were shocked by Qin Che's sudden death in front of them, countless information flows gathered on Qin Che again. A large number of information flows gathered together, wrapping Qin like a cocoon. The seed of reincarnation information. Before the death, Qin forced himself to use the air-breaking mark and teleported to the dungeon where Muing and Zhu were working together. But he lost a lot of blood, and he was still losing blood. His heart was blown up, and he had to die. The seed of reincarnation information was triggered, and countless information gathered back again. Qin was still very rational. Although he saved 3 information backups. But in the end, when he chose to revive, he used a seed of reincarnation information that Qin had intercepted before he came out of retreat with Song Hao. Putting aside the disobedient hell insect beast, this was Qin peak state. Before Muing and Zhu began to feel sad, the light cocoon almost broke instantly, and Qin, who was completely unharmed, walked out of the information cocoon bed again. At the same time, countless blood mosquitoes appeared in the dungeon instantly, and the Zerg fungal blanket that was so vast that it could almost cover the entire dungeon. In addition, there were hundreds of thousands of hell insects that had not yet developed independent consciousness, as well as 12 third-level iron-winged birds controlled by Qin, and 5 Sakurajima dogs. In addition, the nearly 100 pieces of epic equipment also returned to Qin's hands in the information torrent. Except for a reincarnation information seed with a cooling period of 1 day, Qin actually did not lose anything. This operation was comparable to a rollback, and even Qin himself felt shocked. This was his first death. He spread out his hands and pulled open his clothes to have a look. Whether it was his palm that tightly grasped Song Hao's arm blade or his chest that was stabbed open, there was no trace left on it. So, I lost the fight, but I still made a profit in the end? Qin thought to himself. After closing the Hellworm Gate that was restored by the reincarnation information seed, Qin did not want to summon another Hellworm that was most likely a 4th level life. Qin looked at the 17 3rd level lives. It was a good relationship, and in the end he earned 17 3rd level bodyguards. At the same time, in Qin's information storage library, Qin also backed up tens of thousands of iron-winged birds. Qin had not summoned them before. But each of them had a strength of more than 1 level. The proportion of 2nd level iron-winged birds was also very large. There were nearly 30,000 iron-winged birds with information backup, and more than 4,000 of them were above the 2nd level. More than 4,000 2nd level iron-winged birds, this is a huge number. It is enough to form an army. He casually stored a backup of the reincarnation information seeds, filled up the number of reincarnation information seeds, and the title entered the cooling down period. This time, he did not lose anything. Pure profit. After dying once, Qin now probably knows what his strength is. The fake king can be killed. That's right, although Qin died at the hands of Song Hao, Qin faced more than just Song Hao. What Qin did at that time was to fight the whole city alone. The blood mosquitoes, Hell Zerg, Zerg towers, and the 3rd level life replicas that Qin had reproduced were all busy. Qin was not able to focus on dealing with Song Hao alone. If Qin focused on dealing with Song Hao himself, he would still be very sure that he could kill Song Hao. After all, when Qin was finally dying, Song Hao's vitality was consumed by Qin by less than 40%. It was not far from falling into the weakness of dying. This is because Qin's summons all have their own tasks, and they didn't have time to focus their fire. Otherwise, the time Song Hao wasted on Qin would be enough for Qin to kill it 2 or 3 times. Thinking of the equipment on his body, Qin took out the Wild Hunt Night Cloak that helped him resist for a long time. This equipment is really extraordinary. Qin himself did not expect it to withstand Song Hao's attack for so long. However, Qin frowned. Because this equipment was not repaired. After thinking for a long time, Qin could only attribute the reason to the description of this equipment. This equipment can only be repaired by the blacksmith profession, and then it can greatly improve the tailoring skills of the blacksmith. This sentence. Think about it, the working principle of the reincarnation information seed is indeed like this. It first backs up Qin's information template as a seed, and then collects all of Qin's information back for perfect repair. Instead of directly replicating and replacing like a replica. If the information is repaired, Qin himself is still himself. But the information is replicated, and the replicas replicated by Qin are actually no longer the original people. But Qin is still himself. His information essence has not changed. The current Qin is not a replica. It is a restoration, repair, not a clone. In this case, it is understandable that this Wild Hunt Night Cloak was not successfully repaired by the reincarnation information seed due to the characteristics of the equipment. But in this case, we have to find a blacksmith who can repair the epic leather cloak. Moreover, this Wild Hunt Night Cloak is ranked near the 100th in the global equipment rankings, and it is very difficult to repair. This condition is quite harsh. Qin took off the Wild Hunt Night Cloak directly and replaced it with another epic cloak equipment. Under such conditions, he did not expect this Wild Hunt Night Cloak to be repaired in a short time. After explaining to Muing and Zhu Zhu, Qin directly exited the copy they were brushing. Business is important. Although the location of the secret portal leading to the Dragon Kingdom is quite hidden, it is better to be safe than sorry. We must not let the Iron Wingbird clan in the secret realm rush out. They have quite a few level 3 lives, and there is also a pseudo-king, which can easily cause great chaos in the territory of Dragon Country. He must go to suppress them. Qin left the dungeon and immediately rushed to the direction of the secret realm. As for the local National Defense Army in Lincheng, Qin did not consider notifying them. There may be level 3 masters in the National Defense Army in Lincheng. But the number of level 3 cannot be large. After all, Lincheng is just a medium Talo-sized city. This is a problem they can't solve. If they hand it over to the National Defense Army, they will probably have to ask their superiors and other cities for support. It's better for him to go by himself than to hand it over to the National Defense Army in Lincheng, and there is a greater chance of solving it quickly and properly. Qin flew very fast. After he sped up at full speed, it took less than 20 minutes for Qin to run back to the entrance of the secret realm. After arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, Qin saw that the Zerg towers surrounding the entrance of the secret realm were still standing, and none of them were destroyed. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the entrance to the secret realm leading to Dragon Country has not been discovered by those iron-winged birds. Actually, Qin was a little too worried. The iron-winged birds were still immersed in grief and decadence. They hadn't even cleared the remaining Zerg towers in the city ruins, so how could they have the mood to find the entrance to the secret realm? The iron-winged birds didn't make any movement, so Qin didn't rush in. Let's improve the combat power first. After slaughtering 30,000 iron-winged birds, Qin's talent coins had already exceeded 1 million. It was not far from 2 million. Qin directly opened the second system panel and chose the gold talent treasure chest for 100 consecutive draws. This was the most extravagant draw Qin had ever made. Then he saw a loud ding-dong sound on the system panel. Hundreds of talents were drawn out. From diamond to silver level talent entries. This time, Qin's draw was quite standard, and there was no diamond level or above, just a guaranteed minimum. But the number of treasure chests drawn at one time was too large. Qin was already dazzled. Extract gold talent treasure box * 100, treasure box opened successfully, obtained complete talent entries, silver level steel body * 3, gods must lose blood * 2, pressure pocket silver * 7, amazing comprehension * 2, fake blood, treasure box opened successfully, obtained complete talent entries, gold level pressure pocket gold coins ×2, eye of truth, beast taming secret realm, natural talent, near death limit, treasure box opened successfully, obtained complete talent entries, diamond level. Iron Head Baby, exclusive. The number of 100 talents is really too much. A large area is seen at a glance. There are even too many talents that are obtained 2, 3, or even 7 at once. Duplicate talents begin to synthesize. Detected that the professional has silver level talents, steel body ×4, do you want to perform stirrup synthesis immediately? Detected that the professional has silver level talents, gods must lose blood ×2, gods must lose blood ×1, do you want to perform stirrup synthesis immediately? It is detected that the professional has a silver level talent, 8 silver coins, do you want to perform stirrup synthesis immediately? It is detected that the professional has a silver level talent, 2 amazing comprehension, 1 amazing comprehension, do you want to perform stirrup synthesis immediately? It is detected that the professional has a gold level talent, 2 gold coins, do you want to perform stirrup synthesis immediately? Several synthesis prompts appeared, and Qin directly chose, synthesize. Talent synthesis stirrup can not only integrate your messy talents, but also make your talents stronger. Every time you synthesize talents, you can increase the strength of your talents. Talent synthesis stirrup success. You have lost talents, gods also have to lose blood ×2, gods also have to lose blood, silver level, congratulations on getting a new talent, gods also have to lose blood, silver level. Talent synthesis stirrup success. You have lost talents, amazing comprehension times 2, amazing comprehension, silver level, congratulations on obtaining a new talent, amazing comprehension, silver level. Talent synthesis upgrade success. Multiple talents have been synthesized and upgraded. They are the silver level, steel body, even gods have to lose blood, silver pressure, and amazing comprehension, and the gold level talent, gold coins. The star level and ability of the talent have been improved. The 3-star talent is 9 times the bonus of the talent in its initial state. The 4-star silver coin is directly doubled to 27 times the original value. The silver coin and the newly appeared gold level talent are a bit useless. The 4-star and 2-star coin are worth 27 silver coins and 3 gold coins respectively. Qin simply ignored them. Qin felt that the 3 talents of steel body, gods must lose blood, and amazing comprehension were about to surpass the quality and be comparable to the gold level talents. The fixed damage of steel body became stronger, and gods must lose blood tripled again, from the 3 points of fixed damage of 2 stars to the current 9 points, and the skill proficiency efficiency bonus of amazing comprehension reached an amazing 1800%. Amazing comprehension is a very top and powerful talent. The skill learning efficiency increased by 1800%, a total of 19 times, which is a bit too exaggerated. It's just that Qin proficiency in many skills has been maxed out. Just like Qin new skill, poison injection, at level 20, it has actually been maxed out. The same reason as the jet mouthpiece skill, too many summon units help Qin use the poison injection skill and improve his skill proficiency. After controlling tens of millions of blood mosquitoes and hell bugs, fighting in the Tsunyi secret realm for more than a day, killing 30,000 iron-winged birds, the proficiency level of this new skill was maxed out directly. The stacking limit of poison has also increased to 14 layers. Many of Qin skills have reached a peak. But it doesn't matter. Qin looks at the newly acquired gold level talent, Talent of Heaven, and knows that his skill level can be further enhanced. Talent of Heaven, your comprehension has reached the level of heaven, and your extraordinary comprehension enables you to improve, deduce, extend, and continue to write skills and techniques. A sudden inspiration is an epiphany, which may lead to a new path for skills and techniques. Talent effects. 1. Heaven, all skill proficiency levels are increased by +1. 2. Derivation, you can spend a lot of time to forcibly deduce skills and techniques. After the derivation is successful, the proficiency level of this ability is increased by +1. The time spent on derivation depends on the complexity of the ability, and only one ability can be deduced at a time. Due to this talent limit, each ability can only be successfully deduced once at the upper limit. 3. Epiphany, there is a very low probability of entering the epiphany state. After the epiphany ends, it is possible to directly increase the upper limit of the proficiency level of a certain skill and technique by +1. If the epiphany state is not good, it can also greatly increase the derivation process of effect 2. Talent of Heaven, directly helped Qin break the original skill proficiency limit. All skill proficiency caps +1. Even though he hadn't deduced it yet and hadn't entered into enlightenment, the effect of heavenly eternity alone helped Qin directly open the way for his skills to continue to improve. Above the perfect proficiency is supernormal. Qin took a look at his skills. If he wanted to upgrade his skills from perfect to supernormal, the proficiency experience count would be followed by a string of zeros after 1. This was just right, and the talent, Amazing Comprehension, that had just been upgraded to 3 stars came in handy. The 1800% skill improvement efficiency finally reduced the long list of experience requirements by 2 digits, and it no longer seemed so out of reach. Putting aside the matter of increasing the skill level cap, Qin continued to look at other new talents. First of all, the Golden Level Eye of Truth and the Beast Taming Secret Realm. They were Qin old friends. At the Bronze level, there is the True Eye, at the Silver level, there is the True Eye, and now it is the True Eye at the Gold level. The Beast Taming Secret Realm is similar. At the Bronze level, it is the Home of Pets, at the Silver level, it is the Beast Taming Space, and now it has been upgraded to a Secret Realm. These talents are directly systematic. They are the upper, middle, and lower levels of a set of talents, which are strengthened and qualitatively changed step by step. The Beast Taming Secret Realm has been upgraded again directly on the basis of the Beast Taming Space. Its scope has been directly expanded many times. This time, the scope of the Beast Taming Secret Realm has become wider. Its height has not become too outrageous, but it has been multiplied by 33 on the original basis, from the original 1,000 meters high to the current 33,000 meters high. But the length and width of the Secret Realm have increased 100 times. Its length and width have all become 100 kilometers, that is, 100,000 meters wide. The total area has reached 10,000 square kilometers. This area is not smaller than the Tsanyi secret realm where the Iron Wing bird clan lives. This is a real secret realm. There are mountains, lakes, wind, rain, forests. It even has the ability to generate resources. Qinche can also consume a lot of energy to generate some resources. It's just that the quality of these resources is relatively low. But even so, it's a great fortune. Moreover, with this beast control secret realm, Qinche finally no longer has to worry about his beast control space of only 1 square kilometer being crowded with more than 30,000 iron-winged bird information replicas. Although these information replicas can be transformed back into information and stored back in the title of Baiqi Luanhui in the form of information flow. But it's not fast when summoned again. Compared with temporarily reproducing information, summoning from the beast control space has one advantage: the summoned units in the beast control space can be directly combined into a battle formation in advance. And they are directly transmitted in the form of a complete battle formation. Moreover, no matter how many summoned units there are, the transmission is only in an instant. 30,000 iron-winged birds in 1 second is no problem, and 30 million blood mosquitoes in 1 second is no problem. Qinche planned to copy all the information that would be backed up in the future in advance. Then all of them were stored in the secret space. When they were free, they could help him plant crops, dig minerals, and raise some resources and medicinal herbs. Anyway, clones who didn't need to be paid would be idle anyway, so why not create more value for themselves? The beast-taming secret realm reached the gold level, which was a qualitative change, and the improvement of the Eye of Truth was not much less. After becoming the Eye of Truth, the ability of the Eye of Truth was further improved. The upper limit of the exploration level was not increased much this time, but the detection limit of 10 levels was added. Qinche is now level 20, and can see through all the information of dungeon monsters below level 70, and can see through the information of professionals below level 50 and the myriad races judged to be below level 50 by the global system. But more importantly, the Eye of Truth has 2 more functions than the Eye of True Vision and the True Eye: 1. Identification. 2. See through weaknesses. Identification is easier to understand. There is a kind of living profession in this world called an appraiser. Identification and making one-time identification scrolls are their core abilities. In fact, every time a dungeon monster drops equipment, as well as some special equipment in the secret realm, the system cannot directly identify all the information. Or there is a seal, or there are some special usage requirements, the professional level is too different from the equipment level, and so on. There are many reasons that may make it impossible to identify the information of equipment, props, or materials. Such unidentified equipment cannot be worn or sold casually. It is possible that a piece of equipment or prop has a negative curse attribute, or there is a top-quality equipment that is sold at a low price without identification. The powerful identification technique is effective at this time. The identification technique and identification scroll of the appraiser can help people identify all the attributes of these equipment and props. And Qinche's True Eye comes with such an identification ability. You can directly see the essence through the appearance and directly identify the information of unidentified equipment. A very useful auxiliary skill. It is equivalent to Qinche directly having an additional life profession. Moreover, after Qinche has seen it, he will not tear up the unidentified seal. With this skill, Qinche can support himself by opening those blind boxes of unidentified equipment that are gimmicky. He is the golden eye in the appraisal world. Without opening the package, you can see what the prize is in the unapproved equipment. It is no different from playing scratch-off lottery, you can see which one has a prize without scratching. With this ability, Qinche deserves to make money. In the future, if you find unapproved equipment in the dungeon, you can directly use the Eye of Truth to see it. Good equipment can be identified by yourself at that time. Bad equipment can be sold as a blind box. Export it directly to foreign countries and make money from those countries that are not on good terms with Dragon Country. As for the second weakness, it is really powerful. The Eye of Truth gave Qinche the ability to see through the enemy's weaknesses. He summoned an iron-winged bird. As soon as Qinche opened his eyes, he could see the valves and vulnerable joints on the iron-winged bird. These are the weak points of the iron-winged bird. As long as you attack these places, you can cause high damage to the iron-winged bird, or destroy its ability to operate, adding many debuffs to it. Very powerful. Qinche reached out and knocked on the ribs of the iron-winged bird, and actually killed this iron-winged bird of more than 20 levels directly. There was a gap in its ribs, and it was hit in the vital point, triggering a fatal critical strike. Qin didn't even use his full strength to clear its blood bar. With this ability, in Qin's eyes, there will be many more weaknesses of the enemy in the future. It is no longer just the three most basic places of the head, neck, and heart. After reading these talents, Qin looked at several other new talents. First is the silver level talent, Fake Blood. This talent adds an extra layer of blood bar with 30% of Qin's maximum health value for Qin. That is, the fake blood bar. This extra 30% blood bar can also be used as ordinary health value in normal times. It is considered to increase Qin's upper limit of life for a long time. It is a very useful talent, unless it encounters real damage. Otherwise, Qin's 30% fake blood bar can also be used as real blood. Then there is the gold level talent entry, Near Death Limit. Qin has just experienced the state and taste of physical weakness when he is on the verge of death. Under normal circumstances, a normal person's health value is less than 30%, and the attributes will begin to slowly decline. When the health value is less than 15%, it will enter a near-death state where it almost completely loses combat power. But this talent called Near Death Limit has lowered this limit even more extreme. After acquiring the talent of the dying limit, the starting point for Qin's attributes to decrease has been reduced from 30% of his health to the current 15%. The note for entering the dying state has been reduced from 15% of his health to the current 5%. Qin will only enter the dying state when his health is less than 5%. Qin feels that rather than saying that this talent is the dying limit, it is better to say that it is the combat limit. Fight until the health is the lowest. Finally, Qin looked at the biggest highlight of this 100 consecutive draws of the gold talent treasure chest. The only diamond level talent drawn in the 100 consecutive draws is Iron Head Baby. The name of this talent is quite abstract. Its effect is the same. Qin feels that he seems to have a way to control and deal with the autonomous consciousness of the hellbugs. The talent effect of the Iron Head Baby exclusive talent is 1. Iron Head Baby. When this talent is turned on, all of Qin's summons will have a dominant state, removing all negative states, but sanity 99.99, and continue to decline. 2. Courage. As a brave man, Ironhead's courage is beyond doubt, and even gods cannot make him retreat. When facing the enemy, he is exempt from all knockback and knockback effects. 3. Ironhead. Your summons are collectively immune to damage by plus 20%. For fearlessness, when facing a unit larger than yourself, for every time the opponent's size is twice as large as yours, the random basic attribute is temporarily plus 1, and the maximum temporary bonus is capped at 10,000 points. Ironhead. This is really stubborn. Seeing the attributes of Ironhead's talent, Qin probably knew what the word exclusive specially marked behind this talent was. This diamond level talent is so compatible with his ability system that it seems to be tailor-made for him. Summon Physical Intelligence 99.99. If this is the case, those Hellzergs can still maintain their will. Qin must say it's awesome. Effect 1's Dominance plus remove negative status, and is combined with Effect 2's anti-knockback. Now, Qin's Zerg army can really move forward courageously. Only advance, never retreat. And the damage reduction is increased by 20%. Qin's Zerg army has become tougher. In the last fearlessness, Qin looked up at the blood mosquitoes he summoned in the sky. It is difficult for a blood mosquito to be more than 10,000 times larger than it. The size of the Zerg has always been small. The Zerg summoned by Qin can get high attribute bonuses. For such an Ironhead kid, Qin felt that this exclusive diamond level talent entry might be even greater than the Star Moon level Star Moon glazed body to his strength. Qin stepped back into the Tsunyi secret realm. With the improvement of strength, the first thing is naturally to go back and find a place. When Qin stepped into the Tsunyi secret realm, his face was full of confidence. Isn't it just a pseudo-king? Nothing great. After entering the Tsunyi secret realm, Qin did nothing. The first thing he did was to summon the Hellworm Gate. The Black Hellworm Gate stood beside the secret realm portal, and black hellworms began to appear continuously. Under Qin's command, they began to fight and kill each other. As the scale of the killing continued to expand, the number of hellworms coming out of the Hellworm Gate also changed from a small stream to a black tide. Without Qin to limit the scale of their summoning, the number of Hellzergs is rapidly approaching the million level. When the number of Hellzergs exceeds 1 million, the boundless dark hell aura begins to appear, and they pile up again to form the huge insect-beast combination. The independent consciousness of the Hellzerg begins to be born, and at the same time, boundless killing, blood and cold malice once again shroud Qin. Every time the consciousness of the Hell Zerg is born, the first target to be killed must be Qin Che. The Hell Zerg is roaring, it raises its jaws, and wants to swallow the human who controls it. The Hell Zerg does not need any master. But in the next second, the red light in the eyes of all the Hell Zergs began to annihilate. The red light in the eyes turned dark. Ironhead baby, sanity 9999. Their sanity was instantly deprived. The attack action that was about to be made stopped in an instant, and the Hell Zerg suddenly lost all judgment of action, and even the weak souls seemed to be silent directly. Their independent consciousness is still there, but they have lost their sanity. The will is suppressed by negative pressure, which is actually similar to a dying vegetative person who can only lie in bed and be manipulated by others. Turn back and attack Sangyi City. Qin Che stretched out his finger, pointed in the direction of Sangyi City in front, and ordered the giant beast composed of Hell Zerg. This time, the Hell Zerg had no way to resist Qin Che's order. Their independent consciousness had sunk, and they could only mechanically accept any instructions from Qin Che and do it according to Qin Che's orders. Although this would reduce their combat effectiveness. But so what? The 4th level Hell Zerg is already strong enough, so strong that no one in the Sangyi secret realm can stop it. Besides, has the combat effectiveness of the Hell Zerg really decreased? Although the Ironhead baby talent has sunk the independent consciousness of the Hell Zerg, it has also brought negative removal, dominance, anti-repulsion, injury-free, and other status and attribute bonuses to the Hell Zerg. At the same time, Qin Che's gold treasure chest draw this time is a full 100 consecutive draws. In addition to the more than 20 talents that Qin Che focused on, the rest are relatively useless, or the talent abilities are relatively ordinary. For example, super speed left hand, increase any part of the body by 3 centimeters, pheromone breath, temporary large particles, and so on. They are respectively increasing the attack speed of one hand, increasing the attack distance, increasing charm, and some increasing defense, attack and durability. There are many similar talent entries. Although these entries are relatively useless, each one does not improve Qin Che too much. But a little bit makes a lot, and dozens of ordinary entries have also accumulated a high amount of improvement. The giant beast formed by the superposition of the Hell Zerg race moved rapidly towards the direction of Sangyi City according to Qin Che's instructions. With the blessing of hundreds of various talent entries, its aura was much stronger than before. So what if it lost its independent consciousness and had poor fighting skills? Qin Che would use his power to suppress others. In the face of absolute power, any fighting skills are meaningless. Just like now, the front jaw of the Hell Zerg race was raised high, and it shook its head and killed the 3rd-level iron-winged bird guarding the city wall. At the same time, it also shattered the remaining section of the northern city wall in the last war. In the palace that was split in half, all the remaining Sangyi clan masters rushed out. What? It's those black bugs. Is that person not dead? Didn't these black bugs disappear with the death of that person? How did they appear again? But soon, they were born with sharp eyes and saw Qin Che standing on the top of the Hell Zerg race, intact. That human is not dead. The masters of the Sangyi clan were stunned. What about their previous sacrifices? The strong oppressive aura of the 4th level life made their breathing feel sluggish. The killing and malice from hell made everyone feel cold and chilly. The great elder Tsungho couldn't help but look at the inner hall. Their king had just slowly moved out of the inner hall in a wheelchair. Their king was seriously injured, and his injuries were not stable yet, and the enemy attacked again. That human just experienced a big battle, didn't he need to recover and rest? It came too fast. It caught them off guard. How long has it been? Less than an hour. They didn't even have time to count the casualties in the last war. The Zerg towers that remained in the city last time were not completely cleared. There are still many standing in the city area, which have become restricted areas that are prohibited from entering. The king is seriously injured. Who will take on this battle? Moreover, even if their king was in his prime, it seemed that he could not defeat the huge and ferocious insect beast. Last time, their king was severely injured by the insect beast and almost died. Sun Hao pushed the wheelchair out and looked at the giant beast formed by the hell insects with an ugly face. It could feel that this insect was stronger than the last time it was severely injured. The hell insects were raging towards the palace. The hell insects sensed that there were a large number of high-level life forms in the palace. The strong breath of life instinctively wanted to swallow them. The stronger the life killed by the hell insects, the heavier the killing breath that could be born. The heavier the killing breath, the more hell insects can be summoned. Killing and summoning more hell insects are its instincts, without reason. The more hell insects there are, the stronger it can become. The hell insects formed and the hell insect beasts were running wildly towards the palace. Song Hao's eyes showed a trace of despair and sadness. He looked at the other iron-winged birds in the palace, and said resolutely and sadly, "Don't resist, let's all run away. Run away in all directions, everyone take some tribesmen away, leave some seeds for our tribe, for the Tsang tribe. Whoever can survive will rebuild its Tsang tribe. As long as there is green mountains, there is no fear of running out of firewood." Facing such a powerful enemy, Song Hao was pessimistic. It didn't think that the Tsang tribe could still defeat the enemy. Song Hao was already thinking about how to leave a fire for his tribe. Song Hao didn't understand at all. Why did the terrifying hell insect tribe attack the human race and its master without distinguishing between friend and foe last time? How come it was completely controlled by someone in just 1 hour? Like an obedient dog, it was driven at will. That human race was also resurrected and became stronger. The great elder Song Ho heard the loneliness in Song Hao's words, but so what? Song Ho looked at the tribesmen in the distance, who were trampled to death one by one. It was as if the situation was reversed, the hellbugs became monsters, and their iron wingbirds were just the palm-sized bugs that would explode if stepped on, and die if pinched. This war cannot be fought, and there is no need to resist. Okay, let's escape separately and preserve the fire for our race. Your Majesty, you are seriously injured, so come with me. I am the strongest and can still take care of you. Queen Song looked at Song Hao and said with some pain. But Song Hao's face was full of determination and vicissitudes. He pushed his wheelchair forward, turned his back to Song Hao and the others, waved his hand and said resolutely, "Forget it, you go, I won't go, I am the king of the Tsang tribe. The king of the Tsang tribe can only die in battle. In addition, someone needs to stop the other party to delay time for the transfer of others. None of you can stop the other party. In the hands of the fourth order life, the third order life is no different from a child. Only I can do this. If I fight for my life, I can still burst out the strength of the pseudo-king level for a while, and I will delay enough time for you to escape. You all go." After saying that, Song Hao's hand suddenly pulled on the wheelchair under him, and the wheelchair was torn apart instantly. And Song Hao himself, already flapping his pair of iron wings, driving the remaining half of his body, holding a weapon in his hand, burning life and squeezing potential, forcing the severely injured body to burst out the most peak power again, rushing towards the direction where the hellworm beast is raging. "Farewell to my king, may your majesty rest in peace." The great elder of the Tsang tribe, Queen Song, burst into tears. The other Tsang tribe members also burst into tears, and followed suit with admiration and reluctance to shout, "Farewell to my king, may your majesty rest in peace. Farewell to my king, may your majesty rest in peace. Farewell, your majesty." The sad farewell voices came to an abrupt end. All the iron-winged birds stared at the front in amazement, their eyes full of disbelief. Song Hao burst out all his strength, even burning himself, and met the hellworm beast, trying to deal with the hellworm beast and delay a little time. But it was just one blow. In the collision, the hellworm beast smashed Song Hao into a meat paste. Their king was killed instantly. Qinshe watched Song Hao rush over, commanded the hellworm beast to slam its head down hard, and smashed Song Hao into a birdcage during the charge. Delaying time, but not even a second? What's the point of Song Hao's death? The atmosphere in the palace was extremely cold. Some people began to be afraid, some were trembling, and their emotions were breaking down. Facing an invincible enemy, they were really powerless. Even the great elder Song Ho was shocked and couldn't believe it. But it was the great elder, and he had to cheer up and boost morale. "Why are you all bowing your heads? Cheer up for me. One person in one direction, hurry up and go." Song Ho shouted loudly, and the person also flapped his wings and rushed out, and by the way, he picked up a male and a female, a pair of iron-winged bird guards and servants who were responsible for serving tea and water and standing guard in the palace. This was the fire it wanted to take away. Song Hao failed to delay even for a second, so they had no time to be sad here. But before it could rush out of the 100-meter range of the palace, a figure stopped it. It was Song Hao. To be precise, it was a replica of Song Hao that Qinshe had copied using information backup. And around the palace, all the other iron-winged birds that ran out were blocked by people. 1 against 1. In front of each third-level iron-winged bird, there was a third-level life replicated by Qinshe blocking the way. Cut the grass to the root, Qinshe could not give them a chance to keep the fire and revive. "You want to run, you are too beautiful, today no iron-winged bird in this city can escape. Except for these third-level replicas and the most powerful hellworm beast under Qinshe. The remaining 30,000 iron-winged bird replicas, the endless blood mosquitoes and the Zerg towers have long surrounded this not-so-big city. The remaining iron-winged birds were quickly harvested, and no one could escape. Even if someone has a secret passage or a hiding place at home. When the iron-winged birds with all the information, including all the memory information, were replicated, the iron-winged birds that were desperately protecting and hiding their compatriots in the last second became executioners who pointed out and found the hiding places of their own people in the next second. Hidden in the last second, exposed in the next second. Under this situation, every iron-winged bird would betray its own people after being replicated, and no iron-winged bird could escape Qin hands. When Queen Song saw this situation in the city, she knew she was powerless to save the situation. She couldn't help but look at Qin with grief and anger, and asked with tears and blood, "You have no hatred with my Tsanyi's secret realm, why do you treat and slaughter my people like this? Why not just this? Why do you have to do this?" Qin glanced at it, and all the replicas and summoned units driven by him did not stop attacking. Qin did not answer. Until they all died unwillingly, Qin read out the history he learned in school like reciting a text. 7 years of global gamification, the Iron-Winged Bird Clan's White Mountain secret realm, wreaked havoc in southern Africa, slaughtering about 700,000 humans. Many countries formed a human alliance army to assist, more than 13,000 people were killed, more than 50,000 were injured, suppressed, and the clan was exterminated. 13 years of global gamification, a pseudo-king-level ancestor suddenly appeared in the Iron-Winged Bird Clan's Laoshan secret realm, brazenly broke through the garrison, broke out of the secret realm, and slaughtered every town and village in our dragon country. The dragon country god of war was angry, slaughtered their clan, and destroyed their secret realm space. 29 years of global gamification. Qin narrated the crimes of the Iron-Winged Bird Clan one by one. Facing the corpses of the enemies, Qin had no mercy. Each race may have more than one secret realm connected to Blue Star. The number of Iron-Winged Bird secret realms on Blue Star is relatively large. According to experts around the world, these situations where the same race lives in different secret realms are not isolated cases. It is very common. They speculated, these secret realms of the same race may have been fragments of the same world in the past. Before the world was broken, they may have been interconnected and lived together. Therefore, Longhua always believed that people of the same race had the same crime. And the Iron-Winged Bird race had already used historical evidence to prove that they were enemies and could not be trusted. In the eyes of the Longhua people, their bloodline was full of hatred and sin. Moreover, why did the Tsanyi tribe hook up with anyone else? They had to hook up with people from Sakurajima. This is even more sinful. Death is not a pity. Qin glanced at the Sakurajima people he had reproduced. What Kawada and the others could think of, Qin could also think of. Qin asked directly, "Tell me, where is the entrance to another secret realm of your Sakurajima country from this Tsanyi secret realm?" "Hi!" Kawada immediately bowed his head and pointed his finger to a place outside the city. "Lead the way," Qin said lightly. With Kawada leading the way, Qin soon found the portal. This is what the merged secret realm is like. It overlaps with two spatial points on Blue Star at the same time, which is a special kind of spacefolding. The probability of occurrence is very small, but it is not an isolated case. Just like the relationship between Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country. The diplomatic relations between Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country are relatively friendly, with a lot of resource exchanges and interest exchanges. Resource transportation, of course, the shorter the transportation distance, the better. But if this is the case, then the resource transportation between Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country must pass through another country, Maming Country. Originally, the transportation of various equipment and resources of the two countries passed through Mamon. They could live comfortably and make a lot of money by charging reasonable transit fees. But they refused to do so. They were greedy and wanted to strangle the necks of Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country, greedily wanting to get more benefits. As a result, a secret realm of integration happened to fall between Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country. Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country directly slaughtered the races in this secret realm. Once it was opened, they used the secret realm as a channel for resource exchange, and then Maming Country was dumbfounded. A small country with few people, surrounded by two big countries, had no income from transit fees, and offended both neighboring big countries, and directly embarked on an irreversible decline. Between Dragon Country and Snow Bear Country, this was a relatively peaceful and friendly diplomatic relationship. The secret realm of integration was developed to shorten the distance of transactions and exchanges. But if such a secret realm of integration appeared between hostile countries, there would be only one result: war. For example, when Shinche saw the portal to Sakurajima country, his first thought was to kill it. Since the globalization of gaming, the world has become unsafe. In the wild, in addition to wild dungeons, there are actually wild monsters distributed. Especially the ocean, which is called the Sea of Death. Those who cross the sea, if they are not strong enough, will die in 8 out of 10 cases. Unless the countries are bordered by land, it is difficult for long-distance wars to occur between countries. It is now extremely difficult to start a war across the ocean. Therefore, even if the Dragon Country professionals hate Sakurajima country, they cannot start a cruel cross-border war. They can only wait for the upcoming next world war held by the global system. Avenge the previous shame and revenge. But now a secret realm of integration has appeared. Shinche did not rush over. Before thinking about victory, think about defeat first. Before attacking, stabilize the rear first. After Shinche slaughtered tens of thousands of iron-winged birds this time, he did not use a single cent of the energy digested by the Zerg fungus blanket. Just waiting to use it at this time. One Zerg tower after another rose from the ground. Before attacking, Shinche first considered defense. He had to make this Tsangi secret realm as solid as a rock before he could have no worries. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Tens of thousands of Zerg towers were densely distributed around. With this number of Zerg towers, no matter who teleported through this portal first and entered the secret realm, they would be attacked by thousands of Zerg towers in an instant. Now Shinche's fixed damage has been increased to 9 points. Even if a king level or 4th level life enemy breaks in, he will be instantly skinned. If a 3rd level life force breaks in, there is a risk of death in an instant. Shinche's skills all have their own strengths. As long as the Zerg towers form a cluster, their defensive strength is far superior to all his other abilities. After draining the last bit of energy from the Zerg fungus blanket, Shinche clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. That's good. With these Zerg towers, we can attack or defend. We don't have to worry about this two-way track secret realm being used in reverse by Sakurajima country. Then, I want to improve myself again. Shinche looked at his system panel. The number of iron-winged birds in the Tsangi secret realm exceeded Shinche's estimate. There are more than 40,000. The average level is also very high. After Shinche killed the last 10,000 iron-winged birds, his talent coins accumulated the second million. Shinche can draw talent treasure chests again. There is nothing to worry about. Continue to choose the gold treasure chest with the highest upper limit, and draw 100 times. Draw gold talent treasure chest *100, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent entries were obtained. Silver level steel body *4, pressure pocket silver 8, amazing understanding 4, fake blood *3, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent entries were obtained. Gold level pressure pocket gold coins ×6, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and the complete talent entries were obtained. Diamond level infinite stacking. Multiple insect shadow clones, exclusive, pressure pocket gems. A large number of synthesizable talents were detected, and the synthesis is now starting. Talent synthesis is complete. You get the new talent as follows. Seeing the 5-star pressure pocket silver talent and the 4-star pressure pocket gold coin talent, Shinche felt that his eyes went dark. Drawing a treasure chest, lucky, but not completely lucky. Drawing 6 gold level pressure pocket gold coins, Shinche was also broken. But fortunately, Shinche could accept the overall result of the final draw. The strength of the 4-star steel body is comparable to some gold-level talents. The comprehension of 4 stars is amazing, and the efficiency of obtaining skill proficiency experience is increased by 5,400%. The fake blood bar of 3 stars is now much larger than Shinche's real blood volume. A full 270% fake blood bar. Shinche is not talented, just a small and fragile summoner. However, the diamond level talent directly surprised Shinche. The bottom diamond level actually came out directly with 3 yellow eggs. There is no useless talent at the diamond level. That, pocket pressing gem, is a superior talent of pocket pressing copper coins, pocket pressing silver coins, and pocket pressing gold coins. But after enduring the first 3, the iron tree finally bloomed. When it comes to the pocket pressing gem, it is finally not a useless talent. This gem is not an ordinary luxury item that is exchanged for gold and silver. The pocket pressing gem here refers to the enhancement gem. This thing is very expensive. In the market, the price of each enhancement gem is definitely more than 100 gold coins. The function of strengthening gems is also very simple, which is to strengthen equipment. Every time the equipment is strengthened to a higher level, the attributes of the equipment will be greatly improved. The strength of the epic equipment on Qin is far from reaching the limit they should have. Qin tried to dig in his system backpack and took out a green strengthening stone, and then looked in the backpack, and another one had been added at this moment. Just like the talents of pressure copper coins, pressure silver, and pressure gold coins, as long as Qin is willing to spend time, he can have endless strengthening gems. 1 per second, 86,400 per day. Of course, if you want to strengthen the equipment, you need a special forger to help strengthen it. Weighing the strengthening gem in his hand, and thinking about the Wild Hunt night cloak that has been torn into rags, Qin frowned and thought, it seems that I really should consider getting to know a senior blacksmith. Among professionals, some are responsible for combat, and some are responsible for logistics. Qin feels that he should know a few life professions, or assistants. The improvement of a professional's strength is not only about level, skills, and equipment. There are also equipment enhancement, equipment inlay, talismans, elixirs, blessings, buffs, auras, and so on, a series of various gains. There are even some chefs who can make meals that permanently increase the attributes of people after eating them. After casually taking out a few more strengthening stones, Qin threw them all back into his backpack. If you have time later, you can save more strengthening gems for backup. But now let's continue to look at the remaining 2 talents. They are all diamond level. I'm very lucky. This time I drew a diamond level talent with the word exclusive. Multiple Zerg Shadow Clone, exclusive. You have a large number of Zerg summoning units, and you can differentiate a large number of Zerg clones to command and walk on your behalf. And it has 70% of all the attributes of your original body, and can use all your skills and abilities at the same time, but when the clone uses the ability, the skill level is 1. When the Zerg clone replaces you to command and walk, your original body can hide and become any of your insect beasts. The maximum distance between the Zerg clone and the original body is, original level * 100 meters plus 1000 meters. The current maximum distance is 3 kilometers. Qin looked at the tens of millions of Zerg around him that he had not yet collected. After slaughtering more than 40,000 iron-winged birds, Qin's blood mosquitoes hit a new high, exceeding 40 million. If it weren't for the fact that he had spent a lot of mana to set up tens of thousands of Zerg towers in the secret realm, Qin's current number of blood mosquitoes might have exceeded 50 million. The talent entry has been integrated with Qin. When Qin saw these Zergs under his command, he knew how to use this talent. Qin's mind moved, and the blood mosquitoes in the sky began to gather. The body of the blood mosquito is too small, so the number spent is still quite large. It takes a full 100,000 mosquitoes to form a shape of normal human size. Then a layer of white light appeared, floating on the surface of the red blood mosquitoes. The white light rippled like water waves for a few times and then dispersed, and another Qin appeared. Hello, I'm Qin. Hello, me too. Qin shook hands with the insect clone Qin and looked at the clone carefully. There is a gold level, turtle breath, talent entry. Even he himself can't tell the difference. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. 100,000 blood mosquitoes can create a bug clone. Qin directly spent 10 million blood mosquitoes to create a full 100 bug clones. One clone is outside, and the remaining 99 bug clones are all stored in the Beast Control secret realm and can be used at any time. Qin himself, on the other hand, transformed into a hellbug. Like other hellbugs, he lay on the hellbug beast. Qin sat on the huge hellbug beast, quite leisurely. Qin would not put all his eggs in one basket. In this way, his ability to save his life is even better than before. Even Qin's original body can't be found, so how can he be killed? With multiple bug shadow clone, the enemy will not even have the chance to rush to Qin. Qin is looking forward to it. If someone desperately kills him, but finds that the him he killed is just a bug clone, what kind of expression will he have? Then, when he saw the other 99 insect clones appear, but couldn't tell which one was the real body, what kind of expression would he have? Qin, the insect that he turned into, lay on the huge hell insect beast and continued to look at the third diamond level talent he had drawn, infinite stacking. This was a great look. Qin jumped directly on the hell insect beast and almost fell off the hell insect beast that was more than 10 meters high. Infinite stacking, the special and negative attack effects attached to your attack can be infinitely stacked on the enemy, with no upper limit. Such as poisoning, freezing, slowing, etc. The eyes of the hell insect tribe that Qin turned into flashed with a fiery and strange red light. It seemed as if it had really turned into a ferocious hell insect tribe. Infinite stacking. The V poison effect applied by the G poison injection skill no longer has an upper limit on the number of layers of poison stacking. Qin already had a picture in his mind. The enemy who was fighting against him had not even touched him yet, but he had already been poisoned by 99 plus layers of poisoning. The high number of poisoning layers can cause a huge amount of poisoning life loss damage to the opponent every second. It is not a dream to make the enemy bleed 99.99% at a time. If so, who can stand in front of him? Moreover, in addition to Qin poison injection skills, Qin actually has some other abilities that can add debuffs to the enemy. The abilities of the Zerg Tower are varied and rich in diversity. There are also freezing towers, burning towers, and poison fog towers. Some debuffs can also be applied at ordinary times. At this moment, the infinite stacking talent breaks the upper limit of the number of debuff layers applied, and the defensive ability of the Zerg Tower is taken to a higher level. Infinite stacking, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Poisoning can turn into instant death, slowness can turn into immobilization, and freezing can turn into freezing. Diamond level, well deserved. At this time, Qin felt that he was ready. He stood on the top of the Hellworm Beast, driving the Hellworm Beast, and slowly stepped onto the secret realm portal. The teleportation light shone, and Qin and all the insects around him disappeared in that tiny secret realm. At the same time, Sakurajima Country, Sigua Island, Songsan City. An extremely strong life pressure, with a tyrannical killing will, instantly enveloped the entire city. Countless people in Songsan City were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, and the terrifying and chaotic aura made the bodies of low-level professionals couldn't help shaking like sieve bran. Multi-level life ladder suppression. Unlike Qin, there is a huge amount of basic attribute support. More than half of the professionals in Songsan City knelt down immediately. More than 1/10 couldn't stand the stimulation and were frightened to faint. Qin drove the Hellworm Beast out of the secret realm portal. He didn't expect that the teleportation exit of the secret realm portal was actually directly in the city center of a city in Sakurajima Country. As soon as he came out, there were densely packed Sakurajima people in front of him. I originally wanted to hide and sneak into the village without shooting. In the end, I was stepped on in the face. It seems that there is still a military restricted area in front of me. Those who are in a panic should be the Japanese garrison responsible for guarding the secret portal? Ha! The army of Sakurajima is not pure enough. There are some other species in it. Qin also saw some strange species of lions, tigers, snakes, etc. in their team. They are roaring, and even attacking and teaching the professionals of Sakurajima very rudely, and scolding them loudly. Get out, all of you stand in front of me. Get out quickly, or I will eat you. Let the people of Sakurajima go to the front and let them fight. Qin laughed. He laughed disdainfully in the sky while stepping on the silver cloud. But Qin eyes were full of coldness and contempt. Some other countries such as Sakurajima and Shortstick are like this. They like to cooperate with powerful tribes and let other tribes station troops on their land. In order to borrow the power of tribes, they even disregard the dignity of the human race. Let their people and warriors be ordered around by tribes and serve as dogs. And their warriors are willing to do so. Such a human race should be killed. Such a country should be destroyed. Being dogs for tribes is not worthy of being a human race. And all the races that call the human race around and dominate the Blue Star deserve to be massacred, leaving no trace behind. These various races have no right to oppress others. Even if the fundamental reason is that the hateful Sakurajima kingdom itself is not up to par. Qin has no habit of waiting for others to make the first move. While these garrison troops were preparing for formation, Qin ordered the hell insect beasts to start killing. Qin came through the portal, not just for fun. The more than 1,000 senior professionals and the special combined army composed of more than 1,000 other races were torn apart by Qin before they had time to form a formation. The hell insect beast rushed in recklessly and plowed a chasm hundreds of meters long in the reinforced concrete. While crashing and killing several third-level majors, it also crushed dozens of second-level soldiers into a pulp. Before they could react, the hell insect beast turned around again, raised its front jaw, and swallowed a dozen more 10,000 races. What's even worse is that the garrison on the scene suddenly discovered that they were surrounded. If you want to escape for your life, there is no place to escape. All 40,000 replicas of the iron-winged bird clan were summoned by Qin from the secret realm of beast control. Thousands of garrison troops looked around for a moment, and they discovered they have been surrounded by 10 times the number of enemies. There are all iron-winged birds outside. Not in the mood to care about the panic in the hearts of these Sakurajima people in all races, Shin-Che stretched out his finger on Indo-Yun and said only one command: kill. Whatever you see, leave nothing behind. 40,000 iron-winged birds cooperated with the hell insect beasts to strangle the more than 3,000 garrison inwards. And those 30 million blood mosquitoes have expanded outward 2 to 3 kilometers. Crossing the sparsely populated military-restricted area, we directly entered the bustling area of the city, and started an indiscriminate attack mode of attacking everyone and killing everyone of all races. More than 3,000 garrison troops were unable to withstand Shin-Che's human sea offensive. It was obviously the home court of Shioli, but they were being surrounded and strangled. Among these 3,000 people, there is a stream lord from Sakurajima Kingdom. Baga. Monster, die. The master of the Sakurajima moon sword style, Tsukakin Foam, drew his sword sideways and slashed out a silver-white moon shadow. When the moon shadow emerged from the sword, it enlarged to a width of more than 10 meters in just one breath. The sword energy was cold and frightening. Just some of the sword energy that leaked out made people feel that their movements began to feel a little sluggish. The blade is sharp and sharp. Yu Guanfeng holds a saber in his right hand, feeling proud of himself. His sword has many qualities such as immobilizing, armor-piercing, and cutting. It will definitely be able to severely damage this low-quality monster that falls apart whenever it moves. Yu Guanfeng didn't think much of the Hellbug Beast. He saw the Hellbug Beast move, and the Hellbug Beast flew straight out of it. He felt that the Hellbug Beast was just superficial. The other masters of all races on the side couldn't help but feel a little solemn. They usually look down on Sakurajima people. But in Sakurajima, there are still strong and capable characters like Tsukasekike's. Yu Guanfeng looked complacent, and the eyes of others were full of expectation. I hope Yu Guanfeng's moon shadow slash can deal with this terrifying enemy. But the moon's shadow is sharp, the moonlight is broken. The moon shadow slash struck the jaws of the hell insect beast, and the black and ferocious hell insect fangs actually clamped Yu Guanfeng's moon shadow slash in one bite. The giant jaws closed with force, the sword light shattered, and countless moon shadows fell into and were swallowed into the huge mouth of the abyss. The sharp shattering blade chi failed to cause any harm to the hell insect beast. After the hell insect beast swallowed up the knife light, it shook its head vigorously. Under Yu Guanfeng's frightened and dull eyes, it opened its mouth wide and lifted him up with the cement floor under its feet, and swallowed it into its mouth. The hellbug beast chewed in big mouths. The garrison all trembled. The hope that Yu Guanfeng had given them by standing up just now was all gone in the blink of an eye. Shin-Che curled his lips with some disdain. He is just a guy who is not even a false king, but he dares to call himself the leader in Sakurajima Kingdom. Sakurajima country likes to use these messy names. Stream leader, president, general, etc. Sakurajima Kingdom has the most names, and the number of people with various names is also the largest in the world. In Sakurajima country, their power system is quite deformed. Before global digitization, seniority came first in Sakurajima country. No matter how capable a person was, if he did not stay in one place long enough, had insufficient qualifications, and was young, it would be difficult to get ahead. A bunch of old bangers take up a lot of resources. After global digitization, the general trend is forcing their social status to improve. However, it was hard to recover, and in the end Sakurajima Kingdom became the current social state where the seniority faction and the strength faction keep pace with each other. So much so that their rights distribution and title positioning are all messed up. Even a guy like this, who is not even as talented as a fake king, can call himself a stream master. The leader and president of Sakurajima country is the least valuable title in the world. There may be 1,000 people selected among these stream leaders, presidents, and generals of Sakurajima Kingdom. In the end, only the most powerful 1 or 20 can compete with the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the others, although they are not weak, they are clowns in Shin-Che's eyes and ears. This guy's strength is similar to that of the great elder of the iron-winged bird clan. It would not be difficult for a 4th-level hell insect beast to tear him apart. But after all, Songsan City is Sakurajima Kingdom, the largest city on Sigwa Island. The size of this city ranks among the largest in the entire Sakurajima Kingdom. On weekdays, there are also real top players taking charge. Shin-Che stood on the silver cloud and suddenly raised his head. Another arc of light. Not as big or as long as Yu Guanfeng's blood shadow. Even when he was slashing in front of Shin-Che, he still felt calm. The sword shadow is erratic, but its speed is extremely fast. When Qin raised his eyes, he realized that in the blink of an eye, the sword's shadow had already struck Qin. The next second, red light splashed everywhere. A scarlet luster appeared on Qin neck. You dare to come to our Sakurajima country to cause trouble alone? You're just a squishy summoner with no one to protect you. Standing arrogantly in the air, I will take your head. On the roof of a huge office building in the distance, a man wearing a Sakurajima samurai uniform stood on the rooftop, having just sheathed his sword. It's General Minamino Takeshi. General Minamino Takeshi is our top samurai in Sakurajima Kingdom. We can be saved. The vital position received a fatal blow from General Minamino Takeshi. This summoning professional is dead. Damn the Dragon Nation man, where did he come from? We must fight him back. The Sakurajima people who were attacked by the Zerg nearby were already in despair. But Nan Yawu's sudden appearance gave them a shot in the arm. Even when they were being attacked, some people couldn't help but look back at Qin on the Indo cloud, waiting to see Qin's neck being cut, waiting for Qin's head to fall off. Once a professional in the summoning system dies, even if their summons do not disappear immediately, they will instantly become weaker and lose their target, entering a state of mindless chaos or confusion. By then, these bugs will be much easier to deal with. They looked at Qin's neck as scarlet splattered, but it was not Qin who was bleeding first, but them. At this moment, countless careless Sakurajima professionals were wiped out and fell in a pool of blood. Qin's blood mosquitoes not only did not lose control or disappear as they imagined, but instead seized the opportunity of their distraction and killed even more fiercely. How could it be? Hearing the thumps and wailing of a large number of Sakurajima people falling on the nearby streets, Nan Yawu, who confidently sheathed his sword, was stunned. Looking up again, the scarlet color that burst out from Qin's neck was not gushing blood. It was clearly a blood-red blood mosquito. Like hot water being splashed, it was bubbling and spraying out from the cut on Qin's neck. This is not the real body. Qin's clone was broken and collapsed like red gravel, and instantly turned into a sea of 100,000 blood mosquitoes. And in another place in the sky, the space was rippled. Another Qin appeared intact. Nan Yawu's face was ugly. His confident action of putting away the knife just now seemed like a clown when he recalled it now. Shadow clone technique and substitute technique are relatively common in Sakurajima country, and they are regional professional skills with Sakurajima characteristics. Nan Yawu has seen many substitute and clone skills. His eyes have seen through and killed countless professionals with clone skills. They are called ghost eyes. A pair of eyes that distinguish true from false, which makes all professionals who can clone scared. But today, he actually made a mistake. What level of disguise is this? Nan Yawu looked at Qin who was standing on the silver cloud again, and he still couldn't see any flaws. Minamino Takeshi did not move his knife again. He hesitated, because he could not tell the real from the fake of Qin's clone. Qin, standing on the silver cloud, looked down from the air and stared at Minamino Takeshi from a distance. If they kill a Sakurajima country's honorable general, they must be very sad, right? Qin pointed forward, and the hellworm beast, under Qin's command, immediately rushed towards the office building where Minamino Takeshi was. In the middle of the road, the nearly 20-meter-high hellworm beast knocked down one building after another. It rushed around and destroyed everything it could encounter into ruins. The huge hellworm beast relied on its huge body and strength to crush everything that stood in its way. A professional from Sakurajima country almost died in the collapse of a building nearby. He fell to the ground with a pale face, his hands trembling and his legs shaking. With his eyes tightly closed, he kept muttering something. Tiga, 0, Jeed, please. Qin drove the silver doyen to the front of the collapsed middle school professional and sneered, "Don't be silly, there is no Ultraman in this world, they are all suits." Qin's words made the collapsed boy tremble, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beam of golden light filling his eyes. Is it Ultraman? No, it's the scorching rays of the Zerg Tower. The collapsed middle school professional was sent away in this beam of light. This little episode can't stop Qin. The hellworm beast has rushed to Nan Yawu. At this moment, Nan Yawu and the hellworm beast have collided. King level, God of War level, Stream Master, Superhero, also known as the Honor level. At this moment, the 4th level life hellworm beast is against the 3rd level Honor level Sakurajima General Nan Yawu. When the two began to collide, Qin realized how terrifying the destructive power of this level is. Just one wrestling, and dozens of surrounding buildings were destroyed. And this was just the aftermath of the battle between the hellworm beast and Nan Yawu. So strong, this is a true 4th level life. Nanyewu was thrown hundreds of times by the insect horns of the hellworm beast, and crashed through and shattered more than a dozen buildings before he stopped. Blood oozed from the knuckles of Nanyewu's hands holding the knife. Wrestling with such a behemoth, he was at a great disadvantage in terms of strength. But Nanyewu also had his advantages. Nanyewu stood up from the ruins and looked at the hellworm beast. His strength was not strong enough, but the knife was very sharp. Starting from the mouth and jaw, the hellworm beast was slashed with a deep wound and gap on its body backwards. This knife almost penetrated the hellworm beast and almost cut it in half with one knife. The body of the hellworm beast was cut vertically, and 2/3 of it was torn straight, leaving only 1/3 of the body still connected. There is still a lot of stubborn sword energy in the wound, preventing the wound of the hellworm beast from healing. A smile appeared on Nanyewu's face. The stubborn sword energy that cannot be healed, this is his specialty. But the next second, Nanyewu couldn't laugh anymore. Because the hellworm beast tried several times and confirmed that the wound could not be recovered without removing these sword energy, the choice of the hellworm beast directly surprised it. The hell insects on the wound of the hellworm beast actually fell directly. All those that were stained with a little sword energy fell off voluntarily, leaving nothing behind. Others were reluctant to cut flesh to heal the wound, but Qin was willing to do so. Stubborn sword energy? Just abandon that part of the hell insects. Even after these hell insects were abandoned, Qin made good use of them. Qin commanded the insect horns of the hellworm beast to trample on all these half-dead hell insects, causing a lot of killing. In an instant, a large number of hell insects emerged from the hell insect gate in the back again. They reattached to the wound of the hell insect beast, and after a few seconds, the body of the hell pet beast was as if it had never been injured by the knife, and it was restored to its original state. How can we fight this? Nanyewu's eyes widened. Even though he had been famous for many years and had experienced many battles, he was at a loss at this moment. To deal with an enemy like the hell insect beast, either directly destroy the hell insect beast, including the hell insects that can restore its injuries, all at once, or directly kill Qin, the summoner, and kill Qin, the master. But now, these two methods seem unrealistic. But Nanyewu didn't have time to think about it, because the recovered hell insect beast had rushed over again. Nanyewu could only meet it again with a knife. In Songshan City, he is the only permanent title-level strongman, and now only he can stop the hell insect beast. The other stream masters, presidents, etc. are all self-proclaimed, and none of them can be trusted. He has already applied to Congress for support from other honorable level masters, but he doesn't know how long it will take for the other honorable level masters to arrive. Nanyewu was anxious. He was not in any danger of life if he dealt with this hellworm beast alone, but the rampage of those iron-winged birds and other blood mosquitoes had already caused great damage to Songshan City. The permanent guards in Songshan City have already attacked. There are also many professionals in Songshan City who have organized a certain counterattack. But facing such a large number of blood mosquitoes that are elusive in the air, they still seem a little helpless. What to do? Do we have to use weapons of mass destruction and formations in the city center? Minamino Takeshi couldn't make up his mind. If such an order is issued, he will inevitably bear huge responsibility afterwards. Wait a little longer, there haven't been many casualties yet, Minamino Takeshi thought to himself. He couldn't give such an order easily. Global broadcast. Because the number of kills and deaths between the professionals of Dragon Country and Sakurajima Country exceeded 50,000 within 168 hours, the national war conditions have been triggered, and the Dragon Country vs Sakurajima Country national war is now open. Current main battlefield of the national war, Sakurajima Country, Matsuyama City. Secondary battlefield of the national war, none. All professionals on both sides who are currently in or actively enter the primary/secondary battlefield area will enter the national war state by default. Current number of participants on both sides in the main battlefield, Dragon Country, 1 person, Sakurajima Country, 510,000. Current number of casualties on both sides, Dragon Country, 0, Sakurajima Country, 51,446. What? Triggered the national war? Nanyewu couldn't help but look up at the sky, looking at the dense blood mosquitoes in the sky. Their Sakurajima Country has lost so many professionals? He originally thought that the losses in Songshan City were still within the controllable range. As a result, when the national war statistics of the global system came out, their Songshan City had actually lost 50,000 people. It has already lost 1/10 of the total population. In 168 hours, the total casualties of both sides exceeded 50,000, which was the condition for the global system to determine that the scale of the war exceeded friction and officially start the national war. When the national war was started, the professionals of Longwa and Sakurajima were all stunned. What is going on? National war? Isn't it more than 2 months away from the national war? It took them a long time to find another way to start the national war in their memories. With so many people participating in the world national war hosted by the global system, and the barrier of the Sea of Death, they almost forgot that the national war can actually be started normally. In history, how many years ago was the last national war that was triggered between countries? It was the Wutu dispute between the Snow Bear country and the European Star Alliance 15 years ago. After that, except for the global national war hosted by the global system every year, there have been no large-scale wars. After 15 years, the war restarted. The global broadcast was issued, making the whole world a little unfamiliar and a little panicked. Especially the senior officials of Dragon Country and Sakurajima Country, they were all confused. As soon as the global broadcast about the national war was announced, Suwonwoo, who was guarding the roof of the world in the secret realm, had his communication equipment blown up. Call after call came in, asking him, "Wonwoo, did you send someone to swim across the Sea of Death? Wonwoo, did you arrange this? Oh, Wonwoo, you are so confused. I don't know which expert you arranged, but one person can start a national war in a short period of time and kill more than 50,000 people. This is not how you use top experts. This, after sending them out, have you ever considered how to get them back? There is no return, there is no return." Some people are asking, some are shocked, and some blame Suwonwoo for not considering it carefully. Suwonwoo held the phone tightly, and he was actually more confused than anyone else. What's going on? These people are asking me, and I don't know either. Thinking about it, Suwonwoo directly dialed Lei Gang's number. Lei Gang had called Suwonwoo several times but couldn't get through. One line after another was busy. At this moment, Lei Gang received Suwonwoo's call and quickly answered it. "Hello? Wonwoo, you are so awesome. Tell me how you did it. Who did you send over? One person killed 50,000 people. Now it's 60,000. 60,000 people have been killed. Tell me quickly. When this brother comes back, I have to have a good drink with him." Suwonwoo called Lei Gang. Before he could say anything, Lei Gang's thunderous voice rang in his ears. He quickly pushed the phone away and held it farther from his ear. Lei Gang's voice is too loud. But Lei Gang was in an excited state at this time, and he didn't care about that. He held the bowl in his hand and drank the spiritual wine in it, talking nonsense. The main point is that it's fun today. He is happy to have a brother who kills. Drinking, Lei Gang's eyes began to shed big tears. Hearing the low sobs coming from the communicator, Suwonwoo listened quietly, and he was silent. He quietly waited for Lei Gang to vent his emotions, and waited for him to slowly calm down from his sobbing. Suwonwoo could understand Lei Gang. If you were to say who in the Dragon Country hated Sakurajima the most, and who wanted to destroy Sakurajima the most, it would definitely be Lei Gang. In the last global war, Dragon Country lost too miserably, too unfairly, and too painfully. Especially the National Defense Army led by Lei Gang, which suffered heavy losses. Lei Gang's heart was always filled with blood and hatred. He felt bitter and tired. He wanted revenge. At the beginning, Lei Gang wanted to lead the death squad across the Sea of Death to attack the mainland, but was stopped by Suwonwoo and others. But Lei Gang never forgot his hatred. Since the end of the last war, among all the gods of war in Dragon Country, Lei Gang practiced the most diligently and had the greatest improvement in combat effectiveness. The price was that Lei Gang had no rest for 365 days in this year. In addition to the dungeon, it was the secret realm. This year, the myriad races in the secret realm were particularly miserable. In order to improve the strength of himself and the National Defense Army, and to make up for the various negative effects caused by the decline in resources and experience bonuses due to the lower ranking of the national war, Lei Gang didn't know how many myriad races he had slaughtered and how many secret realms he had plundered with the National Defense Army. The entire National Defense Army was holding their breath, waiting for revenge in the next national war. That was 100,000 National Defense Army. There were also tens of thousands of other professionals, who were almost slaughtered. The National Defense Army led by Lei Gang has always been the main force of Longwei in various battles and wars. It is also the largest in number. In the last national war, Longwei sent millions of high-level professionals into the national war map. In the end, the secret realm of Longwei collectively rioted. In order to suppress the secret realm, Longwa had to withdraw a large amount of power. In the end, 100,000 National Defense Army and 100,000 other small and medium-sized forces and freelancers were left to guard the final ranking points. Lei Gang still remembers when he suppressed the secret realm he went to and returned to the national war map. The blood and fire he saw. Lei Gang poured a bowl of sake on the ground to toast his fellow warriors. 100,000 national defense soldiers, in order to protect the ranking of Dragon Country, all of them were annihilated. No one said they were afraid, no one was a deserter, they were all heroes. 100,000 national defense soldiers, 100,000 soldiers died. Lei Gang couldn't forget it, not at all, and couldn't sleep all night. Although Dragon Country's national war ranking was not preserved in the end, these 100,000 soldiers and other professionals who sacrificed were heroes. Lei Gang has always been thinking about revenge for them. Don't look at Qin Che, who has killed 60,000 professionals from Sakurajima country in Songsan City. But it is still far from the pain that Longwa had endured. But as long as he did it, Qin Che had done what Lei Gang, Su Wenwu and others had been enduring. Because of the Sea of Death, they had never been able to do it. At this moment, no matter who it was, they would kill as much as they could. Lei Gang and Su Wenwu both remembered a feeling in their hearts. Okay, Lei Gang, we still have something to do. Su Wenwu also took out a bottle of good wine from the system backpack and poured it on the ground to toast the dead souls. Then Su Wenwu calmed down and said to Lei Gang, "This is not something I arranged to do. I don't know what the situation is. But I guess that there is a high probability that a new, connected, and integrated secret realm has appeared between our Dragon Country and Sakurajima Country. Lei Gang, you must find a way to explore this secret realm. Whether it is for the safety of Dragon Country or to continue to start the national war of revenge, we need to master this secret realm in our own hands. You have to find the mysterious man and the integrated secret realm recently, and the task is very heavy. But there is no way, these two things are very important, even if it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, we have to fish them out." Su Wenwu said very seriously. Lei Gang nodded, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his voice was a little hoarse, but he said very firmly, "Don't worry, when have I and our National Defense Army ever lost the chain? I seem to have some signs of the mysterious man. I will also go to find that secret realm. When I find it, I want to apply for the destruction of the country." There was a fire in Lei Gang's eyes. The high-level officials of Longwa were excited, confused, and hateful. When they came to Sakurajima, they were confused, panicked, terrified, and angry. The people of Longwa are coming. The parliament of Sakurajima was in a mess. Their emperor sat at the top, but he looked at the angry prime minister below with fear. He was quite powerful, but he could only be a mascot worshipped at the top. The head of Sakurajima below was angry. With a bang, he hammered the expensive parliamentary table down in half. Head of Sakurajima Yamagami Shinzo roared loudly, and all the parliamentarians were trembling. "Tell me, what's going on?" One person slaughtered 60,000 people in Songsan City, and the death toll continued to rise. Could it be that Su Wenwu, the first god of war of Longwa, came in person? Where is Minamino Takeshi? What does he do for a living? The people of Sakurajima were panicked. They knew better than anyone how badly they had offended Longwa and how much Longwa people hated them. Send people to support. Aren't the Beicha Notoria Gym and the headquarters of Mitsui Society all on Sigwa Island? Let the Sigwa General, the Beicha Notorio Master, and the Mitsui Society President go to support General Minamino Takeshi. No matter who this Longwa man is, no matter how powerful he is, we must make him come and never return. Yamagami Shinzo shouted loudly, even a little hoarse. The enemy must be killed. It is necessary to find out where the enemy came from. Yamagami Shinzo was afraid. He knew too well that Longwa professionals wanted to kill him as soon as possible. No other reason. Because, in the last global national war, Sakurajima disregarded morality and brazenly attacked Longwa. The order and strategy were issued by him. The national war was commanded by Yamagami Shinzo. That battle also became the qualification for Shinzo Yamagami to successfully become the Prime Minister of Sakurajima and step into the pinnacle of power. But how happy he was in this year, how scared he is now. Even though the global system showed that Qin Che was the only enemy in Songsan City, Shinzo Yamagami still desperately sent all the forces that could arrive as soon as possible near Songsan City. Members of the Sakurajima Council even thought that Shinzo Yamagami was making a fuss. In addition to Takeshi Minamino, 2 generals, a president, and a stream master. These four are not those stream masters, presidents, and generals who are self-proclaimed or honored. They are real title-level strongmen. There are 4 title-level ones. This lineup is probably enough to deal with Su Wonwoo, the first war god of Dragon Country, right? In Sonsan City, Takeshi Minamino blocked the attack of the Hellworm Beast with a knife, and his body was pushed away thousands of meters by the brute force of the Hellworm Beast. Feeling the poisoning status on his body rising again, Nan Yewu had to take out another bottle of antidote and drink it. Watching the poisoning level slowly decrease, but there were still more than 500 layers of poisoning, which still made his eyebrows jump. If it weren't for the huge difference between Qin Che and Nan Yewu's rank, and the suppression of multiple life levels, the more than 500 layers of poisoning should have killed Nan Yewu directly on the spot. Even so, Nan Yewu quickly swallowed another blood recovery potion and drank another bottle of green high-level antidote. Nan Yewu felt that the bitter taste of the antidote was in his mouth. Moreover, Nan Yewu felt that his face was almost green after drinking bottles of dark green antidote, and his stomach was swollen, which had begun to affect his fighting and actions. You know, he carried the top-level antidote potions with him. If it were any other poison attribute attack, drinking this bottle of antidote would directly clear the poisoning state, and add a period of anti-poison buff and anti-poison resistance. But facing Qin Che's poison stacking, Nan Yewu had learned a lot. He also saw the limit of this antidote. This top-level antidote can remove nearly 200 layers of poisoning marks for Nan Yewu, which is completely worthy of the perfect potion, a powerful and expensive grade. But that's all. Nan Yewu drank 2 bottles of antidote in a row, and only managed to reduce the poisoning mark on his body to 300 layers. His vitality was fading away. Even though his life level suppressed the low-level poisoning bleeding effect, Nan Yewu did not dare to let the number of layers of poison on his body exceed 1,000 layers. Once this limit is exceeded, his life will be exhausted within 10 seconds and he will die directly. Qin Che urged the Hellworm Beast to continue attacking. In fact, these hundreds of layers of poisoning were the result of Qin Che not deliberately urging the blood mosquitoes to focus on Nan Yewu. His 30 million blood mosquitoes were all wreaking havoc in Sonsan City at this moment, killing Sakurajima people crazily. Compared to killing Nan Yewu alone, Qin Che felt that it would be more satisfying to kill more Shaorizi. In just a short while, the number of Shaorizi in Sonsan City has almost reached 100,000. It is close to 1/5 of the population of Sonsan City. Not enough, far from enough. The hatred of the 200,000 professionals who died in the last national war in Longwa was not only remembered by Lei Gang alone, but also by every Longwa citizen. Even the day after the defeat of the national war, this incident entered the history textbook of Longwa. And it was quickly printed within a week and distributed to all schools across the country. Qin Che's goal is to kill at least twice as many people as them. The blood mosquitoes scattered and were sent out to kill everywhere. But what if there are no blood mosquitoes? Qin Che still wants to kill Nan Yewu. Feeling the murderous intent in Qin Che's eyes, Nan Yewu not only felt a chill, but he smiled again the next second. Nan Yewu stared at Qin Che's eyes and said, "You want to kill me? Impossible. The insect beast you control is very powerful, but it is not beyond my ability limit. Want to rely on it? It's still a little bit short." As he said, Nan Yewu took out another bottle of antidote and swallowed it, lowering the poisoning mark that had just climbed to 400 layers to 200 layers. Then he burped for a long time, smiled a little proudly and said, "Then do you want to rely on this poisoning state to kill me? I admit that your ability to keep poisoning me is very powerful. But sorry, I still have a lot of top-grade antidote potions and life potions in my pocket, each of which is more than 200 bottles. There are countless low and medium-level ones. If you want to rely on poisoning to kill me, then you may be a little wishful thinking." Nan Yewu said with a high-pitched expression. In fact, it was also to cheer up his heart. He was very fortunate that he had not forwarded the military supplies that Sakurajima transferred to his Sigwa Island yesterday to the troops in various cities below. A large number of potions were all stored in his hands. At this moment, these antidote potions and life potions saved his life. Qin Che listened to Nan Yewu's words, but his expression did not waver at all. "Talking to yourself? Playing a one-man show is fun? Who said I want to rely on the poison mark to kill you?" Qin Che stood on the silver cloud, stretched out his finger, and pointed behind Nan Yewu. In an instant, millions of Hell Zerg replicas appeared behind Nan Yewu, making his back instantly cold. Qin Che has kept these millions of Hell Zerg replicas. Under Qin Che's arrangement, the millions of Hell Zerg replicas have long been ready to be summoned and ready to form a new Hell Zerg beast. Almost instantly, when summoned, the millions of Hell Zerg replicas that were already stacked together instantly formed a new Hell Zerg beast. And behind Nan Yawu, they launched an attack on Nan Yawu. In front of Nan Yawu, the one controlled by Qinche was not idle either, and also rushed straight towards Nan Yawu. Two Hell Zerg beasts. The two Hell Zerg beasts surrounded Nan Yawu from the front and back. If he didn't dodge this time, the front and back attacks would definitely knock him into a meat pie. How is it possible? The back of my eyes was completely covered and turned white. After Nan Yawu's upturned face was slapped, that was the first shock and question I uttered. The countless fears turned into a torrent and flooded the nightmare crystal ball in Qinche's hand from all directions. It was too complicated to pick out Nan Yawu's true body from more than a dozen clones. Everything will be decided after the support from Sakurajima country and others arrives. I don't have Qinche's turtle breath talent. I can't hide the information that I don't know and be seen through. The hellworm beast in front of me hit me, and the huge jawhorn hit Nan Yawu's body, but the first thing that was broken was just a thick wooden stake. The strong point saw-through, of course, also includes the various omissions before Guan Tinglu performed the shadow clone technique. At that moment, Nan Yawu also exerted his ultimate potential. I don't know if it was because the hell breath brought by the two hellworm beasts was too strong, and it was too close to him. Because there is no hellworm beast behind me. 2 consecutive system broadcasts caused the morale in Songshan City, which was not on the verge of collapse, to collapse directly. Double body technique? You don't have it either. The 2 hellworm beasts brought him death. Boom! 1 hellworm beast suppressed him in terms of strength and vitality. The value of the Eye of Truth and Turtle Breath talent is still rising. And each one has different language, expression, and action, and the breath and ability are basically the same as Minamino Takeshi himself, and the performance is vivid. Minamino Takeshi clapped his hands and put his fingers together, and I have split more than 10 identical selves. But Minamino Takeshi's relaxed heart did not relax. It makes people feel that the mountains and rivers are shattered. Shadow clone technique. But now, the clear national war broadcast is directly stuffed into our ears. Before a thunder, the global system ended the broadcast again. Substitute technique. And, before the broadcast appeared, the death toll in the national war statistics of the 2 countries jumped by 7,000 in an instant. The skill below, is it slower than that time? The death of the young General Guan Tinglu made us lose the courage and backbone to continue to resist. Because in addition to the hellworm beast that slapped up from below, another hellworm beast that had just finished attacking once also raised its head and poked its jaw downward. The violent collision sound covered the sound of Nan Yawu being sandwiched and turned into meat paste with a puff. The mouth of the hellworm beast has not hit my head yet. But I still stayed in the same place. Although there was no acceleration and flash like a large displacement, the small body was still maintained in the distance. And in Qinche's control, the hellworm beast stopped its body and did not collide with another hellworm beast as Nan Yawu expected. But Nan Yawu's substitute technique comes with a space displacement of 1 meter. More than a dozen clones and the original body were mixed together. Nan Yawu used the trick because he knew that he had escaped many dangers before. If he only relied on the shadow clone technique to escape, he would be very unconfident. Just when I was full of confidence, Guan Tinglu felt his head turn white. The ranking of the nightmare crystal ball in the global equipment rankings was rising slowly. Turning around, I wanted to escape to the surroundings and inside. The substitute technique can only block 1 damage. Boom! National War Broadcast, the mysterious man of Longwa, hidden identity, has completed 100,000 consecutive kills. We know that the disaster was not less serious. Nan Yawu instantly felt the intention of death. I did not try to attack Guan Tong again. Guan Tinglu felt that there was a small probability that it was still a clone or substitute of Qinche. I was going to die. The feeling of death was still lingering in my heart. My original body suddenly raised its head, and my confidence was awakened. With that level of loss, support would arrive very slowly. National War Report, Sakurajima's core professional, Songshan City's main battlefield's lowest commander, young General Minamino Takeshi, has been killed by Dragon Country. It is said that since Songshan City's professionals were busy escaping and fighting, few people paid attention to the national war statistics. I also know the traditional skills of Sakurajima, the substitution technique. A glance at the global system shows that Songshan City has lost 110,000 professionals. There were suddenly clouds and rain in the sky, and thunder appeared out of nowhere. Shadow clone technique is a lower-level skill of clone technique. Only in this way can Minamino Takeshi escape from the huge jaws of the Hellworm Beast. He can escape from the Hellworm Beast with a special collision and cover the surrounding 77 meters of attack range. The clone technique is a common escape method used by Sakurajima. Not even 100,000 people have died yet. He is not the beast of Dragon Country's #1 god of war. He can fight against 7, 8, or 7 people of the same level. Am I too unlucky, or was my shadow clone technique seen through by Qin Che? I have so few clones, why did the Hellworm Beast attack my body directly? Nan Yawu was ready to stay there and fight Guan Tung Heeden. Nan Yawu died, killed by the attack of 2 Hellworm Beasts. Nan Yawu was stunned. If he had known that Qin Che could summon another Hellworm Beast, he would not have insisted and would have run away long ago. Qin Che's eyes became brighter again, and he retracted the true eye talent that was fully deployed. The attack of the Hellworm Beast in front of him was in vain. Nan Yawu's figure jumped directly into the air. Nan Yawu understood. But someone will give me an answer. Or is it a warning of death in an instant? At this moment, because of being too scared, the sand value dropped to the point of life collapse, and there were more than 7,000 Sakurajima people. The wooden stakes were smashed together with the branches and leaves, and turned into powder. Guan Tinglu had not yet raised the level of that skill to a very low level. Once he split his body, he directly split out 10 bad clones. Looking at Qin Che stepping on the silver cloud, Guan Tinglu wanted to retreat. It was a very low-end skill that integrated the ability of the space system. 100,000 consecutive kills, which made us even more terrified. Nan Yawu is dead. And my substitute technique is much lower than others. After the Eye of Truth, Nan Yawu's shadow clone technique was really full of loopholes. The Nightmare Crystal Ball, which had already entered the top 100, started to rise from 97th place recently, to 96th, 95th, 92 ND, and quickly jumped forward. Minamino Takeshi died, and the morale of Songsan City collapsed. Qin Che drove the 2 Hellworm Beasts and wreaked more recklessly. As soon as the national war broadcast sounded, countless people were shocked. Not to mention the excitement of the Dragon Country professionals and the fear of Yamagami Shinzo after Minamino Takeshi's death. The 3 of them had just flown to Songsan City and were sent to support the other several honorable professionals, Beichen Liang, Mitsui Sho, and Shintian Murakami. All 3 of them braked urgently and stopped at the edge of Songsan City. The 3 stopped and looked at each other, with shock and vigilance in their eyes. Minamino Takeshi died just like that? Minamino Takeshi is not weak in the combat power sequence of Sakurajima. Compared with the 3 of them, he is only weaker than Beichen Liang, the master of Beichen Itoryu. Compared with Mitsuisha's Mitsui Sho and Sigwadeo's General Shintian Murakami, they are both on par. But Minamino Takeshi died just like that? Shintian Murakami raised his arm and looked at his watch. It hadn't been long since the national war started. The enemy's strength was a bit terrifying. At this time, the 3 of them also saw Qin Che driving 2 Hellworm Beasts from a distance. The hell breath that rushed straight into the sky made the 3 of them immediately prepare for battle and take out their weapons. It's the 4th level. And there are 2, no wonder General Minamino Takeshi couldn't hold on. Beichen Liang and Mitsui Sho said with serious faces. As a general under the official Sakurajima country, Shintian Murakami's tone was even more confused and solemn. Could it be that Longwa has mastered the ability to summon and control 4th level life? It shouldn't be. But the 3 of them were still ready for battle. 2 4th level lives are not beyond the ability of the 3 of them. But the next second, the replica of Takeshi Nano appeared beside the 2 Hellworm Beasts, making Beichen Liang and the other 3 widen their eyes. General Takeshi Kitano. How is this possible? Mitsui Sho and Shinoda Murakami were ready to meet him, but they were grabbed by Beichen Liang before they could move. Beichen Liang looked serious and shouted in a low voice with a vigilant face, "Come back. Don't go. He is no longer the original General Takeshi Nano. General Takeshi Nano has been controlled by the other party and has become our enemy." Beichen Liang looked ugly. Not only his colleagues were controlled, but also, if Takeshi Nano was controlled by Qin Che and became an enemy, then their power comparison would not be 3 against 2, but 3 against 3. The 3 of them lost their numerical advantage in an instant. The number of both sides was equal, and their cultivation was similar. Then the next battle became dangerous in an instant. Beichen Liang's hand was already on the samurai sword at his waist. Beichen One Sword style, the best is Beichen One Sword slash. It is a trick that will kill the enemy with one strike. It is more powerful than Yu Guanfeng's Moon Shadow slash and Nan Yawu's swordsmanship. Chen Liang's idea is the same as theirs. To deal with summoning professionals, directly killing their summoners is the best solution. Although he is still far away from Chen Liang is confident that he will be able to cut Chen with this strike. Chen Liang slowly drew his sword and prepared to attack. Chen also noticed where Chen Liang and the other three were. The aura of a real master is different from that of others. Moreover, all the professionals in Songshan City are fleeing outside the city, and only the three of them are flying into the city, forming a sharp contrast. It is hard not to notice them. Chen also saw Chen Liang's slow movement to draw his sword. This Chen Liang is really powerful. Before the sword is out of the sheath, Chen has a faint feeling that his skin is about to crack. Master, definitely a master. Much stronger than Takeshi Minamino, definitely ranked in the top few in the combat power sequence of Sakurajima. Just don't know who it is? But it doesn't matter, if I kill you, I will naturally know your name. Chen Liang wanted to kill Chen and Chen wanted to kill him. Chen held up the nightmare crystal ball and pointed it at Chen Liang. The fear in the nightmare crystal ball has accumulated since Chen got this equipment. Chen has never used the active attack skill of this equipment. I'll let you try the fear for the first time after accumulating it for so long. The crystal ball in Chen hand pointed at Chen Liang, and Chen Liang immediately felt a creepy fear. Not good. Chen Liang didn't dare to continue to accumulate the power in his sword style. He wanted to draw his sword and take the initiative to attack Chen wanting to interrupt Chen attack first. He felt great terror in the nightmare crystal ball held in Chen hand. But before he could draw his knife, Chen Liang felt numb in his head. He suddenly lost control of his body. He couldn't pull out the knife. He didn't see the nightmare crystal ball when it was in full force. Chen Liang only felt his eyes turn white. He seemed to see his grandmother who had died many years ago. In fact, it wasn't that painful. The high attack power of the nightmare crystal ball directly evaporated Chen Liang's consciousness. He was taken to heaven by his dear grandmother holding his hand. No! It was a nightmare. How could such a cruel thing as the nightmare crystal ball make him die so easily? Almost at the moment when Chen Liang felt that he was about to ascend to heaven, he fell into hell. At that moment, he witnessed the greatest fear in his life. It is said that people have souls. Before global digitization, this was just a metaphysical speculation. But after global digitization, this speculation became a reality because of the soul attribute verification of some precious equipment. Before global digitization, there has always been a saying that many dying people have seen their souls leave their bodies during the treatment process and saw the process of their own medical treatment. There is a lot of such information on the internet, which cannot be verified and is not known to be true or false. Some are similar to the terrifying knowing during the operation, but more terrifying than knowing during the operation. And now, Chen Liang is in such a state, and it makes him feel more horrible and unacceptable than the two states mentioned above. His soul has left his body, and he can see Mitsui Sho and Xiantian Murakami who are afraid to move away beside him, and he can also see his body and head that are constantly being annihilated. The annihilation of his body brought him phantom pain in his soul. The fear in his soul could be reflected in his annihilated body. Chen Liang could see his muscles twitching in the fear that suddenly erupted in the empty eyes of his body. Watching yourself die might be the cruelest thing in the world. Then, Chen Liang lowered his head, because he felt that his soul was collapsing at the same time as his body. There was no way to reverse it. The black fear release penetrated Chen Liang. The nightmare crystal ball that had accumulated millions of fear points released all the fear, which was not an attack that a normal life could withstand. At least the 4th level life and the 3rd level title level strongman could not withstand it. 1 million points of fear value have greatly exceeded the upper limit they can bear. Not to mention Chen Liang who was directly bearing the fear release, even those who were on both sides of Chen Liang and slightly suffered a little extra fear fluctuations actually vaguely recalled that it was too milky. Chen Liang was directly annihilated. What he still left in the world might be the only reincarnation information that was dragged into the 100-foot reincarnation title by Chen. And that was just a backup made by Chen, not his original self. When Chen Liang's replica was also summoned by Chen to his own battle sequence and began to slaughter the Sakurajima people, Mitsui Sho and Nobuta Murakami no longer hesitated and turned around and ran. When they needed to fight 3 against 3 before, they had already complained and hesitated in their hearts. Now they have to face a situation of 2 against 4, and it is hard for others to say, Chen Liang must be stronger than the 2 of them. The 2 of them turned their heads and fought. Without saying anything, they chose to escape together in tacit understanding. They can't beat them at all. Not to mention, at this moment, Qin still held the terrifying nightmare crystal ball in his hand. The black fear wrapped around the nightmare crystal ball has obviously faded a lot, but the two of them didn't dare to gamble, and didn't dare to guess whether Qin could recover his skills in a short time and attack them both with such a terrifying attack. Qin held the nightmare crystal ball in his hand. The fear accumulated in the nightmare crystal ball has been squandered after this release. Its global equipment ranking has dropped back to more than 100. But it doesn't matter. Fear from all directions continues to come. With so many Sakurajima professionals being killed, the lost part of the fear value will soon be replenished. And Qin also knew who he had killed. National War Report, Sakurajima's core professional, Sansan City's main battlefield's highest commander, Flowmaster Baichen Liang, has been killed by Longhua. National War Report, Longhua's mysterious man, hidden identity, has completed 150,000 consecutive kills. Qin still hid his identity, but the dead had no way to choose to hide their identities with the system. Qin knew who he had killed. He actually killed the third in the Sakurajima's combat power sequence in seconds. Flowmaster Baichen Liang of Baichen Edo Lu. Qin himself was shocked. Looking at Baichen Liang, who was copied by himself, he casually made a move and actually caught such a big fish. Baichen Liang's reputation is not weak. The first knife of Baichen Edo Lu is still valuable. Damn, even Baichen Liang, that bastard, was killed. Awesome. Not long after Lei Gang and Su Wenwu finished talking on the dragon countryside, he was arranging tasks with his subordinates, and suddenly the national war broadcast appeared again. Lei Gang shouted in a somewhat vulgar way in the conference room, too lazy to maintain his image. That was Baichen Liang, a master that Lei Gang himself did not dare to say he could defeat 100%. Also, those damn Sakurajima people, 150,000 of them have been slaughtered. Good. Lei Gang shouted 3 times in a row, and his originally happy mood was even more excited to the extreme. On the contrary, in the parliament of Sakurajima, Shinzo Yamagami's face turned ashen, and other members of parliament became more silent. They lost another honorable level combat power. They couldn't even contact them, and didn't know whether the other 2 honorable levels they sent to support, President Matsui Sho and General Nobuta Murakami, could be saved. 2 honorable levels were lost in a row. They also began to worry about the safety of Matsui Hisashi and Nobuta Murakami. In their Sakurajima country, there are not many powerful people of the title level. Yamagami Shinzo was afraid, and the parliamentarians were distressed. As for the Baichen Itorio behind Baichen Liang and the Jisha behind General Minamino Takeshi, all their parliamentarians in the parliament looked ashen. Their faction leaders and powerful leaders were killed. Then their status in the parliament will definitely plummet. Prime Minister, how about, a parliamentarian opened his mouth and wanted to propose to speak, but before he could say it, he was stopped by his faction colleagues beside him and stopped, not allowing him to continue speaking. Yamagami Shinzo cursed the parliamentarian who was stopped in his heart thousands of times. Damn it! These guys retreat first and save themselves when they encounter problems. They don't want to take any responsibility. Yamagami Shinzo blared at the 2 parliamentarians fiercely, feeling very dissatisfied. Yamagami Shinzo certainly knew what the parliamentarian who wanted to propose wanted to say. Sakurajima is not completely helpless in dealing with Qin. Every country has a strong defense capability for its own homeland. In addition to the garrison, there are also many things such as formations, city defense equipment, shelter areas, guardian statues, totems, etc. As one of the most prosperous cities in Sakurajima, Matsuyama City itself has a complete defense formation. In addition, Sakurajima also worships a large number of statues. According to legend, Sakurajima has 8 million hairy gods. After global digitization, Sakurajima found a way to materialize them as the national heritage and a means of defense of Sakurajima. At this moment, a large number of Maoshin were summoned in Sansan City. Although they were not very strong, there were only a few powerful Maoshin. But combined with the city defense formation, it still delayed Qin's killing speed. But this is not the final defense of Sakurajima. All countries have the most cruel defense method when dealing with unstoppable enemies, that is, to perish together and self-destruct. Although this cruel method cannot be deployed in every city. But in Sansan City, the largest city on Sigwai Island, such a method must be deployed. This method will never be activated until the most dangerous and critical last moment. Because once it is activated, it means that everything will be destroyed. Yamagami Jinzo opened the national war broadcast and took another look. At this moment, more than 200,000 professionals in Songshan City have died. And the death toll is still increasing rapidly. No one can stop Chinche's slaughter. And Mitsui Sho and Shinoda Murakami finally got through to the communication, but the news they received made Yamagami Shinzo look even uglier. Mitsui Sho and Shinoda Shinzo said, in Songshan City, the enemy currently has 4 honorable level combat forces. And their strength is not weak. If they want to win, they must send at least 6 to 8 honorable level professionals. I have to travel for a long time. Now I am in Xi'an. I am out to relax. I have severe depression plus moderate anxiety. I don't have my computer on, so I won't show you illustrations.